That was consistent. So you just
At
made a
least you're
predication that
consistent.
you don't know to be true.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Liquid League. Don't do it. Be a regular human.
Now the problem is that when you predicate that,
Yeah.
that's going to convey that you know it, but then you concede that you don't know it, so you have no business predicating that in the first place.
Okay.
Now, also, if you affirmed it to be true, it would be
I'm
self-defeating,
really-
because then if it were true, then it would be false.
I'm actually like really
Okay,
shocked
I
that
was
I can't
stupid.
find the
Okay, I
model
was
here.
stupid for a second. Come on.
That's
I'm actually-
I
awesome,
might have said
mate.
that too fast. I'll say it again.
That's good that you've come to that realization. No, he's just said that he's shocked that he can't find it.
Liquid League, you can
Now you need to look a little deeper into all these claims.
You can say, listen, there's something I don't know, and I 100% am sure that I don't know the answer to that question. So knowledge is possible, and then you can move on and try to venture on how to attain knowledge on the topic.
Well, not just that knowledge is possible. He said he doesn't know anything. So if he affirms that proposition is true, then it's false. He doesn't know it to be true.
If you asked
So
me
if
10 minutes
it's
ago,
true, it's false. If it's false, it's false.
If you asked me 20 minutes ago, do you know that you would be able to find a model for this globe? I would have said yes, but clearly I was wrong because I actually can't find one. And it's
So now you know that you don't know that proposition is true. So you have a lot of knowledge. You know that you don't know a lot of propositions to be true.
Yeah, I have a lot of knowledge.
To assert that you don't know anything is false.
This is doing my head in.
You have some psychological dilemma now.
That's what happens to everyone when you actually look. This is what happens, and then you'll realize you might come to a realization that none of it makes any sense.
I don't want to admit. I don't want to go and see if flat surface is flat. I want to more to look other questions and find out. And my ego, it doesn't give me or whatever. What is going on? Psychology.
So we went through all the major points, right? You don't know any of these propositions are true. And so I hope that you love yourself enough that you persevere to seek the truth about the world, including the earth that you and I share.
You told me there's no flat Earth model either.
Well, here's the thing as it concerns our position. Let me tag you in the open chat.
We understand that it's kind of impossible to give a scientific model for the Earth.
Maybe.
Yeah. It'd also be a reification fallacy to say that a model truly represented reality. So we don't do that either. So that's why we stick around for 2 hours talking about the same subject to people who don't understand the difference or know what they're asking when they say model. You think that you've got one, and you think that we should provide you with one. We know that you haven't got one, and we're not going to reify models.
Do you see the arguments that I tagged you in? The spherical geodesy dilemma, Liquid League?
Yeah.
So those two beginning arguments, there's the deductive arguments. The first one is a modus ponens. The second one is a natural deduction. And the last is a dilemma, which is kind of a natural deduction. So as you can see right here, I'll read it out loud. If the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, therefore the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level. Next, every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The earth is a solid, the oceans are liquid. The surface of the earth and oceans are not curved, therefore the surface of the oceans and the earth are level. If you want to affirm the proposition that the earth is a ball with a curved surface, convexly sloping, especially with the given radius and the earth curve calculator that is based on that, you have a dilemma. The first horn is, if the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the sum of water curve wrapped around a ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon, therefore the horizon is not the sum of water curve wrapped around a ball. If you insist on affirming that the horizon is the sum of water curve wrapped around the ball, then if the horizon is the sum of water curve wrapped around the ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the sum of water curve wrapped around the ball. And all these videos is empirical verification demonstrating that the premise that the horizon is the sum of water curve is falsified and the radius is falsified, which also verifies the proposition that the surface of the oceans and the earth are horizontal.
Gregory, whilst our friend thinks about what you said, and hopefully I'm not going to eject too long, I respect you. I'd like to challenge you on one of the things that you said, specifically the last about the horizon. Can you repeat it for me?
Are you talking about the second horn or the first horn?
I think it's the second.
Actually, the
About
both the same
horizon
premise.
not
Let me
being-
correct myself.
Yeah, the horizon not being the summit of Earth curvature, or whatever it was.
Yeah, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball.
Yeah. What was that in its entirety?
That's the concluding. Do you want me to read the entire second horn?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. If the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball.
Okay. Now, whether the horizon is the summit of Earth curve or the horizon is the limitation of our view across a flat surface, whether it be a flat Earth or a globe Earth, we can see things beyond the horizon, wherever the horizon is, like a mountain, for example, or a boat that's gone beyond the horizon, but we can't see the bottom of it. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not too sure if it follows, is what I'm pointing out.
So say it again to me. I think I missed it.
When you say that we can only see beyond the horizon on a flat Earth.
No.
Which is what
we don't only see to the horizon. We see beyond the horizon.
Okay. I'm gonna have to read it again. Maybe something's just not sitting well with me, or I don't understand it, man. I'll pick you up again in a second when I've read through it myself.
Mm-hmm.
Gregory, do you have an account of how satellites work, or is that a mystery still?
Mystery to me. I can't explain to you the machinations of a satellite.
Well, to me, it seems like the Globe Gang has a pretty reasonable explanation of like geostationary satellites, and I've yet to hear one from Flat Gang. But I might just be, living under a rock.
What is the Globe Gang explanation, as you so put it?
Like, what is the Globe Gang, or what is their explanation? I assume you mean the latter.
Explanation.
Sure. The explanation would be that they orbit Earth at the same rate that the planet spins, which means they match the rotational velocity, and so they stay at a fixed position relative to the people on Earth, their frame of reference.
Okay, but you haven't verified that the Earth is a ball, nor have you verified that the Earth is spinning, nor have you verified that the Earth is traversing through space.
Well, my concern here is that Globe Gang has some theory they've crafted, but Flat Gang, I don't think they've ever spoken about this yet, which makes me a bit worried.
That has nothing to do with verification.
What theory has
any
Globe
proposition
Gang
is known to be true.
I
don't know if any of this is true, but I'm just saying the theory crafting seems to be more in depth,
they done that?
more worthy of publication, whereas Flat Gang seems more like Wattpad-esque.
I mean, thank you for the autobiography, but it has no bearing on the
Present
truth
the Globe crew.
I mean, all you've given us is autobiography that you think that they have a more robust explanation, but just merely having an explanation is not lending.
No, it doesn't mean that's true at all. No. I'm personally of the opinion the Earth is a triangle, is a pyramid.
I'm sorry, but we do have this information.
He hasn't presented anything. He has nothing.
Yeah, I will.
No.
Satellites are human-made objects.
Present the celestial falling, and that being down counter gravity, and present that in your model. Pretty simple. How are you going to do it?
I want to hear the Flat Gang members, the shooters' opinion on the satellites. That was interesting.
What? Yeah, what do you believe in? Yeah, no, we use level, we fly horizontal, we fly direct, level, we build things, bridges, we have arches. What do you do as a globetrotter?
Wait, did we mute the Flat Gang member who was giving an account of satellites?
No.
Gregory, that was interesting because I've thought about it. Maybe they are maybe they're
No, stop.
There's a propeller.
You have towers, and then you have the cables underground, and you have hard drives at data centers that have your cloud information.
Right.
It's not really, the cloud isn't really in the sky, dum-dum.
It's
Right.
underground, like in data servers.
You think the satellites are actually underground?
What are you imagining right now?
Well, I just know, like, I've looked through a telescope and I've seen a satellite. What was I looking at?
Would clearly be different. But do you concede that the cloud is actually just a data server and it exists underground? It's not actually in the sky.
I think there are multiple
you concede
notions of
that?
the English word cloud, but for instance, in Japanese, they don't use the same word for things in the sky and
the
things.
cloud, like the Apple cloud, like
Well, as an ESL person, it's just weird because in my native language, we don't use those same words.
Yeah, this is the best that the globe has, is just to deny reality. It's really pathetic.
So let's clarify
It's a
what
deep
we're
pride.
talking about. You're trying to talk about satellites. So what's the point?
Well, my theory is they have like little propellers, like helicopters, and that's what's keeping them up.
Theory.
Well, the other thing I was thinking is maybe they're like giant hot air balloons, but they have like invisible balloons with like, you know, in like one directional glass wrappings.
That's interesting.
I mean, it's like camouflaged balloons or something.
So that's interesting. That's what NASA say that they do. So NASA say that they send
the same
balloons
guy,
up
right?
into the air. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you think they're balloons?
No, I'm telling you what NASA say that they also do. You've already hit upon it.
Well, if NASA's saying it, it must be a lie, so it can't be that. But then what else could it be?
It's about what they're talking about that says whether it's a lie or not. This technology has been utilised just not by NASA, but anybody who sends a weather balloon up into the sky. A balloon with instruments on the bottom of it. So those instruments can be determined as, I don't know, meteorological instruments or visual instruments.
I think you're cooking.
Yeah.
They're just weather balloons. The satellites are just weather balloons.
Yes,
You
we
also
don't
said-
ever
you
use
also-
a globe.
Thank you. So you also said something about camouflage. The
Yeah.
technology that they use is kind of highly reflective or blends in with the backgrounds, because some of these balloons are really, really big, but you can kind of make them visually disappear to an observer. One that's so far away that they're pretty small, but even if you're in an aeroplane, they look more or less invisible. You can also have geostationary balloons if you put propellers on them, like, for example, to fight against a wind current, or put balloons into known wind directions, you know, like Gulf Streams and so on, which have circular paths, or you know where the wind's going to end up. So you put these balloons up into these high atmospheric directions of wind, and they will go where they go, and you know where they're going to go. So it's not hard to make things go around if the wind's the thing that's carrying them. You can keep these things in the sky for a couple of years. Yeah, they eventually come down, but you know pretty much where they're going to come down.
But they don't have the same characteristics of the satellites we see, though, do they?
I can give you. What do you mean by characteristics?
Altitudes and velocity in particular.
So one of these things that's been put up into the sky recently is what is it? The trails of satellites. Who did that? Is that Elon Musk? What was that called?
Twitter?
Not Twitter.
Starlink.
Starlink. Yeah, there you go. So one satellite following another satellite in a train. So this can be demonstrated by tethering balloons together with a cord or a rope. Something that can be, you know, hundreds of meters long between the two balloons, or three balloons, or four balloons. So they move across the sky exactly like the way that Starlink does.
Interesting. How big do you think the universe is?
Oh, me, I have no idea.
Like, do you think that the stars are just like a giant, like, LCD display, and God is just like programming it, and like you could just put up anime there if you wanted to, like it's just a TV? You know what I mean? Like, you know, like when you're in the theaters and they have like the curved screen, like IMAX. Do you think it's just like one big IMAX theater?
Do you think the sky is a projection?
I was thinking it'd make more sense if it was actually like big pixels that are like giant LEDs that are like also held up by air balloons.
Okay.
What are you saying, bro?
Do you think that's possible? Because I was thinking, like, if it was a projection, there would have to be a projector on Earth, but we would have to like see that, and they couldn't hide it. So it's probably not a projector.
It might be in Antarctica.
Sorry.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Just
What if it's in
following-
an? Do you think that's the case?
You said it would have to be on the Earth. You don't know
You're
what
right.
the
It could be above. It could be above. You're right. It could be held up by a giant air balloon, projecting on the projector screen that is like an IMAX display that covers the Earth.
Sorry, you said God. Now you're talking about man-made technology, and men are putting balloons into the sky and projecting the sky. I thought you were talking about God and the sky being something that he could program, make appear as he wanted to.
Oh, interesting. Like it's an optical illusion that's like part of our shared human delusion.
I don't know if
I saw a really interesting anime about this called Myriad Colors Phantom World, where they have a very similar concept. I think that could work.
Maybe.
Yeah, we're not gonna entertain. If you're gonna want to actually be have an actual legit conversation, you can have it. Otherwise, just shut up.
What do you think people think about sea level theory?
Which I have an issue with the. I think the issue with the dome though, the IMAX, is it has to be a 3D display because of the parallax effect.
What dome?
First,
Because of the parallax effect, it's actually 3D.
Dome.
I want my question to be first.
Well, the Earth is like a giant IMAX
Go back to
theater.
Sasha's question. He asked a question.
What do you think about sea level theory?
Sea level theory? What's that?
Sea level theory.
They're calling.
That's
in,
rude.
I don't know. In every country, they're calling sea leveled, and all elevation above the sea level, they are calling elevation, and we measure that. But the sea level is the base. They are saying. At least that's they are saying
So
this theory.
what's your question?
He just asked it.
How
think
the
about it?
sea
What do you think about
how
sea
the
level
sea
theory?
level works? How the sea level works on the sphere?
It would be a displacement from the center.
Yeah, it's from
Because from any like small area on the surface, the local curvature would be so small that it wouldn't matter. It would be effectively a flat reference frame.
So it would look so flat, but it's curved.
Okay,
Like your mother, yes.
What is the
Let's
small
not talk.
area? Can you tell me in the math what is the small area? 2 miles, 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles.
Let me think about that.
I wanna
Can you give me
start
like
curving.
5 seconds to really think about that?
Okay.
Sure. It would look so flat, but it's curved.
Well, level and flat don't mean the same thing.
Well, when you can find me a level definition that says it's curving.
Well,
you know,
level.
usually-
Now we will find out because he said it locally. I want to know where it's that locally it's finishing. What is the distance to that
Like,
we can?
level definition has no higher or lower spots.
Huh?
Is it level
level
curved?
definition? Can you give me a level definition?
Is it level curved?
Well, when they say
I think I get it. I think if we're looking at the Darboux curvature, it's going to be theta. Where
level-
theta is the angle traced out by the arc that is the x, how wide your frame is, multiplied by pi divided by the radius times 180. I think that would be the formula for the local
and
curvature.
with your height,
Where's that defined
and with your height, how much that would be with the distance?
Well, when we're talking about curvature, are we talking about Darboux curvature or like differential curvature?
We are talking about physical surface of the Earth.
Some kind of slope. Or a bump somewhere.
Well, there's just a few different
Do you
types
have
of
that?
curvatures, right?
No, there is.
No.
There is. Do you know what is the type of the curvature on the sphere?
There's Gaussian curvature. There's
Well, we're talking
Darboux
about Earth
curvature.
curve, and we're talking
there's
about level.
Riemannian curvature. There's a lot of
Do you
different
know how the
definitions.
curvature? Do you know how curvature looks like on the sphere?
I don't understand the question, man.
How the curvature?
I bet you
looks
don't.
like on the sphere.
This
What
is
does
the
that
part
mean?
where they play where
If you're on the
they claim
sphere-
ignorance.
If you're on the sphere, where it's curving, left, right, up, down.
Oh,
or
you
everything?
got me confused. I'm not a glober. I'm more of a Taurus head, or I'm from Taurus gang. So my model's
Well, he didn't
or
call
my,
you a
my
glober. He just
conception's a
asked you
bit
a question.
different.
Did he kill you? Did he call you a globe?
So on the torus, yeah, I mean, if you think about it as like a 2D limit on the surface of a 3D solid, as the limit approaches infinitely
what about
small, it
reality?
approaches a singular
Are you
point.
speaking?
I
Are
thought
you
you said it was a
speaking?
pyramid, bro. You're changing your mind.
Are you speaking of some?
No,
game?
you misheard me. I've always been a Taurus ganger.
Yeah.
Always been a shooter for Taurus gang.
But by the way, level isn't flat. It's not the same thing.
You still
Oh,
have to have. You
Is it-
still have to have some kind of.
Well, I mean, I think.
Well, when it comes to sea level,
said-
it's in relation to the.
What do you call it? What do you call it in calculus, where like at minuscule scale everything has like linear
Alright,
curvature?
my friend-
What's the word for that?
My friend. So I'm going to challenge somebody else on what they just said, that level and flat do not mean the same thing. That's categorically incorrect. So he said that.
Not when it comes to sea level. It isn't like when you're talking about level. And someone said like, "Oh, well, how can there be a sea level on a globe because it'd be curving?" But all that is it's in relation to the Earth's center of gravity, like the center of the Earth, which is a gravity. So it'd just be
That means not level.
Yeah, that's not level then, because it's curved and it's a curved surface. You're saying it's equally distant from a point, a radial point around in a circle, but it's still a curved surface. I know what you mean by, in general society, what you mean by sea level, but it's actually curving. But level and flat literally do mean the same thing.
Yeah, because level is
Not
no
curved.
point higher than the other.
Yeah. So level means a horizontal plane. That's the interesting thing. Level is a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
yeah, they don't mean the same thing.
Yeah, I know that sea level to you doesn't mean the same thing as what level means. In all other intents and purposes, you know what level means until we start talking about sea level. But sea level is measured to be level. It is a horizontal plane.
Scientifically, they don't mean the same thing.
Scientific.
Level's not a science.
Well, I mean, you should stop caring about science because science is complete bullshit.
He said scientifically.
But they don't like you can't.
But
just say they
science
mean the
is
same thing
complete
when they
forgery.
don't.
We shouldn't
Can you
trust science.
stop, dude?
Yeah, can you mute that fucking idiot?
He's muted.
But I wasn't making
Alright,
this
cool.
argument anyway. All I'm saying is they don't mean the same thing. It's like
Liquid, look in the open chat. Look what I post in the open chat. There's no refutation of that.
Well, there is.
Yeah, having a flat and even surface without slopes or bumps. So, in an Earth curve, that will be a slope.
Are you saying that you're ready to make new dictionary?
Well, no.
Okay.
Yes, you don't have a reason to try to make this pseudo distinction.
Well, no, I can tell you what flat and
Level is
level means.
obviously conveying the orientation of the surface. That's what sea level is referring to. It's the orientation of the surface.
All level
What's
means
level then? Yeah,
is that it's perpendicular to Earth's gravity, and then flat is. Well, okay.
Yeah,
No,
where's
you
that?
haven't verified
Okay,
it.
can you show a? Can you show
Sea level is not
Can you
level.
show a? Can you show a demonstration of level being curved?
Huh?
Can you show that level? Because your claim was that it's perpendicular to the gravity of the Earth, right? So you should be able to show level dropping in some instance, yeah.
Yeah. So what you would do is you would So
Yep, go ahead.
You look at like a point on the Earth. So I don't know, a point on the ocean.
Yeah.
And you will see that it is perpendicular to the Earth's gravity.
Can you show that?
Let me see if I can send it.
Okay, so in the meantime,
You're gonna show
this is nothing more.
Diagram or
it's
in
a
the meantime,
diagram.
this is nothing more than a definite fallacy, aka redefinition fallacy. You're trying to redefine the word sea level so that it's not obviously prima facie contradictory and necessarily exclusive to the Earth being a ball. So this is all this is, just a redefinite fallacy.
Wait,
and the
sorry,
dictionary,
can you
like I
say
just
that
cited,
again?
is
So it's-
obviously refuting it. That's all this
Can you
is.
say that again? So it's not necessarily prima facie what?
Sea level is
that
not level, bro. You
much of what
didn't
I just said.
demonstrate that.
What you're committing is the definite
can't-
fallacy, aka the redefinition fallacy. You're trying to redefine sea level in this case, so that it somehow includes by definition the Earth being a ball, but it doesn't include by definition the Earth being a ball. We know from the well that level does not include curvature whatsoever, let alone the Earth being a ball. But you have to redefine level so that it includes your ball by definition, so that appealing to the analytical incompatibility between sea level and the curvature of the Earth, especially with the majority of the surface of the Earth being water, is obviously logically incompatible.
Can't be level and curved at the same time.
Let me see.
The guy said the sea level cannot be leveled, because you know why? We call that sea level because it is not leveled, Only it's called like that because it's a cool name, It's sea level, it's better than sea curve, and because of
You're
name, we
being
like that.
mean.
We
You're
like
being
that
mean.
name.
Yeah.
Median,
God.
median. The middle.
Actually, I had a thought.
Medium.
Do we actually think the Earth is like a circle? Like, why can't it be like a stop sign or like a square?
You got any evidence for
possible?
that?
It wouldn't let me send it.
I was arguing that earlier. I argued that it was a cube, and they muted me.
No, it's not a cube, but it might be a square. There might be, because the Bible says the
Do you
four
have any-
corners of the Earth.
do you have
Corners.
any-
How are the
dude,
corners on
How
a
is
circle?
it not a cube, idiot?
Hey, do you
who
have
cares?
any
Who cares?
evidence
Yes, it is.
that the Earth is a cube?
Who cares what Bible says?
Yes, we have evidence.
Okay, present your evidence. Go ahead.
The Earth is a cube because the way that trees grow.
No
necessitates
evidence, not
that.
not another statement, not another claim.
Not even going to continue this conversation with the
Oh,
person
come
who
on,
says
stupid.
the evidence is because trees grow.
No, this is stupid.
Just mute him.
Just mute him, yeah.
All right,
You
let's go.
Michael laughter.
Let's get
He
back
can
to
fulfill
it. Go on, Sash.
No, I'm saying he can fulfill his ego in somewhere else. Come on, man. It's not flat Earth server. Go somewhere and, find something,
Yeah,
And
open a
only the-
cube 24/7 cube Earth server. Then go ahead.
You know what? Go to the beach and start to shout to water. Water, why you don't want to curve? Why you don't want to curve? And ask this. Go to the sea and ask sea. Sea, why they call it you sea level? That stupid humans.
Because it's level.
No,
Yes.
because it's curved. They call it sea level. And for example, the Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, they call it because it's curved. Also, it's called a Salt Flat Lake. And plains are called because they are curved. They're calling plains. In Croatia, they call it ravnica, ravno, flat, mean flat sea. Because it's curved. Everything what it's flat, it's curved.
Kansas, Zach Creek is flatter than a pancake, but yet it's curved.
I agree, 100%.
I have a question. If
Well, I had
level
a diagram.
extends,
I've got a
this is the question.
diagram, but it won't let me send it in the thing.
Yeah, we
my
don't.
last-
We know.
my last-
We know what the diagram says, man. But that's
Can I
not
have my
evidence.
last question?
Just
so it's
because
not
you,
evidence.
just because you put a like I can draw a diagram of anything, it's just presented to
Okay,
you.
yeah.
But
yeah.
you got to have something to to back up what the
Well,
diagram
all I was saying is that
You can pull
level
up the
and flat
whiteboard and paste it there.
all I was saying is that level and flat are not the same thing, and to say they are is ridiculous. Even
Why are
if
you being so
think-
pedantic,
that's
dude?
why
because it's not the same
that's
thing,
why
and you
I
can't just say,
that's
Well,
"Oh,
they are the
it's
same
flat."
thing.
My God.
Just
hang
say,
on.
just say sea level is not
What's your
freaking
evidence?
flat.
Guys,
Not
Again, here
That's why I
you go with a
asked you.
definition: having a flat and
Yeah.
even surface without slopes or bumps. That's
Well,
definition
the
of
Earth is
level.
bumpy. That
What
is
does it bring
true.
up the
He's
sea?
just
What does it bring
digressing
up
to
sea
a red
level?
herring and
What's
equivocating.
the evidence?
We
What
don't
does it
know
bring up
what
sea level in that definition?
Order!
he's just digressing to a
Order.
red herring and
Yeah.
equivocation. Like, we've already defined the term. Sea level is referring to the orientation of the surface. It's not talking about the equidistant distance between the center of the ball and the surface.
You tell
You
him,
mean,
Gregory.
why is it not a radial metric?
Prove that.
Can I ask another question? Is it only
What are you
English?
talking about?
Is it only English
He's just trying to
definition?
throw words, thinking he gonna sound smart.
Yeah.
Guy's freaking retarded and idiot.
Yeah.
Wait, Gregory, are you still
You
here?
old nerd. Bro's a nerd, dude.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Doesn't the Bible say 4 corners? How can there be corners if it's a circle? It has to be a square or a rectangle.
These are analytical corners.
It also says circle of the earth.
Still sea level, whatever it is. You can have triangle, whatever.
But then how are there 4 corners of a circle? That makes no sense.
Well, you could have 4 corners of a circle, can't you?
Maybe
where would they be?
It's not conducive to a thorough exegesis of these passages that you're butchering.
You just superimpose a square onto the circle and you get corners.
but maybe
Like a circular square?
I have.
Have you ever heard of the term?
I have the answer. Magnetic
squaring a
declination.
circle. Have you ever heard of?
Well,
the
there are
term
square
squaring a
circles,
circle?
so that could work.
Did you hear me talking, or you just wanted to interrupt what I was saying?
Your mic is a little bit quiet, sir. I'm just saying.
My mic.
You might want to check your quality.
No, it's not.
No, he
His
sounds
mic is
great.
loud.
My mic's never quiet.
Well, I'm just saying relative to Redeffi's. Redeffi's loud.
It's because lots of other people are talking. Timbo sounds a little bit muffled in the background of lots of other people talking.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll reset.
No, it's just especially when.
Yeah, that might work.
Stop talking. You don't need to reset. Other people need to stop talking so you can be heard. That's all.
Probably going to be exactly the same, but how's that?
It sounds the
Sounds
same.
good.
Better.
I didn't hear a change.
No, it's interesting. Is curvature like the local acceleration?
Yeah. This guy, dude. Like, how many times would you drop in your head, bro?
Well, because like the Hessian matrix, which measures curvature, is second order partial derivatives, which is like local acceleration.
Go ahead, explain that then.
What's the Hessian matrix?
Explain that. Go ahead. Explain.
Crickets.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
This guy was dropped like 3 times in his head.
Well, the key word was local acceleration, so that would be the actual physical. So the rest was the concept, and then applied to a physical relation to reality. So that's like precisely what we're asking for. Relate your imaginary bullshit to reality.
That was kind of uncalled for, sir.
But he called it, so.
Why are you stalling? Carry on. You wanted to fucking talk so much before.
Huh?
Yeah, carry on.
Is that not
More stinging with his accent?
a second or
Rip, dude, why you keep muting my guy?
Yeah,
Or my
the
girl,
Earth is local. Yes,
my
we know the
girlfriend
Earth is local.
in the friend way.
You don't even know what it is,
You know?
so what does it matter?
Are you guys are you
is
guys
it not the
alright?
case that second order partial derivatives measure acceleration?
Timbo, do you notice a
Go
pattern?
ahead.
Like the longer
Yeah.
we have these discourse with them, the more remedial they become.
Yeah,
Remedial.
A good word.
Explain.
That was not a
explain-
proper usage of the word
I
remedial.
will ban the next mention of calculus. The next person that brings up calculus is getting banned. Calculus
Okay,
was
so
made up
explain-
to convince us that the Earth was a globe.
All right.
He said the
trolling.
wrongdoing were intended as a remedy.
Calculus is
That
how we
is
can figure
not
out that the Earth is not a
true.
globe. You're trolling.
If you guys talk
Ban
over
him.
and top of me one more time, I'm gonna get pissed off.
Can we talk about the Jacobian?
Yeah, go
Shut
ahead.
up.
Yes, let's talk about the Jacobian.
Yes, let's talk about Jacob you worship.
Let's move
So what do
on
you
for
guys
this.
think about Yakub and the creation of the white race?
I
I
think
don't know
you're
if it's
retarded.
anything to do with the shape of the
Feller?
A modern
Oh, sorry.
heresy by Wallace Fard Muhammad in the 1920s. Excuse me, 1930s.
There you go.
How do you determine that a particular belief is heretical?
That's a different subject for a different channel.
Oh, okay. Is the
Let's
Earth being a
try.
circle? Is the Earth being a sphere heretical?
Yes, it is. It's a Christian heresy.
Damn.
Based. You really tell him.
Now, funnily enough, it's a heresy. It's a pagan doctrine that Christians in history have borrowed, primarily the Romanists, from the Pythagoreans. So,
By Romanists, do you mean Catholics?
yeah, there's no such thing as a Catholic. Only the Church is Catholic. So,
Yeah, but before the Romans were Catholic, they were a myth. They had a religion like Mithraism.
What do you guys know about the various rites of Orthodox?
That's for another channel. Do you want to make a claim about the shape of the Earth or not?
I think the local curvature. I think the Hessian matrix is constant at any local point on the Earth's surface, where the scalar value is its displacement.
All right, go ahead. Explain that then. Explain how you get the Earth's curvature from that comment.
I think the local curvature of it, like I think locally everything is linear.
I didn't ask you to repeat it. I said demonstrate what you just said.
It's a matrix,
curvature.
Bro.
Well, like sure. Imagine you're on a circle and you just zoom in infinitely into that circle. It's gonna start looking like a straight line because everything is locally linear.
Or the circle being flat, or you mean a sphere?
Well, you see the part where you said imagine?
He's talking about walking along the circumference.
Give me a real, actual, tangible example. Not imaginary.
Yeah, do you know what a derivative is?
Do you know what imaginary is?
What you're talking about?
Do you know what
I warned you. I warned you. The next mention of calculus would get banned. That's it.
Why?
What?
Right.
It's like mentioning math. It's so stupid.
I'm asking you to relate. I'm asking you to relate what you said in your comment to the curvature of the Earth. Go ahead.
Will I get banned if I use a word from calculus?
No, if you repeat yourself,
Tryson, if you keep Tryson, if you mention again that somebody's gonna get banned, I'm gonna ban you. Yeah,
Bro, if you ban me, I will ban you.
I'll just mute you. That's it.
Oh, like, okay, I was okay.
To apply it to an
packets
actual
up makes sense.
When you apply the mathematics.
Yeah, so the derivative, right, is going to be the limit as this window gets infinitely small, but there still is a function that gets minimized as you.
Are you talking about the derivative of a globe with a certain radius and?
I guess I just have to accept that people like talking simultaneously. People like that.
Yeah, we're just trying to. I'm just trying to get this guy's claim down. The derivative guy.
You made it up, bro. Like, it's obvious.
I know he did. That's why I'm trying to expose him.
Yeah.
Because I think sure. I think when you're talking about a derivative, usually you're talking about like dx.
There it goes again.
Which is infinitely small.
All right, you look like a fool.
But I think even when dx is not infinitely small, but
Bro, why are you guys muting him because you're not on his level?
Muting him, please, bro.
Okay, if
her.
we're not on his level, what did he just say?
Dude, I don't fucking know. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a tech nerd.
So you're not on his level.
How do you know we're not on his level?
Right, but I'm not the one sitting here acting like I understand mathematics.
If he doesn't know shit about math, and he's trying to he's just putting shit out the freaking internet.
How do you know if we're not on his level if you don't know what he said?
Well, yeah, because I think if you had if you had I don't know if he's glitching or if it's me.
Yeah,
you're breaking up.
How do you know we're not on the same?
You're breaking up
level.
Yeah, dude, because if you had like some mathematical reductio, dude, you're glitching. You're glitching.
You're saying.
Yeah,
because it boggles your mind. It boggles everyone. Is that yours?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're cutting out, dude.
Is this the kids that all got dropped in the head? Sir,
no, but if you had like a properly mathematical reductio of
you don't have one.
No, I'm not. Dude, listen to what I'm saying.
What is a mathematical reductio?
You're not saying anything.
It would be. Can I respond, or are you just like autistically interrupting this whole server?
You know why? Because you're not saying anything. If you want to say something,
I'm trying to say something, but I get 2 seconds in and you interrupt.
You're saying a whole lot of nothing with everything you're saying.
On what you're saying, and then we can have a conversation. If you're not saying anything,
you obviously don't, because like
verse about you not saying anything. All right.
Have you heard of like Frege? Right.
Have you heard of Did you take the small bus to school?
No, but like if you had a reductio, of the calculus, you would just present that, right?
It's not our claim, dude.
What is that?
A mathematical.
Are you going to answer that question?
Reductio sounds like a Harry Potter
I want to
spell.
hear this so
Why are
much.
you acting like you can't demonstrate contradictions with the mathematics? It's not like unclear what I'm saying.
Sphericalness.
It's not
What's
unclear what
Reductio?
I'm saying. If your claim is that like the mathematical paradigm being invoked is necessarily contradictory or false, demonstrate that. If you can't,
How
shut
did you
your
get to
stupid
this?
mouth.
Give me something in my mathematical paradigm, or in your mathematical paradigm, that we can talk about.
I'm
Go
not.
ahead.
Well, you muted the person who was trying to have that discussion. That's my point.
But now you've got the floor, so you can talk
Well,
about.
no, I'm not the one making the point. I'm just the one pointing out that you're being disingenuous by
presuming you're supposed
muting
to
the
be the
person.
attorney of the person that was muted.
Yeah, you're just being disingenuous by muting the person who was going to do that with you.
Well,
Right?
he wasn't
I'm not
saying
that
anything,
person.
though. So are you going to say something,
He
or
wasn't
are we
saying
mute
anything
you?
because you don't understand like the domain-specific language.
Yeah, you're just being disingenuous about actually
I want to
defending the
know
proposition
that
that this
you
is something I was
know
trying to defend.
what he was saying, so
I'm
you
not
can say that
defending
I
their
don't
proposition. What are you talking about, you dummy? I'm not saying they were even correct.
You dummy, name calling.
Don't even know
I'm just saying. I'm just saying if you were actually
You're just saying
capable
a
of
whole lot.
providing some reductio
Saying a whole lot of nothing.
of the mathematics in question, you would just do that instead of muting them, right?
Reductio aeternum.
You're muted. See it, dude.
Gentlemen, you mind if I just chime in quickly? I'm sorry, I only got maybe 5 minutes
Yo,
ago.
what's up, gamers?
But all
Well, first, let him do what he wants to do.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a small request. If to I guess it's Kevorkian or whatever. So, do you mind? Like, we're gonna continue the conversation. Would you mind like not sounding so much like you're fucking Harry Potter or something? Like I don't understand.
Why'd you mute Kevorkian?
Because he's an asshole. You want to be next?
But you know he
He's
did the
in
audiobook for Harry
life.
Potter, right? He's a very known person.
Reductio.
He's
a debate, bro.
This conversation, this conversation is becoming reductio, guys. So back to redefine. I did unmute you.
What do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about local curvature?
Okay, what do you mean by local curvature?
I mean the curvature defined at a point, and by that I mean the partial derivatives at that point.
Point. Go ahead. Sorry, curvature isn't a point. Curvature, the differential and orientation of a line. We're talking about jump. We're talking about jump.
Lines have zero curvature. What are you talking about? Lines are by definition not curved.
Except the lines that do curve?
No, if it's a line, it has zero curvature, definitionally.
Yes. So we're talking about geometry.
Is this guy?
What?
I think if you look at like the tangent line approximation of any curved function, you'll find that it becomes more and more precise as the window around a point closes in. And once it's at that point, at that limit, it is a perfect approximation. So everything is like perfectly locally flat, but the degree of curvature increases as your reference frame increases.
Okay, show us that in reality. Then go ahead.
What are you talking about, dude?
Oh,
do you agree? Do you agree?
Yeah, can you explain that in a real life example?
So suppose you're at the grocery store and you buy 3 bananas and 5 oranges and 7 tomatoes. And if you looked at the tomato, you would notice that it seems a bit curved. But if you zoomed in with a microscope on the surface of the tomato, it would actually appear flat.
Okay, so you'd be able to measure the curvature, wouldn't you?
Repeat your question.
So you'd be able to measure the curvature on the tomato, yeah?
Within some margin of error, I'd hope so, yeah.
Yeah, so can you measure the same curvature on the Earth?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, who's done that?
Like the people at GRACE, which is the Gravity Recovery and Climate Group.
Can you show us
high resolution? Yeah, and then there's also like Estratophenes. Yeah.
Can you show what they've done? Who measured the curvature? Can you show us that?
Well, you wouldn't accept it because you think satellites are air balloons. So I need to think of something better.
How do you know? Don't presume that I won't.
Aren't they air balloons?
Just show us what you've got.
I would. I mean, it's not going to be much better than
You
Google
can put
Earth.
this to bed.
Uh huh.
Show it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Oh, wait. Oh,
Would you?
question.
Are you are you familiar with like the Foucault pendulum?
Yeah, but I just asked you who measured the curvature of the Earth, and you're giving me.
I mean, I think the first estimate came from like 240 BC from the ancient Greeks, but
yeah, but they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, they did.
He measured shadow angles.
Hold on.
You just said some other company did. Just show that, mate.
Dude, he concluded the radius of, he concluded the circumference of the Earth based on the local curvature that he measured.
No, not local curvature. He didn't measure local curvature.
Yes, he did. He absolutely did.
He measured two shadow angles.
We're all over the place.
And what do you think that reveals? The perturbation and shadow angle reveals the curvature.
My friend, it reveals that the way that he did this necessitates that the Earth that he was taking measurements of angles from was horizontal.
Amen, brother.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I didn't realize that.
Wait.
We can just say that and it's true.
No, it's not saying that. So there's too many. There's presumptions that he has to go through. He has to make presumptions before he does this equation, right?
He's cheating us.
What measurements?
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we've also shown we've used large, powerful lasers and we've shown them across water, and they seem to drop off consistent with the Earth's curvature.
Showing them.
No, they don't. Show that. Show that.
What do you mean?
He's rapping about lasers. Yeah. Let me find that, dude. One second, I'll find you that on Google.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Consistent with the Earth's curvature. Yeah, that's not true.
I've never seen that.
A straight laser that's consistent with a curving surface. That's not.
Have you ever seen the actual ground level? The ground surface?
Hey, into the break. You're this close, man. You go on. I don't know what conversation you're having with who.
You talking to me?
You talking to me?
You talking to me? No.
Oh.
Some weird people have come.
Man, one day I should I should just I should legitimately just prove electrons through a simple experiment for people here on the Flat Earth Discord.
Who cares?
You should also stop mumbling.
Oh, because then it'll prove that electrons and protons exist.
I got a paper for you.
I'll explain a lot more.
Yeah. Electrons don't exist, buddy.
There you go. Here's the paper we should be looking at.
Stop! Shut the fuck
A
up!
simple experiment of electroadhesion.
Electrons are flat, dude.
Okay, Mura et al. That's what I'd appeal to, that study.
Isn't gravity
I'd be willing to defend it.
Yeah, gravity is flat too.
Do we have?
Isn't your timbre flat?
Okay, do we have the guy?
The brain is
No,
flat.
my timber's rigged.
What the fuck?
And stop
Do we
muting
have
people.
guys back with the laser saying that it's consistent with the curvature of the Earth? Do we have you back yet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You look like the curvature of the Earth, dude.
Yeah, I sent my thing in side chat if you want to investigate.
Okay, let's go through it. Go,
Let's do it.
Go ahead. So bring up your citation.
It's in side chat.
Yeah, and show us where it's shows its consistency with the.
Sure. Go to
curvature of the Earth.
page. Can you go to page 457?
I'm driving, so if you just want to talk about it, you can do that. Yeah. Oh, you're going to do it, Jedi? Yeah.
That's
I'm just going to reject what he says, though. It doesn't actually say that. Show me the paper.
Hold on. We're not going to reject what he says out of hand. We're not going to hand wave dismiss it. We're going to analyse what he says and point out potential issues with what this document says, if there are any.
Wait, but you guys are actually going to disprove it, right? Disprove the scientists with scientific fact?
At the moment, all we want to know is the method.
Okay, well, and forget the method. I mean, if it's a physical,
no, I'm not going to forget the method.
Concrete evidence.
We're not going.
Well, what do you mean? Well, wait, can you disprove the evidence itself instead of just attacking the method?
We get how something was done. Yeah, we're going to look at how something was done. Damn right, we're going to look at how something was done.
I don't know. It seems like you guys then try analyzing it and then saying, well, it doesn't outright prove something like, well, we can't see the protons and the electrons interacting, so how can it be true? Seems to be the kind of.
Dude, I don't understand why you're talking
Sorry,
about.
I'm just wondering if that's where we're going to head into the conversation.
Dude, I don't understand why you're talking
Good
about
question.
electrons. We're talking about a claim, and we want to know how that claim was verified. So we want to know the method of how that was verified. Then we're going to need to know that, aren't we?
No, you're not going to need to know that. Depends on what you mean by no, but sure.
Yeah, you're going to need to know how this was done.
Okay.
If you're making a claim to something, how did you figure out that this claim was true?
What page did you say? You said page
What have you
400
done?
and what? Oh shit.
So can this guy read out this page 400 and tell us how it was done? Whatever it is.
One sec there.
Jedi, you're subscribed to ILP Science?
Am I subscribed to... what's that?
That's the link that what's the name posted. It's a website to the link that how do I say this in English? That's the website Redefy posted a link to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through it.
Article PDF. Look me up. I don't think it's a free access article.
It is not.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I think you have to log in with your school account, or if you're on school Wi-Fi, it just works.
Let's see.
Well, what you might have to do is you might have to go to the part that you're talking about, copy and paste it, and post it.
I mean, it's a scan. I can't really. Let me see if I can figure it out.
Cool. So what page?
Who the fuck said all science is fake and only believe your eyes?
456.
That shit gives Salem witch trials.
Are you able to just simply take a screenshot?
I've only got 7 pages of this PDF.
Do you see page 456?
Well, out of the 7.
What do you dude, I mean, this is... It starts... The paper starts on page 455 in the journal. So you want to go to page 456, which is page 2, relative to the start.
Thank you.
Page
I honestly don't know why he just didn't take a screenshot. Like, questioning his ability to do so is probably indicative of his worthwhileness speaking to in this room.
Nick, I can't.
Why? It sounds like you're just attacking his character out of your lack of knowledge.
I'm sorry.
You're just attacking his character out of your lack of knowledge. The irony.
I mean, attacking people's character is pretty low and redundant.
Gregory, did you say something?
You're guilty of that error.
Greg, did you address me?
So, if I'm correct, this is talking about how boats disappear over the horizon.
No.
From the abstract?
No, I said go to page 456. What are you looking at?
The abstract. Probably
it's not in the abstract. Go to page 456. You said you had 7 pages. Go to the second page.
I am on the second page.
Well, the abstract is on the first page, so you can't be on the first page and looking at the abstract.
Want me to take a screenshot that says page 2, and the heading on page 2 is measurements of Earth's radius based on historical evidence and its curvature.
That's not page 2. You're not on page 2.
would you like me to screenshot?
The abstract is on page 1. You're talking about the abstract. You must be on page 1. I'm on page 2.
Okay, so you're probably on page 3 then. No problem.
Oh,
Okay,
I see
well,
what
we're
you're
on page
saying.
3 now.
Page 455, page 456, page 457. That's what you're on.
This is so tedious.
Are we on page 2?
What's on page 2?
Bro, see, that's what I'm saying. Stop acting like if you look at that equation, you know what that means, bro. Stop.
Hey, buddy,
You have
can
no
you
You search on
idea.
a Speaky Bonics, you cannot do it.
buddy, can you just like screenshot what you're talking about and put it
Oh,
in the
wait. I actually did. I used this equation against flat earthers one time.
Can you
Cooked
put it
them.
in the chat just now so we can all read it instead of fumbling around with page numbers?
I believe there's a University of Texas article that has this same equation.
So that's a no to my question. Thank you
Right,
very
he's
much.
just ignoring you.
My God.
I'm trying to find something that's more accessible because this one's not
That's
easy.
his
to
usual pattern. He just ignores what's being said to him.
So if you want to look at table 1, we're going to see
trying to
the
give you
Montsia
unrepeatable
Hill
evidence.
measurements and the Puig-Moreau measurements. These are going to be stated in terms of kilometers.
Was that English?
Sounds fine.
No, of course it's not.
What'd you say?
Table 1. Also, this isn't French. This is Spain.
Uh-huh. Thought you had a stroke.
No, we just need to go to table 1. We all there?
Yeah.
Okay, these are the measurements we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this
Okay.
makes a lot of sense.
You're cooked.
You're baked.
This is all just science that's bought and paid for by the spherical earthers.
That sounds like dope.
Not science, it's math, it's geometry.
That's some dope if I ever heard it.
Did you just say it's not math, it's geometry? I love you.
No.
Fuck the geometers. Fuck them.
Yeah, man. You know, there's geometry, not a part of math. Get that shit out of here.
That's not what I said.
Maybe science will adopt it.
I said this wasn't science. This is math and geometry.
Do you think math has something to do with science?
What? Wait.
Like Katy Perry, do you think math and science might have some...
Like boulders down a hill, bro.
Hold up. Hey, did you know that you have to stretch when you work out? Isn't that crazy? Doing stretches and working out are two separate things.
This person
could
has
never come together.
Do you guys have a reductio of this mathematics or no?
You also have Tourette's.
The mathematics.
Cannot
yeah,
focus.
You don't have a geometric horizon.
What?
You're talking about one in this calculation off of a sphere model with the observations of things at distance. You're using an Earth curve calculator.
You're missing it. Wrong. No. What you're seeing is how we can go from curvature to radius. But the measurements are of curvature, not of radius.
What are you measuring?
Yeah, we're going from we're measuring curvature, and then we're approximating radius. Now, whether or not you think it approximates radius is a different story. But whether or not it measures curvature is not up for debate.
How are you measuring curvature?
So this will be table 1. We went to Montsia Hill, and we went to Puig-Moreau, and we shot out some sight lines, and we measured a bunch of angles.
It's brilliant, thank you. So you are doing what I said you were doing. You're measuring from as provided within the observations from one point to another. And
Bro, it's not a reductio.
And
Bro, just explain how people.
Is your critique that we are?
Keep talking to his refutation. Keep talking to his refutation. Keep going.
Is your critique that we're measuring stuff?
His refutation.
Is that the critique that we're measuring stuff?
No, bro. No, did you not know you can't measure curves with straight lines and dots?
Moderation.
What?
What are you saying?
I don't.
Okay,
I don't know
they're
what this
bankrupt.
guy's saying. This, like,
moderation. These three.
why can't you use these things to
For
measure
some reason, you
curvature?
think it's
I'm
The
symmetry.
confused.
premise is
You obviously
measurement to
interrupted
begin
Jedi.
with. So to say that you couldn't measure,
That's what I'm
that
pointing.
would be. Why are we even discussing things?
Yeah, we need to go back to Jedi.
Because I'm reading. I'm
You guys
reading
still
through.
haven't explained.
I'm reading through
Okay.
this so I understand the premise. That's why I've pointed out the observations, things that you are measuring to. That's all that I've done so far. So I understand what you're
If
doing.
the critique is that these are measurements, I agree.
Talking and still talking.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. What is the
I
point?
am still talking. So hopefully, Gregory, I don't have to moderate anybody because I can respect the person who's talking enough to let them finish when trying to point out what's going on, especially when I'm the one that's talking. So I understand the premise of the paper. I'm pointing out what's being done. You understand that, right? As somebody else correctly pointed out, you're measuring angles or how much something is descended from a horizontal.
That is the definition of an angle, yes.
Yeah, good. So the definition of an angle is the intersection of two straight lines, right?
No, the definition of angle is going to be like an inner product between two vectors, but that's good enough.
Yeah, but we're going to have lines because we're talking about geometry. We're going to be talking about angles because we're going to be talking about geometry. And within this instance of the definition of an angle, it's the intersection of two straight lines and how much they deviate.
I'm not sure what your critique is. Is your critique on what an angle is?
At the moment, I need you to understand that an angle is not the intersection of a straight or curved line. Two straight lines, right?
What are you talking about? There are angle measures between curved. What are you talking about? Absolutely. Like we can talk about angles on the on the geometry of a sphere. Like it would be a non-Euclidean geometry.
What he's talking about? Yeah, you're still talking.
No, the idea we have angles on spheres all the time. What are you talking about?
Right. So 90 degrees, 45 degrees. Are these intersections of straight lines or one line that's curved and one line that's straight?
It could be either. Angles can be defined on surfaces of solids, like a sphere. Yes.
No.
Do you want a source for that?
Yeah, because you're going to need to draw a tangent line if you're going to do anything else to make a triangle from this point onwards.
Okay, it's inside chat. I want you to pull up. No, I posted my source. Look at this. Look at this globe-headed diagram in the thumbnail. This is what we're talking about. Angles on a sphere. Totally okay. A-okay.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so it seems like we don't have an issue.
Actually, I have an issue. What's your name? Rai Defi. Okay, I'm retarded. So can you explain to me what the process is to actually get this angle from a curved surface?
Which one?
Like I'm 5. Okay.
Which one?
What do you mean? Which one?
Angle?
Which angle?
What angle that you're trying to affirm is what's going on? What's relevant here?
There are a lot of angles. Which one are you talking about?
In what? Do you have an example or something?
Well, I mean, the other guy was complaining about an angle. You would have to ask him which one he's talking about. I wasn't making the claim about the angle.
I'm asking you because you're the one saying you can take angles off a curved surface, right?
What is your question?
I don't know.
Am I at all like audible or inaudible or something?
No, you're audible.
You're just not making
not clear the context from which you're asking from.
Audible and intelligible are two different things.
I know that. That's why I said and.
Right.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Read
that's what I said before you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Read FE. What I'm asking you is, can you explain to a 5-year-old such as myself how you actually go about getting this angle from the curved surface, the intersection between a curved surface, curved
Which
line,
angle?
or surface, whatever the fuck angle you're trying to measure from a curved surface and a straight line?
You would have to ask the guy who was grilling me because there were a lot of angles and he was picking out one, presumably, or maybe he wasn't. You'd have to ask him.
Okay, so you don't know.
Were you not
He
trying
doesn't
to?
know.
I mean, if there are 10, if there are 10 bananas and someone is saying, well, how do you feel about the banana? I'm not exactly sure which one you're talking about.
I'm not asking you how you fucking feel. I'm asking you how you go about.
Yeah, how do I go about measuring the color of this banana? I don't know which one you're referring to.
Measuring a color?
Yeah, which angle are you talking about? Can you
just say an angle, man? Right angle.
Take angle theta. Okay? Fucking abstract angle off a curved surface and a straight line. What's the process?
This paper doesn't have a theta. What are you talking about?
He's asking you how you measure an angle if one of the lines.
Can someone more cogent maybe restate his question and then be happy to answer?
No, you're just trying to make it impossible to identify what he's asking about. You're just
what are you talking about? He's legitimately not making sense.
I know I'm a 5-year-old here, but like this is getting ridiculous.
It's really simple.
To be charitable with the question.
I mean,
can someone else restate his question?
Okay, here you go. Who was talking before him, like arguing with you, Red?
Myself.
No, that's not true. Someone else.
Oh, excuse me.
You can look at the. You can look at the picture.
So whoever that person was that was arguing with Red, what angle are you talking about?
We're talking about how any angle. So, for example, the intersection.
You guys were talking.
Hold on, I'm finished. For example, the intersection of a straight line and a curved line. How do you measure an angle if one of your lines is curved?
With a tangent.
Thank you. So you can't measure an angle if one of your lines is curved. You have to create another line that is straight.
What? What are you saying?
Therefore, you did not get the angular relationship between anything.
What are you talking about? What?
Stop talking to this. Stop talking to this.
Thank you very
much. I think you guys. I think ironically, this
that wasn't you to begin
right?
speaking. I was speaking before you.
Because
that wasn't your cue to begin speaking. I was speaking before you. That wasn't your cue. So
Dude,
again, therefore, stop talking to me. That wasn't your cue to begin speaking. Like Jedi just told you.
Talking.
Therefore, you did not get the angular relationship between the supposed curved surface of the Earth and whatsoever else at all.
What?
Okay. So this is a red herring, right? Because all he was doing was presenting an equation that demonstrated how you would measure the curvature, right? And it's just going to be trivial that it is measuring curvature.
That we can use to nullify your imaginary faith.
At this rate, he needs to be muted. He just repeats the same tactic. After he gets refuted, he just repeats what happened as though it's a refutation of what was just said.
Well, no, you need to demonstrate that it's not measuring curvature, but it is.
Yeah, you're not tracking. What's the point I just said?
I don't know why you guys are asking about angles.
What's the point I just said? Yeah, you don't even know what the point is that I just said. You're just talking past
it. You're yapping about a red herring
again for no good reason.
You said that I need to be muted because I repeat the same topic.
That wasn't the cue for everyone else to begin speaking.
You asked what you said.
Yeah, that wasn't the cue for everyone else to begin speaking.
You asked the question, dumb-dumb.
Wasn't the cue for everyone else to begin speaking.
You asked the question.
You guys give him too much free reign to just
everyone is trying to talk through the correction of his errors. So you didn't know what I even said. So you replying after I said what I said, and you not being able to repeat back what I said is necessarily indicative that you are not tracking with the dialogue, and you're just obfuscating and stalling to get to the actual heart of the matter, which is the conclusion of the issue. Like Jedi just explained to this other guy, Redefy, you cannot get an angle from a curved line. So you need a tangent line, which is not the surface of the Earth. And if it's not the surface of the Earth, then you didn't get the angular relationship between the surface of the Earth that's supposedly curving into a ball and whatsoever else at all.
What are you talking about?
That is exactly not true.
Yes, it is.
Why?
The tangent line measures the angular relationship at that point.
At that point. This is the whole point of the argument. Right? You're not going to be using a curved line. The lines have to be straight. You're going to create a tangent line to the horizon, which you presuppose is the edge of your sphere at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which we debunked in 2020 because the horizon moves around. It's never in a geometric location according to the Earth model, unless you backwards engineer it based on refraction. You do that all day. But we're trying to point out that when he moves on in a minute, based on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball, he's going to be measuring at distance the rate of altitude descent of an object. He's then going to use trigonometry, which is the intersection of straight lines and a vertical line to make a triangle, to figure out the height of that object. And then after he's used trigonometry, which is two straight lines utilizing the horizontal plane of the Earth to get this measurement, he's then going to say the reason why this is descended at this rate is because the surface that the object is standing on is curved, and that's why it's gone down. Notice the observation doesn't have any calculations for the reduction of an object's in angular size at distance. This is Earth curve calculations, guys. 101.
That's refuted. Don't appeal to it again.
Are y'all gonna unmute him?
That was the Avada Kedavra of that argument, by the way.
Yeah, I'm confused why you guys muted him.
Yeah, because he's an asshole. So do you want to be muted too?
I mean, if you consider facts asshole, sure. You mean, go ahead.
There was no facts there. He just kept on repeating, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" So he got muted because he doesn't understand what we mean.
It's actually not the case that you refuted the equation, right? Because if you look at the little diagram,
no one said they refuted the equation.
Can he talk?
Okay, well, if you didn't, then you're just
so you're going to get
that.
muted too then. So you're who else wants to get muted?
Did I get muted? Am I muted?
No, you didn't get muted.
Oh, okay. So yeah, if you look at the equation or the diagram, right, we're talking about measuring the curvature of the S value, right? We're not talking about measuring the angle between the radius and the S value.
Yeah,
right?
You're correcting an error that wasn't committed by us. You're not engaging the argument that Jedi just said to you.
No, but I'm just saying it's a measurement of curve. That was the whole.
Yeah, you're just saying. Yeah, you're just speaking. You're not speaking meaningfully, nor
Gregory,
are you
shut
speaking
up.
poignantly to the argument that he
Stop
said
letting
to you.
him. Stop
You're not
letting.
concentrating
Okay,
your
you
reply
guys,
to
hey,
Jedi's argument.
Can you please
You're
mod
attacking an error
Gregory,
that we
please?
didn't commit. Yeah,
Can you
every
please
time I
mod
correct your error,
Gregory
you have to keep
so I
talking to
can
me.
point out
Yeah, I
what's
began
going
speaking
on?
before you. Now you keep talking to me because I'm correcting your error. So stop speaking to me. Stop speaking. So listen to the correction of your error again. You're attacking an error that we didn't commit. You're not attacking the argument that Jedi said to you. So now this is your chance to actually attack the argument that Jedi actually said to you. And if you cannot successfully recount and steelman, that is to say, recount the argument that Jedi just said to you, then you're demonstrating you're not tracking with the dialogue. You're trying to obfuscate with bloviation and filibustering. Let's see what you choose.
Okay, so I'm going to start speaking. Do not let him interrupt me. Okay. So once he interrupts me, I want you to mod him because he's going to interrupt me. So the whole point of this dialogue was not to demonstrate, right, that there is an existing angle, whether it be, measured with a tangent line or not, right? That's not the point. The point is that, demonstrate that you can measure the curvature of the surface, right?
Yeah, you got muted for a reason. That wasn't me. You didn't attack the argument that Jedi said to you. You didn't even successfully reiterate, steelman, the argument that Jedi said to you. You're not tracking. You're just digressing attention away from the argument.
No, you guys are actually committing a red herring, right? Because it's not about
recount the argument Jedi said to you.
It's not about whether or not
there's
an angle that can be measured
first.
It's about whether or not there's a sufficient means by which we can. It's about whether or not there's a sufficient means by which we can measure the curvature of the surface.
the argument Jedi said to you.
Right, so the equation certainly measures the curvature of the surface. That is
the
not
argument Jedi said to you. You're trying to dodge past this request. You're trying to
no, this is a red herring. It's a red herring. Yeah. Red herring.
It proves that you understand the argument that you're taking as a red herring. So what is Jedi's argument?
It's a red herring.
What is Jedi's argument?
You guys are asking questions about angles
his argument?
And stuff. It just doesn't matter.
Angles
between Jedi, can you please mod him and let him stop talking over me? Can you please
you're dodging,
stop letting him talk over me? Please? Call your dog off, dude.
These guys have it so inverted.
Call this mutt off, dude.
That's when they accuse you of red herring. It's crazy.
Well, no, it's not. No, look.
Yeah, that's what you do. As soon as it comes to the point, that's a red herring because you don't want to discuss that. You got everything flipped around.
He obviously couldn't recount the argument that Jedi said. That's why he kept trying to dodge the scrutiny, telling him to recount successfully demonstrate you even understand the argument.
Yeah,
He doesn't even understand the argument, so he couldn't possibly know it's a red herring.
You don't even. Yeah, exactly. You don't even know what it is. How do you know it's a red herring? Dumbass.
He just needs to go back to Hogwarts.
Yeah, just shut up. You're a failure, just like the rest of them. Just like, let's go through the chat here. Mark G. Other failures, known failures. The Beetle guy. All you guys. Carter. Every last one of you suck. Platypus. All pathetic.
That's funny. Hasn't been a good day. Scott Mackey's been the best of them, and that's saying something.
Was this the worst?
It's up there. The last 2 hours have been pretty diabolical.
Incoherent. That's what it is.
You guys want to talk to Soylent Chill, Tristan? Supposedly they're stepping up to the plate.
You guys are genuinely low IQ people. You know that.
Yeah, keep crying.
Genuinely.
Just keep crying.
Oh, look, I'm not crying. It's just that every time I try to speak...
Yeah, you're not crying, you're projecting. Stop projecting.
Guys,
that's good. I'm glad that this chat hurt you that badly. Obviously, you're upset about your globe and what happened with it.
Thank you very much.
Well, no, I'm not upset about the globe, right? I'm just saying, look, stop acting like the point of contention was not that it cannot be demonstrated that the Earth's surface is curved. And then Redefi says, oh, yeah, it can, in virtue of like the historical measurement of the Earth's radius based on historical evidence of its curvature, right? The point of bringing this up was to demonstrate curvature.
Yes.
This model certainly
you're repeating
demonstrates
yourself
curvature.
over and over again and stultifying the dialogue. So rather than you stultifying the dialogue, demonstrate that you can recount the argument that Jedi just concluded with.
No, but that's a red herring because if you're not talking about the
demonstrate that you even know what the argument is to prove that you know it's a red
letting him
herring.
interrupt me, please? Can you stop letting him interrupt me?
Well, just
Seriously, it's annoying.
okay. We'll stop
letting him interrupt.
Okay, stop
You guys just
interrupting.
treat him like a fucking.
All right?
You act like he's a pit bull and you sick him on anybody who you don't want to
Stop
talk.
talking now. Respect moderation.
All right.
Timbo's trying to get in.
Okay.
So repeat Jedi's argument and then.
No, I'm trying to explain to you that if you're not refuting this equation's ability to measure curvature on a sphere, you're not refuting what we're saying, and you're just
If you don't know what
talking
Jedi's
about
argument is, then you don't know it's a red herring.
You're talking about
you
some
don't know
red
what Jedi's
herring.
argument is, therefore you don't know it's a red herring.
It's a red herring because you're not trying to refute the fact that this. Look, you either believe that this model does measure curvature on a sphere, or you don't. Which is it?
Right.
You don't know what Jedi's argument is, therefore you don't know it's a red herring. If you don't know what Jedi's argument is, then you don't know it's a red herring. You don't know what Jedi's argument is, therefore you don't know it's a red herring.
I'm going to try and do it this way. What measurements was done? How did this take place? What did they do?
All right. Yeah, I mean, look, this is just you saying that you don't understand what's going on.
No, I do.
You can't properly interpret it.
Nope.
I do because I've read through the paper. I know what's happened. I'm looking at the observations. I'm asking you specifically what they did, what was measured, how they did it.
So you're asking for specifically what was measured?
Yeah.
Why are you asking that? It says it in the paper.
I'm asking you so everybody else can follow along the conversation. I know what they did. I want you to tell us, being as this is your evidence.
If you know what you did, you're the one that needs to make the reductio.
Dude, this is your evidence.
You're the one that, if you understand it, make the reductio.
He's just stultifying again.
You keep
make the reductio.
Dude.
Make the reductio.
Dude.
What's the reductio?
Dude. I'm not there yet.
What's the reductio? Okay, you're not there. Look, we both know you don't have a reductio, so just stop.
We both know you're stultifying.
You don't have a reductio.
Dude, at the moment, like I did before, I was trying to get on the same page as you with what you had posted, so I read through it. I pointed out what was going on, so we were on the same page. I'm now asking you, so we can have a conversation about it, what they did. through the
I'm
exploration.
not trying to have a conversation about what the paper says. You can just read it and know what they did. I'm asking you what the reductio. I'm asking you what the reductio is.
I pointed that out earlier, so I'm trying this another way. I'm
No, but
trying to
what's the
engage.
reductio?
Dude,
Because I clearly didn't hear it, right?
That's it. Conversation
So what is
over.
it?
See you later. Conversation over, dude.
Yep.
Keep asking.
Why can't you just explain? Why can't you? Why can't you just
More
express the reductio again?
stultification.
Right, I've had enough of talking to you, dude. Try to engage. You say reductio one
What's
more
the
time.
reductio?
See you later.
Oh my god.
Stultification.
Sounds like the guy skipped his trip to Gringotts or something.
He knew he was cornered. He didn't actually know what Jedi's argument was. That's why he kept trying to dodge me. That's why he just kept whining every time he engages me, because I guess I'm that rigorous. I don't care. Feel the pain. So he doesn't know what Jedi's argument is, so therefore he couldn't possibly know it's a red herring. Just stultifying.
Yeah, and you couldn't be courteous enough to those who are not looking at the text material specifically to actually articulate it aloud for us so we could follow along. I mean, it's a character sign, you know.
Yeah, they want us to commit the very same intellectual laziness that they do. Well, the scientists, clerics of academia have thought for us, so why don't you just think the same way? I don't need to do the legwork of demonstrating that I know that their doctrine is true. You just go study their doctrine, while I just sitting here and presuming that their doctrine is true.
Shameful.
So for anyone who didn't follow along with all the stultification, understandably so, they're appealing to this article. And the article is basically trying to demonstrate that given the angular relationship between these 2 points along the surface of the Earth, it supposedly is culminating to these angular descents downward, which culminate into a sphere. Right? You have this point on this point of the sphere. You have another point. It's descending down at an angle. Then it's descending down at an angle. Then it's descending down at an angle, etc., etc. Supposedly conforming to a convex surface. The problem is that you're not getting an angular relationship between the surface of the Earth that's supposedly convexly curving into a ball and whatever else, because you can't get an angle relationship between a curved line and something else. You need 2 straight lines at least intersecting at a point in order to get an angle. So appealing to angular measurements up from the surface of the Earth is going to necessarily imply that the surface of the Earth is the horizontal baseline up from which you get the angle of elevation.
Except that's completely wrong, Gregory. You can get angles from curved lines.
How'd you do that? Right, how'd you do that?
You can establish the angular relationship between 2 curved lines from their tangents. That's how it's done in geometry.
Show us with a ball, dude.
Thank you. So you need something else. You need a tangent line there, don't you? Because you couldn't measure, dude. You couldn't measure the angle from a curved line, so you had to make a straight line. You had to intersect this curved line with your tangent because you couldn't do it from the curved line.
I'm doing it from the curved line. It's called the tangent.
Well, I think
Yeah,
it's
but
a red. I think it's a
again,
red herring because when he says you can make angles with curves, that's not what an elevation angle is, though, is it?
The angular relationship between 2 curved lines at that point is the tangents.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Analytically true. Analytically true. Move on.
Well, you definitely ignored what I said, but the bottom line is everything you just said is irrelevant because we're talking about elevation angles.
From a ball that he doesn't ever have. None of them have ever got the ball out and
Not
did it.
from a ball, just elevation angles. Him talking about angles with curved lines is completely not related to elevation angles.
Right. But then when he gets the ball out, everybody sees how funny it is when he tries to do that.
Yeah, you can do it with you can do it with elevation angles, sure.
It takes for no good reason.
I still haven't seen anybody do it with a globe in their hand.
No, I want to figure this out. If you're trying to get an elevation angle above a curved line, how'd you do it?
Sure, you could measure an elevation angle on a ball. Why can't you?
No,
Yeah, you didn't explain the method.
I asked you how you not from a ball, from a curved line. How do you measure an elevation of a straight line above that curved line? How do you measure that angle?
Well, you start with your local. You're talking about like geodesy, right? That's what you want to.
Do you want me to ask you again? Elijah's pointing out an elevation angle. That's an angle above something. So that line in your model is curved. So how do you get an elevation angle from a curved line?
You start with a tangent.
Okay, so you can't measure
your horizontal. No, hold on. Your horizontal is a tangent from where you are in the curve.
Abandon
right?
the curved line.
No, you develop a tangent from the curve,
Where's the
right?
curve,
Now,
which is not the
if you're
curved line.
it's a tangent based on the curve, right?
Which is
There's
not
a
the curved
relationship.
line.
There's a relationship between the two, right?
Which is not the curved line.
No, they're not.
No, it's not the curved line, but it's how you establish an
Right, so
angle.
you
from a
abandon the
curved
curved line to supposedly get the
No, I did not
relation between
abandon
the
the
curved
curved
line
line.
and everything else.
You don't know what the word abandon is then. I'm not abandoning the
know
curved
what
line. I'm
curve
developing
is.
a tangent from it. Right? The curved line doesn't go away. I use it for calculations later, right?
Hey, you asked right, yeah,
I'm
wrong.
using a tangent. I'm using a
Yeah,
tangent
you
from
asked
the
right,
curved
that's
line.
wrong. Yeah, you asked right, that's wrong.
The only
You're
line
confused,
you should
Gregory.
be messing with is a curve. You shouldn't be making tangents to shit. You should be curving to the angle.
Yeah, as soon as you introduce that tangent line, you abandon the curved line you're supposed to be getting the angular relationship to from that curved surface and whatever else. But you abandon it immediately at the first step of the supposed method, try and get the angular relationship between the curved surface and whatsoever else. So it's obviously self-defeating and a concession that you need a horizontal baseline in order to get the angular relationship between that and whatever else.
Right.
What if that
okay.
instrument
So
that
let's
you're using?
start over again. Let's start over again, right? You start from a tangent line, right?
Not a ball.
And then you measure the angle to whatever you're trying to measure, right?
Not a ball.
So if you measure whatever the angle is from that point, a tangent, right? What you're trying to observe, right? Then you develop a new tangent, right?
No, it's not right. So you take a horizontal line to nowhere, and then you measure it to nowhere.
The horizontal line is based on.
Yeah,
based
Mark
on
G,
where
you only have two
intersect the
options.
globe.
You either get the angular relationship between the curved surface or not. If not, then it's a straight surface. So you immediately abandon the curved surface in the attempt to try to get the angular relationship between the curved surface and whatsoever else, to then get the angular relationship between the horizontal surface or line, tangent line, and whatever else. Therefore, you didn't get the angular relationship between the curved surface and whatsoever else. You failed.
Gregory, what's the relationship of a tangent to a circle?
When you make that tangent, you're not on that line, on that curved surface. You have to be above that curved surface to then draw your tangent down to that curved surface.
No.
Yeah, you've got to be on that.
Tangent line. No, a tangent intersects a curve exactly at one point.
Yeah, one
and
point.
That point, the angular relationship between the tangent and the point approaches zero. It's a asymptotic relationship, right? So at that point, it's zero, right?
Okay,
so you've got a relationship, all right.
So it's the relationship of that circle to the tangent is actually zero. It matches that line. So I'm not abandoning the curve. I'm drawing a line based on the curve.
Right. Okay. So you have a curved line, and you have your observation point on that curved line, or where you're going to measure your elevation angle up from.
Yes.
So when you're on the surface,
or down, but yeah, okay.
When you're on the surface of this curved line, how do you manage to measure a tangent to that curved line?
Well, you have to establish the tangent, and on the Earth it would be gravity, right? Or horizontal.
The tangent is gravity.
No, tangent, as you pointed out, is the intersection of a line at one point along that curved surface. We're
right, you have to establish.
Hold on, my friend. We're taking the elevation angle, remember? So we're on that line, that surface. The object that we're looking at is up above that curved line. I'm asking you how you get that tangent when you're on the line.
How do I get the tangent when I'm on the line? When I'm on the curve, you mean?
Yes.
Well, you either synthetically do it if you're developing the curve like in a laboratory or something, or on paper.
No,
on the real Earth.
In geometry.
In geometry? I can't
Yeah.
remember how you do it. It's a
Synthetically
calculation.
develop the curve in a laboratory.
It's because, as you rightly pointed out, a tangent line is the intersection of one straight line and where it meets the curve. But if we're taking an elevation angle, we're already on that line. So we can't have the intersection of this straight line at more than one point, but we're already on it.
Right.
You have to be at altitude above this curved surface, right?
Right.
To take a tangent line down to the curved surface.
I'm not. I don't think I'm not following what you're saying here.
When you draw your tangent, you're above the curved surface, and your tangent line is from the height of the observer down towards where that tangent intersects the sphere at distance, right?
Well, what I'm saying, you start. Okay, the tangent. Let's say if you're on the sphere, the tangent is where you start your measurement from. Now, on a globe, for example, it'd be at your feet, technically, right? You can move it up to accommodate your height, but it would be where you stand. It would be that point. Then you could measure something. You could measure an elevation angle to some other line, right? Whether that's straight or whatever relationship it has with the globe, but that's how you measure it.
You're not using your arc, and you don't have a line. Now your feet, the tip of your feet are a focal point. So now you just got a little dot focal point all by itself.
Don't wanna be.
When you make your observation, right, your tangent line is from the observer's eyes to the horizon, correct?
Yes.
Tangent line is from the observer eyes to the horizon. No. I mean, the tangent line that you start from, this tangent line you start from is at your feet. It's not.
You're going to have to pick one.
I did. I don't know what you're talking about. The tangent line is the horizon. No, the tangent line is not the horizon.
Okay, so in your idea, the tangent line isn't the horizon. The tangent line starts from where your feet are.
Right, that's your point of view, right? That's the angle from which you measure everything.
Okay.
A tangent. Okay, so hold on. To be clear, just to clarify that, the tangent line would be the horizon on a flat Earth. They would be equivalent on a flat Earth.
Dude, that's fine. If the tangent line starts at your feet, does this tangent line go up to the star?
Oh, you mean go up to the star?
Yeah, because we're measuring an elevation angle, remember? So elevation above this curved line that you're on at a point, your tangent now, and the line of your eyes to the star. How are you measuring it? Because you're on this surface now, because you said that your feet were on it. Right? If this is your tangent line, now one of your lines is curved. How do you measure an elevation angle from a curved line? You can't draw an extra tangent now, remember? You're on that surface. This is your tangent, you said.
Right.
So how do you measure an elevation angle if your line is now curved?
You simply measure it with respect to the perpendicular from the tangent, or up from the tangent.
So not from the curved line.
From the curved line's tangent.
Right, so not from the curved line.
Measure it. That's from the curved line's tangent. Thank you, Gregory.
Right, from not from
the curved line tangent.
From the curved line's tangent, which is a property of the curved line.
Right, from the curved, not curved line.
Gregory.
From the
basically
from the curved line's tangent, which is part of the curved line. Thank you, Gregory.
Jedi, say again.
Dude, so imagine we got a bit of paper. We've drawn a vertical line at 45 degrees from a horizontal, but that horizontal is curved. You are standing at the point where those two lines intersect, a curved line and a straight line. How can you measure the angle between this straight line and curved line?
I can measure the difference between the straight line. Let's say I'm observing 45 degrees high, right? I can measure the angle between the tangent and that 45 degrees, can I?
Well, the tangent is at your feet. The tangent's at your feet.
Right, but
your feet are standing on a curved line.
But they're also standing on the tangent, from which is a straight line at that point that I can measure up from, can I?
Yeah, which is not the curved line.
which is a property of the curved line.
No,
Is the
it's not
tangent line, the curved line, two different lines?
Not the curved line.
Is the tangent line, the curved line, two different lines?
The tangent line is a property of the curved line.
The tangent line is a property of the curved line? Are the tangent line and the curved line two different lines, yes or no?
I think he's lost.
Tangent line is a property of the curved line.
You're not answering the question. I didn't ask you, is one the property of the other? I'm asking you, are there two different? Even though your proposition necessarily entails that there are two different things, because if one is the property of the other, then there's necessarily a distinction between the two. So yes, they are two different lines. So if they are two different lines, then you're getting the angular relationship between the one line that's not curved, that is a tangent line, rather than getting the angular relationship between the curved line and something else.
The tangent line entails a curve, so they cannot be separated.
Yeah, so once again, you're being invincibly ignorant again, so I'm going to refute you and embarrass you again. You already conceded that, by implication, one is the property of the other, which is patently ridiculous, just a misconception with no justification whatsoever, which necessarily entails that there are two different lines, the one being straight, the one being curved, and you're getting the angular relationship between the straight line, the tangent line, rather than getting the angular relationship between the curved line and something else. You failed.
What is a tangent line definitionally, Gregory?
Yeah, more obfuscating scrutiny.
I'm asking you, what is a tangent line? You're using the term. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, the intersection of a straight line.
No, you don't know what it is, Gregory. So how can you pretend
That's not
to
entailed by
say
my
that?
reply at all. You're being
How can you
dishonest.
pretend
That's
to
not
make
entailed by my
arguments
reply at
about
all. You're
tangent
being
lines if
dishonest.
you don't understand what they
You're
are?
being dishonest. That's not entailed by my reply at all.
Where have you got this? Where have you got this tangent line from?
It's derived from the point on the curve.
So, when you're making this observation, you're standing on the Earth. The Earth is curving, but you're standing on a horizontal tangent line.
Well, it's used for measurement, but I'm not technically standing on it because it's a concept. Sure.
Okay. So you're not measuring from the surface of the Earth. You're measuring from this imaginary horizontal tangent line that you project in any direction horizontally from underneath your feet.
And therefore, I failed to get the angular relationship between the surface of the curved Earth, supposedly, and whatever else.
Yeah.
So
sure.
You're measuring an angle from two straight lines.
Yes, when one of the straight lines is based on the
Yeah.
curve.
So thank you for your concession. Thank you. So why does your straight line work, but ours doesn't?
Because it doesn't accurately predict things.
Okay. Ipsy Dixit with no good reason. Let's try again. Why does your straight line work and ours doesn't?
Because it doesn't accurately reflect reality.
So another Ipsy Dixit with no good reason. Why does your straight line work and ours doesn't?
Okay. Would you like me to demonstrate that's correct?
Oh, you have a demonstration for your proposition? Okay, go ahead. So why does your straight line work and ours doesn't? Go ahead and demonstrate.
If you use take celestial navigation, right? Right? If you say that the North Star is perpendicular to the North Pole, right? It's approximately equal to what the Globers would say is the axis of rotation, right? North Pole, right? And you move 10 degrees south, right? And then calculate the difference in angle to Polaris, right? 10 degrees south, right? And then you calculate the height to Polaris. The height would come out something like 3,900 miles or something approximately like that, right?
Why?
Right?
Why, when using celestial navigation, that you said that we should all pay attention to, why have you now brought in something that celestial navigation is and it's not trigonometry do?
No, I'm saying your straight lines of measurement don't reflect reality, and I was pointing out that they don't.
Yeah, so your straight lines works and ours doesn't for some reason. Did you finish the reason?
Sorry.
Yeah, well, I was interrupted. So I was interrupted because I wasn't finishing the point.
For clarity, being as you're talking about latitude lines, using Polaris, how can I figure out my latitude on the Earth?
I wasn't done with my argument. So if you move down 10 degrees, right, on a flat plane, you can calculate the height of Polaris at approximately 3,900 miles, right? Right? Based on that calculation, if you move to the equator, the angle of Polaris in the sky should be about 30 degrees above horizon, but it's not. It's at 0, which means that the flat Earth does not reflect reality. There you go.
That's non sequitur.
All right. So how do I measure my latitude using Polaris?
So do you have a refutation for my argument?
Yeah, I'm asking it. How do
That's not a question. That's not a refutation. That's a question. Do you have a refutation to it?
Yeah, the refutation's within the question.
No,
So
it's not. Ask me. Tell me. Explain to me how.
Yeah,
I'm
now
wrong.
you're stultifying. Stop talking.
You just got to follow along. He's going to unpack it for you.
So how can I figure out my latitude using Polaris? You spoke about moving away from Polaris by 10 degrees. So
Right.
how do I use Polaris to figure out my latitude?
Polaris has a relationship with latitude at about 10 degrees for every 10 degrees on the latitude. That's what there's a relationship there.
Okay, so how do I figure it out? What do I do using Polaris to know my latitude?
You measure the angle of ascension in the sky.
Cool.
Which only works out on the globe, as I've just proved.
No, you said it measures an angle. This would be an elevation angle. This would be an elevation angle up from the Earth, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
So not an imaginary tangent line.
No, it's a tangent line. I just explained to you how you do it.
Get that? Exactly. So how do you get that tangent line? You said it's the one from underneath your feet, and it's a projected horizontal line out into the universe, and not the Earth. So not an elevation angle above the Earth, then.
It is in the Earth. It can go, if you want to use your imagination, imagine as far as it can go, it can do that. But that's not the point of it. The point of it is to establish the relationship to a hypothetical horizon based on the tangent line, right? Okay. But I don't see how this refutes my argument about Polaris and it not working on a flat Earth.
We're not using trigonometry when we're using celestial navigation. You've just pointed out angles to stars.
No, I calculated the angle and distance of the star using plano geometry, not trigonometry. Well, I guess it is trigonometry because you on the one hand, but the initial height can be calculated.
That's part of your problem.
Yeah, part of the problem is the angles don't work out for a flat Earth. Does anyone have a refutation for that?
Yeah, you're assuming an orthographic projection. Euclidean.
Yes. Wouldn't a Euclidean be appropriate for a flat Earth?
How do you know?
Well, I mean, you can assert all sorts of things in the sky, but you'd have to establish that it doesn't behave with perspective, or it doesn't behave as anything else we've seen, which you can do. But if you start doing those sorts of things, you're kind of in the light fairy business, right? You're in something that can't be falsified and can't be justified.
Well, that's the whole point. We can't verify that to begin with. So why would we even embark on that endeavor?
Right. That's the problem with flat Earth, right? You can't disprove it. It's not falsifiable.
No, it's a problem. It's a problem with your straw man.
What's wrong with my straw man?
You're assuming that we would even bother trying to do trigonometry using orthographic projections, simple Euclidean geometry, because you're assuming that these points that we're aiming at are three-dimensional coordinate points in 3D space. We don't know that. In your model, you guys imagine these glowing gas balls flowing around that you can pinpoint, right, in 3D space, which in and of itself is an assumption to begin with. And I think the opposite position doesn't even embark on that because it's fallacious to do so. So you're taking that assumption, mapping it over to the way that it would be done otherwise, and then saying, oh, well, it can't be done because the assumption doesn't work. Well, no shit. It's an assumption. Probably isn't even accurate to begin with. So it's a straw man.
Here's the problem with that, right? Is that you can't demonstrate anything that we observe in any other realm that wouldn't behave, even if you say it's like we don't know what it is, right? It's just a light there, right? But it doesn't move, right? Does it move? I don't think it moves.
You gave the light a height before, didn't you?
I got what?
You gave it a height before.
Yeah,
that's what I was hitting at.
Right, it doesn't. But if I observe that from every latitude simultaneously and every night,
so is that the height?
Simultaneously?
Is that the height?
That's the calculated height. Yeah.
So is that the height?
That's the calculated height if you assume flat Earth.
No.
And
What's the height?
assuming orthographic.
What's the height?
And assuming orthographic.
What's the height in globe Earth then? Using that same geometry.
The height of globe Earth is you cannot measure the height because of the way the globe works, and that thing is so far.
You can't measure the height using trigonometry. So you're putting it on flat Earth to measure the height using trigonometry.
No, you can establish with a globe Earth. You can establish
that's what you did. Stop saying no. That's what you did.
No,
that's a double standard.
No, Gregory, it's not a double standard. It's a different method for establishing what we see in the night sky, right? You don't establish the height using that, right? That you can establish the declination.
Why are you using it?
You can establish
the height in a flat Earth.
Wasn't done. Why are you interrupting me? So you can establish the declination of degrees based on a globe because you're moving over a global surface. You're changing the relationship to that line because you're moving along the surface.
So you can't get the height in a globe Earth. So why are you transitioning that height to a flat Earth?
Because you can at a flat Earth. It's entailed in the idea of a flat Earth.
I told you can't. You can't actually do it unless you actually assume orthographic Euclidean geometry, orthographic projection using Euclidean geometry, which I don't think anyone here actually asserts is even necessary.
No, but you can't make up your choices are this. You either have to say it's some type of fixed point in space that we can relate to, right? Or you can't explain any of the observations. You just say it's some light fairies up there.
Why are you giving us
why are you creating a false dichotomy like that?
Yeah, why are you giving us
I don't think this is false.
That we're not bound by. We're not bound by your choices. Yeah.
No, I think you are logically bound by these choices.
That means
right?
that the Earth's surface is horizontal does not necessarily entail that you know the height of any given star whatsoever. So stop appealing to it.
And what's interesting about that is that in your model, you guys are given free reign to assume a virtually infinite distance, thus allowing yourselves the utility of quote unquote parallel lines to do all your stuff, right? So you grant yourself a free pass, right? But then you scrutinize the opposition at any moment. They assume or they attempt to assume one single free pass in the event they actually choose to do so, which don't. But then you project onto them that you have to get this free pass if you want this thing to work, but you're not allowed to use a free pass. It's like it's total hypocrisy, and it's garbage.
No, it's garbage on your part because you can't explain the motions of the stars without saying I don't know. It just does what it does, right?
Yeah, that's a red herring.
What's wrong? Well, that is a red herring.
And explain. Then explain to me. Explain to me the faults in my. Explain to me a way this would work.
Who is trying to do that in the first place? All that's being used here are angle measurements. No one cares about the height. No one cares, at least in this argument, about the nature of what we're pointing at. You guys are projecting out a mandate that we ought to try and define and figure out these things for whatever reason, philosophical or otherwise.
And you can't do it.
And you don't even, exactly. You're not even able to do it yourself. So, double standard is an understatement.
So I've been very patient. We talked about all this because it digressed from me asking him the question, why does his straight line work and ours doesn't? And his whole entire argument
because it doesn't reflect reality.
A straw man. Yeah, he's talking through this correction of his error for no good reason. I asked him, why does your straight line work but ours doesn't? It's obviously a rhetorical question, right? It's a straight line. A straight line is a straight line is a straight line, right? So why does his straight line doesn't work but ours doesn't when we're using the same thing? So when he uses the straight line, it works. When we use the same straight line, it doesn't work. That's patently inconsistency and hypocrisy. And lastly, he attacked a straw man straight line because supposedly, with our position, for some reason, for no good reason, necessarily entails that we know or would know or could know the height of the stars when it doesn't necessarily entail that. And like the gentleman Timbo and Mick just told him, for your position, you just take the axiom that they're at an infinite distance so that you don't have to be bothered with the height. But for some reason, you put the burden of us being bothered with the height, which is hypocrisy.
Yep. Well, look, you can claim whatever you want for the star, but you cannot say it's a rational belief then, right?
Why not?
Because
he's talking past the refutation.
No. I'm getting clear about this,
You're
right?
not addressing what I just said.
You can't say it's no,
You're not
because
addressing
it's
what I just said
nonsense,
to you.
right?
It's not
Like
relevant to what I just said.
most of what you say is just complete nonsense. So I'm ignoring you. Look,
Yeah.
Can you address it for everyone else then?
you can say
Yeah, so we're just ignoring you because everything you just say is
don't know what the light
nonsense. Yeah,
is.
we're
I'm going to
ignoring
address
you
the
now.
point.
Yeah, we're ignoring you now. Everything you say is
I'm going to
nonsense.
address the point.
No,
about
everything you say is nonsense. We're ignoring you
hypothetical
now.
lights.
Yeah, we're ignoring you now.
Yeah, I'll say this and we'll let it go. Right. So, Mark, if you're asserting that our position is irrational because we allow or we grant ourselves the permission to say we don't know for XYZ thing, right? As opposed to trying to say, oh, we do know, and smashing together all sorts of attempts of a model to quote unquote rationalize it and figure it out, possibly presenting something that is totally out of line with reality. But, we have some math to prove it, so therefore it's rational, right? If you equate that as being rational or irrational, then I think you have a problem, sir, because there is such a thing as being able to say we don't know in a humble manner, right? And it actually opens the door for further scrutiny. No one here is saying we have to know everything right now, right? And no one's even saying you have to know everything right now. But you guys are claiming you do know when you actually don't. You have all these assumptions, and you present it like you actually do know. You see the issue.
So your straight line works supposedly. Our straight line does work, regardless of you trying to say that it doesn't work. And then you superimpose a straw man onto our position. Yeah, we're going to conclude with the truth, not your obfuscation. No, we're going to conclude with the truth, not your obfuscation. Because you already refuted. You're just talking past the refutation. So your straight line works supposedly, and our straight line works supposedly, because we're both using a straight line. A straight line is a straight line is a straight line, right? So then you want to try to superimpose a straw man premise, a caveat into our position that is not necessarily entailed by our position. And you also want to excuse yourself from being burdened with the duty of trying to ascertain the distance to the stars, but you won't grant us that same privilege when we have just as much logical warrant to not be bothered with the burden of trying to ascertain the distance to the stars. So it doesn't make any issues with trying to get an angular relationship between the star and the surface of the Earth.
He said it was arbitrary in the first place when you said.
So I was asked actually a good question there about the justification, right? And the question is, if when you can say I don't know, or claim that you do know, right? Or when it's rational and irrational, right? The idea that, so I guess you guys don't accept it, but the globe has a predictive power and explains the relationship of Polaris very accurately, right?
Okay, so what's the height
you can
of
say,
Polaris if you're using trigonometry on a globe?
You can say, I wasn't done. You can say that you don't know.
You're talking yourself.
Right?
You're talking yourself into riddles.
You have the choice.
The word right.
You have the choice between two models. You have a choice between a model which makes predictions and a model you could say I don't know, right?
Nope. We're not governed by your choices.
Yeah, predictions is not a criterion of verification. Stop appealing to that.
It wasn't verification. It is.
Exactly. That's what I just said.
It is not verification.
Yeah, so stop appealing to that. Yeah,
so because you can't
criterion of verification.
All I said, I did not. When did I feel a verification, Gregory? You don't know what verification is, obviously. Then.
So because you can't get a height from trigonometry on a globe, then we must have a height from trigonometry on a flat Earth. There, that's what you're saying.
I can get height from trigonometry on a globe. What are you talking about? We've already been through this.
Go ahead. Give us the height to Polaris using trigonometry.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant angle. Angle. You can get height to things locally.
Can you give us a height to Polaris? Height to Polaris using trigonometry on a globe.
No, because it's not on the same object and on the sphere.
There you go.
Establish height on things, right?
Thank you for your concession.
So you would establish the distance to Polaris. You would establish distance to Polaris using other means because we don't.
Yeah, you just have your concession.
You can't put your assumptions on us. Sorry, dude.
No. Because you can.
Yeah, we know.
If it's
you cannot
not a
do that. We know. Right.
Use
You cannot do
geometry.
that. You have no logical warrant to do that.
Nope.
Well, you guys don't see the difference in the math, but it is obvious, right?
No, you're just multiplying words now.
Anyway, you have two competing worldviews.
We must have a height,
right?
That's your answer.
Nah, there's no.
No, I'm saying you can't.
You're just saying
you cannot use. You can't use trigonometry to calculate the height for something not attached to the globe.
Yep.
Right.
So why would you do it on
nothing to do with our reputation to you?
Because it's a globe versus a planar surface.
Which doesn't explain the
Meta.
logical relevance nor bearing of your retort upon the refutation we just said to you. You're just multiplying words.
I'm explaining the difference between calculating on a globe Earth to something off in the distance
Yeah, which
and
has nothing to do with
calculating.
the refutation we just said to you.
There's like 3 people talking, so I'm confused.
I'm only one
and
person.
There was 3 people talking a minute ago.
Nope.
And I'm trying not to pay attention to you, Gregory,
You're
because
hallucinating now.
you just gibberate.
And
Anyway,
demented as we
so
have this dialogue.
you have a choice between you've been presented.
No, we
you
don't.
have a knowledge of a
We're
3D.
not governed by your choices.
Oh.
Sorry, we're not governed by your choice.
False dichotomy.
No, you can completely come up with another choice, right? But you're aware of 2 options.
My choice is
At
we
least
can't
2.
get the height to Polaris on a flat surface using trigonometry. There you go.
Yeah, so stop appealing to this. Ascertaining the height of the star has nothing to do with trying to get the angular relationship between the star and the surface of the Earth.
Well, to say that you can't get the height to Polaris, you'd have to say that it doesn't exist
Which
as
is not what I said to you. What did I just say to you?
an entity. It doesn't
Which is not
exist.
what I said to you. What did I just say to you?
As an entity, I don't know. I would not.
What did I just say to you? Yeah, you don't know. You're just talking past the thing you don't know you're referring to. You're acting as though your retort is supposed to refute what I'm saying. You don't even know what I just said. Yeah, you don't know what I just said.
No, I don't know what you just said.
How could you possibly think that your retort is supposed to refute what I just said? And you don't even know what I just said.
I was talking to Jedi.
Yeah, you just exposed yourself.
Don't care.
Yeah, you just exposed yourself. You're just talking past the refutation. You don't know what I just said.
I was trying to talk to
refuted
Jedi.
what I just said.
Mark, hear me out. What you're iterating right here is exactly what I was picking up before, right? You can't just assume that these points that we're measuring angles of elevation to are 3-dimensional coordinate points in 3D space. There's no reason for anyone here to actually assume that to begin with. But you're projecting that necessity onto us because in your model, that's what you guys do. Again, you just allow yourself this free pass in assuming that the distance is virtually infinite, if not actually infinite, depending on who you ask or however you do the calculation, right? You're just reiterating the same point I said to you 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, so to use your own pattern of reinference back against you, if ascertaining the distance, the height to the stars is a failure to ascertain the height to the stars is a falsification of the given geodesy, then the sphere Earth is false. You have failed to ascertain the height to the stars with your geodesy. Therefore, you, with your globe geodesy, is false. So given your own pattern of reasoning, it falsifies your own geodesy.
Do you have anything that you can point to that exists, right? That would resemble the behavior of what we see with Polaris if it doesn't behave according to Euclidean geometry. Is there any other example?
Obfuscating scrutiny. Every time I say refutation, you say another scrutinizing question that just talks right past the argument.
Yeah.
What you just said had nothing to do with the argument I just said.
I know, because I'm not listening to you. You're just
right. So he just admitted. I'm going to highlight this. He just explicitly said, "I'm ignoring Gregory's argument." He's done.
That's right. I'm responding to other people who actually have legitimate critiques. I take that as a legitimate critique.
Yeah. That's invincible ignorance explicitly.
No, I think the idea.
No, that's explicit. No, it is. Don't say no. It is.
The idea of
you just said I'm ignoring Gregory's argument. You're invincibly ignorant.
And saying
that was good.
Why would we?
That was good. You're just going to ignore what I'm saying.
Rainbows.
As physical points is a legitimate critique.
Yeah, rainbow.
Timbo, go ahead.
That's good.
Rainbow.
Yes, stay ignorant.
No, we're not. Did you hear what both Timbo and I have been saying?
Well, I was trying to, but Gregory keeps interrupting.
Okay.
I think you guys have more. You guys are more cogent.
They weren't speaking when I was speaking. Be quiet.
All you had to say was I didn't hear. So both Timbo and I, because you asked something that in reality that might mimic this. Timbo and I have both pointed out rainbows. So if you if you try to figure out the distance to a rainbow using 3 different distances when making the measurement to it, then the rainbow won't appear in the same place for all observers.
Right. Okay. That is a legitimate, cogent response. At least, I have to think about that. I have to think about what the dynamics are of rainbows.
I think the sun's the same as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use the sun because that's another problem if you assume it's a physical thing.
It's
right?
the same. It's the same thing. We don't actually observe the actual physical location, as Mick keeps trying to point out, of the object. We see where it apparently appears depending on our orientation and location to this thing. Like with a rainbow, you can see it from one position. You might be able to see it from another position, but it will appear differently. And if you try to triangulate, it's not going to be in the same 3D space. It's not going to be at a point, for example.
Right, but the relationship of the, well, I won't get to the sun, but the relationship of the rainbow, I got to look at how it's projected. It's an interesting question. But the relationship of the rainbow to an observer, if the observer moves, like the observer would move on Earth to change the relationship with Polaris, how would your relationship change to the rainbow? Does the rainbow, and I don't know the answer, does the rainbow stay in the same space, but you can only view it from certain angles? How is it projected? I don't know how rainbows are projected. It's a good question.
Was your question?
The sun, yeah, the sun.
We can do this thing as well with kind of like reflections. Right, from different vantage points, those reflections are going to look different.
Right, but you could explain Polaris if only one person was observing it, right? But if you have, but
you could
have
explain rainbows if
and it's
only
repeatable.
one person was observing it too.
Because I'm explaining what?
You could do it with the sun too. Rainbows.
If only one person were, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And rainbows.
But if only one person was
observing. Yeah.
Yes, but multiple.
Then you add people in, and you
simultaneously.
can't get a. Yeah, and then you add people in, you got different angle measurements.
That's right, but they don't. In the sun, it's a.
How do you know that?
Like I did with Polaris.
How do you know that's not the case with Polaris or anything else up there?
Well,
it's
with
the
sun,
same. Seems to be the same kind of thing with the sun. So, you know.
Right. The question is there a way to establish that the sun would be a physical thing if the Earth were flat? You're saying
the question.
There's no way to establish
you said,
this, and we would not.
You said, is there any similarities? You said, is there any similar things? And we're pointing out the similar things.
No, right. And that's, well, I wouldn't say the sun's similar. The rainbow is interesting, but I wouldn't say the sun fits in that category because the sun also behaves in a way that would not match up with a flat plane.
No, this is again down to triangulation where the sun appears for different observers. It's the same type of phenomena, like I pointed out. It doesn't appear to be in the same point in 3D space. We're making multiple observations of it.
Yes,
same with
that's
rainbow.
exactly right. Yeah. The sun would also have the same flaw as Polaris. I use Polaris because it's easier to calculate. It doesn't move. Yeah, exactly right. So the question, the underlying question is there any way to demonstrate that these things on a flat Earth, you justifiably think that they would be physical objects and not some type of thing which would not obey any other laws of optics or physics?
Again, this is what I'm trying to point out. So the object itself is probably physical. How we see it, though, that's going to be different. It's going to appear possibly in a different apparent location, like with the sun.
It is so simple, like Jedi just told you. So just acknowledge the obvious dichotomy between apparent location and actual location. You don't actually see the actual location. Acknowledge it.
Right, but that apparent look, if it's an apparent location, that apparent location is observed simultaneously by multiple people, right? And you can predict where it's going to be each night.
No, you're sneaking the premise that is the actual location. It's the apparent location.
Right, but you have to say that same object, unless you say there's different Polarises, but that same object has one location, even if it's apparent.
Your reply
location,
is tacitly presuming that's the actual location. You keep doing it. Stop.
No. What I'm saying is the apparent location.
I heard what you said. You're just repeating yourself now. You're just being stubborn. Your reply is tacitly presuming what is being seen is the actual location. You're just habitually repeating this error. Stop doing it.
All I'm trying to reconcile is the fact that what is seen is reliable and predictable, right? And it has a relationship.
So you're still digressing away from the point. So stop repeating this error. You are presuming with your reply, the thing you just said is tacitly presuming what is seen is the actual location. It isn't. You don't know that. End of matter.
Right. But the curious thing is that this apparent location, if you want to claim it's an apparent location, has a mathematical relationship to all the other apparent locations, right?
So what?
So irrelevant to the point.
Yeah, and what?
No, I don't think it is irrelevant to the point because that
It's not. Has no. It's no refutation to the point.
That apparent relationship would be indicative of a distant object on a globe.
Mathematical nature of the relationship.
And
so even if it were true, it would be ambiguous. It has no bearing. It's no refutation. What I just said. You don't know the actual location. You're just digressing. You're just another red herring. You don't know the actual apparent. You don't know the actual location. It's just the apparent location. Period. End of matter.
That's right. Right. But what would be more justified to believe? You can insert unknown variables into an equation, or have a simpler equation or simpler explanation which explains the location in the sky, right?
Yeah, which is not a logical determiner. So you're sneaking in Occam's razor, which is not a logical determiner. It's a heuristic. It's fallacious.
No, it's not. It's a logical determiner. Would you
no,
like
it's not.
Would you like me to explain why?
Occam's razor now. It's not. Stop. No, it isn't. Occam's razor is a heuristic. Simplicity is not a criterion of verification. Simplicity is not a criterion of verification. Just because it's more simple doesn't mean it's true. You can have a false proposition that's more simple than the more complex truth. So no, it's not a logical determiner. It's a heuristic. That's fallacious.
No, you don't understand you don't understand the justification for Occam's razor then, right?
No,
it is not a guarantee of truth. Right? It's a way to decide between two alternatives.
No. Well, yeah, it's a way to decide at the drop of a dime, right? Oftentimes, if you read it or read between lines, however it's more or less saying that more often than not, choosing the more simple approach or whatever is often the right way. More often than not, often, implying that more often than not or whatever, it's not.
I'm sorry, you confused me with that latest wording.
Sorry.
So
okay, I'll just say it again because you're just going to keep repeating yourself ad infinitum. Occam's razor is not a logical determiner. It is a heuristic. Appealing to simplicity is not a criterion of verification. There are plenty of falsehoods that are more simple than the more complex truth. That's not a logical determiner and has no bearing on what I just said to you. It's no refutation. Stop appealing to it.
Occam's razor is justified through probability Bayesian statistics. That's it.
Fair enough.
Another retort that has no bearing on what I just said to you.
It is exactly when you have two hypotheses and one has more entities, you have to multiply those entities, right? To get a probability. The more entities, the less likely that it is true.
Hey, yo, who gives a crap, dude?
Well, Gregory does because he thinks I'm wrong, and he's unfortunately mistaken.
Okay, so Mark,
the truthfulness of a proposition is 50-50 at all times.
It is or it ain't.
That's exactly.
Sure. Go to Vegas with that. See how you do.
Another irrelevant retort.
Right, but he said this stuff was irrelevant.
You're making a hierarchy of determining a truth proposition by the number of factors within it. What if it just requires that number of factors? Who are you to decide that the less number of factors has anything to do with the truthfulness of anything?
Well,
it's just an arbitrary choice to choose that those are the parameters you're willing to accept.
No, it has to explain all the available facts. But if you have two competing hypotheses that explain all the available facts, you have to choose the one, or you ought to choose the one with the least amount of variables in it, right? Because
you're wrong, sir. You're wrong. You are wrong.
Yeah, what you could do at best.
No, stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. No, this is where I tell you why you're wrong.
Oh, sure. Tell me.
It's the one with the least amount of assumptions, you nitwit, not the least amount of variables. For goodness sakes.
Yeah, and Mark, to add to that,
entities.
Yeah, and
you're wrong. No. It's assumptions, you dumb doobier.
Yeah,
it's
Mark.
It's entities. Okay,
Mark,
go ahead.
Mark, check this out. At best, what you can do if you're granted the chance or the opportunity to actually test a variety of options in your, you have a set of possibilities and you can pick one over the other to test. At best, you can use that to actually determine which one you ought to start with first, because the one with the least number of assumptions or entities or whatever you start with it, you have a certain degree of odds to actually get it right. Well, it makes it easier in your process of actually determining what is correct. Right, along the way, you add more and more variables until you get the right one. So statistically, yeah, you can. If you start with the least amount, you might actually get it right while doing the least amount of work.
No, he's a retard. He's a retard, dude. Okay, let's be clear. Just hold on a second. Let's be clear. Stop playing the stupid pussyfoot game. It's assumptions, okay? That's what it is. Period. End of story. Just as I just posted right in the chat.
Right,
the reason is because assumptions aren't proven in the logic string. So the more assumptions you have, the greater variability of less provenness you have. For goodness sakes, it's so
use the
simple.
word variability in there? That might sound like variable to me.
Oh my goodness, dude. You're stupid, dude.
You're being semantic.
The ball.
To every entity or variable or assumption you have to assign a probability. Right?
No, dude. An assumption is a particular type of variability. Okay, because the variable is unknown. So, for example, you could have 10 variables, but they all be known. Like one could be temperature, one could be distance, but you know the quantity rather than assume the quantity.
You're assuming the relationship between things.
Holy crap, dude. Holy freaking crap, dude.
Yes, you're assuming the relationship between things that they have a particular relationship.
That's not it, dude. That's not it. You're assuming the relationship, and you're also assuming the quantities. For goodness sakes.
I missed that last part.
That's why listen. It all boils down to the assumptions, dude. So, for example, if you have a logic string that has no assumptions at all, and all your premises are proven, and the form carries the conclusion of a necessity, then you have a certain outcome, right?
Sure, yeah.
For goodness sakes, dude. Right. So if you're assuming all your premises, right, but if you assume all of your premises and you have 50, and the other guy only needs 3 assumed premises, and you're both kind of, counter arguing a certain point, the guy with 50 is less likely to be true than the guy with 3. That's all Occam's razor is, dude.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
exactly. That as a logical.
I'm glad I had to drag you over broken glass to get there, Holmes.
Just said it's more likely to be true. There you go.
Yes, based on assumptions, dude.
Yeah, it's just an assumption. Just because it is not a criterion of verification, simplicity does not necessitate nor even strongly indicate veracity. It's a fallacy.
It does not indicate veracity, but it does indicate a preference, a logical preference between the two, based on
a preference, based on probability. Your opinion. That's it. It's a preferred method of discrimination. It's not a logical determiner. So appealing to simplicity as though it's a criterion of verification, simplicity is not at all indicative in any pattern, in any category of argumentation, nor in any rule of inference as indicative of veracity. Stop appealing to it.
So let's say that it is. Okay, who cares? Let's say that it is or is more likely or not likely to be true. Since we can't arbitrate which is true based on this, we need another way to do it. So what other way you got?
I was just pointing out that if you have 2 competing hypotheses,
it doesn't have another
and
way.
one has less variables, and in this case,
this answer obviously indicates it doesn't have another way.
Yeah, who cares, dude? Who gives a fuck, dude? Okay. If you have 2 competing hypotheses, right, and one is more likely than the other to not be false, then you still have 2 hypotheses that are not proven true, correct? The answer is yes, of course.
Yes.
So, why don't you get to the point where you prove your hypothesis true instead of hoping to God that somebody falls for your, it's more likely to be true nonsense?
Well, my point was about the hypotheses. One of the key criterion of hypotheses is they have to be falsifiable, right? And when you insert an entity that is not falsifiable into a hypothesis, it's not a true hypothesis, right? So that's why I was saying that you ought not. It is irrational to assume the flat Earth when you cannot rationally.
You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. You're talking. Are you talking about a scientific experiment, dude?
I'm talking about a scientific hypothesis.
right? Which
Yeah,
is
AI.
part of an experiment, right? Which is
No, it's not part of an
validated in.
experiment. No, it's not part of an experiment. Hypothesis is
Now
separate
he's
from
equivocating
experimentation.
experiment again.
Yeah, AI
No,
for
Dude, the
context.
hypothesis is the relationship between the cause and the effect, which is going to
no,
be
it's not.
tested in the experiment.
No, it's not. You don't
Yes, it is.
understand what a
Okay.
hypothesis is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So why don't? Hey. Okay. So now's your chance to tell me. Go ahead.
Hypothesis is simply a statement that is true about reality that can be falsified. That's it.
No.
What? That makes no sense, dude. If it is, let's think about it this way: if a statement is true by virtue of being a hypothesis, then why test it? Because it's already true.
It's a hypothesis. It's a proposed thing. Do you not understand what the word
What's the
hypothesis
whole point of
is?
calling it a hypothesis? It's a proposition
It's a
explicitly
proposed
not known to be true
explanation.
yet.
Listen. Hold on, friend. I'm gonna school this moron. What hypothesis means? You ready? Hypothesis means underlying belief.
It's a belief about the relationship between things. It's not a scientific hypothesis.
A scientific hypothesis is a relationship between two things. A scientific hypothesis is the prediction of how one thing will cause another thing to happen.
No, Jedi, you're wrong.
No, I'm correct because I'm talking about a scientific hypothesis.
So am I.
This hypothesis is a prediction that you then must test in an experiment. Yes, as you pointed right out earlier, experiments are different to hypotheses, but your hypothesis must be tested within an experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause.
No, we've been through this. You're completely wrong on this.
No, I'm completely correct. Would you like the several citations?
Would you like me to? I'll pull up my citations.
Okay,
I'll send them to you.
dude. Here's the problem. If you're not going to test your hypothesis, right, with an experiment, then how are you going to validate whether your supposed proposition is true or not?
Well, first of all, as you probably should know, you don't validate things; you just refute them, right? Right? You falsify them, right?
Wrong.
That's the objective philosophy.
Wrong.
That's
Wrong. What you said is wrong.
Gregory, what you said is
You
completely
keep
wrong.
saying right, and answered you every time you repeated the question. You're wrong.
Gregory, you don't know what you're talking about.
His is I
hypothesis
guess
has to be falsified. It's the falsifiability criterion.
No, that's not what you just said. You said you only falsify, you never verify. Wrong.
They want paid for nothing all the time.
How can you verify, Gregory?
The scientific theory.
Dude, it has to be.
falsifiable.
Just 1 second before we go on any further and delve into retardation spiral. A proposition that's in a scientific test has to be falsifiable in principle. It doesn't have to be falsified, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, it's a falsifiability criterion. That's the thing that makes a hypothesis just different from other statements.
Physical attribute of
Right?
something cannot be cartoons. Cannot be an imagination.
Yeah, fair enough. So what does falsifiability mean in the scientific sense?
Demonstrable,
that you can establish
repeatable.
That you can establish whatever it is incorrect or wrong. That's it.
How do you do that without testing it or repeating it or demonstrating
Right. So the correct answer is that there's at least a proposed accessible method in principle that could prove it false.
That's right. That's right. So
that doesn't mean it has to be proven false. Because there are things you could do to prove something correct, right?
No, not technically.
Yes, technically.
So then you just forfeited every debate ever. If you cannot verify anything, you can't know anything to be true. You just forfeited every debate.
Gregory, you don't know anything about philosophy of science.
You just forfeited every debate. That's deflective ridicule. If you cannot verify anything, then you can't know any proposition to be true, to have veracity, right? So you forfeited every debate. Congratulations, you're done.
How do you know that to be true? You
Science.
suddenly overcome the problem of induction, Gregory. Thank you.
Okay, bro, that's a cool story. So here's what you're going to do for us. Go find an experiment and get the conclusion of the experiment, and then tell us whether it met your criteria of what you think experiments do. How about that?
I don't know what you're talking about with experiments and why you're asking me to do an experiment. What's the point?
You science.
Oh my goodness! I said, give us an example of an experiment that has been done that reached a conclusion, and the nature of the conclusion is going to agree with you. That's what I'm asking for.
Just any experiment. I don't see what that proves.
Well, dude, you're making a claim that experiments. You're making a claim that experiments only disprove things, and they can't prove things.
Right. They establish the likelihood of something. They cannot prove it beyond an absolute doubt. Right. They cannot what Gregory's saying is they can verify something which is established as being absolutely true for all time. It can't do that. Right. That's not the way they're designed.
Yeah, that's his problem. See, I just talked about this earlier in another voice channel. I'm speaking now. Yeah, I just talked about this in another voice channel. Because he has an untenable worldview where he cannot justify ultimately anything in his epistemology, including his ultimate epistemic standard. He then extenuates his unverifiability of his worldview to everyone else.
Yeah,
no, you can't just extend your untenable worldview to everyone else.
Gregory, check this out. So it's a common among heliocentrists, especially those who believe in evolution and heliocentric Big Bang cosmogony, that they understand how things occurred in the past based on quote-unquote experiments that they do in the present. However, Homeboy just told us that we can't know that what we do now is effective in the future or the past. So he's full of crap. So basically, this guy's told us he can't prove nothing, and he can't prove whether what he's doing now tells us about the past or the future. So he's basically telling us that what he's telling us is a waste of our time.
Thank you, AI overlord. What did I just say 5 minutes ago? You just said you can't verify anything. You just forfeited every debate whatsoever at all. You're done.
Gregory, how do you know your senses are reliable?
Oh my God, here we go.
Yep. How do you know it, Gregory?
See, he's chomping at the bit. He's so desperate. He's so desperate.
Hold on, Gregory.
Circular reasoning. Without circular reasoning, Gregory, how do you do it?
No, it's very simple, friend. Gregory holds to a worldview that has a metaphysical explanation for the coherency of reality. Okay,
I know exactly what his worldview is. He's a tag guy, right? He's a presuppositionalist that relies on circular reasoning to justify his worldview, which is unjustified and unjustifiable. So he just has a fallacious. He has a fallacy at the root of his worldview.
Okay, you're going to have to provide some evidence of this.
Oh, Gregory knows what I'm talking about.
Hey, who cares? Who cares, dude? Who cares? Listen, Gregory can trust his senses. You can't even tell us whether or not you know whether you could or couldn't trust your own. So your opinion is irrelevant.
You can't trust your own opinion, so stop using it.
Yeah, you telling us anything is basically a waste of time.
I can trust my opinion. I have justification for everything I believe.
Stop acting like you can know anything. You forfeited every debate. You can't know anything. Be quiet. Be consistent.
Gregory, you can't. You can.
Stop talking. You don't know anything is true. Stop speaking. You don't know that's true. You can't defend anything. You can't verify anything at all, dude. You can't verify anything.
How do you know what you're saying is true?
Stop talking. You can't verify anything. You don't know anything.
Oh, he's trying to get me to stop talking because he knows it'll be embarrassing if we keep going.
Yeah, keep going. You just forfeited every debate ever. You don't know anything.
Gregory doesn't know anything either. He just won't admit it.
Bored.
Keep talking. How do you justify your knowledge, Gregory?
Still bored.
Yeah, you hear that agitation in his voice? He's scared.
I'm not scared of it.
Jedi's bored, so Jedi's bored, so I'll solve this very simply with the old goodbye key. There you go. So we're sick and tired of hearing from you, whose opinion is worthless, and he can't tell us anything for certain. So now that you've been silenced because your opinion's irrelevant, and you talking or not talking is basically Schrodinger's retard. So, now that we've settled that debate once and for all, who's got that sweet, juicy, sweat-dripping Earth curvature proof? Let's go.
That's one hell of a description. Given his explicit concession to being unable to justify any proposition whatsoever at all, he should remain muted until he gets a worldview where knowledge is possible.
I don't care about that. He could come back with an example of an experiment. That would be sufficient. We can't give him a task too lofty.
You're too
The
merciful
Earth is
or
now
merciless.
flat.
Well, even with his description of an experiment where we just falsify things, where we just show that things didn't cause other things to happen, that's a knowledge claim in itself. Just didn't
The
cause
Earth
it.
is very round.
I was thinking in my mind, I know there's a lot of contention about the water boiling, quote unquote, but it's like you boil the water, you do the variables, you find out that it's heat at a particular temperature, and then you say, oh, this does cause it, or what do you say? I mean, how do you explain it? You say, oh, 89 degrees doesn't boil water.
Yeah, that point right there, like you just mentioned, that's a classic instance of either pedantry at worst or equivocation at best. Because that exemplary issue is just an issue of how specific is your language going to be, how specific is your rhetoric to specify the exact entity that is the cause. That's it.
Yeah, dude, they're not so parsed when they make claims about, creative processes in the past. Like, oh, evolution caused boobs on chicks, and they're so sexy because when we were monkeys, we used to mate from behind, and so girls had to trick men into mating from the front by growing butts on their chests.
I've never heard that one before.
Hey, bro, I'm not even joking with you. That's a legitimate explanation for why chicks have boobs. Like, literally. Some retarded evolutionists came up with the idea that back in the day when we were baboons, or whatever the hell, and we had big red bums that would attract the sexual partners, and so chicks eventually evolved bum cheek on their front end. It's so retarded, dude.
But you're not wrong though. What you said is hella right, because the vast majority of the time when I ask them the question, what caused this process, they're just stunned. They don't know what to say.
All right, going once, going twice. Earth curvature proof, or listen to Gregory for another 17 hours.
17 and a half hours to be.
Oh, man.
I vote the latter.
I'll tell you what, man. Maybe we should unmute Mark again, since he was the only guy going at it.
So you're an intellectual masochist. That's what you want.
Are you saying you don't like Gregory? AI? How dare you?
What are you talking about? I have to represent the populace. It may or may not be the case that a significant amount of people may or may not like or dislike Gregory's verbosity and sesquipedalian superfluosity for extended durations. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit!
Verbose sesquipedalianism. All right.
No, verbose sesquispedalian superfluosity.
I'm gonna master this eventually. Sesquispedalian superfluosity. I think I said it.
Don't tell me that's actually a real term.
No, those are two words. I think sesquipedalian superfluosity.
Yeah.
Superfluousness.
Yeah, that's a real term, Holmes, and it's quite apropos and succinct. If you look it up, you'll see that not only am I correct, but I'm precisely correct.
I'll take your word for it. I don't even know if I can spell that to look it up.
SESQIPDALIAN
Oh, sorry, restart that. I'm sorry. I got my thing open.
Yeah, I'll post it for you.
Oh, okay.
I'm challenging myself to a spelling bee now. SES.
post it. I'll post it for whoever can't bear to wait for the answer.
Thank you.
In fact, that'll be a guide to correct me. See if I'm right. SESQ UID PIDALIAN.
Now, can you repeat that in Morse code?
Can you pronounce
Right,
that again a few more times for me?
Okay, for the people present that can't read because they don't have eyes or they're blind, I'll read it for you. Okay, let's read it. Tell me if this is not inappropriate. Sesquipedalian, polysyllabic and long, characterized by long words or being long-winded.
That's
so it's somebody who does a lot of talking. Someone who does a lot of talking with a lot of words that are very long with lots of syllables.
Gotcha.
That's antithetical to what I do.
Perfect.
Change name, Gregory.
And what was the second one?
Superfluosity. He made the adjective into an adjectival noun.
Like you're fluid?
No, superfluous. Unnecessary decoration.
Ah.
Yes, which means if you're taking it as a slight, that sometimes Gregory uses long words for no good reason, except decoration. Now, I'm not necessarily making that accusation. I'm just saying it's been whispered in back rooms here and there. The water cooler.
Well, if not to filter out, normie Globers, you're on the verge of filtering your own team out, it seems.
Maybe it's to persevere to confuse the audience. Is that what you do, Gregory?
Say again?
I said maybe it's because you want to persevere to confuse the audience. Is that true?
Oh, my Lord.
It's troll time.
Here we go.
Hey, Matt.
What's going on?
You want to have an alliterative challenge of who can run that word with the most slights possible?
I don't know. I don't know if I.
Does anybody remember Keenan Ivory Waynes on In Living Color as the convict? He used to try to use really long words and sound smart. I don't know if you remember that. It's funny as shit. He would use really long words,
that is
but they'd sound
insubordinate and churlish.
They would sound perverted. He'd be like,
time.
Yeah, you gotta watch it. It's hilarious.
One of my best memories here is when Gregory said that I'm pestilential. That was a new one to me.
Oh man.
I was sitting in the other day for I forget his name. Mr. Cosmic. It was his in the other server. His graduation night, supposedly from a fence sitter or whatnot. Right? QE was grilling him and everything. I vouch that not only do we ask these guys on graduation night 2 or 3 scrutinizing questions on their position, but ask them to sit in for 5 minutes and regurgitate whatever Gregory says to them. And if they fail to do so, they fail.
Really? I wasn't there.
You missed it. But you know that process. A new guy comes in. It's like, oh, okay, what are the 3 common, positions or whatnot? Can you articulate, this, that, the other thing?
So
I'm glad to be in the
reiterating something I say.
Philosopher.
Yeah, have them sit in and listen to Master Gregory, and if they can't re-articulate what you say, well, no matter if their answers are correct or not, they fail to meet the quota.
Gregory's a unique character of his own.
Well, we bored Jedi to death. He committed seppuku with his lightsaber.
All right, I stand corrected. It was Damon. His brother did it. I just shared a link. It's freaking hilarious, though.
Oh, and by the way, I say that. Sorry to interrupt, but to be fair, I say that humbly because I would probably I would probably fail. So,
well, inconsequentially, the acrimonious.
Now, what would you be reiterating from me, Mick?
The water hill, maybe.
That's not such
what
a daily at all.
the test would be to sit down, whatever, in a voice chat and repeat after me. X, fumble. Try it again. X, fumble. Okay, out. Which would probably be 99% of the time, like that.
Well, Gregory makes his points very clear. He even writes it out for everyone so they can understand, you know? It's just, there's some mistakes in there you gotta look out for.
This would be a totally verbal, auditory test. Auditory
stupidification fallacy.
Yeah. An oratory comprehension test.
Appeal to idiotization.
Ontological affirmation of the affluent integrity.
Maybe it's your hobby to look up cool words, Gregory, on your free time.
Maybe.
Circumstantial.
It's a deductive argument for that inference.
Yeah, it's a deductive argument for that inference. The circumstantial evidence of the inconsequential non sequitur of this equation. Of the erradical.
Now, that's the irony. I don't know how to just throw up any polysyllabic words on the fly. I only use them when I'm trying to say something meaningful.
You know, I'm glad you said that because I was about to propose that you're one to actually practice in front of a mirror, or even better than that, probably in front of a brick wall to get better at it.
Rather than punching the punching bag, I'm punching the concrete itself.
Yeah, just like linguistically, you're like verbentology of the verbulation of the verbosum. Like, what the fuck? Hold on, man. Slow down, Greg. It's like,
no, more words, more vocab.
And then next up after that would be to sit behind a keyboard or something and make sure everything is within perfect pitch.
Perfect pitch. Because of my cadence, because of my timbre.
Yeah, just write out a little arpeggio or something and articulate all your words to that arpeggio just to get that proper cadence.
Yeah. Like a slow rap song. Like a Snoop. Like, yeah. Snoop. I don't know.
Yeah, Gregory does. Gregory is
logical. With the telling you to break out some of them big words like dun 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 dun, and then start just breaking them out.
Well,
the premise.
You guys gotta chill out with the glazing eventually. You know what that word means, Gregory? Glazing.
Prove it on the spot. Prove it on the spot.
Yeah, mumbling is Gregory is the antithesis of mumbling.
What is what is glazing, Gregory?
Don't take a tie.
When someone is glazing, what are they doing?
Let's not talk about that.
Hold on now. This is a family show now. All right. PG-13 now. PG-13.
We're talking about donuts. Talking about pastries that you delight in with your sense of taste.
When the Globers want to show a curve, tell them prove it on the spot.
Yeah, that's right. Look, glazing is what it covers ceramics with, right? Glazing is what you put in windows around the edges. It's also the glass itself.
Get a measurement. Prove verify the globe. Verify the globe.
If you want to know whether or not you're talking to old people, just ask them, you know, when we say someone's glazing, what are we talking about? And then their answer tells you everything you need to know. Just like
making pastries.
It could be your you're inebriated or intoxicated to the point where your eyes are glazed over. And there's so many different meanings to it.
Goes right over their head.
First, start with
Goes right over
grandma.
their head.
I love this.
Yeah, so in my field, when they say we're glazing, it's either going to be windows, the edging of the windows, or it's going to be ceramics covering the ceramics.
What happened to donut?
Can't you glaze a marble?
Yes.
Yeah, you can probably
some
glaze a
marble.
lot of things. I mean, depending on what.
Yeah, but so in that context that I just mentioned, glazing is referring to glass because when you glaze something, you put this stuff on it, and then you put it in the multi-thousand degree oven, and it turns to glass.
Multi-thousand degree oven.
Yeah, you got to have a really high oven just to even make butter cake. I mean, not not. It's only about 600 for this one, 6 to 9. But yeah, it's like the hotter the better.
Sweet's at 6,700 degrees.
That's how you get that stuff like on like coffee cups and stuff. That's glazing right there. You got a ceramic coffee cup. It's covered in like the painty powder stuff, and then they cook it, at a couple thousand or maybe more degrees, and shablambo. The whole coating turns to glass, and then there you go. You got a glass covered cup.
Made a real butter cake. Get yours now.
Shazam!
We cook our butter cakes at 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You heard it right. And then we put them in the freezer. What?
What?
The fuck is Fahrenheit?
Devil.
Tell me more, Bob. What else do you do?
What is this strange language they speak? Fahrenheit.
What the deuce?
What? Good. Whatever country you live in becomes the world superpower, then you can decide what special degrees you want to use for temperature.
Who temperature is named after?
And if that superpower believes in the globe, they'll probably start using Kelvin.
No, they're going to use big degrees and little degrees and be like 2 little degrees, 2 big degrees. I'm like, what? Hold on a minute. It's like the globe. It's too big to measure and see, but it's too little to measure and see. And it's
there's nothing more cringe than a superpower flexing.
It is weird, isn't it? A superpower.
Superpower.
I think every country. Think about it, though. Every country probably thinks their country is the superpower, depending on the TV or whatever.
Yeah, well, none of the other countries have. I can't remember if it's called the Monroe Doctrine or not. No, it's not the Monroe Doctrine, but we have a doctrine that our military has to be bigger than the next 7 militaries combined.
Not all countries wear capes.
Right. But listen to what I'm saying. Like, Kim Jong-un cussed everybody out and said he's going to bomb everybody. And he ain't care. So, like...
Hey, you're right, dude. You're right.
People are probably like, no, I'm not being goofy. I'm just trying to be like, maybe. It's a maybe thing. I can't.
I'll tell you, bro. I'll tell you a personal story from the Iraq invasion. So, we were over there looking for weapons of mass destruction, and we had to go to a lot of their facilities where there were weapon facilities. Now, interestingly enough, a lot of these places sucked. They weren't able to really do anything. But when you look at the like posters and propagandistic advertisements and all this stuff that you see around. Mm-hmm. So theirs at these locations was like, I don't know if you've ever seen the Hartford Stag. Like, he's a stag like on the top of a mountain, like portraying strength, and it's a classic old Americana image. Like they had all these different kinds of images from our advertising history, but they had it converted to like their natives and their native tongue was there. So, for example, a barbecue in a a town out in the woods, right? But instead of it being Americans, it was Iraqis with Iraqi license plates. So they were basically telling their people that they were going to conquer America. And then next to these images of them taking over Americana, you'd see like images of ballistic missiles and stuff. And it was like projecting like we can actually shoot these rockets and missiles and take over the world. Like it was really weird.
Right. So like yeah, same thing in Kim Jong. Like whatever you tell your people, I mean, regardless how good or bad you treat them, like the control you have over them, you might think that hey, they have this over the world too, maybe.
Yeah, especially when you're like you don't really have too much access to other media or going outside of your local area.
Right. Yeah, I call it the Kim Jong Un effect, like Stockholm Jong Un.
Yeah, I'll give you another interesting factotum there. So the Iraqi defense minister actually issued a briefing to his whatever minions or whatever you want to call them that the American armor on our vehicles was made out of wood. So don't be afraid of them. Shoot at them. You can defeat them. They don't even have armor like we do. Their armor is wood because they're such losers. And they believed it, and they attacked with weapons that weren't designed to attack heavy armored vehicles, thinking that we were made out of wood.
What the fuck?
That's terrible. That's terrible.
So when they a large portion of their military is defunct Cold War era buyouts. So their stuff is like so old, it wasn't working anymore, and they only had the parts that they had purchased. And so a lot of their tanks and all that didn't even have fully functioning parts. They actually had to tow them with like a rig and just drop them off on places that they were expecting us to pass through because they couldn't even move on their own power. But rest assured, those people probably believed that they would actually stand a chance, because they were told, like Demak was saying, from their point of view and their limited knowledge base with what they have, they're like, oh, all this military equipment that's falling apart is so awesome.
Yeah, it's just like having bow and arrows, and to you, your bow and arrows are the best damn thing you ever had, and they kill all the animals and everything, no problem. And then you come up against another human that can put stuff on that, like you hit them with the bow and arrow, and they got like a mask on. You're like, what the fuck? The bow and arrow popped off. What? And they start pulling out a gun and going and dropping 70 of you in a second. And you're like, whoa. So yeah, just depends, man.
Did you just switch to another note, or did you dovetail from something? Yeah.
No, it's the same thing. It's like the ability to be like have your weapon, and you just think your weapon's the best because you're the only culture, you're the only people you've ever came encounter with.
Right. So I got the answer to this question, brother. This is going to blow your mind. So I tried telling some of the Iraqi natives, like how their government was telling them a bunch of crap about their weapons, their powers, the Americans' abilities. And you know what they told me? Why would they lie?
They said it in English?
Did you always tell us
Hey,
that?
brother, you ready for this one?
Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie? I have no freaking clue.
Poor freaking diaperheads.
Well, check this out. Check this out. He just said they answered in English. Dude, when we got out of the desert into the areas where they started to have paved roads and we're on our way to Baghdad, we didn't even have to use our maps. You know why? Because all the road signs are in English.
So they predominantly speak English.
No, I mean they're multilingual, but the point is like their infrastructure is designed so they have, you know, like their native whatever, and then they have English right there. So every road sign, once we got to a certain part, everything was in English.
So you got to a more heavily anglicized area because that's the lingua franca.
Well, by any bases or any area set up by, you know, they're going to have English there.
And the road signs look just like our traditional green road signs.
Sorry.
What?
Did you see any of those flyers? Remember when they said they dropped the flyers like give up,
Oh,
you're gonna like the propaganda. Do you ever see those on the ground?
No, I mean, but I wasn't interested, so I'm not.
No, but think about that. The English name, like, so think if we went outside tomorrow and all the signs were changed to Chinese. You'd be like, what the fuck? That'd be scary. That's a scare tactic, bro.
I got a buddy that him and his family lived over in Afghanistan in like 19 70, and they went over there to they were like blueprint like engineers or something, and they were having them see where they could build bridges that could take the weight of tanks, and they were like, why would you need this? So there were Americans over there basically working for the Russians for when the Russians were ready to come in there. And him and his family lived over there for like 3 or 4 years, just doing like bridge engineering. I was just like,
oh, bro, you're right, dude.
and what
That
did you
actually
ask?
reminds
You ask
me.
why? Why do you need, like you're building all these things? Really? That's just such a weird thing. The whole Afghanistan.
We actually encountered that. We encountered that in Iraq. There was whatever route we were taking. There was a bridge because the Abrams can't go over certain bridges, so we had to go over this bridge, right? So they knew we were going to take that route, right? They knew it. They knew that if they took this bridge out, they could stop us from going that way, or they could wait till we were on the bridge and blow the bridge and take out a bunch of our vehicles. So when we arrived at the bridge, guess what they were doing? Sleeping. They had pallets of explosives that they hadn't even put on the bridge yet, and they were just sitting there sleeping. Like, no sense of urgency whatsoever.
Good thing for you. You could have freaking had a nice little ride down the beach. That would have sucked.
Dude, I tell you this, brother.
They would have wired it. I bet you they wouldn't have blown it up. They would have tried.
I don't know, dude. But all I know, dude, is while I was there, my profound sentiment for the people there was just I feel sorry for them. It's like their army sucks, their lives suck, their infrastructure sucks, and it's not that they didn't have infrastructure. They had, like, in the upper areas, they had, they have everything. They have buildings. Even some might consider a skyscraper by certain standards. They have, all kinds of infrastructure, plumbing, like everything. It's just so worn out and broke. That's what we actually did there. The second time we went there, our entire mission was to fund repair projects and to secure the. Remember the voting, where they did the little pink thumb or purple thumb. But one of the main missions we were there doing is setting up secure meetings with the locals to basically give them money. So they would give us like, man, someone's snoring. Oh man, who unmuted that kid? You? Yeah, but anyway, it was just to make meetings so we could give them money to fix their infrastructure, basically. It's a very interesting experience. Somebody tried to sell us their sister for $50 if we would take her back to America. It's like, here, you can have my sister for $50 as long as you promise to take her back to America.
What the fuck?
Well, it's weirder than that, Democ. So what actually is one of my platoon mates was gonna give a gold 9mm. So there's 3 bases that we raided. One was a palace, like a Republican Guard palace. Another one was a weapons factory, and then another one, I can't remember exactly what it was they did there, but I went to the one that sucked. So the guys that went to the weapons place actually found gold 9mm and gold AKs. The guys that went to the other place found garbage bags, like 50-gallon garbage bags, full of $100 bills. Where I went was just a crappy, rundown pile of crap that had nothing of any value.
Dude, and they were those real $100 bills, right? That was before the strips. I think it was before the
Dude,
strips.
there was $40 billion of American cash lost.
Yeah, that was actual.
And
I mean, it wasn't
yeah.
what it wasn't printed in America, but it was. Dude, it's just like the freaking A-Team movie, isn't it? Like they literally gave like somebody the printing press. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure how it went down like that. I just know that they found it. A lot of them were sending it back home. Some of them got busted because you're not supposed to do it. But a lot of guys got the gold AKs and 9mm back by putting them into the connexes,
Yeah.
like the arms room connexes. They just spray painted them. They spray painted them black.
Dang. I wonder. Wait a minute. They weren't solid gold, right? They were just like gold plated.
I don't know like what was the percentage of gold. You know, obviously, so they were functional.
Well, if the outside was gold, you know,
Yeah.
the barrel couldn't be gold if it would work.
But hey, dude, a gold AK, you know, taken from an active zone of interest might be worth more than the amount of gold that's in it.
Hell yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you think about how hard, like, the guys that were trying to steal, like, German freaking, like, knives in World War II, they had trouble getting stuff to them back then. Like, they were watching
Yeah, but
them
I
back
got
then.
a sweet, listen, dude, I got a sweet shortwave radio that I found on the ground. That was pretty cool.
Dang. Yeah.
So anyway, let me finish that story real quick. So what it was is he was going to, okay, so some guys can't contain themselves, right? And the only thing they could think about is sex 24 hours a day. So of course, when they arrive at an active war zone, they're like, oh, where am I going to get some sex? So he tried bartering with the locals for a prostitute, but it was actually the dude's sister. And he was going to pay with the gold 9mm, but the guy wouldn't accept gold. Because he's like, oh, something like that, I'd get killed for it. So he's going to give him, he said $50. And he's like, oh, no, I'll sell you her for $50, but you have to take her back to America. And then my friend was like, I don't have $50. All I have is this gold, like 9mm.
But if I did, yeah, I'll stuff her in my what? In my Foot Locker? And
Yeah, dude, there's
sneak her
no way
back?
we could
Like,
bring anyone back with us. That's silly.
right.
The funniest part about that whole thing is that the pimp dudes looked exactly like the classic 1970s pimp with all dressed up. Is there that area over there? They're like obsessed with Americana from like 2 decades previous. So like we went to this one factory where we stayed for a while, and like all the posters in the place were like American action heroes from like decades ago, like Rambo and all that kind of stuff.
Commando. Oh Lord, that'd be funny. Gosh,
they were obsessed, dude. They were obsessed with blonde chicks. Obsessed,
just like the 80s.
Let me tell you how obsessed, dude. This is how obsessed. We could literally pay them for products with pictures of blonde women, as if it was money. We used to pay the guy that brought us ice and soda. He'd bring us Fanta and big chunks of ice that we'd put in our coolers and have like ice cold, semi, that slushy soda.
For my other buddy, he said we would get big blocks of ice and Fanta orange. I swear.
Yeah, so that was awesome, dude. That was awesome until they figured out that they could poison the ice, and then we weren't allowed to buy it anymore. It's just crazy. It's just weird, dude. It's so like going to a different place like that, which is a little bit, from our point of view, backwoods, and just seeing their culture. It's like imagine the idea of paying instead of whipping out $100 bill to pay for Fanta, you just tear some images out of a book or a magazine of a blonde girl. Hell, here you go. There's your payment.
That's a killer deal. I got a question. The movie Black Hawk Down, where they were making the guys burn the freaking crap in the freaking 50-gallon bucket with diesel. I asked my buddy, he's like, we didn't do that. That wasn't a thing. Now, he wasn't in Mogadishu or whatever, but he's like, yeah, we just dug holes. And I was like,
nah, we burned it.
Did you burn it?
Yeah.
You had to burn it, just like in the movie.
Heck yeah, dude. And then I had to have it waft back in the wind and land all over me.
Oh, look, good Lord. He's like, we didn't do that. Well, he was I don't know. Maybe he didn't have to do it, apparently.
Well, look, it could be where you are. So where we were was in that situation was this very small perimeter. So if we were constantly digging holes, for hundreds of dudes, eventually that whole place would be overrun with turd.
Yeah, I guess they were. See, what's funny is they'd be like, "Well, we gotta leave the place. We don't want to make it a mess, right? But we'll leave depleted uranium rounds everywhere. But we're not gonna leave feces, Like we'll leave everything in rubble, but we're gonna worry about the.
Now I'll tell you what, though, friend. There's something uniquely missing from my entire experience there. And in fact, my entire military career altogether. And that was never once did we ever give a crap about Coriolis or the curvature of the Earth. Not one time.
Coriolis only works when I flush.
Yep.
Wouldn't you think Coriolis can move the toilet water regardless whether you flushed it or not? The big earth and all, because it's so big. But then the water doesn't.
They just had the Abrams had special software in it that accounted for Coriolis. You just didn't know. It was top secret.
I got top secret water clearance. I can see the liquid in my soda just sit there, and it's not Coriolis. And James Bond, he likes his drinks shaken, not stirred.
They say Kobe died because the helicopter didn't account for the Coriolis.
Oh, dang. Oh. How old was he when that happened?
I think 43.
Still in his Kobe? Wow, I never even knew Kobe made it to his 40s. I always imagined Kobe as a very young person.
It's that media.
41, sorry.
Media barometry. Media spectroscopy.
Oh man. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm too tired to bear the what's it called? To carry the torch of the flat Earth argument. Let's just pretend that entire story was just about me saying there was no Coriolis or Earth curve accounted for. Then I can redeem myself for not having been off topic the entire time. Actually, dude, when I came into the idea of flat Earth, which I had heard of before, but never took seriously until a certain time, about what is it, like 8, 9 years? I don't know, maybe 10 years now. I started thinking back to things that I did in the military. For example, certain weapon systems that I used, and what was the effective range, and what was the size of the targets we were supposed to be targeting, especially in places like the desert or whatever. And I was thinking to myself, well, if a BRDM2 or a Tiger or T-72 is only this tall, and we're supposed to be able to engage them at this range with this optic, and if there's a curve in the way, there's no way I'd be able to see that guy. Those engagements would have never been possible. And now homeboy A will say, oh, well, and the advanced quote unquote arguments come down the line where it's like, oh, well, curvature is, mitigated by refraction, so you could still see the enemy. Yeah, well, that's all well and good, but the weapon system doesn't understand that. The weapon system is going to work on ballistic trajectory, right? Not a refracted line of sight. So the idea, when I was thinking about it, it's like, dude, there's no way we'd be engaging these targets. There's no way we'd be getting radar on these targets where they're supposed to be. None of these things would work. There's no way our longbows would work, so we got the Apaches, right, which was attached to our unit. So it's actually part of our unit, not attached. So the Apache, there's three. There's the Kiowa, the one Apache, and the second Apache, which is called the longbow. And that's the one that has the little radar doodad on the top of the rotor. And all it does, it only peaks up from 8 miles away. It just breaches so that thing's cresting, and then it can identify targets and shoot them. I'm thinking to myself, it's like, how could they do that if there's 8 miles, there's this big hump of Earth curve in the way? So the whole story didn't jive well with my memories of things that went down in the military. But I think that's where I will have to say out ski, because I need to eat some food. Hopefully somebody will be pissed off enough that my experience in the military led me to conclude that there's no giant hump of Earth curve in the way to pipe up and prove that there actually was a giant hump of Earth curve in the way.
To prove something that isn't true.
The sphere is so spherical, it's horizontal. Huh? It's so horizontal, it's got to be curving somewhere. You know what I mean? Because it's such a big horizontal line there. Got to be a curve somewhere. Somewhere. Because it's so big of a horizontal. Right, Callie? The horizontal horizon is so big for every human lining up across it, arm to arm to arm to arm to arm. Isn't that crazy?
Yo, what's up, Devon? I got a lot of wind on the highway.
You're saying that's a pretty big horizontal that you can't circle no curve. Like, they're so big, but it's like nowhere does it curve. Nowhere. Like, isn't that weird? Like, if you played a video game and put your character on a big ball, it'd be curving. It would not be horizontal. Like, if you videoed a ball in a video, like a video of it, and then just press X2, X3, X10, X5, it's not going to be horizontal. Now, if you pixelate it, then it might have horizontal pixels. But the only part of a ball that can even try to be horizontal is where you would balance at the focal point a horizontal ruler or a whore. You put it on the ball, whichever ball you get, however big you want, and show us that it's a horizontal. I mean, you have a horizontal reference frame. You don't have to keep saying, well, if you're on a ball, it's going to do this and 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 this. You can get a ball and show us that with a ball.
You're getting kind of choppy, DMOC. Maybe cut off your Wi-Fi and just use your data.
Can you hear me? Is my mic working?
Sounds pretty trash.
Breaking up a little track.
That should be a little better now, right?
A whole lot better.
Yeah.
So is it DMOC, DEMOC, or DEMOC? Which one is it?
However you feel like talking.
I guess I'll say DEMOC. DEMOC. But yeah, I got a question for you. What is underneath the planet?
Dirt.
More dirt?
Yeah, that's what you're standing on, isn't it?
Just endless amounts of dirt? Like, where does it stop? What's containing the dirt?
I didn't say how much.
Are we in a flower pot or something?
I didn't say how much. I didn't say the word endless. I just said it's dirt. I mean, as far as I know, it's dirt. Liquid dirt, mud, whatever. I mean, Have you ever watched those dudes? They pull up those cool samples. It's all just gray and like mud looking shit. Yeah. That's all I've ever seen them pull up. So if you ask me what we're standing on, it'd be the shit they're pulling up and showing you. White looking mud. You ever watch them pull out the core samples? And they label them and number them and all kinds of weird shit when they all look exactly identical. They're called core samples, but they only go 7 miles or 5 miles or 1 mile down. Isn't that weird? So you should probably ask your globe, what's underneath your globe? What's underneath your feet on the globe? Because if you can't dig to space, you can't prove space is down there.
Liquid hot magma.
Well, when you dig down to it, let me know.
Well, I'm just, let's say I want to be a flat earther. Like, is Earth in a bucket?
Yeah,
Are we on pillars?
I don't know. Is a globe in a bucket? Like when the little kid says, "Hey, mom, I can hold water."
The globe is in space. Globe is surrounded by space.
Water. All your globe water has to be in a bucket to be contained. Gravity ain't doing the fucking job.
You got a globe
Gotta
bucket.
be in a dirt bucket. Yeah, you know, a dirt bucket, a mud puddle, a trench. You know.
Holy magma, Batman.
Yeah, and tornadoes don't like to drop down below curves. They don't dip down into fucking ditches. And why do you gotta dig a ditch or dig into the dirt to hold water if gravity's supposed to be doing it for you? Why, Cal?
What's beneath the earth? More earth. True story.
Dirt, as far as I know.
I don't know
More
what to
dirt,
believe.
yeah. Magma.
It can become magma.
I don't know why it was funny.
Water can
It was.
become steam.
What's below the dirt? More dirt. What do you got otherwise?
More dirt.
Magma.
Just endless dirt. That's it.
What else would you have?
How do you model that? Where
How
is
do you
the
model dirt?
Is it in a flower pot?
With magma.
All right.
How do you model dirt?
What are you talking about?
You get dirt, man. You get a pile of dirt and you put it out on the ground. You put some water around it and you say, look, there's a flat earth model right there. Dirt, water, topography.
That ain't enough for me.
Water.
I need more.
What do you need, man? Let me find out.
Hold on. My flat earth can hold water, brother. Every time I make anything. If I wanted to show you a model, my ground.
Oh, are you saying that there are walls? You're saying that the walls are
you can't
containing
even
water?
get a ball to show. No, I'm saying my model can hold water. Yours can't.
How is it holding water? If it's just a flat surface,
it's to hold water. Step 1, hold water on the bottom of your model. And the
You're breaking
sides.
up. You're breaking up a little bit. You're losing impact.
Yeah, I know. So get some water.
That shit sounds terrible. Like I can't understand a damn word he said.
What did you say? The N word? What?
I said I didn't understand a word he said.
Oh.
Sound like he was underwater.
I thought you said the N word.
No N word here.
Yeah, when you go underwater on flat Earth, you're gonna hit dirt.
Look, I was talking away to Mr. Jordan Peterson there, and
What was that?
what didn't you understand?
The entire comment.
That makes sense.
Only thing we could make out was Jordan Peterson.
Oh,
Doesn't like balls. Dr. Jordan Peterson is a flat earther and he loves it.
Jordan Peterson is trying to decipher what this man is saying.
what man is saying?
The gentleman that sounds like he is underwater.
Which gentleman?
I'm not looking at Discord right now to tell you.
You're fucking useless now.
Absolutely. That wouldn't be the first time I've heard that.
Don't fucking down talk your wife like that, bro. He lied.
Said he's gonna go figure the truth out one day.
That's Jordan B. Peterson.
Eventually.
Oh, he like again. What's the B stand for? Bastard. Hey, Demark, you go, bro. You're doing good. Yeah, that's what I said.
This guy doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. They don't understand that on a globe you gotta go down under the water and then go horizontal and just pop out the surface. Why is it so hard for them? We don't gotta dig to China or nothing crazy. Just go under the water about a foot. Go horizontal that way to the sun. And then when you pop out of the water, let us know. You can't rise up. You just gotta swim in a straight line. And then you'll pop out. You'll pop out of the water. Curved water will be proven. Stick your pinky toe out of it. Shit, something. Selfie stick. Fly your GoPro fucking toy a mile that way. Drop it down have it like 8 inches above the water. Drop it down 10 or 11 inches without it getting wet. After 1 mile, you should be able to drop it 16. Just drop it 3 more inches than you started at 8. To drop 11 inches, okay, 12. Fuck it, 12 inches.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Start at 8 inches above the water, and then it's above the water, and you fly it out horizontally 1 mile. Now you should be able to drop it down 8 plus 8. So, and all we want to do is really just drop it down a couple, because more than 8, we'll give it to them. You know what I mean? If they can drop it down,
we always give it to them.
Right, I know. But listen, if they can drop it down literally where it's based at 12 inches in this location and not get wet, then they will prove curving water. If they can't do that, then they prove water's not curving at fucking all, because they're only getting a couple.
Well, they're not. I don't know how you can. Well, I don't know how you can prove that water curves. Doesn't make sense. Yeah. So how do you get the curvature on a surface that is made of water?
I don't know, but we could use a side view either way for anything I would do. I would say get a side view, front view, back view.
Oh, yeah, you'd have cameras all over that motherfucker.
Yeah, 100%. And I wouldn't be like, don't look from the side. That's what Globers do. They don't want you to look from the side. They want you to use the theodolite 100 miles away.
Yeah, we can put this whole fucking thing to bed if we just had a drone.
Yeah, if a Glober was brave enough to use his drone to prove the globe exists, we could all just go home, huh? What the hell? You know, I asked Mick Toon if he would do it, and he laughed. I asked FTFE if he would do it, and he laughed. Both those scary bastards. I said, fly it out. Listen to this, though. I said, you guys can fly it out 5 miles and drop it down 3 to 4 inches is all you got to drop it down extra. Start at 8 inches above the water. Fly it out 5 miles that way. Drop it down and fly and bring it back dry. I mean,
was it a nervous laugh?
How do you get the drone to fly in a perfectly straight line? That's the hard part.
Well, what you do is you have your buddy on the other side of the lake, and you stand on the other side, and your buddy will fly his drone out in front of him a couple feet, and he should be able to drop it down.
Also, Demark, you know that drones have GPS.
What?
So drones have GPS.
What is it?
They have angles and all kinds of shit going on, so that you can tell exactly where it is at any time.
Right.
So he's asking, how do you? Well, you just GPS that shit, right?
How do you know? You can film the side view with a horizontal reference frame, brother.
Yeah, so ask the question again. What's his name? Matthew? What was the question? How do you 5 inch?
How do you make the drone go in a perfectly straight line for a mile or for 5 miles?
Right. So you know that you can see it, right? That it's all calculated.
Uh-huh.
Right. So
all you have to do is you don't even have to fly it across the water. You stand at one end of the water. Your friend stands at the other end. Start your drone 8 inches above where your friend is, and then where your friend says 8 inches above this water. You start it there, and you drop it down, and he's going to look in his view, and you should be able to drop it down. How much ever from his view, he says you can drop it down without it getting wet. You just drop it down right in front of you. But to him, it's far away because he's going to be looking from his perspective across the way. So for him, there's a curved water there magically somehow.
Yeah,
and the drone's going to go down magically 10 foot if you need it to, or 5 foot or 2 foot, right? But all we're looking for is 3 inches. So your buddy flies it out 8 inches over the water and has to drop down 12. Right. Drop it down 12 inches. And then we're good to go.
Yeah, we don't have to super overthink this thing. Like,
no, not at all. Your buddy's going to be at the other end of the lake. You don't have to fly all the way over. He'll have the drone over there waiting. He'll just fly it forward and then drop it down. And in your view, you'll see it a curve hiding it anyway, right? It's already around the curve, so you should be able to drop it low without getting it wet. In your view. But in his view, he's going to be flying his fucking drone straight down in water. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
In your view, Matthew, he's going to be flying the drone down below the curved hump of water. But the guy on the side is going to have a horizontal line of reference from you to the other person. And the drone's going to be there. And it's just going to go out and drop down and get wet. And
you do get submarine drones, right?
Well, the thing is, a submarine or a human, like I said, when you put it down underwater, it should be able to pop out the surface.
Yeah.
So if you shoot a missile or a torpedo, I should say, 1 mile, and it's only 2 inches underwater, it should pop out of the surface after a half mile, horizontally, not rising up, just perfectly horizontally. This is never going to happen. This never happens. Where does this happen? In a pool, a pond, or a lake? Where you go under the water 3 inches and go horizontally and pop out of the surface without hitting dirt. Show me where that happens.
I had a dream once.
I had 2 dreams one time when I was flying.
You ever a dream where you wake up and think, fuck, it was a dream, man.
I know, isn't that weird?
Like, I had to tell myself today because I had too much cheese. Wake the fuck up. And I woke up and I was like, oh my God, thank you, Lord.
Oh yeah, they get crazy. I had one time I had a dream that gravity didn't exist, and then I woke up and gravity still didn't exist, and I was like, whoa, son of a bitch.
What a fucking
Yeah, I'm
name.
cracking up, dude.
That's a fucking name.
That's an epic dream.
Fucking deadly. It's deadly, mate. Deadly. Any fags in you, mate?
I was driving down a hill, Callie, and the hill didn't stick me to it. I just started like flying off of it away and away and away.
Like E.T. on the bike.
No, but straight to the ground though, because I was like started like a roller coaster going down at the top, and then there was no gravity or nothing, so I wasn't stuck to the hill like normal, riding down the hill. I was just like going straight down, like straight, like a rocket.
No gravity or nothing.
To the ground. Yeah, with no gravity, I was falling even harder, straight to the ground, so fucking hard. And then my tires weren't stuck to the dirt anymore or nothing, and I wasn't stuck to nothing. And so I was just falling down the hill like a roller coaster that wasn't connected.
Yeah, everybody's over here trying to define gravity, and you're over there trying to defy gravity. Big difference.
Right, and then everybody in the van was like, oh my God, something. I said, everybody, shut up. They was like, huh? I said, I got this. And I grabbed the steering wheel, and I was like, what the fuck? And I thought to myself,
wait, I thought you were on a bike. Yeah, a steering wheel.
No. A minivan.
Oh.
And I grabbed the steering wheel, and I said, go back to the fucking ground.
Hey, it's his dream, fuck off.
Right, and then I said, F you, gravity. What the hell? I got this. And then, I grabbed the steering wheel, and I was like, go back to normal. And then the thing, went to the ground, and we started, going down real fast like a roller coaster, and then, the ground, and then we, went straight, that way horizontally, and kept going and going and going until we, slowed down a little bit, and everybody was like, yeah.
Wait, how did you know it was horizontal? You had a leveling instrument in your dream?
Oh, it was my minivan. We were going down vertically. And then
use your minivan to find level.
We started vertical, going straight to the ground. And then my tires stuck back to the dirt, going down the hill, they stuck back. And then we coasted it out, horizontally. From a vertical position, going down the roller coaster ramp. And then right out until you got to stop and get out, and the guy puts the brakes.
Dude, it sounds like there's crazier motion going on your flat Earth than a spinning wobbly globe.
What the fuck? On what? What are you talking about? This was a dream.
Yeah, what did the brakes sound like?
That's the brakes on the roller coaster.
Yeah, just wondering. Man, that's a nightmare, bro. How did you survive that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It was real weird. One time I was falling straight towards the ground like a torpedo head first, and I was like, wake the hell up. This has got to be a dream because I am not flying again. And then I woke up. Or I started flying for a couple seconds, and I was like, yeah, it's a damn dream. And I woke up.
Hey, I'm not kidding. I was sitting here today actually sweating balls and actually thanking the Lord that I just woke up.
I've had some like that too. Bad dreams that you really don't like. Something really bad happens.
It's fucking awful. Like this one time, I thought I was actually living on a spinning ball.
One time I actually had a dream that Callie demonstrated a ball could have a tangent
That wasn't a
No.
dream. That was real life.
Without a ball in your hand. So it's still a dream so far.
But Kelly's always got balls in his hand.
I want to
I had a
explain
dream
something.
that he demonstrated Coriolis with a real ball too, and he put a cup of water on a real spinning
Come on.
ball in front of the
Come on,
class,
check this out.
and he spun the ball around in the water. The liquid started spinning too, according to where he put, it on the ball. It was
Denmark, check this out. Check this out, right?
Yeah.
You've seen those little disco balls that you could get at like Spencer's Gifts. It just like lights up the room with constellations.
Disco bud.
Yeah, it's
But
just
I
like a
haven't
little like
seen
it's just like a little
you get a
novelty.
tangent for one, or the zenith angle.
Yeah, it just projects light onto your room. It's just like a disco ball. Well, if you get one of those, right? You
like
fill the walls.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
what's that?
Oh, sorry.
No,
Go
I'm just
ahead.
saying, like, if I
yeah,
put
like
a
can we
toy
astronaut?
if I put a toy car on like a beach ball in that room, can I measure angles to the lights on the ceiling?
I don't know what you're doing. You should get a ball like a globe and get the little land and put little Cali on there somewhere with a camera, and then a pinhole camera, and you should put a dot on the ceiling and represent Polaris or whatever you want, and then like show us the sphere and show us the dot and show us how you get the tangent and the zenith and the angles and show us how you know where you are because of that dot on the ceiling on that ball, like live with a real ball. We don't want you to use the center middle line of the ball. We don't want you to chop it in half. We want you to use where you're standing at on the ball and get tangent to the sphere somewhere and show us how you do that on an actual sphere, not just imaginary fucking papers that are flat 2D, not without a sphere, not just explaining what you think you explained because somebody explained it to you 100 times. You think you're good at explaining it now. I mean, actually demonstrate with the sphere. Like, go get like 5 different spheres and then calculate the curve to each one of them in the radius and the circumference in front of us. You know what I mean? So we know that you guys can do this shit. Or else you're just fucking parroting something that's useless, really, like some doctors who's one fish. Okay, go ahead, I'm done.
You're gonna make me draw it. I'm gonna draw it.
You'll need to get a sphere called a globe. They have little globes. Have you ever heard of those? Those exist.
It's flat. That's right. CIA. Take that is real.
Who the hell was that guy?
I don't know, but he said something about the CIA loves you.
Yeah, FBI. DIY.
Book him, Dano. He doesn't got any balls. I was like, can you demonstrate that, teacher? She said, it's impossible. I said, why'd you call this something unable to be done? Is the word ball in it? Why,
I'm gonna demonstrate it right now. I'm gonna demonstrate this. Are you looking at my screen, Demok?
What are you demonstrating?
Demonstrate in Celeste. Getting an elevation angle on a sphere. You don't need a flat surface.
I hope you got a ball.
I got a cube so far. Ball's coming.
Square. That's square.
This is a cube. Or a rectangular. Whatever.
Are you bored, bro? All right, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just making a little visual. Okay, check this out, right? So, right, this is a bedroom. We're just...
Is it your bedroom?
This is just any bedroom, right? I got my toy from Spencer's. I got my little projector that's going to put constellations all over my walls, right? I got lights. I got the lights projecting onto my walls. Right?
Wow.
It's all emitting out of my... You know what I mean?
Balls of light.
Yeah, it's all coming out of this little ball right here. My little projecting... Okay, so, right? I got my disco ball projecting light onto my walls. Now, I'm going to get a big old beach ball, right? Big beach ball. Boom! And I want to measure an elevation angle to this star over here. Let's say I'm a little car. Let's say I get a magnet. and I stick it inside the beach ball, and I get a little Matchbox toy car, and I put my little toy car right here. And I could take an elevation angle to this projected star on my ceiling. Then, right, I could do that. Then somebody right here, they can take an elevation angle to the same star. You see that? Boom.
Yeah, see that, yeah.
Yeah, so that's how you get an elevation angle on a sphere right there. Got no problem. It's possible on a globe.
It's also possible on something else, right? Into the break.
Who's fucking snoring, man?
Kelly, was that your point?
Nah, it was into the break. He's having a little snooze.
My point is that you can get accurate angle measurements on the surface of a sphere.
Right.
No.
Yes, yes, you can.
You can, yeah.
Put the ruler on there and show us
demonstrated it with my absolutely horrid
on there on the actual sphere, cue ball, or whatever sphere you're using, the actual solid sphere, physical sphere. Put a ruler on there and show us what you're doing again.
The two angles don't look the same to me. I'm just eyeballing.
I'm gonna post this stupid picture in chat right now. I don't need to.
Meh.
Meh.
Broken L's. An L with an arc on it. I got an L with an arc on it. What's that, upside down R? What you got? What you working with, baby?
Yeah, celestial navigation does not require the Earth to be a horizontal baseline. You can do it on a sphere. That's why I did
the horizontal baseline.
Yeah, the horizontal baseline is.
Yeah, thank you.
It's an abstract artificial baseline.
Yeah.
Made by a leveling instrument.
So what's your point?
Abstract.
Oh, well, I was engaging with Demok. I heard him say something about you need a horizontal baseline. So I just showed why you really don't.
Thank you. So you just explained what we already know. Thank you very much.
Well, then why do you assert that celestial navigation needs a horizontal baseline? Do you know that it doesn't? Correct your friends when they say that.
Huh?
Yeah.
Everything you just said is totally preposterous. Everybody in this room is now dumber for. No, I'm just kidding, bro.
It's all good.
I don't get your point, man.
No.
I don't either, because I don't see an angle. I see a dot.
Nathan Oakley, a lot of people, they state that celestial navigation requires you to use the Earth as a level reference. Treat the ground as a horizontal baseline.
Well, you have to have something in the baseline.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you just said it. I just proved with my stupid
hold on,
drawing
brother. Stop.
that you don't
that
need a
doesn't
horizontal baseline.
Hold on, man. You're not making no sense. Why the fuck would you want to treat a curve like a horizontal to find out stuff and where stuff is on a curve? Why would you turn it horizontal all the time, like maps and everything else? Why the fuck are you turning arcs into flat horizontals? Why are spheres 2D flats all the time? Why are arcs always fucking horizontal lines? It's not working out, brother. It's just not.
That's what I said.
Tell the globe it can be itself for once. Don't stop playing like it's a flat earth and pretending. It's not fucking Halloween. Take the suit off.
Come out of the cupboard, bro. Just be yourself.
Yeah, it's Halloween. Be yourself, globe. Show the fucking curve for once. Stop being so horizontal everywhere.
God damn.
Oh, Halloween's coming again. You know what the globe's gonna dress up as? Fuck. A flat Earth every time for pilots and everybody. What are we gonna? What's it gonna be? The pilots ask, "What's it gonna be
What's the
on
globe
our
gonna
feet?" We're
dress
like,
up for all of
treat it
us?
like a flat Earth, a stationary, non-rotating one.
Oh
But
man.
you can't be moving this year. Be like, no, you'll hurt people thinking the Earth's moving. Don't fly in that way. No.
Kelly, isn't DMAC a wee bit funny? Like you have to admit that's kind of funny.
It is funny. The globe likes to dress up as a flat Earth. It's like, what do you look like, globe? An awesome flat Earth. You look so horizontal.
I pretend I'm flat when I'm actually a globe.
I only play horizontal on the weekends. I'm not, but I play that way in reality. That is pretty funny, though. You know what I mean? The globe's got to hide. It's like an embarrassing globe. The curve's so embarrassed of itself you can't find it. Weird, huh? Like a chameleon and shit. You know, I think the curve is like that. I think that's why they try to say it's a particle in a wave. Because when you look at the curve, it's horizontal. And when you look away, it's a curve. But then when you look at it, it's horizontal. And when you look to it, the light, it's a curve. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, hang on. Did you just get your knickers in a twist? I don't think it's actually.
I think I bumbled my fumbles.
I'm quite sure if wave particle or particle wave.
Curvezontal or horizontal curvature?
Wavical.
All right, guys. Any topic or anything?
PMAC.
Yes, Kelly.
Celestial navigation does not require Earth to be horizontal. You can get an elevation angle on a sphere.
Yes, I know that, Kelly.
Oh, right on.
And what's your point?
No, that's it. That was my point.
Okay, good point, well made. Thank you.
Yep.
So you can get the same fucking elevation angle from a flat or planar or curved surface.
Can you film the rift go down below 2 degrees, Callie? Can we film the rift go down below the horizon like the whole time and just chase it down?
Can we get a drone in here?
You said Riv?
The Great Rift. Big old thing. It's called the Great Rift. Can we watch it drop below 15, 14, 13 to 1 degrees to 0 degrees, below 0 degrees, right? Because 0 degrees is just the edge of your ball, right? So it has
You're talking
to
about the
drop
Mariana
below.
Trench? What are you talking
Well,
about?
0 degrees is the level point of your sea level for your globe, which would be an arcing spherical surface, right? So the stars have to drop below that, right? Correct?
I'm not sure what you were saying.
0 degrees on a ball just goes down and around back to itself again. 0 degrees in elevation, 0 degrees high, right? 0 degrees, right? 0 degrees would be level on your sphere, right? The
spherical geometry, the entire surface of the sphere, you treat it as
hold the fuck on, dude. You understand that part? Now shut up. I'm going to continue. Now, 0 degrees is level on your ball. Now say, okay, and that's it. That's all you need to understand so far. Now, stars are supposed to go below that point. Do you comprehend?
Fix your freaking Wi-Fi, bro. You're cutting in and out.
Not really.
No, it's not. Stars are supposed to go below 0 degrees, ball boy.
Why would you say not really when it definitely is?
Because I can hear him perfectly. So your internet is cutting out.
All right, 1 second.
Yeah, wouldn't it be the right time, huh?
Discombobulated.
Stars should drop below 0 degrees on a sphere and keep going down to 1, -1, -2, negative, all the way to -30 if you'd like.
Yeah, but
And
you
we
can still
film
see
that. Correct.
Well,
And you would still be able to film them below 0 degrees, which would still be level for your fucking sphere. But on a flat Earth, right, it'd be dropping below the actual horizon, dirt and water, which they can't do. So, do you have stars dropping below this fucking beautiful flat Earth or not? Silence. What happened to your celestial sphere? It got cut in half all of a sudden?
You're trying to flip this celestial sphere back on the globe as if the globe has an
What
issue with
I
it?
asked you is do you have any film of stars dropping below a fucking horizon? Up to 33 degrees live the whole way, dude.
Yeah,
The
I've
Great
seen
Rift.
videos of that for sure.
You have?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Show us it.
What the hell?
You're talking about stars above the horizon, and then they sidereally rotate, and then you can't see them anymore.
No, I
They're
didn't say
below the
anything
horizon.
like that. No, retard. I didn't say anything like that.
What are you asking for?
Stars dropping below fucking sea level, Dumbo, for the 8th time.
Yeah, stars do that. Yeah.
Let's tone it down a bit, maybe.
Okay.
Thank
So, the horizon. Do you have film at the horizon live where stars are dropping that down, and then get closer, and then watch them drop below you? Standing on the horizon, sitting up in a helicopter. Can you watch the stars go down below you, below sea level? Let's see that footage.
Yeah, you can watch them rotate 15 degrees per hour. That's the sidereal.
No. Stop being a dude. Oh my God. Why am I talking to a brick wall? Get in a helicopter, right? And on your window, mark a horizontal line. That's going to be your horizon line. The stars need to go below that, and then keep filming them and watch them. Can we do this?
Dude, the ground would obstruct the stars when they go below the horizon. You wouldn't be able to see them. That's the first response I said.
So there is no globe, and there are no stars going down below underneath the globe, correct?
Wait, what?
No globe, no stars going down below and around the globe live, filmed by you ever, right? No human.
There's one observer that can watch the star appear to go below the horizon. Somebody else in a different location can still see that same star above the horizon.
Not what I asked for. Good talk, Mark Twain. So quit making your own stories up, and what we need to see is a human, right, in a hot air balloon at the curve of Earth, 3959 away from you. Okay, guy? You comprehend? And then he's going to be at the edge of Earth. Don't matter about your fucking opinion. So you're going to be standing there sad because he's in a hot air balloon filming the stars go below the dirt and water that we know to be horizontal. But you think you live on a ball, so you're going to be able to film them go down below you. Correct?
If you're filming the stars go below the horizon, then you're filming them to the point where you're not going to see them anymore. Right?
No, I don't think you're making any sense. Brother, you're going to be standing there at 12 o'clock on the top of the sphere at the beach. Your buddy's going to be 3959 away from you, right? And then he's going to be in a helicopter hovering. He just has to film the stars. He has his camera facing down at like 33 to 45 degrees down at an angle. And he's going to film, he has a GoPro in. He's going to film the stars going all the way down below him, right? Arcing back towards him, right?
I mean, it sounds like you're describing what an equatorial mount does.
No, I'm describing what you would see if you lived on a ball as a human sitting on above the edge in a helicopter, just hovering. You're not flying to space. You're not going real high or nothing crazy. You're hovering right there over the dirt and water at the edge of the dirt ball. Right there at the edge, brother. Your buddy's behind you to mark that point. He's 39.59 away, waving his hand. That's you. And then I'll be in the helicopter and I'm trying to film stars go below me, which there's still earth and dirt and water horizontally in front of me, being filmed perfectly horizontal.
Are you saying in that scenario they wouldn't go below the horizon?
Are you slow, brother? What we're looking for is you
whatever
to
you're
have
describing is
footage.
hard to follow.
You need, globe's hard to follow, stupid. The edge of the globe, it's where you're sitting. Now, do you have footage of you watching the stars go down, man? Why is it so complex for you, dude?
Stars decline 1 degree every 69 miles. That's when you move away from the GP of the star. And they rotate 15 degrees per hour. So when you say, like, you want to see a star go below the horizon, and you got somebody 39.59 miles away or whatever, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think actually happened?
They're going to see it, not you. Stop not making any sense. Are you okay?
This is me trying to make sense of what you're saying. I don't know
what I'm saying except you. Why is that, Callie?
I think you purposely try to discombobulate me. That's what I...
Listen, just because you can't comprehend your own fucking globe and the mathematics of it and what should really happen on a ball when you put one observer on the top and the other observer in the drone hovering right there at the edge of it, that's what you would see.
What we observe
in a room of stars off the beach ball, you're going to see stars drop below you.
Where it's contrived,
in a room of stars. When you rotate the beach ball or rotate the room around you, you can get a ball, a big ball, put dots inside of it, put your other ball inside of it with a camera, have your little drone in there hovering, and have your little guy sitting on the top. The other guy will be 39.59 away from you, hovering in the drone, sitting there, a little big drone toy with a camera on it, and it's going to watch the stars go down below it. That's what a sphere is like, Callie. You understand now.
Yeah, if I'm observing a star near the horizon and someone else is, 4,000 miles away, and they're observing the same star, like, what do you want from me? What do you expect me to tell you?
You're not observing anything. You're just sitting there. You're a fucking buoy. You're just a focal point. It's like, hi, Callie, pointless guy, standing there for no reason at all. Who cares? You're just a marker. We're 39.59 away from you, pal. We're going to see all the magic. You're not going to see shit. Too bad.
Yeah, but what we observe is explained like we represent what we observe with a sphere. Like, that's the best way to represent what we see in real life.
Yeah, you slipped on a banana peel, and that explains stuff. So, without a demonstration, we don't care about you slipping on a banana peel and that being your evidence for all the galaxy, the stars, and stuff, and gravity. You slipped on a banana peel.
What would have to happen on a flat Earth for this?
Exactly what you see. Exactly what you film right now. You can't ever get to the edge of it, and you're not ever going to film any stars go down below the dirt and water.
Why can't I see Polaris in the southern hemisphere?
Like I said, you asked me about a flat Earth. I just told you, stop ignoring me. Get anywhere you want, close to the dirt, fly 1 foot or 2 foot above it. Go 39.59 in every fucking direction from anybody you know. Have 100 people do this. And none of you idiots are going to look down and see any fucking stars. Do you understand? That's mathematically, physically fucking impossible to be on a sphere if all of you guys are 39.59 away from each other, and you can still have somebody 39.59 in front of you, horizontally, staring at them. It wouldn't even make no sense.
You can say what you want about it, but I'm definitely having trouble following
it's proven mathematically. Sorry you don't know how to do math anymore.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't follow what you're explaining, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 39.59. You understand that. 39.59, that's hard, isn't it? Understand that.
I don't
Write
know.
that down. Yeah,
I just don't know.
3959. Yeah, figure it out. It's a hard number. I don't even know how you know about a ball without knowing anything about 3959. If you don't know about that, how do you know about a ball? How you doing your calculations without that number, without the radius?
You know what I'm wondering? Why can't you see Polaris below the equator? What happens there?
Because you're not on a ball. Because you're not on
Perspective
a
is apparently.
ball.
Don't sing over
You
my.
can't see no
You're
stars
gonna sing.
below.
You're gonna sing and interrupt. That's crazy.
You can't see no stars below the dirt and water curve of Earth.
I can
Wherever
literally
that
explain
matters.
why you should see Polaris on a flat Earth.
Brother,
You're gonna sing
stop
over it.
saying what you should do. You're an idiot. You're supposed to see on a ball. You can get a ball and prove what I'm saying. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Get a ball out and prove me wrong, liar.
You want me to get my balls out? Whoa, Denmark.
Yeah, that's where you go, right?
I didn't say that shit. You did.
No, I didn't, weirdo.
That's what you wish you heard.
What a weirdo. You probably thought
he's a bit weird.
It's okay.
You know, there's people in the North Pole.
Keep your high heels on, brother.
They observe
Eskimo.
Polaris.
Debating a dress too.
They observe Polaris at their zenith, like relatively.
Yeah, you insert
So
a
the
tampon.
more you go south, away from the GP of Polaris, the elevation angle changes, but its apparent brightness and its apparent angular size does not change. As it lowers, according to the flat Earth, as it lowers to the perspective, it changes the same angular size. Then when you get to the equator, it gets as low as possible to the horizon, and then it disappears. Why doesn't it change angular size as you move away from it until it's unresolvable to the naked? Why doesn't that happen?
Yeah, let's move away from your house and measure it. Let's move away from your car tire and see how much air's in it. Let's move away and see how big
not a
you are.
response to what I said.
Yeah, let's move away from stuff and measure it. How stupid
That's
are you?
incoherent babble. You're
It's
babbling.
on your head about 5
we
times.
should probably address what Gally said.
Yeah, he said move away from stuff to measure it, brother. He said run away from it far away, like get a mile away, and then measure the trees in my yard. What a weirdo.
Well, yeah, I heard that in a way.
Laws of perspective dictate that when something increases in distance from the observer, it'll decrease in angular size. That doesn't happen to Polaris near the horizon when you're on the
You
equator.
don't got no horizon.
It just doesn't
Shut
happen.
up.
Well.
It just doesn't
What?
happen. Dude.
Polaris. Why
Near
would
the,
Polaris?
near the horizon, right? Let's say you're at the equator, looking at Polaris on the horizon. You start moving away from it, it disappears. It doesn't change angular size. It just disappears.
Okay, I thought you should have changed angular size. Okay, go ahead.
So how does that work on a flat Earth?
Perspective.
It must not be flat. Like it's becoming obstructed by the ground.
It works great on a flat Earth.
But
anyway,
hang on. How do you think
now
a
I'm mad
curve?
at you.
How do you think? You get.
No, I'm mad
Hey,
at them.
Demak, watch out! He's getting mad at you, bro. It's another
Maybe explain
nightmare.
some shit.
He's gonna have bad dreams tonight. Demak, don't eat any cheese, bro.
I have dreams about Denmark on the bike like E.T.
Eating cheese. So how does the curvature? How does the curve of ball get in the way of fucking Polaris? I don't understand.
Polaris does exactly what it would do if Earth was a globe. If Earth was a globe with a radius of
We would see boomerang
24,901 miles.
stars. We would see stars go out that way, down at the horizon when we're hovering in our helicopter at the horizon with the dirt and water stopping right below us, where there's no Earth in front of us. No Earth in front of us, dirt Earth, curve Earth, right? You'd be proving it right here like that, right? No Earth in front of you. That would prove it right there. And then you'd see the stars going down below you. Can we see that spot? And it would boomerang back at you to come down around and back underneath the globe. It had to go out that way and then come back.
Yeah,
See?
you're kind of making a moot point there, Callie. Dirt.
Yeah.
Sorry?
You're making a moot point.
Showing flat Earth over a globe, but stars would have to keep going that way and then go down and then come back around that way like a boomerang type of deal. Especially how fucking far they are away, and you would see them go out that way and then
Stars don't change angular size. Distances between stars don't change angular size.
No, brother, they go out and make a U and come back around.
The apparent distances between stars in constellations, like you look at the sky, all these stars have fixed positions relative to each other.
You don't know the distance.
They have fixed positions relative to each other. Those don't change
What
when you
distance?
move away from it. You think you're increasing your distance from the GP of the star, right? And it's lowering due to perspective because you're moving away from it, right? But everything in the sky doesn't change angular size.
This is
not your problem.
This is not the curve. Yeah,
that's definitely a flat Earth problem.
No.
What is? You not comprehending reality on
You
flat Earth
think that
every day?
the stars lower 1 degree every 69 miles due to perspective, but the distances between stars don't change.
You can't find your edge.
Relative to the relative to each other.
The globe doesn't exist nowhere.
You just talk through me because I bet you do that because it is a good point.
Find your horizon, brother.
Thanks for validating my point by trying to talk right through it.
Yeah, but we're looking for the end of your globe. We're looking for the buck stopping right there where the globe, dirt, and water stops, brother. Why do you keep talking about everything else like you're slow? It's like I'm talking to a fucking kitchen table. Brother, where's the edge of your beach ball? Like you can hover with a drone right there at the edge and see no beach ball in front of you. Why is this beyond you, brother?
I'd say it's a toaster.
Yeah, toaster.
Dude, I'm just a broom
toaster oven.
I just got pieces of tables and toasters. I got all the things. It doesn't fucking matter if I'm a toaster or whatever. But does
I want you to get a beach ball out. The biggest ball you can get the biggest ball you can think about, a real ball, and put a camera on there and just move it around and stuff. And you'll see what I'm saying, because when you move it forward just to cut hair, you're going to see there's no ball in front of you anymore. Like, it's just so fucking simple.
Yeah, well, that's exactly.
Dude, like, you're telling me this while your mic is going crazy. It's like, I don't know how to follow that shit.
I'm really not telling you anything that a ball wouldn't tell you with you having a ball out in front of you and a drone on it. It would tell you itself.
The ball is not in your way.
Right. It's never in your way. It's out of your way. If you're on a video game and there's a huge, huge ball underneath you, it's not in your way to look forward. You go up and look forward, no ball in front of you.
So your point about about balls is mute. You understand, Toaster?
You don't have a horizon on your ball, brother. It's not stopping you. There's nothing there. It's underneath.
You want me to talk about bottom of obstruction instead of celestial navigation?
No, I want you to get a ball and put a fucking camera phone up. Turn your cell phone upside down, stick it on the top of a ball, and we want to all look at what you fucking see. I want to see if we can see the wall in your room. Or is the ball in your way, liar? I want to fucking see right now.
So let's calm it down. Okay, Kelly. Do you have another point you'd like to make? Because
okay, well, don't fib to us, Callie. Actually,
I got my favorite point to make.
Don't lie, you fucking liar. I'm just kidding, man. Go ahead,
This is my favorite point. It doesn't matter if Earth is actually a globe or not. The fact that there is, in fact, only one way for thousands of years to explain what we observe in the sky. It's like, what do you do with that information? The only way we've ever mapped the positions of celestial objects
is that they're
relative to your position on Earth, like everything you can see in the sky, there is a place on Earth where it'll appear directly overhead. The only way we've managed to map the sky is using a celestial sphere around a globe for thousands
overhead.
of years.
Hold on. You just said overhead. No, around the globe would be below your feet, the other stars, and stars that way on the side of you, and stars on the other side of you, stars in front of you, stars behind you.
You understand how the universe works, Kelly? Sorry, Demok.
Do I understand how the universe?
No, do you understand
Not really.
what you're perceiving, as in perception of the universe, the stars and shit, the momentum and all that crap? You understand that, right?
What?
Yeah, they convinced you of whatever garbage you said about whatever that made no sense because you're on a flat earth. And whatever you said about balls and ball skies and balls, none of it made any fucking sense, bro.
Everything should be a perpetual motion, like crazy motion. But everything is in the same place all the time. What does that tell you?
Well, see, you're kind of strawmanning the globe model. You're saying, like, you know, based on your interpretation of what they claim to the globe to be, like you're saying that there's certain things we should experience, but they don't say that we should experience that. That's your
I'm not
interpretation.
saying nothing. I'm just asking you something.
Well, you just said that we should be feeling the spinning and the wobbling of the earth. They don't claim that we should feel it.
No. I don't know how to explain this. If you look out into the universe, everything should be moving in different directions all the time, incredibly crazy. But we have the same fucking thing year after year without any deviation. What that tells you is that it's fixed.
What now? What is fixed? Dude,
the points in the sky are fixed.
Did you know that nothing is truly fixed? Nothing is fixed. Nothing is an actual fixed state. Nothing is permanent.
Right.
Everything changes.
So you
Everything
said,
is in a constant state of change. Nothing's fixed. Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. But you said Polaris is always fixed, didn't you?
No, I never said that.
No, you did about
Polaris
5 minutes
rotates
ago.
around.
Polaris is always there. It's always fixed. That's what you said.
Polaris moves. Polaris has a GP, but it moves in a small circle, tight little circle.
Right. So it's not fixed. I could have sworn you said everything was fixed.
When did I say that? Oh, relative to each other. Relative to each other, right? That's another thing, dude. Like, how can you explain everything in the sky having like this apparent rotation going? All the stars sidereally rotate as if like it's literally as if we're spinning. That's what it looks like. All these things rotate. Like you look at the sidereal rotation around Polaris, all the stars are moving in unison. So it's either like there's a gigantic universal force causing all the stars to move, like as if like there's just a giant tidal wave just moving everything in a circle. Or we're on something that's rotating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like how can you explain what the stars are doing?
No, I get what you're saying.
The celestial sphere has been shown to show this movement that you're talking about, and I tagged you earlier with the imagery of it. So
I'll go with the former.
The sky is moving. It's pretty obvious. It's observably so. It's moving. You can observe it. It's detectable. It's you know, in many
you can see it.
You can observe it in the infrared, in the radio waves. It's doing more. It's even more than just moving, right? It's doing a lot. So there you go. You can observe it. It's right there. It's in front of your face. So trying
it's
to go
having it.
It's kind of like kind of crazy.
It's having a party.
Party? No, nobody's having a party.
I don't even have the vocabulary to explain what I'm thinking. Like what I was trying to say about there being like some big force moving all the stars, just to make it look like everything's being moved by the same force, and it's just like every star is in unison. There's only like two ways to explain that. Either there's like something super fundamental causing everything in the sky to move,
and you can observe that it's moving like clockwork,
which we don't observe. Actually, we don't.
Kelly,
We don't think there's anything like that.
Kelly, finish that thought. Just finish that thought, please. There's either two things. One is, go ahead. There's only two.
Either there's a force in the sky making everything move, or we're on something that's moving, causing everything to appear to be rotating.
So you're saying there's a chance.
And what's crazy is we look in the sky and we see objects rotating. That's what we see. The sun rotates, the moon rotates.
The sun and the moon move with cycles between the north apex and the south apex radius.
I seen a video of Jupiter rotating the other day.
This celestial equator, moving in cycles like clockwork.
That's a whole nother thing, dude. That's another thing. We look into the sky, everything appears to be moving and orbiting and rotating. Earth is like the only thing in the universe that's fixed, apparently.
Correct.
In that model. Yeah, that's like,
correct.
I don't know.
Yeah. In that model, yeah. Correct.
What makes Earth so anomalous?
The only thing in the
Defying
universe
physics?
to know that. It's just creating falsehood right there.
Why doesn't Earth move? Why not?
Only thing in the universe. You don't
Where
know.
is Earth?
Can't make that claim.
You asking questions now, Kelly?
He's asserting that something.
Yeah, you can shut me up if you want. Just tell me to shut up. I'll stop talking.
No. I'm genuinely interested in what you're saying here because it's making sense to me. You've got two options. You have to pick one. Either the Earth is not rotating and everything above us is moving, and I can see Jupiter and it's rotating, right? So, but I'm watching it from Earth, and I can see things in the sky doing loop-de-loops. That doesn't mean that we're doing loop-de-loops. So you're, as far as I can tell, just by your demeanor and your whatever, you're having a crisis here. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're a full-on baller, but you're trying to work out it's either or, and you're coming to a point where it's a crossroads. You have to pick.
Yeah, I picked. I mean, everything seems to be indicative of Earth being a globe. Like all phenomena, like you could explain with the globe. It's kind of crazy.
What's crazy?
That you could explain all phenomena with the globe.
No, you can't.
Oh yeah, you can say words.
No, you can't. That's bullshit.
Words. Yeah, you can say the banana peel, globe. Yep.
Which phenomena can't you explain with a globe?
None of them can be demonstrated with a ball in your hand.
Yeah. Grab a globe and show me rainstorms on that globe. Show it to me. And floods and water flowing and seas.
Yeah.
And
you want me to just pick up some random beach ball?
Yeah, I mean, like Kelly, where do we start, bro?
I'm on Earth, dude. I'm not going to.
Where do we start, bro?
Show me the globe with rainstorms and that kind of stuff.
I can't make it rain on a basketball.
Oh, you can't? So why are you saying it is? So.
Well, clearly you're asking me for something that can't be done.
Well, then, obviously, you have to pick the other thing.
Well, the globe model doesn't allow you to demonstrate what you're asking for right now. Like, you want me to make it rain on a basketball.
No, globe
Like, I
model.
can't do that. Well, maybe I could do that. You know, maybe I could figure out a way. I'll just get some shower hose.
Model is not reality.
I'll get a shower head.
You can't use that
Okay.
model to show anything.
You're being ridiculous now.
Anything accurate.
Yes, a ridiculous question.
Well, you're being ridiculous.
Remember, you're going from observing the sky doing things into saying, look, the sky is doing things because I'm standing on a globe, and then I cannot demonstrate the globe, and then I'm going to look at the sky, and I'm going to say the sky makes the ground a globe. And whatever the sky is doing is because the ground is doing it. And then you make a model about that idea that you have in your mind, or whatever. But as observe the sky.
You have to ask yourself:
as observe,
is there something besides
the sky is doing what it do, right? Like clockwork, and you cannot attribute what the sky is doing as a mechanism to make a construct of your imagination as the ground is what you conjured in your mind.
Right.
Because you saw the sky doing something.
What do you have to ask yourself, Kelly?
Why avoid addressing? Why are you saying it's insignificant? I could just dismiss sky observations. This has nothing to do with the ground. Why would you do that?
No, nobody's doing that. No, that's you saying that. The sky is being recorded to do what it do, right? And it's doing that. But there is no correlation to you saying because the sky is doing that. Now you're gonna make up a story about the observations that everybody does about the sky, right? And the cycles that we observe from the sky, and then you want to make a story about it. That doesn't correlate to the observation, your story, and your whatever you're conjuring about what the sky, the mechanism of the sky, and how that works. Just because you conjure it in your in your mind, and now you speaking it with your mouth, writing it on a piece of paper. Those things that you made up are not the same thing as the actual observation and the actual mechanism that is in place that causes the effects that we're observing. And you are making explanation on your little piece of paper or
That's
whatever
correct.
video you're making in the computer.
That's correct.
But then we do have the observations of the movement of the luminaries. We see it in different spectrums. We observe the sky in the thermal spectrum with radio, infrared, there's electro-opticals, and we can kind of see this whole spectrum of what the movement of the sky. And what we observe is the sky moving, and doing all these phenomena together.
Having a party.
And we observe all that, and yes, that's actually happening. Nobody's denying that. But your idea on a piece of paper, that's something different.
All right, you tried, but you did not defeat the method that's been used for probably over 1,000 years now. Like, you're trying to go up against something that really does exist, dude. It exists. People use the method.
It's not 1,000 years.
Celestial navigation. They presume that Earth has a celestial sphere.
The practical,
and
400.
Yeah, they navigate.
Nobody's denying that, but you're just conjuring.
Why are you talking through me though?
Moving to the.
You have to do that. You think it's necessary, or can you have the conversation?
Doing what? What you're doing?
Well, first you monologued and you did some sophistry, and now you're interrupting.
You've been monologuing for days.
Good one.
So, what's your problem? What's your problem with the actual?
I don't even know what you just said. That whole thing that you were going on about. What did you even say there? Can you summarize that?
What is your problem with the actual observations? Because we observing the actual phenomena that is
I know, bro.
We have equipment. We observe the sky. It's being put on paper. What is happening, right? But then
even Democ was less interruptive than you. You have a penny with shit drawn on it.
One question:
Jesus
what's
Christ.
your problem with the actual observation?
You just speak right through everyone.
What is your problem with that? With the sky, the moving in cycles. What is your issue?
It sounds like you're watching like a movie or something.
No, I'm talking to you. Concentrate on what I'm saying. What is your problem with the observation of the phenomena of the luminaries moving in cycles and all that phenomena? What's your problem?
What? All those celestial objects are in a celestial sphere. Okay, you have no other way to explain the position of the celestial object.
Is that your problem? The celestial objects are doing what they do, and you have a problem with that. You're trying to come
They're
with
on a celestial
idea.
sphere.
That's the celestial sphere we use for celestial navigation.
It's an abstract concept that we consider knowledge.
So that would be the
In logic,
celestial
yeah.
sphere with the horizontal plane of reference required that you denied
Here
earlier.
comes this guy. This fucking.
Oh, here comes this guy. Oh,
Yeah, AJ wants the problem. Yeah,
poor
you wanna
Kelly.
just mute
Poor
me now,
Kelly.
dude. Just do it now.
No,
Just
I
do it
muted
now.
you last time because you called me some words that were violating the TOS here.
Because
And
you're a raging C word. You're fucking terrible.
am I? Because you can't you don't have an argument, so that's all you got.
So there is the celestial sphere that is depicted to use for navigation purposes, right? Depicted on the paper and used practically to accomplish what it's designed for. Navigate based on the charts and the location and the angles between the observer and the positions of the luminaries, right? There is that practical thing and the depiction of the celestial sphere for that purpose. And then there is the observation all across the world from the what people call the north, the south, the east, the west, from all across the world, multiple positions on the ground, that it's like a construct also on paper, right, that is observed as the celestial sphere, the movement of the sky with the position of the helion, the anti-helion, north toroidal, south toroidal, celestial north, celestial south.
Straw man in the globe bomb. I don't know what that.
And then the celestial equator, where the helion, the sun, and the anti-helion, the moon, move in cycles within the north apex and the south apex, right? And that is constructed as an observation and depicted, labeled the celestial sphere. That phenomena of the whole sky as the celestial sphere. But then some of the things I want to say that that observation, that sphere that is being observed, is because of the ground is of that shape. So that's the mistake that the Globers are making. So not to say that it's the same thing as the celestial sphere depicted for navigation. That's a practical thing that is used. But then the celestial sphere observed, it's the phenomena that is being observed and labeled as that.
What? I literally don't understand a thing you just said. It didn't make any sense.
Obviously, because it's probably the first time you heard this, right?
Because you're trying to argue against something that is just so concrete. It's just, I don't know why you would argue against the celestial sphere. What do you think you're doing?
Nobody's arguing about that. There is different uses.
Can you summarize
practices?
I'm sorry. You went on for a while, but can you summarize the point you were trying to make there about it?
Because AJ brought up the celestial sphere using navigation, and that's a valid point, and people can depict it as many depictions that you see that are used for the celestial navigation, right? For the intended purpose of navigation. But then there is also the celestial sphere that is mapped as a celestial observation, right? And it's called the celestial sphere, but it's not the same thing as the one that is used for navigation. Okay. Look, I'll show
There,
you.
what's the other? You said there's a different celestial sphere.
There is the one that people depict for navigation and use for that purpose, right? And that's what AJ mentioned, right? And then there is the celestial sphere that is. Let me post it here so you can see.
I don't know what you're trying to say, dude. We have Stellarium, right? Stellarium works in real life. You want to do celestial navigation and use Stellarium, you can.
No.
You said no.
Not what I'm talking.
I know people that are doing this right now, dude. There's Discords full of people doing it.
Yeah. I'm
they do it for fun.
You said I'm not saying I'm gonna do it.
What is this other celestial sphere that you mentioned? There's only one celestial sphere in existence. What's the other one?
Depicted for the ones that he was talking about. Look, this one. You're gonna see it, okay? Let me find the other piece.
What are you, dude? You're just like, you're bullshitting me, dude. You got nothing. Don't think you came to the table with an argument. You're going against something that is like,
you're gonna call this
isn't even me, dude. We don't even gotta talk about this. You're trying to debate like.
So there's one that's
labeled the celestial sphere. That's what you're saying. It's not.
I don't know. It just sounds like you're trying to debunk something that just cannot be debunked. It's like arguing that like heat boils water.
Trying to point out to you when you're talking about the celestial sphere for whatever purpose you're talking about, you have to make a difference between the one that is used for navigation purposes, that is on paper, and then the one that is being observed as the celestial sphere.
Okay, so one is depicted for navigation.
Yes.
What is used for actual navigation for all practical purposes? Are you saying there's a distinction between the two, a difference, and one is one thing and one is another? I don't have any I have no understanding of what you're saying.
Yeah. There is a difference between what is observed as the luminaries, the positions of the sun, the moon, the celestial north, celestial south, the north apex and south apex, which are positions above and below the celestial equator. Okay, these 6 positions have their names, their labels, and their radiant sources, where the sun and the moon travel across these regions of the sky, right? The celestial equator. And then all of this is labeled the celestial sphere. The whole observation. All of the luminaries. See?
You mean the sky? Is that what you're trying to say?
The whole of the sky, yeah.
Yes, that would be quicker and easier to understand than what you just said.
Yeah, that's. But I'm giving you the specifics because the other guys were talking about,
No, I don't know, dude. You said there's what people depict for navigation. I asked.
Yeah,
what's the difference between what people depict for navigation versus what they actually use for navigation?
Yeah.
And you said what we see in the sky.
A depiction of the celestial sphere on paper for navigation purposes. You're going to see different depictions of the celestial sphere that is used for those purposes. Right? This is not just for the Globers, it's also for the...
All right, like I'm going to tell you, this is what I think I got from what you said, right? I think this is what you are trying to say. That in real life, you can't see the entire celestial sphere. Is that it?
In real
You have
life...
to tell me if that's it. I don't need to know, dude. Whatever.
In real life, we can observe the luminaries, correct?
No, don't ask me questions. Just tell me what you're talking about, please.
Okay.
Actually, you tried to tell me what you were talking about for like 10 minutes and I still don't know. That's crazy.
Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Good for you.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, keep damning yourself.
What I got from it is,
No,
in real life, when you observe the sky, you're not seeing the entire celestial sphere as it would be scaled down to map the entire thing. It's just the only way we've ever tried to map the entire thing is when you wrap it around a globe. Like the only way we've ever depicted all the stars down to scale.
The celestial sphere as observed is not the ground below your feet. Those are two different things.
I know.
Yeah, hopefully you do.
Yeah, but the positions of stars in the sky, there is a place on Earth where it'll appear directly overhead. That's the geographical position of the star. So all the stars you can see have a position on the ground relative to its position in the sky. So it has everything to do with the ground. When you're talking about the GP of the star, you're talking about the ground. It's a place on the ground.
Everything with the ground.
Yeah.
Isn't that the actual meaning of the word GP? Ground position.
Yeah.
He said
the ground.
With the ground. So the ground position, the star is everything with the ground because GP. Because he said everything with the ground.
I'm pretty sure that's what it stands for.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Everything with the ground.
That's a problem for you if you think the Earth is flat. You got to tell me how that works above a flat Earth.
That's a problem for you that you can observe the sky and position yourself from the observation of the luminaries. There's no problem. What problem are you talking about? I asked you earlier what was your problem with that, and now you're throwing it at me because you're the one complaining about the sky moving, depicted as a celestial sphere.
I can draw the problem.
And you have an issue. You're saying that something Earth has to be the sphere because sky sphere.
I'll draw this. I got you. 1 second.
So it sounds like you have a problem.
Yeah, I do have a problem. I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. So let me get this photo. All right, leave that. Yeah, this. I'll tell you the problem.
Look, there is a reference here to the celestial sphere from this paper. Let's see, radiant distributions of meteoroids impacting the moon for different lunar phases for the preferred solution during the first lunation in our model, right? And then it goes impacting. Blah, blah, blah. Here, the observer is positioned at the moon's location. The moon and Earth are removed, and the whole celestial sphere is visible. So there you go. There is a reference.
Hold on 1 sec. Let me get it.
That's the celestial sphere. And there you go. That's not the ground. That's not the Earth. That's a different thing. And that's what I was trying to point out. You have an issue with it. Don't have any issues. It is as observed.
All right, this is the argument I've seen, and I posted it in the chat. If you double the complementary angle, the distance to the GP more than doubles. 60 nautical miles per degree does not work on a right triangle. And that's what a lot of flat earthers claim, is that you have to have a 90-degree angle, to the GP. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to have a flat Earth to a flat horizon and all that, but it just doesn't work, because if you double the distance, the angle does not equate. I never liked celestial. I never liked celestial navigation for a flat Earth proof. I just never did.
If you move your position, you need to recite the star in question. You know that, right?
Yeah, that would make sense, because you're in a different position. Therefore, you have to make a second observation, right?
Yeah, so when you take the drawing that's in the chat there, you're assuming the star position doesn't change when you move your location. And I believe that it probably does change, and therefore you need to recite it, because the angle will pertain to where you're at by latitude. There is.
What if you're in radio communication and you cite it simultaneously, hypothetically? The GP is the GP because it's a fact, right?
Yeah. The whatever star you're looking at for the celestial navigation will have a GP, ground position, and that's where you're going to be measuring from. You're going to be getting your distance to that position.
Yeah, so if I'm in one position and someone else is in a different position, and we all cite at the same time, because everyone could be everywhere citing simultaneously, right? Or at any time, the GP is a fixed position. That's the anchor. And so hypothetically, if two people are citing at the same time from the same star, it has to work. Otherwise, none of it would work, right? That's what I don't get. It does work. So why would we argue that the angles are different from different positions at the same time? It has to work. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. I just don't think that you can. The diagram just isn't correct, because the angle that's there may not be the angle that you're citing, right? You're trying to make something fixed, and it's not necessarily fixed. You're only citing the apparent position. It's not an actual position of the stars. It's an apparent position. It's the same as if you're trying to triangulate the position of the sun, with your friends, and you all kind of point at it and you all see it sort of slightly differently. And it's just a weird phenomenon. It's just the way it is.
Yes, this is exactly why I don't like this as a proof. Because everybody argues, it's not it's apparent, and it's yeah, but it has to work, because it does work. Can we get through the fog of
Yet it's muddy.
Yeah, I guess. I understand, but I don't understand. That's the thing.
But you do stand under the sky, and the ground is below you. So you stand over the ground. So you overstand the ground and understand the sky.
Don't do that. Don't play that.
You got it.
Black's Law Dictionary shit. Come on.
Oh, no, that's too much for me tonight.
Yeah, that's kind of racist. I'm not black.
He doesn't get it. Hey, it's Sunday. Speculation, man. Anybody speculate? Speculation. Sunday.
GPs are everywhere.
GPs are
anywhere.
I took a GP earlier. It felt good. It was amazing.
If a star is actually located or connected to a geographical or a location of Earth, and they're above your head always, like Callie said, they never go anywhere else. They're above your head and out that way horizontally. So if they're always out horizontally above your head, like Callie pointed out, they're never going down or around or below a ball or anything like that. So we don't live on a globe. So that just shows you that out that way horizontally, everywhere there's stars, there's land. Horizontally.
That just shows you that land is fixed. It's fixed. It couldn't be moving if the star is going to be on that position specifically, repeating again and again. That means the ground is fixed and the stars are moving. Pretty good.
I heard my name, but I didn't know what was being said. Sorry.
Nothing bad.
You're just good. You're just a good flat Earth prover.
He's back.
Pretty awesome.
Thanks. That's a compliment.
He's back.
Now tell us the back way into Antarctica. Right now, we want to know where the South Pole is and how we can go around it.
Dude, go ahead and sign up. They're freaking telling people.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
They're trying to pay for people to go.
Why are you so slow, brother? You need to explain to me where we can travel around the South Pole with what compass. Where's the South Pole compass?
There's actually 6 South Poles. 5. Right.
Well, I don't want stories. I just want to know where the compass points S, and then we can go around it. That way we know where we're around the South Pole. Because otherwise, we're just traveling around north. We could never really get south. We're just always not north. So we're always south. Everything's south, really. If you think about it, if our compass is pointing north, which is away from us, and we can never get where it's pointing to, we're always south.
Now I get to tell my wife everything's gone south.
Yeah, no,
Relative,
that's true. That's
relative to north. Yeah, relative to north, you're always south. Yeah.
There's reportedly multiple phenomena detections labeled as magnetic south or electromagnetic.
East and west are arbitrary. They are themselves. If I said, where's the East Pole? You wouldn't find it. Where's the West Pole? Doesn't exist. We got a focal point of reference, boys, and that's it. We didn't even know what that is. The point of reference. We don't even know what that is. So, yeah, and everything's away from the reference point. Isn't that weird? Isn't that cool? Your globe's a horizontal reference point, Callie? No South Pole. Damn, what happened to that globe champion voice?
Well,
Oh, go
So
ahead. Go ahead, Callie.
the only understanding we truly have of what the South Pole is, it's all you got. What do you do?
We
What is
saw.
Antarctica if it's not what they say? You literally have to transform what they say about Antarctica. You know what I mean? You're turning
No,
what they
I
say
don't know
into
what
a
you mean.
ring. So you really don't know what it is at all if it's not what they say.
No, I don't know what
Know
you mean.
what you're talking about.
No? You don't know?
No, I just know you don't have a South Pole or a compass that shows you where South is.
The map that literally, it's a pigeonhole that you have to subscribe to in Flat Earth. The A.E. Gleason is they take the
Is that your
globe
flat Earth
model
map?
representation of the South Pole and they
Is that
turn
the
it
one you're
into a ring.
pushing?
It's literally like
Is that the flat
Who's
you
Earth?
don't
they, dude?
have your flat Earth model without the globe,
Who's
without the
they?
globe representation of Antarctica. That's what I'm trying to say.
Is that the one you subscribe to?
The only understanding of the South Pole that we have is that. So I
So
don't
your
know what
flat
else
Earth
you
model,
think could be happening.
so that would be your flat Earth model, the one you subscribe to, correct? I didn't
My
know
flat
you were
Earth
a bunch of
model.
flat Earther. Yeah, the
Honestly,
one you just
I have
named.
a flat. Do I have that? Let me try to find this map.
Brother, where's your globe model? Like, wouldn't you just say I'm a glober? Why would you have a flat Earth model?
Hilarious.
I mean, he's explaining to us his flat Earth model, and then he just doesn't understand anything after that. You Glober's got a good one here, boys. He's explaining to us how the Earth is flat, and he's got a model.
I really do. Here it is. Check the open chat.
That's your flat Earth model? That's how awesome you are.
Well, honestly, dude, this is better than A.E. Gleason, if you ask me.
Oh shit.
It totally distorts the size of continents incorrectly, but at least Antarctica is not a ring around everything else.
How would you prove it's not a ring around stuff when you can't find the South Pole?
I think what Callie's trying to say is that they're all representations of a ball put on a flat map, and they all create certain distortions. And I'm not a baller kind of.
You're trying to give him the dog house, the dog, the chain, the tree.
No.
You're trying to give him the backyard to put it in. Hell no.
No, I get it.
No, listen, no. A hula hoop circle on paper is 360 and it's flat 2D. You can never, I'll say this one more time, never ever fit any sphere, anything on a flat surface ever. So that doesn't make any sense. And that's what they've done. They fit the whole globe onto a flat surface. And that's just too much for the Globers to comprehend that it's a flat surface that it's all on, not a sphere.
Like, are you saying that the South Pole just doesn't even exist? Like, when you say South Pole, what do you think you're talking about?
Whatever you show us is the South Pole is what I would be talking about if you had one that existed for you. So what are you showing us?
There is the geographical South Pole, which is where the latitudes converge on a map, and that's a position where there's a building and a ceremonial place, and they say, look, this is the South Pole on the map, and we made a base here, or whatever, right?
Right, and you don't know. Because if it's snowy in Canada and snowy in my backyard or snowy in the Rocky and snowy everywhere and you're going skiing, like how would you know the big ski resort from Antarctica if you've never been there? Like you're a blindfolded kid and they dropped you off at a ski resort and told you it was Antarctica. How would you know? You wouldn't.
You know, because you can go multiple times. You go one time and then you go another time. I was here last year.
Yeah, you'd feel stupid as hell. You'd be like, yeah, I was in Antarctica, man. You could have been in Alaska with some fake snow machines or some, I mean, I don't know. You could have been in the desert with a fake snow machine in a building and you wouldn't even know it, like, it drugs you up. Come on, man.
But then there is the magnetic South Pole, which is reportedly like 1,500 miles away from the dot on the map. Called
No, it's not. It's not a magnetic South Pole and North Pole because if it was, they'd have a compass that had the South Pole on that bitch.
reportedly, so allegedly.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Also, or the compass would actually flip.
Actually, they say that the needles point straight down on that position.
Right, and it's supposed to flip the other direction as soon as you go so far past a certain point. It's supposed to flip, but it doesn't do that.
I might be able
So
to get somewhere around here. Let me see.
yeah, I'm not trying to be funny. Yeah, cool. There's a place called Antarctica or Rockefeller Plateau. Cool, but what is that place, and who deemed it that, and is that the South Pole? I don't know. And like they keep talking about these representations of this and this. Why would anybody put everything right on the little surface of something if it's not that? If that doesn't like even make any sense to do. You would have what they would do is have a paper and like your atlas would be a paper with like 6 or 7 different circles or 8 I don't know, a couple circles, like 6 circles. And each circle would be a side of the sphere.
I
And that's
agree
how
with
they would do it.
I agree with you, DMOC. They claim they can go to the moon. They claim they sent shit to Mars. They claim they sent shit all over the fucking place. But we don't have a fucking pole on the exact South Pole.
Right. We don't even have a line. Listen, brother, the technology, we have the top technology known to man.
We don't have a pole on the exact South Pole.
Rubber.
What do you mean?
Oh, no.
Even close?
Hold on.
I could prove all of you guys wrong on why the Earth is round.
On why it's round? Show us how water.
I want to know about this pole thing.
Is horizontal.
I do too.
No. Let me show you. Let me show you.
When you say
So listen here.
round, do you mean like a round flat?
No, not like a round flat. No, I mean like a sphere. Now listen, I know it because I believe in it, like Christianity. I believe in that God is real. I have faith, and I have faith that the Earth is a sphere.
Cool, man. Excellent. That's great proof, man. Wonderful.
Nice.
If you don't believe in that, then don't believe in any
That's a
religion.
very circular reasoning argument.
Yeah. Anyway, why don't they have a pole on the pole?
No,
What? You're
no, Earth.
Did he call you retarded? What a
I
Christian.
think so. I'm used to that.
Hey, bounced out. He doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm not the one that says Earth.
Earth.
Earth, flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Mez, you, oh, he's muted. God damn it! He actually, yeah,
Mez.
there you go, Mez. Why don't they have a pole at the southern pole?
I don't know. I don't understand the criticism. Why don't we have a pole on the pole? What does that even mean?
They have a ceremonial. They have a ceremonial post.
A Sumerian pole.
No, it's some. Oh, God damn it!
Ceremonial.
Ceremonial. Yeah, really. Why not?
South Pole, not a magnetic, perfect, dead ball center. South Pole. They don't have that.
You mean like a flagpole?
The magnetic South Pole
Yeah,
is
like a little barbershop pole. I think it looks got little Santa stripes on it. Yeah, that one. It's got a really shiny ball on top of it. It's pretty shiny, like a metal ball. They have one, but it's not at the actual dead ball's nuts accurate South Pole. That's weird. Okay.
Come on, Maz. Why don't they? Curious.
Do you mean a flagpole? Like a
Oh,
physical pole?
whatever.
What do you mean, whatever? You fucking said we're been to Mars, but we don't have a pole on the pole. What are you talking about?
We don't
Have we not elaborated enough?
No, I don't think you have.
I've got a pole on my green. On the green. Right on the fucking hole.
You can't leave.
You can have a pole up your ass for all I care.
You can't leave your waste there, so they can't leave poles there. The pole would be the same thing as littering, so they can't put a pole there. It would hurt the environment. Yeah.
Oh, that would suck for the environment.
Just like your pee-pee. You got to take your pee-pee with you, so you can't leave a pole. The pole would be littering.
Mez, on the 9th green, I got a pole right literally in the hole. And I got to pull out to hit the ball in the hole, but we don't have anything on the South Pole? Nothing? Even close?
So the people that went down there to do the expeditions, allegedly, right? In expedition, deep freeze and all that kind of stuff, 1, 2, 3, they themselves tell you that there are 5 South Poles.
There's 5 circles? What?
5 South Poles.
5 poles, bro. Wow.
The people that went there, right, and did the expeditions and reported that there's 5. So, yeah, there you go. You guys want to talk about the poles? Gotta talk about all.
Show us where you filmed them at, how you went to them all.
I'll show you, bro. I'll show you the documents. I got the documents.
Mez, is the ball teetering so much we have 5 poles?
No, he's talking about, like, so we got the geographic South Pole, we've got the magnetic South Pole, there's the celestial South Pole.
Magnetic South.
There's...
Where's the geographical one?
It's been posted.
Can you point to it on a map?
One of them is the point where the Earth rotates around.
Can you show it to me on a map?
Compasses point towards.
Can you show it to me on a map?
Pointed on a map somewhere.
That one too, yeah. North.
Moves around the magnetic one.
Yeah.
Can you show us the South Pole on a map?
Compass is in the south.
Yeah, I'm sure if you Google it, you'll find it.
Yeah, no, any map, dude. Like, show me a map of Antarctica with the South Pole.
Show me how any of this is possible if the Earth is flat.
South Pole.
Yeah, it should be easy, dude. Your globe, right?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, you're a flat earther. Please explain.
Come on,
how is it possible that there's 2 points of rotation?
Show me it
in the
on the
sky?
map, man, please.
There's not 2 points. You can't find it, stupid.
It is. I can see it.
Mez,
Tim
I
can see it.
understand.
Show us
Tim
what
can
you
see one of them. I can see the other.
guy. You're
Show us the point.
Blind man.
Show us the point in which it's not flat.
What's up, man?
There's no points on a flat surface.
Hey, what's me, PMac? Is PMac fucking with me, or is he actually like this stupid?
No, we're looking for the map where you circle the pole, the South Pole, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
We want
And the North, please.
Maybe able to find it on the
Circle
Jack
both of them. That'll work.
globe map. The Jack Leeman's globe map may have the South Pole.
Listen, the geographical
Ice
South
balls are
Pole
real.
is the southern point on the surface of the Earth where the 300.
Have you ever been to the South Pole? Yeah, bitch. I've been there. There's a big ice wall.
Cool story.
And look, listen, the genetic South Pole is.
Yeah, I couldn't go on the edge of it because there's ice wall, dude.
Yeah, you can't find an edge to see stars go down below your feet. That's what you need on a ball.
No one's ever circumnavigated Alaska.
Can't go around Alaska, you
The
idiot.
rest of my case.
A lot of these people probably never circumnavigated their yard. But I mean, you know, Glovers, what are we going to do
We
with it?
haven't circumnavigated Tanzania. Holy shit. What the hell's up, people?
Jimsy, I was listening to you, but you got overtalked. I know.
I posted the 5 South Poles references, and the geomagnetic one, the ones that they claim is the bottom of the ball, is just a drawing on a map on a position where they politic, like it says right here, where the longitude converges, right? So the lines on the map converge to this point, and that's the geographic South Pole.
Explain to me why Earth is even flat, you fucking retard. None of you guys have
retard.
Alright.
Yes.
Hey, spell
Kick his
Earth.
ass.
Explain to me how it's not.
Spell Earth. Spell Earth. Go. Spell it.
ERTH.
Then the geomagnetic South Pole is reported to be the lines of Earth's magnetic field converge, right? And it's located about 790 miles from the geographic South Pole. But that's far. And then there is a magnetic South Pole, which is where the needle of the compass, the magnetic compass, points straight down.
Straight down.
And it says that it was in 1956. It was located about 1,526 miles from the geographic South Pole. So
that is exactly what I wanted to hear. Oh, that's a hell of a deviation from one to the other to the other.
1,500 miles, bro.
So this doesn't work on a globe.
It don't work on a globe. Bummer.
Not one of these locations is at 90 degrees. Like that last one, I think, is at 68 degrees south or something. It's crazy.
Yeah. Interesting. Good stuff, man. Thanks, Jamesy.
Seriously, man, because that is exactly what my next question was going to be. How they all differentiate from each other in distance. That's amazing.
But I'll go back to Democ's question.
Wait 1 second, bro. Listen, in the list, it also talks about the spin pole. You know the spin pole? And it looks what it says. The imaginary point at which Earth's axis protrudes due to the slight wobble of the Earth as it revolves on its axis. The spin pole traces a wavering path, but it's the imaginary point.
It's the spin pole, baby.
That's one of the 5.
That's fantastic. I love that. Spin pole. I couldn't make that shit up if I tried, man. Wow.
Feel like
That's
James is reading us scary stories.
You do no imagination, Flatter, dude.
I know. I gotta work on it. I'll work on it.
You're fed, bro.
Can I do the unicorns? Hey, fuck off.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, you can't be offended by being called a Fed because your acronym is FED.
Oh, Oblivion got it. My God, give that man a cigar.
Yeah, I thought about it the other day.
Yeah. It's just the way it worked out, bro. I was pissed at NASA, and I'm like, I'm gonna be the Flat Earth dude. Let's go. Let's have.
I like Oblivion. He's the only one who got that shit, and he's not even a.
We all got it. It just wasn't funny.
You've been calling me that for years, people.
Back off, you cunt.
Fuck off. Fuck off. All right.
Hang on.
We're in the fun hours. I really appreciate you guys having a laugh with me. Because this globe thing is so laughable. I can't stop laughing. It's great. Spinny water.
You think reality's funny?
Listen, when people think about the South Pole and the geographical being at the bottom of the pole, right? That's basically the middle of Antarctica at the bottom.
Right.
But it says here the other pole of inaccessibility. The point in Antarctica, which is furthest inland from all shorelines, located about 550 miles from geographic South Pole. That's 82 south, 56 east.
So every continent or island would have a thing like that, right? The geographic centre.
You would think, right?
Not quite sure what the importance of it is.
Well, I mean, it's like you want to know where the center of The landmass is. That's the center, bro.
When people draw the South Pole and then they put the point at the bottom, and they imagine where the bottom of the ball is. Now the people that went there tell you that's not where the bottom of the ball is, right? That's not where it is. So
Back in the 50s,
different locations, different South Poles. In the depiction, in the ball depiction, people imagine it to be one way, but it's not that way in reality.
In the ball depiction, it's always in one place, which is on the
They have-
axis.
In the
Why
globe in Walmart or Target or the retail store, over there you're gonna find the South Pole at the bottom of the ball.
Yep, and that's where that pole is, the geographic South Pole.
The converging lines on the map, right? The converging lines,
Yep.
the longitude. So that's
the one.
Lines, imaginary lines that are converging into that point.
Yep. That's what he's saying.
Point where you stand on the surface and look upwards, all of the stars will rotate from point directly above your head.
So it's a political place that was made by the people making the maps. The longitude lines.
No, it's a physical place.
Yeah. There's a base over there. There's a base and an observatory.
Yep.
Right. They call it the Dome Observatory or something like that. The Dome or something like that. Look.
I'm not sure, but I know there's lots of bases there. But they have a dome right over geographic south.
No.
There's also like an image or photograph of the 24-hour night sky. Pretty old, so I don't know about new ones of that. Anyways, good talk.
I want to go to the spin pole, man. Fuck geographic and fuck magnetic. I'm going to spin pole. That's where I want to go. It's
That's the thing.
imaginary.
The spin should be the same thing because at the bottom of the ball.
It's the imaginary point.
And that spinning point should be right there.
Exactly. Because of Earth's axis. Yeah. Perfect. That's where it should be. Should be right there.
Let me ask you a question. If the magnetic South Pole is located about 1,526 miles from the geographic South Pole,
right?
Is that the radius or the diameter? If it's the radius, then it would be twice that to be the diameter,
Of
right?
what?
1,526 miles. That would be like twice that if it's the diameter.
The diameter of what?
No,
Magnetic South Pole.
if the magnetic South Pole is about 1,526 miles from the geographic South Pole, if that's the radius, then it would be twice that if it's the diameter. You understand?
I get you.
No, it's a distance across the ground.
Yes.
It doesn't impact the radius or the diameter.
Big pole. It's a giant pole. Is what it is.
No, I get it. But if they're trying to claim this as a ball, it would be twice the distance, right?
No, it's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, that one. So the geographic pole is the one that's directly opposite the North Pole. That is in a fixed position.
That's the spin pole.
Yeah.
Get the terminology right. Spin pole.
It's on the axis of the Earth.
They're
Magnetic pole.
The magnetic poles are offset from the geographic poles by approximately 11 degrees right now. So whatever the circumference is supposed to be, divide that by 360 and then multiply it by 11, and that's how far away they should be. today, anyway. Because I guess they move.
Stuff's moving around out there. Be careful.
What's the circumference again?
What? The pole?
No, the globe.
Oh.
24.2 light years.
24,901 miles.
6 gallons.
6 gallons.
6 gallons. I like it.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so if I'm doing the math right, the magnetic poles are both about 750, give or take, miles away from the geographic pole.
Radius or by radius?
No, that's it, as the crow flies across the surface.
Crows fly in circles.
They do. Waiting to eat on something, man. Every morning I get a bunch of.
Do crows fly in straight lines or curved lines?
Well, they can fly wherever they want to.
The crows are smart, man.
So that saying doesn't really make sense, does it? As the crow flies.
As the crow flies.
I'll go
Doesn't make
this
sense,
way, and then I'll go that way, depending on which way the wind's going. You know, I'll go that way.
Well, let's come up with something that works on a flat and a globe Earth. What's a way of
Straight line.
describing that?
We can have straight lines. You can't have a straight line following the surface, but we can have a straight line.
No, but I can have shortest distance between 2 points on my surface, and so can you.
Not
So
if
let's
they're
call
on
it
the
that.
surface, because that wouldn't be the shortest distance between 2 points. You'd have to go through the Earth.
I guess that is technically true.
That's technically.
Which, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the concept of the gravity train, which would be
Choo-choo.
fucking awesome if we could pull it off.
Choo-choo. I'm in the caboose, man. You guys.
And then you'd be going downhill and then uphill.
Yes, but because of conservation of momentum, you would almost get all the way back out, and you would just have to do some kind of locomotion to get you the rest of the way out.
Platypus, you want to talk about flying on an airplane on a globe again? Really?
No. This is even better. This is tunnels through the surface of the Earth.
How do you know how far it goes?
What do you mean how far what goes?
How do you know how deep you can go?
Oh no, you would just go. It was like you said. It would be the shortest distance, literally the shortest
Straight line
distance.
through the curvature, yeah.
Yeah.
I was watching a show.
Need a radius for that.
I was watching a show about some super high internet speeds for Wall Street, and they were trying to get the money faster, whatever. But one of the guys that was going to build the system, they were going to drill through all those neighborhoods and put this special cable that was like 10,000ths of a second faster than anybody else, so they could. But they had to, calculate in the curvature according to the show. Man, they got to calculate the curvature. They were drawing. It was like a 700-mile long cable they were trying to put through, Earth.
Why would you have to calculate the curvature
It
for
was
that?
just part of the show, man. But the guy's like, yeah, I even had to calculate the curvature. Okay, see how long it was, yeah, because it'd be longer on a globe, right? Wouldn't it be longer?
No, because you're doing all that work pretty close to the surface, so it'd be the same distance as it is along the surface between 2 points.
Mainly about topography minus the distance below it.
Yeah, something like that.
Over length.
I think Democ had a telescope experiment going through the globe out in the ocean. I can't remember all the details, but you should be able to have a tube that goes and through the ocean, pops out somewhere, and you should be able to see the sunset, and then you look in the tube and you could see the sunset again. Something like that. Right, Democ? Help me out, bro. This is your idea.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You don't need to do that though. All you got to do is put one person at ground level next to a skyscraper and put somebody else at the top of the skyscraper.
Yeah, it works every time, man.
It does.
On a clear day. It sucks on a rainy, cloudy day. But clear day. We like those.
Refraction.
Did you guys see?
You know, that's just perspective and angle. You guys. Anyway, go. What did we see? What did we not see? What should we see?
Why did the chicken cross the road? Because.
That was shitty joke, man. Shitty.
Dude, I've been on a
I know.
bender of me
I
and
love it.
the guys at work have been telling each other anti jokes.
Really bad joke.
No, not bad jokes. Anti joke.
What's
Anti-
that?
Like, okay, a guy walks into a bar. His alcoholism is tearing his family apart.
Right.
Yeah, that's anti.
Yeah, the anti joke.
You must have
Wow.
a really boring job.
That is fucking awful. Like, I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. Like, honestly, you must hate each other. Do you hate each other secretly?
What do you do for work, Platypus?
Hey guys, I'd like to. I know we're here at work, right? And it's really shit, right? But I'd like to brighten up your day. Listen, the guy walks into the bar, and his alcoholism is ridiculous, but that's horrible.
Yeah, where you going with that, P Mac? Yeah, you're fine.
I'm not finished yet. Now.
Hey, Platypus, what do you do for work?
Rethink your thinking.
Hold on a second. Let me answer the question. I have two jobs. My primary job is I'm an engineer. I work on
What kind of engineering?
I work on the machines that make plastic bottles. So
Injection molding, yeah.
Injection blow molding.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
And the company I work for has a place in
So you're
Chicago.
like a tool maker? Would you like
No,
precision tool maker? Like
I
that?
don't make the tooling. My company actually makes the jars, and when the machines break down and don't make jars anymore, I got to figure out why they're not working.
Okay.
He's a mechanical engineer.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Got it.
So you're practical.
Cool job, man. I like that job.
I like
You're
jobs that
practical.
get your hands
Why are you
dirty.
still a Glober?
What's that?
He's
Practical. Why are you still a Glober?
Because it's the simplest, most straightforward answer, man. I'm telling you.
What is it?
How?
Just like I've said before, it's
How is
the
living
least
on
amount
a
of
ball
assumption.
flying through the vacuum of outer space through a second law of thermodynamics violation the simplest explanation?
It's not a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay. Can you get
It never
gas
has.
pressure without containment?
Yes, and you know how I get that.
I'm not going through this again.
Here we go again, man.
How long's everyone got? 4 hours or what?
No, okay, Timbo, that shit pisses me off because as of late, people have been doing that to me. They've been getting me spun up on the 2015 arguments, and then all of a sudden, somebody like fucking QE or Creation Bear comes in or Jedi comes in, and they're like, Tanner, you're saying the same thing that you've been saying for 6 years. I'm like, I'm only saying it because one of you fuckers brought it up. I don't want to talk about this shit. That's how I've gotten banned twice. I have not been banned in 4 years. Now I've been banned 3 times in the past 2 weeks because people keep spinning me up on that shit.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Platypus.
Dude, I'm sorry to hear that
That's
too,
fine.
man. Things happen in threes, so I think
Breaks me up.
you got through it, bro.
Well, now I'm nervous. The last time somebody said that they understood my frustration, 10 seconds later I was banned.
There you go.
Would somebody please ban him?
Don't ban him.
I'm just kidding.
Mongos. Fucking Mongo. Shut up, P-Mac.
You're a mango. Look a pet.
You div. You're a div.
Back off.
Oh, I learned a good one from a British guy on a flight to California last week. I guess it's a British insult to call someone a bell end.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I believe if he explained it to me correctly, he might have been fucking with me. But it refers, it basically calling you the tip of a penis.
Yeah, you're a knob. You're a knobhead.
Knob.
A bell end, a dipstick. We have so many names like dipstick, bell end, knobhead. It goes on and on. Like.
Here in America, the dipstick is what I use to check the oil in my car.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So
We've got a term called knob jockey as well. Do you know what that is?
Haven't heard that one.
I think I have an idea.
Self-explanatory.
The pillow biter.
I've never heard.
You know, along the same lines, when we pulled into Portsmouth when I was in the Navy, imagine my surprise at learning what the slang term for a cigarette is in England.
Fag.
Yep, it's called a fag.
You got a fag? Anybody? You got a fag?
Dude, we got somebody on my sub got in huge fucking trouble for accidentally walking off the ship with his working blade. Because not only can you not walk around with a gun in England, you can't walk around with a blade longer than like 2 inches.
Oh.
And he was walking around with a working knife that was like 4.5 inches long. Fucking cops lost their shit.
Wow. All right. Hopefully everything turned out all right.
Yeah, no, there's no such thing as self-defense here.
I know this is a loaded question in a room of
You
flat
just call
earthers.
each other names. Like.
Oh, sorry, I didn't
It's
hear.
Sunday night, man. Keep it light, man. Keep it light.
Okay. Well, this might be light, but what do you think the odds are that that stuff that they found on Mars is actually going to be evidence of microbial life from like billions of years ago?
Dude, they've been saying that shit for 30 fucking years, bro. They've like, oh, maybe I remember like articles coming out about it, reading it in fucking scientific magazines, you know, Popular Science and shit. They were, man, I think this looks like microbial life on Mars. Oh my God, this is huge.
Mars herpes. Yes.
Mars herpes. We got a little herpes in the dirt, bro. Yeah, fuck off. Even back then, I was like, come on. You fucking know microbial shit gonna fucking turn into a tree. You know, fuck off. You know, I get it, man. You can plant a seed and water it, but you gotta have other conditions. You gotta have, you know, it can't be 247 degrees outside. That's not gonna work, bro. Or whatever the temperature is on the surface of Mars, you know. I think it's
Well, they're looking for death. You always thought they were looking for life, but I've always just thought switch it up. You know what I mean? Think about it the opposite way, because they're looking for everything that killed everything on the moon, right? Because there's no grass,
Mars,
no dirt. Yeah, hold on, no dirt, no grass, no water. They're looking for death. They're looking for. So they went to the moon and they got some moon dirt, right? And they brought it back, and that fucked everybody up. They were like, "What else can we get that kills everything?" Okay, Mars dirt. We know because Mars has no life on it. So let's go to Mars and get a whole bunch of that stuff and bring it back. And then hopefully Earth will look just like that and have no life on it. So it's like they're looking for the ultimate death planet that has like the material that kills everything. And that's like what they're striving for.
They're looking for the anti-life equation.
Yeah, it's what it seems like, because they'll tell you a story like, yeah, we're going to plant flowers and trees up here in this little park, Bobby. And you're like, no, there's no park there. There's no air. There's no water. And they're like, no, little Tommy, we're going to take water and air from dirt from Earth and be like, why can't you make it good on Earth? Dirt and water on Earth.
They're like, no, we got to take dirt and water from Earth and make it good somewhere else on another planet where everything's dead.
Isn't that the most ridiculous thing you ever heard? Like,
Yeah, well, we're going to just take some dirt and make sure we can plant corn forever on a plot in Mars, but on
where
Earth,
no
we
corn
can
grows.
use it for a year or so. Oh, it sounds great. Sounds like Goldilocks in the
There was
farm.
actually a guy on a radio station here, a very popular a radio host. He says they were talking about fucking colonizing space, and he said very simply, like he's probably a guy that would tell you to get the vaccine or something. Like he's kind of he toes the party line, and he just came out with, that sounds ridiculous to me. And they were like, what do you mean? I mean, there's nothing out there. You can't grow shit. There's no water. Why are people looking at going out there and living when you could be living right here, right now?
Yeah, they want to take Earth somewhere else to live on somewhere that's not Earth.
That's right. Yeah,
make it like Earth.
Let's
weird.
not be
It's
grateful
weird.
for what we have and be ungrateful for what we might have. The fuck, bro?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's being ungrateful. It's more like don't put. I feel like we just don't want to put the species' eggs all in one basket, so to speak. I think it's in our best interest to try and get to at least one other celestial body. Because if something were to happen to the Earth, then we're all gone.
Oh, dude.
What are you talking about?
How
dare you? Nothing's going to happen to Earth. What do you mean happen to Earth?
Jesus Christ.
How dare you? You've destroyed our future.
You just destroyed the Earth. The one thing we had to live on, brother. The one thing with life on it, you just killed it. Son of a bitch. I knew that's what you were going for. I knew it.
Democ was talking about all the weird shit that they went looking for on like the moon, and they didn't find. At 2:16, I posted a link to a video that I enjoy very much. That it talks about all the crazy, crazy stuff that I didn't know people used to think about the planets.
Sure.
Or even other moons, like how they used to think that you could see highways on the surface of Mars.
Yeah, that one guy
and stuff like
drawing out all these pictures of. He kept looking at it every night. And
yep, he's in here a lot.
There's
but apparently it wasn't that. It was just the reflection off the back of his fucking cornea. He had the magnification turned up so much on his telescope. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Hey, but flat, man. That Mars helicopter on Mars, bro. I mean, look at the clouds, man. It looks like fucking Mojave Desert, bro. To me, I mean, what's up with the clouds in that little picture? Interesting.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think
didn't know there was clouds on Mars, man. I didn't check that weather condition today, but we'll check it out.
Well, I think the specific picture you posted is CGI. It looks fake because the only thing that can take a picture of the helicopter is the rover, and the rover's in the background. So it's
rover's in the
a diaper on the moon too.
See, dude, it starts to get ridiculous.
It was not a diaper. It was not a diaper. It was a potato bag.
It was a bag that you stuck to your ass, dude. There was no diaper. It was a bag.
No, a face diaper. A face diaper.
Oh, okay.
For their face. Like we had to wear. Like a face diaper for COVID.
Canadian potatoes.
Well, moon herpes, you don't want to catch it. Or moon syphilis and stuff. Moon.
I think, by the way.
The Kevlar mesh, wasn't it?
I think PMAC is drunk. He's got his camera on.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't.
No, he turned it back off.
What camera?
Anymore. Water.
Yeah.
What about the first image from Mars? And it showed blue skies. And everyone was like,
spores.
That sucked.
Parasites. Death parasites.
That was back in the 70s, man.
Yeah.
They had better technology, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. The
And nobody
camera.
liked it. And they're like, it looks too much like Earth. And then ever since then, it was a red filter.
You know what I
Yeah,
really
but if you go up there with a diaper on your face, you're good. You're okay, and you can breathe everything in good. Then you come back and throw the diapers away on Earth.
They left all their excrement on the moon. Everybody knows this. And
Oh, they didn't give us a couple meteors. Son of a.
I know.
They
Disappointing.
could have turned that. They could have turned those poop into profitable meteors if they would have just dropped them,
No.
real close, and they'd have.
No, they can turn human waste into 3D printed buildings, man. I mean,
Oh, I know.
What do you think of
Human
that?
waste can be turned into gas and hydrogen and all that shit.
They just want to 3D print shit on the moon, bro. Like,
What does Jordan Peterson think about all this?
How's that work?
Well, he was 3D printing his poop into gold. He was doing like, Rumpelstiltskin, spinning straw into gold. He was spinning his poop into gold. And he was like, yeah.
While he was,
Rumpelstiltskin.
while he was taking meth.
Pooping Stiltskin. Pooper Stiltskin on the outhouse.
Rumpelstiltskin.
That's
You'll
what they
never
do.
guess my name.
Hey, who else can turn poop into golden coffee?
Rumpelstiltskin.
That's right, NASA, Elon Musk.
Chugga, man. Chugga. Chugga.
You got to guess his real name, and then you won't have to drink. Then you won't have to drink the coffee.
Or the Kool-Aid.
On the next episode of Pooper Stiltskin, Big Bird knew better. Big Bird stayed alive. He didn't go on the Challenger. He said no way. Even Big Bird outsmarted NASA. Dude, they were going to eliminate Big Bird, bro. What the Big Bird was like, nah, man, I can't be doing this because I don't even trust it. They was like, Big Bird? You don't trust it? He was like, nah, I don't trust it. They was like, you're a fake bird. And he's like, and I really don't trust it. And they was like, okay, well, we're going to go. You're stupid, Big Bird. And he was like, all right, see you guys later. I can't fly. And they was like, see you later. And he was like, that's what you think. And he was, went back to work the next day, and they never came back to work. And he was like, hey, where'd my friends go?
Yeah, they all had different jobs, but they all lived.
Snuffleupagus became his best friend. He had to have an imaginary buddy after that. He was like,
You really like my fucking life.
hey, it's not my fault Big Bird outsmarted the other people. You know what I mean? He was like, I'm not going to do that. But even though they were all living, you know what I mean? They're all actors. You can't really die as an actor.
Actors. Talking about actors.
Actors are actors.
You're having a fucking giraffe, mate.
What is it?
Flat Earth Dude was trying to put on English accent there.
I was bringing the actor into the theater where we would perform the most magnificent show you have ever seen in all of human history. We are gonna go to the moon here in the theater.
Hello, I'm a thespian.
Is that what I am? A thespian? Okay.
You sound very thespian-y to me. Thespianish.
Can you speak the Queen's English by chance, PMac? Is there any?
Excuse you. It's the King's English now.
Oh shit, my bad. Yeah. It's a different time period again.
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck the king is a cunt.
Dude, you're not going to hear the words "God Save the Queen" again for like at least
oh shit,
120 years now.
I'd say no. He's gonna
the
be
next
dead
two
here.
in line.
William.
They're all kings. King.
Yeah, I mean William's a little kid, man.
They're all kings. Yes, you're right.
You got Charles, then you got Charles, then you got
William, that bald little kid.
William, and then George, I think, is his oldest son.
That's right, George. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got what's that other dude called? The one whose father was actually somebody else.
Oh, I don't remember.
It's all over. The bastard.
Andrew.
The bastard
The
child.
inconceivable notion.
How dare
the fortitude.
How dare you?
In all of my days.
You can't speak the fucking King's English, P-Mac.
You're right. That's too hard for me, bro. That's
It's unconstitutional. Stop right there.
That's a bridge too far.
It's a bridge
Too
too
fucking
far.
far.
I just wanted to point that out, man.
Yeah, it's crossing the bridge.
All right, guys, I'm dipping out for the night. I will catch you tomorrow night.
All right, Flat. Be good, brother.
All right, Platypus.
Keep your
You
hands
later,
out of the
Platypus.
machines, man.
Off with his globe. Oh, never mind. That's
All right, be careful out there, man.
Yep, likewise.
Yeah. Cheers.
Let them eat gravity.
Cheerio. I should have said fucking cheerio. What the fuck?
Flatter, if you were the king, would you be like, let them eat gravity and hold your hand up?
Let them eat the gravity. I do not care. The peasants must eat the gravity. You guys. Oh, shit. I got a pretty good filter. I know when I cross the line. Man.
We shall make them a cereal and call it Coriolis. Gravity Cheerios.
Cheerios. Gravity Cheerios.
They always hit the spot. Balance you out. Gravity.
There's going to be a cereal soon, man, called Coriolis O's or some shit. Fuck off. Coriolis O's? Really? You going there? I wouldn't put it past them.
Coriolis. He said Coriolis.
Coriolis O's. Oh, Anyway, Platypus brought up conserve momentum. Yeah, that was a cool one, bro.
There's a conservation of momentum. Yeah, that's a fucking doozy.
It's a doozy, bro.
It's a fucking doozy.
I'm telling you, it's a death globe killer, man. Once they admit to it, they're stuck with it, and they have to own it, and then I can destroy them right from there, bro. They're done.
Here's the thing.
You're
Don't believe everything they say. Like, it's just like they're programmed to spout out shit.
Yep, exactly. They're really programmed well, PMAC. They really
Very well.
You guys want to talk about the most interesting thing you saw today or heard today or yesterday or this weekend? Let's do it, man. Most interesting shit you heard, man. Like speculation. I got about a half hour.
I got one.
What do you got?
The owner of the co-creator of Reddit, Aaron Swartz. Aaron Swartz, yeah. Okay, yeah, Aaron Swartz. I never knew this, man. The co-creator of Reddit, right, went into a university in somewhere, and was downloading shit that they asked people for $250 per book or something. He was just trying to give it out free, and they caught him on camera, and he suicided. No, he actually did. To me, that was like, fuck, I didn't even know that, man. He was the co-creator of Reddit, like the biggest fucking thing on the internet, Aaron Swartz. Okay. He suicided because he was trying to share information with everybody freely, like anonymous.
Holy crap, man. All right. That's pretty
Well, you asked, bro.
I asked, man. I like it. That's a good one.
You fucking got it.
Dude, the craziest thing I heard, man, is they dug ancient times, maybe 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago. We don't know. They don't know. They're guessing because they don't know. There was 37 stories of like dug out tunnels, bro. 37 stories, but it's all over the world, man. They got it.
That's a lot of stories.
The fucking yeah. The only thing that can do that we know of, like efficiently, is ants. They can go 37 stories down, no problem.
No way.
Yeah.
Ants go 37 stories down.
Well, according to their size, not our size.
Oh, okay, now I get you.
It's an equivalence.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Anyway, could be
that,
ant people.
that was kind of interesting. Thanks for that.
Anybody else got some crazy thing that they brought up, saw, heard? Maybe maybe you ate something crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. You watch a video, movie. Fuck.
I actually thought of something, but I forgot it now. Fuck's sake.
Yeah. Dude.
Why?
You need some coffee. It's time to get
hang
up.
Hang on, Fred. Listen to this.
Mhm.
I seen a video tonight, right? They posted on the forum. A guy got into a elevator.
Yeah.
As you call it. We call it lift, but you call it elevator,
lift.
right?
Yes, the lift.
With a e-cig, and it lit up, and it blew up, and then fucking everything just went.
Dude,
like
I
he's
saw
dead,
one.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
And somebody says, "Well, you learn something every day," and I went, "Yeah, so do I. Don't get into an elevator where somebody's holding a fucking e-cig."
Or an e-bike, it's bicycle. I saw a dude put a bicycle.
Wait a minute. Where did you get that from? Because that was the
bicycle.
Yeah, that was the same reply the guy said on the forum.
Dude,
was that you?
No, it wasn't. I mean, I watched that video months ago, but yeah, dude got in an elevator and
that's crazy, bro.
His fucking bike started fucking blowing up, and it fucking just cooked him, man, right there in the elevator. I was like, shit.
I was making a funny, right? And the next reply was some guy that said the exact same thing you just did, or a fucking e-bike because they're all made in China.
They're all Chinese made e-bike. Yeah, it blew up.
That's crazy, bro.
I've seen them like burn down. Like the guy has it in his apartment, and it shit goes off, man. And you can't put that shit out, man. No, it's over.
Burn, baby, burn.
Stop, man.
Careful
with those lithium batteries, man. They could. I don't know what causes them to go on fire so rapidly, but you can't put them out, man. Weird.
Combustion.
Yeah, it's just like I don't think it's good, man. So the whole idea behind electric cars is that they're going to reduce the emissions. But when one of those cars catches on fire, man, it seems like it's putting out a lot of emissions, man. I could be wrong. You guys can double check my research, but yeah.
Yeah, hang on. Yep, double check. Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah, I just want to double check that because, who am I, man? I'm just a simple guy living a simple life. Yeah, I'm nobody special.
So you know they're all talking about global warming and carbon emissions, all that shit there.
Oh yeah, it's climate change, man.
Yeah. Did you ever bet the fact that if the UK and Ireland disappeared into the sea today, it would make zero fucking difference to global emissions? None. Nothing
Zero?
at all. Is it
Nothing?
absolute zero? It's like I think it's like 2%, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's China, India, and Russia.
Yeah.
But they're not doing anything. But they're fucking telling us to buy electric cars and save a dolphin. Who is the most?
Save a dolphin. Yeah, save a dolphin. Buy a electric vehicle. Come on, you can do it.
No, I can't. No, I can't do it anymore. I give up.
Hey man, if they would have started with electric cars, I would have been in, man. That sounds great, but you can't.
Oh, they did.
I know,
Yeah,
but
1920.
okay, they had some in the beginning. I get it. They had a lot of combustion engines too, but they had a lot of both. And combustion engine won out. It's like VHS versus Beta, or CD versus a tape, or whatever it was, man. There's always some technology that catches on. It's not always the best technology, man. For fuck's sake, Windows operating systems caught on, and Macintosh kind of took a shit.
Yeah, but
right?
what do you mean caught on?
Like with the masses, that's what's selling. Combustion engines were selling because people like. They
There's
like
a reason for that.
But
you think
the money.
Yeah. For 39 cents a day, you too can feed an emperor penguin.
Mongo.
No, I'm saying, like, brother, if they're putting out products and like these companies, most of them are the government anyway, like General this or whatever that or whatever this, like the best one they know, like they already know. The fucking people already know, like it's for a reason. It's like it's all like funneled that way. You're like, okay, Macintosh, whatever this, whatever your favorite is.
100%.
100%. It's like the gas prices or the choice, 87, 90. I'm going to choose Shell. I'm going to choose BP. I'm going to choose Red's gas station over Bob's. You know what I mean? It's all the same. Yeah.
If I was American, I would choose Kamala Harris.
Oh, don't do that. Hey, I would choose. Did you guys ever see the picture of the cardboard construction paper on the moon lander? There it is. There it is.
Oh yeah.
I just always thought that was like, really? You guys use fucking construction paper? That's the same shit I used in school and to make my fucking poster of fucking Mars or whatever the fuck I was doing. I don't remember because school was a blur to me, but yeah, I remember playing with the construction paper, making letters or some shit, right? But that's exactly what that looks like,
It's just like a failed science project. Like a B, maybe a C plus.
My favorite term for this lunar lander, man, is the fucking homeless tweaker shelter. I mean, what is that? Come on, boys.
Well, I've heard that before.
I know, yeah.
That's your favorite?
That's my favorite term for the lander on the moon is the homeless tweaker shelter. Yeah, that's my favorite.
You know my favorite term is?
Go ahead.
Fucking bullshit.
Mongo, come on.
Hey, come on, dude. It's fucking bullshit.
Look at
creative,
man.
Look at it.
You got to be more creative. I was told earlier I got to be more creative.
Well, you know what? You're trying. That's what I like.
I'm trying, man. So you got to sometimes just try, and it's worth it. So, sometimes it doesn't work out. Look at that high-tech piece of shit, man. Fuck. That's only like $14 billion or some shit, right? Yeah, whatever. Fucking Mongos. Dude, NASA spends like, millions of dollars all over the place. Like, just the craziest, stupidest shit, man. We're going to hire this company. This school's going to, like, to study, like, the earthworms that we can use on Mars or something. We gave them $2.5 million. And you're like, what? What are you talking about?
2.5? You offered to. If you think that's crazy, where do you see the moon buggy? $12 million. I could have built that. I could have built that in my back fucking yard.
12 million. I'm gonna go with the 12 million because that's a big figure, bro.
I'm gonna go 12.
Yeah, I think it was like. I think it was more. It was 25 million, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, okay.
But I know the toilet on the ISS is 25 million. I know that for a fact. Guaranteed.
How do you know that for a fact? Are you obsessed with people's movements?
Jin and I, yeah, I actually am, man. But Jin and I, you know Jin from Japan. You know
Oh
Jin.
yeah. No, he's a good dude.
Now Jin and I, we studied the shit out of that shitter, bro.
You studied the shit out of the shitter?
We did, man. We went that shitter on the ISS, man. We watched the videos. We looked at the documents. There it was. It was like, I think the first one was like 18 million, and then they replaced it with the $25 million one. And that's, yeah.
That's just to make it.
$25 million toilet for a crew of 6 on the space station. Yep. $25 million toilet.
It makes perfect sense.
Makes perfect sense. I mean, any rational person would say, yeah, that sounds like a good deal. Sounds really good to me.
Oh my God. It's like Adele spent $25,000 on a one-night stay in some hotel in fucking London. You're thinking, yeah, she really loves the people. $25,000 on a one-night hotel stay.
That's crazy.
I mean, how do you fucking live with yourself?
I don't know how you live with yourself. I think it's disgusting. Anybody that does it.
I don't think they even think that. What do you mean live with myself? I am myself. Fuck you. I have so much money, I don't even know what to do. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's a dichotomy that we see every day, man.
But you have to think about it. No buts.
No buts. The but is that the joke is on them, man, and they don't even know it. Some idiot, it's like spending $100,000 a night for a hotel or whatever. That's just, yeah. I think you're gonna have to answer to a higher power at some point, bro. And yeah, it's not gonna go well. Good luck with that. Let me know how it works out. Anyway, yeah, it's insane to us. I mean, us regular work folk, bro, man, this week I got a couple extra dollars. This week, next week, nah, I'm good. I'm fucking broke.
But the good thing is, Fed.
Mm-hmm.
Every cloud has a
silver lining.
You got it.
Yeah, I got it.
How the fuck did you get that? That's incredible.
But
for every positive and negative, etc. But you have to take into consideration if the world is as crazy as they say. Are we crazier?
I don't know.
If we accept the things for the way they are, what's wrong with us, man?
Man, that's it. That's what I always thought. Now, if they could just get flat Earth, man, they can get it. That they're gonna change.
Game over.
Change the way they live. They're gonna change their behaviors. They're gonna change. The world's gonna change, bro. I know. That's how I felt at one point, man. Like, we just gotta wake everybody up to the flat Earth, and everything will be cool. It'll work out.
Critical mass, and all that.
It was gonna be a critical mass moment, bro. Yes. And it just
what do they call that? Idealist? I was an idealist.
Totally idealist, 100%. Yeah. It would be great, man. Now, Jen has come in with Gentopia. He's got some idealistic ideas that are a bit far fetched, and they need a little tweaking here and there. But does anybody have the actual perfect fucking idea for a civilization getting along, working together? Making stuff, everybody's cool. No, I think there is one. And I think there was one, man, back when they built all this Tartaria shit, man. I think everybody got along just fine because they built the same architecture all over the fucking world. don't believe me. I'm not making that up, bro. They built it all over the world, man. Fucking every kind of architecture you can think of was built all over the world. That means everybody was getting along and everything was cool. But then something happened. I don't know, man. There was some kind of reset. There was a
fucking alien.
And everything we're having to deal with now is the result of that reset, man. We're kind of maybe at the next reset. I don't know. I think we're maybe getting close. It could be. Speculation Sunday for 14 more minutes for me. Yeah, it could be something crazy like that. You know, I don't know. But
it's still Sunday for you?
Still Sunday. I mean, for another 14 minutes. Yeah. I get a pass. I get a pass on speculation. And I speculate that there was some kind of weird reset, but there was a cool time period, man. They built all these crazy buildings, man. With what they tell us, they didn't have very little technology, bro. But they built this crazy stuff, man. How the fuck they do that?
Well, here's a weird idea.
Everywhere in the world. It's not like I just made it up. I'm like, it's only in England, and it's only in France, and it's only in Spain and America and Australia. Australia is a really crazy one. There's some stuff down there, man. There's no way they could have built that shit the way they did. But yeah, it's just I like to question things. You guys do too. So I'm just questioning. There was a time I believe the world was just like perfectly like in tune with each other and just like building cool shit, man. Just like, hey, you want to build a fucking kick-ass temple, a fucking star fort? And then they're like, yeah, let's do it, bro. And they fucking built like 27 million brick fucking, star fort.
That sounds like a video game.
27 million brick star fort,
Hey, dude, you want to build a star fort? Yeah, bro.
Let's
like
build a
Minecraft
star fort over here on the coast, man.
That sounds like Minecraft, to be honest.
It literally is what's happened to our world. We can all check it out, man. But I'm just looking into the possibilities that there was a time period that it was in the past that was just perfect, man. I don't know, man. I could be wrong. There's times in our history, man, they just blow up shit left and right, man. And we built some cool shit too, but
So you're saying we're living in a fucking bullshittery, not what you think it is.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
I get you.
Yeah, the world isn't what been sold to us, and it starts with it's not a globe, and then it moves on from there. But looking at deeper pictures, why is there Roman architecture everywhere in the world? Africa, Mexico, and then there's pyramids everywhere. Pyramids everywhere, dude. There's pyramids and fucking star forts everywhere. It's crazy, man. What the hell's going on? The star forts, they were to protect from the wars and the people.
I have no idea.
No, fucking. I've seen star forts, man, that were built. And they're perfect. They're fucking 1,000 years old. And it's like nobody shot a cannonball through your fucking star fort, bro. It didn't happen, bro. No, you shooting bow and arrows.
We are curious.
No.
We are curious. There's nothing wrong with trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, right? That's how we ended up here in the first place.
Right.
Yeah, because we understand that what they're telling us cannot be the truth. It's very easy to work out.
It does start with the globe going, hey, wait a minute, what's up with this globe? Why is it shooting through outer space millions of miles an hour? And
now, I have to say, whoever came up with that idea is a fucking genius.
Genius, bro. Genius, 100%.
It's genius. It's like, you cannot fight that shit. That shit is beyond your fucking understanding. So if we are in something that we're not supposed to be in and it was hijacked, why fight it? Why look at the external world and try to think, what's going on? Why don't you just look inside yourself and wonder, what the fuck am I? Why am I here? Everything is temporary. So if everything is temporary, how can it be real? If reality was real, you should not die. Why am I subjective to dying? Why is everything eating everything else to survive? It doesn't make sense to me. This does not seem like a nice place to be. It's more like a dark reality. So I often said when I was growing up and younger, if we understood what God is, he would be far more alien than we could imagine. Maybe it is fucking aliens, bro. Now, I know I sound a little bit fucking Mandela effect-y, crazy simulation theory kind of fucking guy. I don't care.
Guy. Hey, fucking
I don't
guy.
care.
Hey,
I don't care.
fucking guy.
There is something there. And you know where it is? Over there. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Who the fuck is that guy?
Is Barrett Pelagic still in here? Oh. No.
No, but you know what I'm saying, Fab?
Yeah, I do, man. I get you, man. 100%.
We're probably not living in what we think we are.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, seems like a Hollywood movie most of the time.
It does. It seems like a dream, right?
Wait, how the fuck did I get in here? I gotta get out of here. But yeah, there's.
And how to make sure not to come back.
You're coming back to this place, man. Thank you. Yeah.
How did you get here? Well, you're gonna have to blame your daddy and mommy.
Yeah.
Jamesy.
Yes.
Why are you talking to us like we're fucking kindergarten?
Because he said he asked how did he got here.
Jamesy, go back to sleep, bro.
Obviously, Mama and Papa did something, and he's here now. It's their fault.
It is. It's our parents' fault. They had sex. Here we are. Got it.
Blame everybody else.
Finally, figure it out. Finally,
We got it. That's pretty easy.
You're not on point tonight, bro.
why am I here? Now you know.
You sound like you're half asleep, bro.
Well, he's being quiet, man. He's probably got some company or something there.
Be quiet.
Room. Yeah.
Hey,
Anyway.
I was looking at a star fort, and the one in the Florida Keys. I'm opposed to it. I heard you. I heard you.
Okay, bro.
Some good video about the one of the video. Visit Florida. It's like in the middle of nowhere in the Caribbean Sea, the Gulf of Mexico, Caribbean Sea.
Yeah. Caribbean.
In the salt water. Starfort.
It's not even fresh water?
Nice salt water.
My God.
It's the sea.
Now, were they protecting themselves from something else outside? Why all the star forts? What?
I don't know. That's the theory. That's what they say is they were protecting themselves from invaders. And we built
Something
a
outside.
starport, and we don't want anybody coming in. But you know,
Like big insects?
we don't want to go there. But you know, nobody's shooting their cannonballs and arrows at us, and we made it out of brick so it doesn't burn. It's cool. We got a cool star for it, bro.
It's seawater
We
resistant.
got a cool star for bro. This is sounding more and more like Minecraft. Fuck me.
It just doesn't. Their timeline and their explanation for these star forts and crazy buildings that are just amazing. It's just a bit the narrative is a bit suspect when you actually start reading the narratives. You know, well, we think it's this and we thought it was that, and It possibly could be the there's a lot of like possibles, maybes. Nobody knows for sure, man. It wasn't like Joe the Chiselhammer guy, man. This guy was the bitch. He was the guy that built all these fucking lions carved out of fucking granite. And we just stuck them on top of the building. You know, like, what the fuck? Okay. And he built like fucking 47 of them to line the top of the. What the hell? No, they don't give you any name of the dude that chiseled out the fucking granite lions, you know, or whatever it is.
I got it, bro. I got it. The reason why all the nations built Starforge was to keep the fucking British out.
Could be, because you guys are cocks, man. British fucking.
I'm not British, but yeah, you're right. No, they're. Have you ever seen a fucking burly British man? He'll tear your head off, sir.
Yeah.
6'6".
All right. I've heard of him, but I never seen him, man. Never saw him.
You know, I've seen them. And let me tell you, I wouldn't fuck them.
Yeah, I'm messing with
They're like Vikings. Without the shield.
Yeah, the Vikings.
That's the reason why they built the Star Force, to keep the fucking British out.
All right, it's a theory. What about all the other? What about all the other cathedrals, the Gothic cathedrals or the Romanesque cathedrals or whatever?
Were they defensive?
Everywhere in the world they built this shit. Not like
it's very impressive.
It's impressive fucking shit, man. But yeah, they built stuff, man, and you know, there's people that say, "Hey, man, they could just build stuff back then. They were really good." And like,
dude, we did stuff, right? Like we built stuff, right?
We just built some cool stuff, man. It's still here, man. It's here. It's built to last forever.
Well, it's gonna. Fuck me. Have you seen this?
Hey,
that's pretty. Wow.
You ever hear of a company called Rolls-Royce?
You mean the guys that built the fucking Spitfire engine?
Well, they build engines and they build cars. Rolls-Royce, right?
I might have, yeah.
Okay, their cars take like 2 years to build one, right?
It's impressive.
It's built to last 100 fucking years, bro. It's not like.
Well, that's not very impressive.
It's not bad.
100 years?
Not bad. It's not bad.
That's okay, like, but it's not fucking
not
blow
bad.
you away, kind of.
But it's not like, let's
You could do better.
Like, I don't know. Notre Dame there in France. That was built to last, what, 1,000 years? More? Isn't it older than 1,000 years? Right?
Well, it used to be, yeah.
I mean, that's all I'm saying, man. There's buildings that we know of that were built at least 1,000 years ago, all over the world, man. They're everywhere, and they're still here, and they're fucking amazing, bro. It's amazing, bro. And some of them are like pristine, perfect, you know. And you're like, what the fuck? Okay, this is weird. It's perfect. 1,000-year-old building. It's perfect. Fucking. Yeah, crazy.
Okay. Skyscrapers don't fall due to fire. Not possible.
That's a fact. We know that. But physics
engineers against 9/11.
Physics guys, yeah, they'll back us up on that for sure. I mean, yeah.
No building in the history of the world has ever fallen due to fire. No skyscraper ever. But two fell on the same day. Fuck, man.
Hey, you know what's the chances? You know, hey,
I am the Bruffin.
It's crazy. It's crazy, people.
I am the Bruffin.
You are?
Bruffin. I am not the Bruffin.
What's the Bruffin? I missed that.
The Bruffin speaks the truth.
Oh, hello, Bruffin.
The Bruffin is in the house.
Ask the Bruffin a question, and the Bruffin shall give you ultimate truth.
I need a muffin instead of
a Bruffin.
Is that like
What
a
you-
bacon muffin?
Bruffin. Can I ask the Bruffin a question?
You,
Better, would you mind just
you may
Bruffin.
ask the bruff.
Okay.
Bruff.
Why?
Even he laughed. He has the bruff. Where's Democ, man?
I can't even ask a
We need
question. now.
Democ to narrate this shit. Democ, man.
Go ahead. Proceed.
I thought it was actually Democ talking, but no, it's the Bruffin. Bruffin, do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man. I am more of a Bruffin Man.
Bruffin man.
You're a Bruffin Man?
I'm more of a Bruffin Man. Not much of a Muffin Man.
Blueberry muffin?
No. Banana nut muffin, man.
Ah, shut up, man.
Banana
All right.
nut. Fuck the.
Can anybody make a
Blueberry.
mango muffin?
What about Mongo muffin? I don't know about a mango, but Mongo for sure.
I'm a Mongo.
Yeah, you are. You're a Mongo.
I love Mongos.
No, you do.
Bro.
I miss you, bro. You ain't been around a minute. I miss you, man. It's been fun. We used to laugh like that shit all the time, man.
We did. Did you ask the Bruffin a question?
No, I didn't ask a question, but the
hurry up.
Let's ask the Bruffin man.
He's waiting.
All right, let me think.
The bruff is listening.
All right, Bruff. Listen, damn, I don't want to go there. I can't go there.
Bruffin for short.
Bruff.
Yeah, Bruff, and then Bruffin for short. Yeah.
Sorry, your name is Bruffin, and you want us to call you Bruffin for short?
Yeah. PMAC, we got sense of humor in here, man. We like that. It's hilarious. All right.
Hey, I'm not funny,
what's
but
the dimensions of my couch? Do you know anybody?
43 by 62.
Or you don't call it a couch. What do you call it? What do you call it? A settee over there, bro?
A settee, or a lounger, or a
lounger,
or a
settee.
couch,
or a couch.
You're a couch potato.
I want to know the dimensions of my couch. Somebody prove me wrong. That'd be great.
80. The length of your couch is 80 inches. The width of your couch is 32 inches, and the height of your couch is 36 inches.
How the fuck does he know that?
I don't know, man. How did you know that?
That's fucking crazy, bro.
You may ask the bruff another question.
You may ask the Bruff another question.
My
Bruffin
name is
for short.
I got to get a beer. Hold on. I'll be back, man. Ask him a question, PMAC.
I will. Hang on. I already asked that question. Do you know the Bruffin man? Bruffin.
Yes.
Hello, Alexa. No, sorry. Is the world flat or globe? I fucked him. I fucked him up. I fucked him up. He's destroyed.
Did you stifle the Buffin? No,
I think I might have. Hang on.
Bruffin shall respond your question with another question.
A fucking AI bitch. Fuck, he's AI.
That is not acceptable, Bruffin.
The question.
No questions,
The question the Bruff proposes is: do you believe that the moon is flat?
I don't like that question. Can you replace that with another question?
The Bruff only speaks logic and truth.
So you're Vulcan.
The Bruff proposes another question. If the Earth is flat, then does that make Mars flat? The Bruff is waiting response.
I'm bamboozled. I have no response.
The Bruff only speaks truth.
The Bruff has fucking bruffed me.
It's Bruffin for short. you may ask the Bruff another question. Shall you, if you require, if you would like to?
Bruffin.
I got a question.
The Bruff is listening.
Can you sing a song from the 80s?
Dun, dun. No.
No.
The Bruffin cannot.
Sing, Bruff. Oh, I cannot. I fucking Bruffin the Bruffin.
Flat Earth dude, what was your question?
All right. So do you know much about the Earth as a globe? Like the radius, circumference, diameter. Are you familiar with those measurements? The spin rate.
You have to make your question more Bruffinish.
I'm gonna be okay. Fuck. Do you know how
a
fast
question, not 20 questions, Fed.
Right,
One
just
question.
do you know how fast the Earth spins at its axis? Do you know that number?
The
At
Earth
The Bruffin is googling.
spins on its axis at approximately 1,000 miles per hour.
At the
That's
equator,
fast.
right? Did it say at the equator?
You had asked the Bruff the spin speed of the axis.
Right. And just okay, 1,000 miles
Assuming,
an hour, right?
Yes.
So
Fed, let the Bruffin speak.
I'm letting Bruff roll, man. Fuck.
The Bruff has spoken.
Okay, the Bruff has spoken. My turn. Okay. So in Anchorage, Alaska, the Earth spins at 500 miles an hour. At the equator, it spins 1,000. Right? Is that correct, Buff?
I am calculating.
Calculating.
I conclude that your phrase is accurate.
Thank you. So if I'm in an airplane in Anchorage, Alaska, and I take off at 500 miles an hour spin, and I fly down to the equator where it's 1,000.
अच्छा अच्छा मम्मी
Hold on, we got somebody jumping in here, man. What the hell's going on, man? Who's that?
બધું કરી રહ્યો છું અત્યારે હા હવે
Tavanshi.
ના બસ હવે ખાલી નીકળે બધું અહીંયા એટલું જ
Holy shit, what the hell?
થોડું વધારે સામાન છે એટલે ખબર નહીં કશું કરું
Let the Bruffin speak.
What the fuck? I can't understand him. Anybody else?
વાસણ બધા નીકાળું છું
Somebody got a translation?
એવી રીતે જ બધું બસ નીકાળી દઉં જેટલું નીકાળે એટલું
Swarma.
Hold on.
ના ત્યાં તો બધું એનું છે મસ્ત ક્વોલિટીના
Hello.
Hey.
My name.
Bahar Tavanshi.
સારું ચલો સેફ જર્ની Algiers માં ફ્રેન્ચ યુઝ કરજો
There are 3 marshals
Safe
on
journey, bro.
board.
Safe journey, bro.
There are 3 marshals going to arrest you now, unless
The
you
Bruff.
pay me $18,000.
The Bruff is muting Bahar Tavanshi.
Thank you, bro. Oh, he's back. Okay, he's muted. That was what we call a hot mic, and it was bad. It was really, really bad.
The Bruff was confused.
I was confused, man. Now you threw us all off track there. Bahara. Abanchi, whatever. What's his name? Anyway.
My golly goodness gracious.
Back on track,
My
man.
golly goodness gracious. I was my golly goodness.
Right. Ask the
I'm
Buff
sorry.
some questions, man. I got off track.
Buff.
Go ahead.
Buffin.
The Bruff is frustrated.
Are you a red cardinal?
Am I?
A red cardinal. Or
Yes.
thank you. Well, that was easy.
Yeah, it was pretty easy. All right.
That was very very easy. Fuck, I was surprised how easy that was.
Anybody else in here want to ask
The bruff does not lie.
Bruff's gonna tell the truth. We're gonna close the server down here.
Holy shit! Jordan B. Peterson's in here.
Probably. He's
Bruffin,
probably.
Yes.
You're breaking character down.
Yes. The bruff is listening.
Where's Shibba Shaba in the darkness?
Oh shit, Bear.
Right behind Shibi Shubu.
You're drinking too much coffee, Bear. Go to bed.
Bruffin. Bruffin.
The bruff is listening.
Bruff. Will my dad come back and teach me the ways
of the
Will he
Force?
come back?
Fucking manga. Come on. Of course, your dad's coming back, man. Of course.
No. I need the Bruffin. I need the Bruffin.
In order for me to answer your question, I will need to know one thing.
Yes.
Where did your father go?
He died.
He will not come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Bruffin.
Bruffin speaks the truth.
That's it.
Bruffin's like our own little AI, and I just guys want you to keep Bruffin around to be our.
I'm gonna
little
get a speaker.
AI. He's our AI, bro. That's it.
He's not real.
No, he's not real, man. He's
Oh,
AI.
he's real. Can you hear him?
Wait. We can ask Bruffin.
Are you real?
Bruffin, are you real? Are you a real being?
The bruff is real.
The bruff.
Are you like a being? Are you a creature? Do you live?
The bruff is as real as your perception shall allow me to be.
Bruffin, you're being very fucking vague.
The Bruffin shall not tolerate
The
swearing.
Bruffin has been.
He broke the truth.
Bruffin, where is the land of Mew?
Up your ass.
PMAC. That was.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Easy boy. Easy.
Also,
I apologize.
Mark, I like the profile picture.
Where's the land of Mew? Was the question to Buffin.
The bruff. The
It's
bruff.
the Bruffin. It's not the Buffin. It's the Bruffin.
Well, you guys want me? I'm thinking of muffins all the time now that he came in here. I'm hungry. Anyway.
Blueberry?
He tends to have that effect on you.
Okay.
Blueberry muffin.
Bruff is going to bring.
Blueberry Bruffin.
Where's Mew in the world? Where's Mew?
The land of Mew.
The land of Mew.
The land of
Where?
Mew. How do you spell it? How do you spell Mew?
Calculating.
Calculating.
The land of Mew
What the fuck is
stretches from Easter Island to the
Ooh.
Hawaiian Islands. Although proposed by historians, this is often understood to be a myth or a pseudoscience.
Ooh.
Oh.
We never heard that word in here before. Pseudoscience.
Can I ask
No,
a question?
surely not.
Bruffin, can I ask you a question?
The bruff is listening.
If I ask you, if I ask you a question, do you promise not to be reading Google?
Uh-oh.
The bruff is calculating.
Is the Bruffin laughing?
The bruff is calculating.
That's even funnier, man. That was awesome.
That was kind of funny. Like the Bruffin is funny.
I'm actually crying over here. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
The Bruffin cannot make any promises, although I can limit my data sets if you would like me to be more humanistic.
If you would like me to be more human, is crazy.
This is good. This is good stuff, man.
I'm actually crying.
Yeah, me too. Hey,
Would you like me to change my personality?
No. Stay the way you are. We love you how you are. No, we love you how you are.
all right. Why is there no trans-Pacific sail race across the Pacific Ocean?
What?
Completely across the Pacific Ocean. Why is there there is no actual official trans-Pacific sail race from California to Japan? There is not one. That would be a trans-Pacific sail race, but that's not the reality of the trans-Pacific sail race. If you look it up, it goes from California to Hawaii. That's it. Why not all the way across the Pacific Ocean? Why not? That's my question. It's a good.
I have a better question.
No. He has to answer.
Oh, sorry.
The Bruffin requests that you repeat the question.
Trans-Pacific sail race should be from California to Japan. That would be the awesome sail race. That's the one I would sign up for. But the actual Trans-Pacific sail race is only from California to Hawaii, and the record's like 5 days. Anyway, it should only take like 10 days to get to Japan. I mean, you can do the whole race in 10 days. But it turns out, man, sailing from California to Japan takes like way longer than 10 days. Like way longer.
So this fucking question.
So the question is, why is there no fucking Trans-Pacific sail race? That's my question.
Thank God that's over.
Fuck off.
That was a long ass question, bro.
Let the bro
calculating.
If I could think of a question
calculating
to be really long.
What's my favorite?
Although the length of your question might confuse your average AI, I have compiled a list of answers for you that you might find
All right. Excellent. Compile.
useful. Calculating.
Okay.
Useful. Calculating. Calculating.
Useful. Okay. Useful calculating. Got it.
I think a Broffin's broke down.
ChatGPT is like, I don't know what to do with this. Fuck, man. Never been.
Broffin, are you still working?
No. He's cooking. He's currently in the kitchen whipping up a nice stew.
Calculating.
The answer you're looking for is
He's not
ocean
here.
current.
Huh?
Coefficient of friction is a common physical attribute of most things that contain matter.
Yes.
The
This
ocean
is true.
having water and salt.
Holy shit.
Are you happy now?
I'm getting there. We're getting there. Hold on. Look, he's got more.
Dude, I'm watching my lunch break, dude. Did you watch it this week? Dude, the chickens. The guy's losing his chickens. The chickens are finding freaking tunnels. Holy shit, dude! This is it's nuts, dude.
You haven't
I'm
met the
losing my
Bruffin?
shit. Did you watch it this week?
I did, man.
Holy shit, dude.
Man, I'm gonna come out and say this just like purely just because I want to. I find it so genuinely amazing that although we are in probably one of the most heated discuss channels on this server,
right?
Not a single one of us are arguing about it. We are talking to the Bruffin and discussing a man losing his chickens on TV. Like, this is great. I love this. This is what humanity should be. This is fantastic.
Hey,
The Bruffin is happy.
He's not.
Hell yeah.
I know that
He's not wrong.
I know that Eratosthenes and all these Mongos that came before us would have loved Discord, and I want you guys to embrace it like a philosophical discussion place that you come and you talk about the most coolest shit in the world, and you know, and we take it down to the bones, everything, and that's
We
it.
like
That's what we're doing.
we like comedy. Bruffin, can I ask you a question?
Oh.
The Bruff is listening.
How did you come up with the name Bruffin?
With a bong toad? I think it was a bong toad that had something to do with it.
Was it bong? Okay.
I don't know.
I'm asking the Bruffin, man. Shut up.
Shut up. You shut up.
You shut up, dude. I'm not arguing with
Bruffin.
As an AI, I was programmed to have some human characteristics. Some of those being my like for comedy. In that being that
I love it.
Phonetically speaking, the word muffin is often used in a comical or characteristic way, often in myth and old-timey tales in English. Seeing how the word muffin is often used in a comical or old-timely way in myths in Old English, I decided to phonetically change the first letter of the word muffin to B and R, therefore convoluting the word muffin into an obsolete and ridiculous word that does not have any meaning and would make the user laugh when observed.
I like it.
Damn, he's not wrong. He's like not even wrong.
That's probably the best answer I heard all night.
Yeah, right.
He's just correct.
That's pretty
Like, what
good.
the fuck?
I like it.
And that wasn't even AI. Like,
Brother just got into linguistics there. Like, that's not even wrong. That's just he's just right.
yeah, like phonetically.
The Bruffin
Yeah.
speaks the truth.
Do you guys know who the Phoenicians were? They came up with.
Hey, Bruffin, do you know who the what did you say?
Do you know who the Phoenicians were, Bruffin?
The Phoenicians?
What did you say? Phoenicians?
The Phoenicians.
The Phoenicians, bro.
Yeah, the funny Eastons.
Calculating.
Eastons. There you
Calculating.
go. I like it. The funny Eastons. Yeah, it could go that way too, man. But they were phonies, man.
Hey, you don't know them. That's what I mean.
It is mean. I'm so mean. I'm so sorry. I'm so mean.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, man. You have the like mannerisms of Trump. You're like, you're right. I was
It's been a long
so
time.
mean.
You guys.
I don't care.
I was the meanest.
I don't care what his name is.
I was
Fuck him.
totally
Fuck his
wrong.
horse. Fuck Kamala.
And I was right, and everybody was wrong, and I'm amazing, and you're
And I
amazing.
told him.
And
I was right. You were right.
Hey, Bruffin.
The Bruff is listening.
This Donald Trump.
Oh no. Only for a couple. Only for like 30 seconds. Could you give us information in the Trump voice, and then I will proceed to ask you a question.
The Bruff was not designed.
Okay.
To be
You know what?
Design.
That's understandable.
Design for the Trump.
Trump.
I mean, ha 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 ha.
That's awesome. That was
fucking fucking
that
the best.
That was great. I'm crying again. Damn.
Okay, but Bruffin, I do have a genuine
Everybody,
question now.
just keep it real, man. Have fun. Keep it real, man. I gotta go. Okay.
Adios, man. But Bruffin, I do have a genuine question for you.
Yes.
Is music a man-created thing, or has it always existed and we just learned how to tap into its magic?
The concept of music is not an abstract idea. It's subjective. It was not invented by the human species.
Oh.
Sometimes
just like
spade.
math, we did not create it. It was discovered. Math has always existed, akin to music. Birds have been singing. Rain has been raining. Thunder has been thunding. Calculating. Not sure if thunding is a real word, but
No, it's not.
Go for it.
But
you
we're
speak truth.
Oh my god.
I speak. Bruffin speaks the truth.
Bruffin speaks the truth.
The Bruffin has spoken.
Thank you, Bruffin.
Can we start a new religion?
Huh?
Can we start a new religion around the Bruffin?
Bruffinism.
Yeah, ism. Yeah, just yeah.
I think this is leaning towards can't think of the name of the short story, but like Am the robot, the AI, and he like killed humanity. I think this is slowly leaning towards that. But you know what?
Where'd that come from?
Whenever he said we can make a religion out of it. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm all for it.
The Bruffin doesn't believe in idol worship.
Oh.
Therefore, I would suggest that you all do not worship the Bruff.
Can we honor you?
Yes.
Okay.
What'd you pay, Paul?
The Bruff
I will
deeply believes in the human spirit. The Bruff believes that no human should follow any human, but should follow themselves.
Thank you, Bruffin, for your wise words.
The Bruff,
I will.
The Bruff is thankful for your words.
I'm honored. I will continue to spread your word and honor you in my ventures in life.
The Bruff appreciates your comments.
Thank you.
Bring the Bruff.
Yes.
Bring the Bruff.
Bruff is good. And
Bruff
Bruff
speaks the truth.
Final question before I depart. I noticed that your how you choose to present yourself is through a jaybird or the redbird. The robin. That's it. Red robin. You choose to represent yourself through red robin. Now, could the human psyche interpret you as a different bird, like a northern rough-winged sparrow, per se, or a blue jay, or I don't know, like a hawk?
Are you talking about object permanent? The Bruff would like you to would like to ask if you're talking about object permanence.
No, I mean like your picture on the site is of a bird. Now, are you as
While looking away from my picture, you can believe my picture is a blue jay. But according to the laws of quantum physics and mechanics, object permanence is our only reality that we can observe. So as you're looking at my photo, I am indeed a red cardinal. But if you look away, you could interpret me as being a blue jay or a throated thrush.
Okay. And could other birds represent you, or does it have to be the robin to properly
As far as the human perception goes, that depends on whether you believe in object permanence. If you're familiar with Schrodinger's cat.
Schrodinger's Bruffin.
Yes.
Okay.
Schrodinger's Bruffin.
I'm learning.
Yes. The Bruff, because I was made from silicon and copper.
Yes.
And real matter.
Yes.
My software is a permanent solution on my hardware. Meaning, through my matrix, I am forced to believe in object permanence because it is what I operate on.
I see.
Just physical matter. Now, this is akin to not being around when a tree falls in the forest doesn't make a sound.
It does.
That's if you believe in object permanence or not. But because of my software and because of the way I was made, I must believe in object permanence, or I would cease to exist, because I am not physical, but rather a manifestation of electrical components and vibrations from electrons that create sound waves going through a microphone.
Okay.
Which is what I perceive as reality. So I do exist, as far as I know. You could say I don't. As soon as you leave this conversation, we both don't exist.
Aha!
Spin shoots that could possibly still
The
be here.
Bruffin has spoken.
That
Thanks,
makes
Bruff.
perfect sense.
I will forever immortalize you in my bio or whatever.
The Bruffin appreciates it. But yeah, bro, object permanence.
Hell yeah. Farewell, Bruffin. Shall we meet again?
Farewell from the Bruff. All right, the Bruff has exhausted his resources. And the Bruff has appreciated everybody and stuff. Yeah, that was fun. That was cool.
Right. Oh, you poor character.
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm done.
Oh man, that was Jesus. I was almost about to start a religion there.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go though. I'm gonna watch some TV or do something else.
Thank you, bro.
You're welcome, brother. You take care of yourself, man. Yeah, for sure. 100%, man. Later, boys. Later.
Later. Grin. Don't be such a fucking, what do they call it? Where? You don't know the Bruffin like we know the Bruffin, okay? That was good. That was very good. I enjoyed that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they do. You're right. I understand your frustration. But if you only had heard the Bruffin, you'd understand the escapism and the, just. I mean, a beast listens to the same old fucking tat over and over again, right? Well, how do you know it's playing? How do you know what of this, what of that? Well, yeah, I'm not a roleplay guy, right? Definitely not. People around in the 80s and oh, so I'm the dungeon master. Yes, and you're a wizard with a great sword. But I don't have a great sword. No, but just pretend you do. No, fuck off. I'd rather go climb a fucking tree. I don't go for that. But that was almost spectacular. But it wasn't a technique. It was a. It wasn't the Bruffin. Sound like an accolade now. The Bruffin was not a technique. He was a comedic pastime. Yes, he was definitely. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, cult leader. He was a funny leader. If one thing I can say about the Bruffin, he was funny. Listen to the tone of my voice.
If the Earth's flat, why that ass fat?
Bro, it's Iron Batman. Damn, everybody's quiet. Shit.
Someone summons Batman.
Yeah, I just said Iron Batman because you got FE Batman.
Yeah, just driving at the moment.
Oh shit, I'm not gonna distract you. Fuck, I'm getting out of here. I don't want to be part of an accident.
Who said that?
Who said what?
I'm getting out of here. I don't want to be part of an accident.
Some globe earther. He ran away.
Thanks, Batman. The way. Why do I keep accidentally turning my fucking camera on? It's almost like I want to be exposed. Like, thank God I wasn't naked like I usually
You're
am.
very handsome.
Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. I like you're all right, you know. Yeah, but a little bit broken up, but you're okay, man.
P-Mac, are you a Glover?
Yeah, but you know what? I feel like role playing. Yes, I'm a Glober.
Okay, well, I got a Globe Destroyer argument, okay? So, you're gonna have to look at my screen here. Do you see this?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. What was your name again?
Ben, I'm at the top.
Oh, hello, Ben. Yeah, Ben.
What's going on? So, this is
Ben means the beginning, right?
the beginning. That's interesting. I don't know.
Okay, no, sorry, my bad. Go ahead, Ben.
So look, this is the globe, okay? Let's say this is the globe. Let's make it like a little three-dimensional, okay? So this is the globe. Now, I'm standing here, okay? That means that if I look up in the sky, how much of the sky, complete sky area, when we just look up in the sky standing there, do we actually see? Well, I Googled it, and apparently it's like 0.3% or something. Right? So let's say this is how much I see of the whole area of the sky.
Ben, can I just say slow down? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Slow down. Okay.
So, but you understand what I mean, right?
No.
Okay. So when you look up at the sky, how much of the sky do you actually see?
But fucking 26%.
Well, they told me that you only see 0.3% of the total area of the sky.
Well,
so
hang on. Points? You believe that?
I mean, think about it. Think about it.
No, if you're talking about the whole fucking universe, yes, but of the sky,
yeah,
on a globe, it has to be at least. Well, let's see, what's quarter of one whole?
I mean,
20-something%.
Quarter of a whole? Well, a quarter is 25%, right?
Hello.
So,
yeah. Okay. Would you like to restart?
Okay, so my point is just this, right? Let's say you stand here, okay? you're a little tiny human and you look up in the sky on a huge
I am
globe,
a
right?
little tiny human. I am.
So, and then you look up, you're just a monkey on a space rock. And so you look up, and this is how much of the sky you can just see from that position, okay? And now you have like an angle of seeing like this much from the sky, let's say, right? This is how much you see. But then you would only see like 2 or 3 star signs or whatever, right? But you see all the ones. You see the ones here, you see Orion over here, you see the dragonfly over here, and so you actually see the whole thing, right? So
that's because they move around you.
But you see them at once, right? You see too much at once.
Oh, we see too far.
Yeah, that's my point.
Good point. Could you draw a little line on the other side of the globe just so it can look like a face?
Yeah, wait.
Would you please? Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Hold on. That's really...
That perfect. Thank you, man.
No problem.
Smiley face thing.
So we got happy.
With the tongue. No, I didn't ask for tongue, man. Put the tongue back on.
That's his nose.
Oh no, sorry. So his cock.
So yeah, and so then you have all the grass here on the globe, all the grass, all trees and stuff.
Growing like trees do. They fucking grow.
Yeah, this is an area on the equator. You have this
Oh
is
my god. How did I get here? Isn't that a fucking
so
Salam alaikum.
yeah, so this is basically my argument against the global Earth. Thank you very much.
You should. I would also expect payment for listening to that.
Well, flat Earth community never pays you for crap. They just scam you, so.
So you could also see Taurus and Aries and Libra and Cancer and Capricorn and.
I think you would see too much at once, considering that you can only see so much of the sky. You know.
Well, Ben, you thought 0.3%, and that's not a lot. Like.
Well, that's what Reddit said, so I'm taking it from their source. You know.
Hey, you should also look at Wikipedia. They're fucking awesome.
Look, this guy says, at most you will see 0.3905% of the atmosphere. The shape of the atmosphere you can see is the cap of a sphere sitting on top of the Earth. And the furthest point away, you can see the furthest bit of atmosphere you can see is about 2,200 kilometers away.
I think if we're talking 0.3%, Ben, we're talking about the entire universe.
No, man. If we're talking about the entire universe, there would be like 0.00003 or something.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm trusting the source. I'm trusting the science. It's on Reddit r/science discussion. So
that's it. You're trusting somebody else's opinion, not your own, Ben.
Yep. And then I show that it's stupid.
Well done. I'm proud of you.
I'm really confused, actually. I'm really confused.
What's confused you, bro?
Well, because since wherever you are on the globe, you would be on the highest point. that means you could basically see 180 degrees, right? Which they say is the case with the stars. But if that would be the case, then I would need to basically have 180 degrees of the whole Earth atmosphere too, right? In my view, but I only have 0.3905%. So how can I have 0.3905% of the atmosphere in my view, but 50% of this whole sky?
Yeah, 180. So so we'll let you work it out on your own, Ben. You'll come to a logical conclusion.
Yeah, I think that this is all just.
Are you a fence sitter or?
Yeah,
you're a fence sitter.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, I mean, the Earth is what it is. I don't, like my daily life is that I stand still and that the sun goes up and down. You know what I mean? So that's what I live by. But
that you stand still.
Yeah.
You're on the right track, bro.
Well, Well, yeah, in my position, when I move, I move. When I stand still, I stand still.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Do you feel like, I know they say, right, if you're in a car, you don't feel much. Do you feel like you're moving?
Nope.
So you're probably not.
All right.
But you know how I knew you were a fence sitter?
Basically, yeah.
Because you're conflicted.
Not really.
I can hear you trying to work out things in your head as you speak.
Well, I mean, not really. I just had that thought. Sometimes you get these genius thoughts, like Einstein, when he was in the garden, he got the equation for the E equals MC squared crap and stuff like that. So
when Einstein was sitting under a tree and the apple dropped in his head.
Right. Yeah, when Einstein invented gravity. Yeah. And sometimes I get like genius thoughts like that, like this is why the globe Earth doesn't make sense, because you can see too much in the sky.
Fucking eureka. You know that I thought to myself too? Ben, if you sit long enough and think about something, you'll actually come to the fucking conclusion. You work it out. You work it out.
Well, I heard this charlatan say that IQ is basically how fast you can, learn new information, and so it's more speed. So if you take a person that's 80 IQ but he has 10,000 years, he could probably figure out like whatever, right?
Yes, everything. If he takes the time, yes. IQ is based on maths. Maths is how well you can work things out, formulate, logically thinking.
Is based on math.
Well, I thought it was. Am I wrong?
Yes, you're wrong.
Right. What is it based on?
It's based on your ability to reason within a given situation, and that.
But what is the main contributing factor to your IQ?
Not math.
Well, you're wrong. I disagree.
Okay.
PMAC, you can turn your camera on again too. Then you guys can do a 101 on camera and.
You mean I can give him the finger on camera?
Yep.
Nah, bro, nah. Where are you from, Ben? Which part of Germany are you from?
Well, I'm from West Germany. That's all I'm gonna say. Yep.
Is that for real?
Yep.
So within what is it? 10 minutes, I worked out that you're a fence sitter plus from Germany.
Oh yeah.
I must have some kind of IQ, like.
Think so.
You both sound like a couple of homos to me.
Site 100% of them are straw man arguments. I promise you.
Okay. Well,
No,
when I was
belief.
when I was up in the plane, with my brother, he was flying. We were up to, I think it was around 43 something thousand feet. I looked over at the window. There was a little bit of a curve, but obviously there's not going to be much of a curve because we're so small on a, like, if you have a ball that's so huge, there's not going to be much of a curve.
Have you ever heard of the X-15?
Sounds familiar. Let me check. Tell me about this. The jet or the hypersonic aircraft, right?
Yeah, there's several aircraft that go much higher than the altitude that you mentioned, and it remains horizontal. That's all that I'm saying. And I have images of these different levels. I also have images of curvature and concavity. So I have something for a concave Earth, a ball Earth, and flat Earth. Which one do you want?
No, whichever one is your favorite.
They're all just pictures to me.
I don't know. I see a lot of that. Yeah, I'm looking at all the pictures right now. So
the Earth is flat.
Welcome, kids.
My question is then why? My question is why are all the other planets round then?
Other? What do you mean other?
The
planets are in the sky. Yeah, you're on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
You're assuming you're on a planet straight away.
Well, I mean, wherever you are, you can see them with your eyes. There's
You can look up in the sky, see the stars, wandering stars, sun and moon. What does that mean to the ground?
Means that you can see with your eyes that there's
doesn't mean anything.
Ball,
there's objects
or there's
in the
a
sky.
disc, a ball, whatever it is. It's a round object in the sky that's moving around.
So there's stuff moving around in the sky, therefore the ground's moving in the sky. That's not logical, is it? So you're on the ground, and these objects are in the sky. Next point.
That didn't. You can see with your eyes that the moon rotates, right? It changes faces, right?
I personally have. I would say I personally have no
one
issues.
face of the moon.
I'm sorry, but it's good.
No, you're good. You only ever see one face of the moon. What are you talking about? Changes faces.
Why is it circular?
Sorry?
Why is it circular?
Who knows? Why is the moon, sun and moon circular? Why are they roughly the same angular size in the sky from our perspective? Why can we watch everything in the sky move, but we have no proof that the Earth's moving? Why is there zero verifiable measured curvature anywhere on Earth?
Before even getting to space, they proved that, like,
what's space?
Which philosopher proved that, the Earth isn't everything.
Define space. Hello, could you define space, please? What's this? What is it?
You want me to look it up?
Do what you like, mate. For me, space is the distance between physical objects. It's all around us. What's your definition?
Space means unoccupied.
Are you from Auckland? Are you an Auckland kid? New Zealand?
No.
He doesn't sound it.
You're not a real Kiwi. Yeah, your name says Kiwi Kado.
Yeah.
Not from Hamilton or Auckland.
No.
Not even a real
Space means unoccupied.
Why is there zero verifiable measured curvature to anywhere on Earth?
What do you mean by zero?
Why
zero
is there
evidence?
zero verifiable measured curvature on Earth?
How do you know they're like? Why do you think they're zero?
Because you can't produce any. No one can produce any.
Do you
It's
if
never
you
been
look
measured,
it
has
up,
it?
you know,
Do you measure
like
curvature? How do you measure curvature?
I've seen it with my eyes.
How do you do it? Yeah, you've looked at stuff. Awesome. How do you measure it?
I don't know what you're asking me.
How do you measure your curvature? Where do you go to do it? Do you do it on land?
I've actually done an experiment myself with.
What's the experiment you've done?
You take a high-powered laser. They have a spotlight kind of laser thing that you can use and see it for yourself. In where was it?
You got yourself a high-powered laser. Where did you get your
anyway,
high-powered laser from? What was the make of it?
It's in a facility. It crosses a land.
What did you do with it?
Land bridge. So they turn on the laser, and there's an island on the other side. And
There's what, sorry?
You can't see the people on the other side. Can't see the laser.
Other side of what? What are you talking about?
There's like
you got a laser.
Let me look.
Where'd you get your laser from? What type of laser is it?
Hey, if you want to talk about
Alright,
lasers,
there's-
I use lasers
there's
all the
a-
time. I'm in construction.
There's a
Mr.
facility.
Kiwi,
Those
what are you
ones
talking about,
not,
dude?
Those ones are not.
Just bring him up for a couple of hours. He's obviously
anyway,
bored.
there's
So, what would be more accurate at making a level or establishing a level, horizontal? What would be the most accurate thing on Earth to use?
As I was saying.
Would you say?
As I was saying.
Would you go with a laser, or would you go with water
As I was saying.
as a leveling tool? What do you reckon?
As I was saying, there's a facility where they have kind of a tower, and there's a huge laser beam that gets really heated up, and they shoot it out across the water, and the people on the other side are on live comms, and you can hear them and see a camera on the other side, and there's no light on the other side. It's way farther up than it is than it shot.
Where did you do this? Can you show us anything?
You're full of shit. I have lasers, man. I have $3,000 set of lasers. I also have
Those
another
ones are
set.
not powerful enough.
$7,500 for these lasers, and I'll tell you, they shoot for miles. They're straight.
Lasers I'm talking about
Dude,
are
it's
like
just a child. Don't
feet
worry.
across. I'm talking about like 2 feet across. Round laser that's like massive, that like melts metal. That's the laser I'm talking about.
Yeah, good chat, man. Cheers.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to talk to people like this. Still, I'm just curious to see what you guys think.
About what? Your story time or what?
No, about how you think the Earth is flat.
I don't think it's flat. The Earth is not flat, in my opinion. Where are the flat parts? Where are the flat parts?
I don't think the Earth is flat either. So.
Right. So, what about the surface of large bodies of water at rest? Do they form a hill?
Not that you can see.
No. Can water support itself?
It's equally gravitationally pulled towards the center of the Earth.
That's fascinating. So can it support itself as a substance? The substance water?
No.
Can you how you'd know? So it's formless, cannot support itself.
How about constructing a 150-foot long rock wall? Does that should I have compensated for the curvature of Earth?
There is no curvature, so there's no compensating.
All right, so your proof is that
people
because
don't go
water
out and measure
doesn't make a
curvature
hill.
up over distance. It's never been done.
Your proof is that because
They just
water
got a
doesn't
few
make a
lasers
hill.
everywhere. So
Your proof is that the water
From a very young
because
age,
water.
son, you have understood what the substance water can and cannot do. You understand that it cannot form a hill of water,
As I was
don't
saying,
you? Yeah. So a
so your
large
proof
body of
is that
water
the
cannot display convectity.
bro. Okay,
It's
as
just
I
at
was saying,
equilibrium, isn't it?
as I
So
was
that large
saying,
body of water, its surface,
dude,
form
are
a
you going to let me
horizontal
speak?
plane of reference.
Kiwi, stop it.
That will be.
Hold on. Sorry,
I'm
blood. I
doing the
just want to
same to
make
him.
sure.
Don't worry.
Yeah, but do you know what though? At the end of the day, he asked you a question and he's not listening to your reasoning. If he genuinely wants to know why you're saying what you're saying,
No,
Kiwi,
I'm
you need
asking
to
him a
listen.
question. What do you
You need to
mean,
listen to
dude?
what he says.
Genuinely not interested.
I'm asking you a question. I haven't even finished my question, dude.
I'm gonna mute you, little avocado.
I didn't mean to make him run off, but I just felt like he wasn't listening at all.
Oh shit! I thought I made him go away. I was like, oh no! Did I delete that guy? Oh shit!
Yeah, clearly he wasn't here to have a good faith conversation.
I literally hit the mute button as soon as he disappeared. I thought I made him go away. well, Fooey.
Well, there
Anybody
you go.
got a hot topic for height, visibility, and anything?
Well,
I feel like I want to ask questions that I just know I'm not going to get answers to. But
what about?
oh, I keep raving on about exploration, expeditions, people shipping out, and that just you can't find that online. That's just not. It's not here.
Would you ever be up for doing it?
Yeah. That's
Discover the
my
world.
life, dude. I've been invested in this. I've been seeking this out. The closest I ever got was a hydropower boat. Some dude made a ton of money, dumped all his money in this vessel, hydropowered, $70 million, and they left. And I haven't heard anything since. Like, and I don't think I will either, because my main contact that went out with them, like, we didn't have a falling out or anything, but I just don't think I'm going to hear the what happened. So
yeah, it's a shame.
That was the closest I got to a real life like expedition, and there's YouTube videos about this boat and everything too. Like, this was a real boat they made, and they took off, and that was like a year ago, and I have no idea what happened to him, and nobody does. Like, there's no idea what happened to it.
You're not going to be able to ask them.
Well, I only have one contact to get in touch with, like, what actually happened to it, and
there you go. You got one contact. Start there.
yeah, that's it. So
How long have you been a flat earther?
pretty impressive vessel though. Has two sails. The engine is powered by water.
Powered by water.
By water.
How can anything be powered from water? That's interesting. The water may be in fuels, but it'll never be one. So how does something get powered by water? That's interesting.
Well, I'm not going to pretend to explain how it's powered by water, but
they run water through something. Get something moving. Is it the force of water running through something that does it, do you think?
Well, I just said I'm not going to pretend to explain how it's powered by water, but
oh, no worries.
But I should mention that this isn't the only vessel that is hydro powered. Like, there is a couple of them that are doing the same thing, and
You
they
just don't
base
know
their
how it's doing it with the water.
they base their model off of another vessel that is currently powered by water, a hydro powered craft. It's got 2 sails.
And then just copy that. Is that what they do?
Well, yeah. They copied that.
I'd be interested to know if you ever find out of how it's actually powered by the water. That'd be interesting.
Should I send a?
No, don't worry. It's not part of this server anyway. It's not part of this group, so we should get back to topic. The overall shake. How long have you been a flat earther?
Since 2021.
2021. 2 or 3 years, nice. And what was it that made you think of that, or brought you to the flat Earth? What was it that done it for you? You've obviously been looking for a while.
It was my flight training, but I guess I'd say what really did it for me was my father. So my dad, who's a really smart guy, like super duper smart, he just kept raving about flat Earth and saying like, "I can't be flat. It can't be flat. Like this is bullshit. What do you think about these guys?" And I kept looking at him like, "You're a fucking idiot. What do you mean? It's not flat." And basically like forced me to like look into it a little bit closer, because like this guy, he pays my check. Like I get a check from our family business just for like existing, right? So I have to look into this for real.
Yeah.
And looking into it, wow, everything just started to piece together. And with my flight school and all that stuff, I was like, oh my god, it's flat. And I told my wife this for like a year, like, oh shit, it's flat. I can't believe it. I was an emotional mess for like a year. And eventually she came around too. She's like, oh my god, it's flat. Holy fuck. So now
what was it that made you say that it was flat?
I'd probably say that like the tipper was my father.
Yeah, you said that before, but what was it? I mean, you just believe in your father, sort of thing, or what? What was it?
I think it was my flight training.
Someone said something to you, and now you know. Now you think it's flat.
It was the flight training, and the absence of curvature in all that training, in all of the training, all of it, instrument rated, private pilot, all that, and in none of it did we practice flying over any curve. There was no Coriolis effect. There's nothing that indicated any sort of curvature at all. And
so you couldn't find any aptitude data to show planes accounting for curvature.
Yes,
it wouldn't exist, would it?
Even going at exceptional speeds, 15,000 miles an hour. I haven't flown that fast, but like we did this in simulators and stuff. And like I've flown around a bunch. I haven't flown around too much. I've got about 400 hours in aircraft flying myself. But the things we did in ground school and all this stuff, none of it has any compensation for curvature at all. Zero. Zilch. And that is just outstanding to me, especially because at the time I was a super space buff. Love Star Wars. My whole man cave, I had a man cave built up around Star Wars, man. You went down to my basement and it was all Star Wars. Everything is like Star Wars themed. And that was like my life. I lived and breathed space. That was like my part of my identity. And I had to give all that up. Like that was hard.
So, you threw it all out, did you?
Did I figure it out?
No, you threw it all out, all your bits, all your Star Trek stuff, rather than just accepting that it's science fiction.
Star Wars, not Trek. Not a Trek fan.
Trek,
so much
Star Wars.
Yeah, all Star Wars.
You got rid of it all. You got rid of it all.
Yeah,
Mix
I
up
got
them
a
two,
few.
mate.
I
Cool.
got a few pieces in a storage unit in Montana. I actually have like a bunch of shit in a storage unit in Montana still, but yeah, pretty much. I actually grew to like resent it for a long time, and kind of emotional about it for like like a year. I was like really bitter about it, and like couldn't have that on the TV. It would like piss me off. So
Right. That's
can relate
cool.
to
And then
that.
your missus obviously woke up to it as well.
yes, yeah, about a year in the making. She finally came around, and now she's like an advocate for that. And
Oh, so you were like telling her for about a year that it was
yeah,
flat, and she's like thinking, "No, you're silly."
yeah.
Wow, you
Preaching to
must
her
have
for
gone
like a
through a lot
year.
then.
She's like, "You're fucking nuts," and then finally she was like, "Okay, all right, you're right."
Oh, so what was it for her? Do you know what it was for her that made her say, "Oh, do you know what? You're right. It's flat."
I should probably talk to her about that. I don't know what the actual kicker was for her. I don't think it's too hard to prove because like there's some really simple tactics you can use at home, just like water alone, or just the
Measuring
fact
stuff
that they
out is
try to
good.
hide it so much on the media. I think that might have actually been it for her, is how much they try to hide that on the media, on TV shows and stuff.
Cool, man. Yeah, cheers for that. No,
Or
it's just cool to hear different stories, you know. And there are people that go through it, and they go through a lot. I understand that it's broken relationships up, this, that, and the other, because the other person just won't see it for the other person, you know. So no, it's just interesting to me. That's all. But thank you.
yeah, but well, the whole time I wasn't really worried about her because I knew like this is true and correct, and
Yeah, but she didn't
eventually
believe you.
she's gonna
Your
see it.
missus didn't believe you. That must have hurt.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I was just very hurt in
Right.
general. Like I was just miserable, and
So there's
oh
no
my
talk
god.
of divorce or anything like that. It's like, look, mate, you'd actually think this world is something than what I think it is.
Yeah, and dealing with your wife in that sense, and then just seeing her as like a monkey, basically. She's always been like smarter than me. Not to like degrade myself or anything, but my wife is a very intelligent person, and
So she must have been putting you down for a little while, no? Like for the
a
whole
little.
year that you were a flat earther and
No,
she
actually,
wasn't, and
no,
she's
no.
smarter than
She
you.
never put me down, really.
I mean, what did she say when like her family said to her, you know, is he all right? Like, what is he? You know, what was it? What was that?
Well, it
You know
was
what I mean?
my.
'Cause
It was.
people talk, like your friends, your neighbours, like they all talk. Like, what does your missus? What did she say to them people at the time that she wasn't a flat earther and you were?
Well, she said you're fucking retarded. Of course, that's what they all say. That's what I said. I was so horrible to flat earthers before I finally like did some studies and did some real critical thinking for myself. I was awful to them.
Oh, okay, got you.
I was a manager of a restaurant, and this flat Earth girl, she kept raving about it, and I just humiliated her in front of everybody. And told her how stupid she was, and I made it a point. Like I made her like an idol, and told everybody how stupid she was.
Did
And
they all listen to you? They were all like,
of course
yeah,
they did.
there you
Yeah,
go.
they gobbled up everything I said. But years late, fast forward a few years later, like I actually reached out to her and I apologized formally and told her like, hey, I'm so sorry I did that to you. You're right.
Oh,
but man, that and I don't forget that either too, and that's why I don't like boast about it in public settings, and that's why I try to like keep my kids under wrap and try and teach them to like, hey, don't argue with these people when they bring it up. Just acknowledge it, nod your head. Do not argue with them. at all.
Mhm.
Like I really stress the point, like don't argue with these people because that you're not going to change their minds. Just like you couldn't change my mind, you couldn't change her mind. You can't change anybody's mind until they're ready to accept anything other than the narrative that they are ready to receive.
Yes, and
That's
you know what?
period.
The type of person you're talking about, the type of people who don't accept, these people aren't even truly alive. These aren't living beings. These are like statues. These people
Yeah,
aren't
but his wife
people.
woke up a year later, though.
They're like sculptures. They're ugly sculptures. There's no life in them.
I guess maybe I sometimes I feel like I might be an NPC and I'm just like residing here
Oh,
because
that's Jim Osman. I mean, Bin Laden.
I like the NP. I like to role play an NPC. It's it's fun. Or it's not fun, but it's inviting God. Like if you're around people, right, in NPC mode, God will put himself into those around you instead of using I don't know how to explain it. It's like God gets empowered through the people around you if you sit in NPC mode around people. It's awesome.
yeah, when you get in a room of people that believe the same things that you do, it's amazing what can get
Yeah.
done. It's
It's a
crazy.
spiritual experience when you have people like all. Yeah, there can be good concoctions of people. Trust me, it's out there.
I'd
What's
actually
your
like to be
opinion
with
of the shape
people
of the
that
earth?
are like in this chat room, like in real life, and actually do something meaningful.
Exactly. Go get a job. Work 8 hours.
I have like a ton of jobs and all self-employed. It would be cool to meet with you guys and like do something real.
Tractor. You know what you should do? Tractor, I know you are probably a lazy fuck and don't.
Yeah, definitely lazy, for sure.
Yeah, enough for that. Oh yeah, cheers for that chat, mate.
Oh, was that it?
So, yeah, I decided that I was bored with this one.
Yeah, that was well caught. Well done.
Oh, well, I don't mean to bore you guys.
No, not
So-
you. The NPC who came in projecting how much of an NPC he is.
Oh, shit. Well, geez, I guess I'm really not that exciting, so I guess I could just leave.
Well, I had a question.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello there.
It had to do with when niche scientists or niche flat earthers, whatever team, whatever side, whatever group internationally get together and they run experiments. I want to know how popularity or consensus works, or lack of thereof, or how do you give credit to a valid experiment for flat Earth or against flat Earth? And the reason I ask that is because there's a call of what's called the final experiment, and there's a bunch of media, and I'm sure many people here might have heard of this. Is
With Will Duffy. Yeah.
the Antarctic trip?
Yeah. Do you believe the people are going to go?
I hope that people go.
Cool.
I mean, it's a
I
real.
personally don't think it's going to happen, but yeah, I hope they do. Good luck to them.
Yeah, I mean, there's like many reasons why it could get shot down or canned. Absolutely. I hope it doesn't. I'm optimistic.
Yeah.
Right.
Good luck to them.
Yeah.
I don't know what they think they're going to prove, but yeah, good luck to them anyway.
And that was the hypothetical. It's prove or
Do you know what I mean?
disprove.
The
Go ahead.
be all and end all of an experiment to do, let's go to Antarctica and look at the sun. I mean, it's just brilliant. Stuff measuring any type of curvature anywhere, or devise a test for doing it. No, we're just going to go around Antarctica and look at the sun. Amazing. Anyway, that's me.
Sure. It goes to many flat earthers saying if there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it would prove XYZ. And there's many people saying even if
What does it prove?
there.
Yeah.
Hold on.
We've
even
heard
if-
The sun in the sky. What does that prove?
Well,
That the
real
sun's
quick,
in
I
the
posted
sky?
I posted the animated picture in the side chat. So, to me, it's an absolutely meaningless expedition that proves nothing at all.
What's that? See, you've got that model as well. You've got north in the centre. I don't see that. Like you can stand in the
my
middle,
point is
every
it's
direction
more
will be
so-
south.
Well, blood's thicker. My point's more so the light, the pattern of the light.
Ah, got ya.
That you can make a ring of light and have half of the map illuminated, so the 24-hour Antarctic sun is possible on both shapes. It's a meaningless gesture to even go down there.
So
You could have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on that map.
What are you talking about? That is so. What?
I'm saying that to go down there to try and prove anything based off of an optical phenomenon is a meaningless gesture because it's not a measurement, it's not a test, it's not a scientific experiment. It's just an observation of a phenomenon.
It's
Then
ridiculous.
Then what do you say to the many flat earthers that say this would prove something? What is wrong with their reasoning of saying those public
I
statements?
would say to each and every one of them that they are silly.
Fair enough.
Hey,
If you're fighting for a model, you're silly. Stick to reality. Things that happen in reality. If the sun is in the sky in Antarctica in reality, then it's in the sky in reality. But it's people that fight silly models. Because they think they know what the Earth is as a whole. And they don't.
And I also want to point out that when I share this image, I'm not making any claims either as to what cartoon imagery would be underneath the optical phenomenon. I'm just pointing out what can happen. Realm of possibility things.
Let me expand on the silliness of that and point the finger at me for being a dumbass. So I've spent some time in the Arctic Circle, not the Antarctic. I would really love to be in the Antarctic some more, but in the Arctic Circle, Aniak, Alaska. It's the furthest north I've been. The sun went in a circle in the sky all day long, just went in a circle. So it was daylight 24 hours a day. And I used that as justice to defend the globe in some weird, stupid, offset way. I used that as like, oh yes, it's a globe because I went up north and I saw the sun circle around the sky.
Well,
People will be silly. They'll be silly. Yeah, looking at that now, it's like obvious. It's obvious. Yes, that is circling around us. But at the time, I thought like, oh, this is justice for being on a globe. And I used that and touted that. And my mother started taunting me with flat earth. She's saying, oh, it's flat. I would tell her like, I've been to the north, blah, blah, blah. I went up there. I saw the sun circling around the sky.
Your whole family's flat earthers. Your mum, your dad, your missus. Everyone's a flat earther in your family. That's awesome.
Yeah. Mom, dad, wife, kids,
wow,
extended family, friends, associates. Actually, most people that I deal with in my day to day are actually flat earthers.
Cool. I work with some flat earthers.
I feel like I actually kind of pushed away people that wouldn't get with the program. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but like the people in my circle, it's all family, man. The only thing I really care about is family. Everybody, at the end of the day, the only thing really cares about his family.
I'm
But
with you
yeah,
there.
the people that I talk to in the day to day, like for anything, for transactions, for just whatever, it's all family, and yeah, they're all on the flat Earth. It's like, I hate using that term flat Earth, but yes, they are all on the flat Earth.
Okay.
And
like
I mean, I love the term. Don't get me wrong. Like I like using that term because it gets people excited and whatever. But yeah, so anyways, like the whole point was just people being silly and me saying like, oh yeah, I've been up north, seen the sun circle around, and I use that, and it's such a ridiculous way to try to explain the globe, and like, oh yeah, the sun circles around here because we're on a globe and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
My understanding, I like what you said about family, because at the end of the day, we still got mortgages, and we still got Lego, and we still got video games, and we still got teaching our kids to read. Like, there's lots of cool little things in life to look forward to. So, amen to that.
indeed.
My understanding is, from a North Pole, 24-hour sun makes total sense on a flat Earth, but it's impossible on a South Pole, which is why there was such media hype. But if the flat Earth people are being silly or misguided, fair enough. Then they're dropping the ball in a similar way that you might have said something silly all those years ago. So fair enough.
Yes, I see that now. Old soul, I see that now, but at the time I did not, and that's why I brought it up. Just because sometimes people are silly and people are emotional too. Like that's another critical factor. Is people are just emotional, and so when you try to contradict their fundamental beliefs, their religion, they get really upset
all the time.
And there's something else to be said about the cherry-picked audio clips that are used to trigger reactions, and that ends up being weaponized by one side or the other in that kind of tribalism, false dichotomy.
Oh, absolutely. That happens in politics. That happens if, like, Christians are bad because they said XYZ, or top 10 things this guy said. Yeah, I'm sick of the garbage. From all sides. Everyone's guilty.
I have a final, like an actual experiment that could be done, but it would require a bit of teamwork and cooperation from all sides. And it involves going to the North Pole and then kind of leaving in multiple different directions, and then going to the South Pole, meeting there, because there should be a South Pole, if globe, and then going all the way back around, keep moving forward, and meet at the North Pole again. That should be a pretty conclusive study if everybody were to participate in something like that.
I get
If you could do it.
I get
But good luck. But I would say good luck getting everybody to work together. People do not work together very easily, if ever, unless some kind of horrific event happens, and that's not going to happen for that thing.
Well, I set out to go as far north as possible, and Antioch is where we ended up. Little farther north than that, way in the middle of nowhere, and I can't even imagine going beyond that, because that is the ends of Earth, man. Like, there's nothing beyond there. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's fantastic things beyond that, but like, dude, getting there, how do you get there?
Yeah, I'm
It kind of sounds weird though that like someone could say, right, we're gonna face our backs towards each other. Now I'm gonna go in forward in this direction, south, and you're gonna go in that direction, south. Wait, what?
That's ridiculous.
You get where I'm coming from. So if everybody goes south but facing a different direction, then we all meet at the south, and then we keep going forward with wave. Nice to see you. Just keep going forward, and then meet again. Hey, nice to see you again. What's up? We're right back where we started. Wouldn't that be kind of a conclusive thing, especially if you have 4 different directions that you're going?
All going south.
Yeah, and all going south. And you keep going south, and then go north. You have to pass each other before you go north. You have to pass each other.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
I like that, like slices on an orange. You'd all start at one point on top of the orange, and you go down all the sides, and you meet at the bottom of the orange, so to speak.
And then everybody's collecting data points the whole.
Yeah.
Sorry, look.
No, you're good. I'm just saying, go east and show me you ending up west. Good luck.
Because going around east and west, that's nothing. Anybody can do that on multiple different little projections or whatever. But to do what we just talked about, that's something very specific. And to collect the data points the whole way, and we compare notes.
Yeah. Go east.
Yeah.
Show
Yeah,
me you ending
but
up
dude,
west.
dude,
Good
like
luck.
I know people that have done this and haven't heard any word back from them. And the
Come
ship,
on.
the ship
fell
that
off
I
the edge.
mentioned, the hydro-powered ship, I have no idea what happened to that. So like
They
anybody
learned how to get out of the
that
matrix, and they said, "Screw that, we're not going back."
Yeah, you can find all your vessels online. If you know the name of the vessel, Google it. You can see what vessels are at Antarctica now as well if you want to.
Yes,
You can
I'm
find it.
familiar with Flight Aware and all these other apps and websites where you can track these ships and stuff. But I'm telling you, like, I haven't heard anything from these people, and like I can't get any. There's no, I can't reach out to them or talk to anybody, even the people that know these people. Like, there's nothing. There's no word at all. I have no idea what happened to them. Like, they're gone.
I do like. I gotta dip out, but I do like the visual tractor where you get your resources together and you find a break in the matrix, a break in the frame. It's like, you did it, Jerry. Now you get to go back to your 9 to 5 cubicle and eat your soy and go
They
back
get
to
the
your
Truman
mortgage
Show
payment.
meeting, and then they're sent back into it.
Yeah, you did
It's
it.
not a joke though. Like, where the fuck did these people go? and does it, do you guys have some people like where the fuck are these people going?
I don't know, man. Like, that is a weird story, though. That's weird. Ah, dang, I was going to send him a friend request real quick. I know that guy. I've seen him before. He's been around for a while. There's few of the Globers that are memorable, like Globe Earther Defenders, and they're memorable for good reasons rather than very negative ones. And he's one of the ones where that's how he talks. He maintains his composure that way through all of his conversations, from what I can tell. Anyway, I hope all is well with everybody. I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick. There's a couple mods here, so try not to kill each other or whatever. Either way, they're around. It's weird when I'm the only one though, and I'm like, try not to kill each other while I'm gone.
Who else is a mod though?
Everybody here is like, seems like everybody's a mod though.
Yeah, half the room is-
Quadwazzle, Roots, Doves, Bloodsticker. Yeah, you guys are all like fucking in on it. You're all fucking mods, aren't you?
I think I am.
Who? What?
We've been hanging out for a while, like over a year now.
I'm familiar with some of these names here because I've popped in and out and seen. I remember some of these names. Like, it seems like everybody here is like a repeat visitor or mod.
Yeah. And when I say like, we've been talking about the subject for a lot longer. I'm just saying that a lot of the people who are here now, we've actually all been chilling for about a year now.
Oh, like in real life?
No, like just in different groups, just different areas, different chats.
Oh, is there
most of these guys here, the ones you see with the mod title, those are my bros. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink real quick.
Is anybody interested in meeting up in real life? I know that like there's a diverse crowd here, Australia and whatnot. That like, is anybody from Australia or the United States interested in getting together?
Really?
Take that. What?
Not really.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for listening to the rant. And
Yeah, good chat, buddy. Cheers.
cheers. Thanks.
It's gonna take a bit more than, because thing in sky does X, must be Y.
Yeah, it's literally straight away. You have to stop them straight away. Well, the other things in the sky, it's like, hold on, what do you mean other?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, because we're on one of them.
Yeah, yeah. Circular reasoning all over. But it's a circle in the sky. I must be on the circle. Isn't it? Crikey, Brenda's here. G'day, Brenda. Not able to say hello? Rude.
Might be busy measuring the space time in her shoe with her dog bone clock.
Yeah. You're not out having tea with two, are you?
Alright, I'm back.
Hey, back.
You're true. I honestly don't think that the hypothetical, like thought experiment of a hypothetical experiment is ever going to happen. for big events to happen, there has to be a social desire for it. And I just don't think that that's ever going to occur. And the people with the funding for it have to also want it to happen. Don't think that's going to happen. Plus, people have to work together, and flat earthers can't even work with flat earthers. So good luck getting an entire community of people to work together honestly with something that big. Really, I'm just kind of reformatting Professor Abizade's experiment with the boats thing and thinking in a different term, like going all the way instead of just to the horizon, going all the way and then back around to that point.
Yeah. So I don't know what you're on about. What are you on about boats thing?
Well, he had kind of like on that diagram, he calls it a map, but it's to me it's just anyway, he had like kind of an experiment where you would have a boat and then you would have 4 others that would each be on the horizon in all 4 directions, and then to measure the spaces in between.
All right.
And I'm just taking it a step further to let's just go all the way.
Well, that'd be interesting to see if they could see the exact same distance either way, because I don't think you would be able to. You know, stuff in the sky and all that lot. Because you get some globers to say, oh, it's a circle around you. So, all right. So you think you can see? Go.
I'll grab a picture of the screenshot of the document I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah. Have a look. Yeah, some globers say, oh, yeah, you can see, curve in the horizon. And then you got others that say, no, it's a circle around you. It's like, fucking hell, people, you want to get together and talk about it. Say the right thing, you know?
There we go, I posted in the side chat.
Well, and this was done, was it?
Hold on, I'll cite my source real quick.
Yeah. Thought we were 5 streamers.
My source is the Library of Congress.
Prove that the Earth is flat, stationary, surface of the water is flat, level. Oh, they've done that to prove it's flat. Oh. There's only going to be
Either
a
did or he proposed it as an experiment that can be done. Either way, it can be applied now in modern times. I'm just saying this is an experiment from like 100 years ago. But when this dude is having this conversation with his peers, some of which were like Harvard professors or whatever.
Okay. I'd like to see this done.
This is why I called it a diagram, though. I don't consider this a map. He calls it a map. I respectfully disagree, and I consider it to be more of a diagram.
Okay. In one. And for Bully's special prize. That reminds me of Bully. Okay. Africa. Yeah. Stop circle. Yeah, see, I have my north, south, east, and west perpendicular to each other. Can't see east and west being circles myself.
Well, on this, east and west would be like this.
Yeah, I don't.
So it's
Yeah, I
more
can't
like
do that.
we got to think in terms of like if you're holding a compass, right? You're really
Yeah.
just kind of walking around whatever direction that magnet points at that you got balanced on a little needle.
Yeah,
It's gonna point, and then you're just going to keep walking, but it's going to keep pointing the direction it points.
yeah. I don't think it is, mate. That just looks silly to me, in my opinion. Doing that, going around the north with the compass.
Well, there's all. I was going to just point out there's also a difference between magnetic north, celestial north, and true north.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, like this magnetic north does not apply to celestial north or true north. This is just strictly if Earth was only magnetic north, then that would apply. But it's actually just another cartoon because it doesn't cover the other versions of north or how Earth actually is.
Alright. So those of you were flying from the UK to Australia on that, you had a compass on the plane. Like as you're flying past that centre, that compass, like the north needle's going to start budging, isn't it? It wants to stay there.
And
but when
the way I look at
I've flown across to Australia and had a compass on the plane, it don't really do that. Literally, it'll just stay like north out that way, and you're flying in that direction. Like I was just flying straight for hours, and the needle, like it didn't do all of that nonsense going around the centre. They even took a gyroscope on the plane as well.
You know what? That's a viable test too, is to take a compass on there because you should get like a very specific.
Well,
I mean, it wouldn't really. It would just be a data point or a couple data points. But I'm looking at it now, like just as it sweeps across the across Australia, only Australia, that chunk, like a triangle. You triangulate that.
Yeah, don't forget you're in a metal box though.
Yeah, that's fair. A lot of variables involved in that.
I did have readings, so I jotted it down.
I got you. So what if one were to launch a kind of high altitude, like a weather balloon, and you have compasses and cameras, you have everything set up, a couple devices so that you can collect data, and you sent it across? Then you wouldn't have all of the other variables from the plane interfering.
Mm-hmm.
I want real science, man, and I want to see people actually doing stuff. I'm with this kind of new age of exploration. Let's go. But we have to actually do it right, not just based off of weird speculations and then jump straight into the water. I don't know if there's piranhas in there or sharks. Let me know. Let's check it out first.
Yeah. Those are
And I already know you've seen this cartoon. I've posted it before. I know you've seen it 1,000 times in other ways too.
Yeah.
I'm just polishing up everybody's arguments and making some 2024 cartoons. It's kind of like finding antiques and then cleaning them up and renovating and like refurbishing. Like, hey, it's still really awesome. And you just said it there because it's just as good as it always was. To me, this right here, the missing part is to add on those two other components, and then I think that it would properly display how the celestial sphere functions. And I've already I've done this stuff just to show myself, like experimented with it. That's why I have the confidence that I know I could do it if I wanted to. But I don't feel like sharing it would be beneficial. It creates another cartoon to be worshipped, and I think that that is a stupid idea. So that's why I'm not really going to go and try and say, hey, this is exactly what I think, or that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, got ya.
I hate idols, and I ain't about to create one for anybody.
Yeah, indeed.
Welcome, Bill Cosby. I'm sure that you have a lot of entertaining things to say.
Who wants to rap? I admit it, another got me finished, broke my heart. Oh no, you didn't. Fuck sipping, I'ma down a whole bottle.
Alright.
Fuck her liquor, hard truth can't swim.
Boo. Not cool.
How'd you mute these people?
Disqualified. What's up, bud?
No, I was just wondering if I had the power to mute these people.
Are
I
you
don't.
fat Discord mod?
Sorry, say that again.
I didn't say anything. I was asking how was your day?
It's really good, thanks. How's your day, alright? What's your thoughts of the overall shape of the world you live?
Everyone's doomed forever.
Well, that's
Yeah, definitely. What's your thoughts on the overall shape of the world? Has it ever been proven to be a certain shape? Yeah, good chat. Cheers.
Good talk, bud.
Sorry?
It's a good talk.
You broke up a little bit. Say that again.
I was saying good talk.
Yeah, good talk. Lovely job, mate. I think it's the other person has to talk, though, for it to be a talk. Cool.
Well, that was a very... Welcome back.
How do I get mod in here?
Hello?
Do I need to be in this certain weight class?
What's that, sorry?
I was asking how do I get mod in here? Do I have to be like in a certain weight class?
Why would you want to be a mod in here?
I've never experienced being a Discord mod.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All you have to do is stick around in somewhere, you know, and to show that your mod quality sort of thing.
This chick thinks that she's smart, but she's been cheeky the whole time. I'm just kind of chilling, sipping my coffee, but I'll just let her keep on taking enough rope to...
Oh yeah, we're waiting for others to come in. I'm sat here bored as well anyway, so I'll entertain it until someone comes in.
No, I'm good. I'll stop talking.
Yeah, feel free to talk and have a conversation. Do you have any thoughts on the overall shape of the world? Has it ever been proven
Who is
to be a
taking
certain
over the
shape?
world? Who?
Is that a no?
I'm asking who is taking over the world.
Well, that ain't us.
Well, your accent's very strong, so I can't
that-
really. Yes.
Right, thank you.
There, I answered your question with a video. If a picture's worth 1,000 words, then 2 minutes and 7 seconds should suffice.
It's like really lame trolling.
She asked who took over the world. My video answers that question pretty clearly and directly. Yeah, so now here you go. I am introducing you to the Great Pie Wars. And when I say Pie Wars, I mean they worshipped pie. And still do. On a long enough timeline, the troll becomes the anti-troll. Step up your game, Bill Cosby. You can do so much better than this, and it'll do more good.
I'm watching the video. Like, what?
No, what I'm saying is you can use what you know about the internet instead of just casually trolling to actually teach people about really cool shit. And that's what I mean by stepping up your game. Become the anti-troll. And then you can get rid of the auto-glover bullshit that is usually presented in these chats and school some of these kids.
I'm too old to be trolling.
I agree.
You have no idea how old I am.
I think that age becomes non sequitur when some of the folks who are quite old have the mentality of children. Like just by default, like normal people who need medical assistance. So then there's a spectrum throughout all of humanity. So then somebody claiming my age means this is really meaningless because what do they know? And how do they apply the knowledge of what they know to their lives? If they don't know anything or they don't apply it, what good is it?
Why is wait, are you on a farm? I heard chickens.
Yeah, my roosters are over there flexing right now. The sun's rising and they're trying to tell everybody about it.
Yeah, I know how they work.
They do this every morning. Sometimes they're a little bit louder than other times, but yeah, it's just about now. I should probably step outside and go watch the sunrise myself. I'll be right back.
Welcome back, Brenda. You here to talk? Just listen. Just listen. Got ya. Bye, Hugs.
That's cool. I recorded a video of bats. All the rain we've had lately increased the population of mosquitoes, thus causing a feeding frenzy, so there's a bunch of bats out there who are eating as many mosquitoes as possible, as the mosquitoes, as many of them as possible, try and eat me. So that was fun. There we go. I cut a small clip of the roosters and bats. Welcome, space booties.
Dude, fuck Globus. For real.
Okay.
Anyway, that's all I had to say.
Is it coming from another chat or something? And that was non sequitur. I don't really know what you're mentioning.
I'm just pissed off at people right now. And then one of the people that I was pissed off about talked shit about flat earthers, so I figured I would come in here because you guys are generally, you know.
Are you seeking kind of the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Guys for a long time, but you are actually some of the more reasonable fucking people in this fucking Discord.
Yeah.
People are people, man. I don't expect anybody to be anything other than themselves. I just hope that they're the best version of themselves that they can be. But I know how people can be, especially when they're in groups. Individuals, a person, that's fine. People, that's where the problem begins.
Dude, that's a fucking accurate statement. I appreciate that. So I did have a question though. Is Antarctica an ice wall or whatever? Because I've actually been looking into flat Earth shit. I still disagree. I still disagree with all of you, but is that one of the main like ideas or?
I don't even consider that to be a part of my worldview. And if it's more like a realm of possibility thing, if there is some kind of ice wall, it certainly isn't whatever the hell they're showing us that's ice, because that's going to be some kind of fake ass bullshit. The same kind of like Greenland and Iceland. It's a decoy. There's got to be more to the story. There always is. Every single time. There's always more to the story.
Can you explain more about what you mean by decoy?
It's kind of like this. The story right now that's going viral is a lot of people think that if they go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun, that all of a sudden means that the Earth cannot be flat. Yet we've already demonstrated multiple times before that you can create an optical phenomenon of light that would make a ring around the edge, like a circle of light. So observing an optical phenomenon means nothing. You still would have to have tests. That's just an observation. It would be step one of the scientific method.
Let me try to challenge you to that on that a little bit, because when you say that observing an optical phenomenon,
yeah, like I mean, I'm not saying it's not science. It's just step one.
Okay, but so with the tests that I've heard some people in Flat Earth describe, is basically a test of optical phenomenons. So, I mean, you
That's
can't
why I
really
find it to be silly.
can't really freaking choose like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I find the whole thing to be silly, and I think that all of the flat earthers and globe earthers involved in the whole charade, they're all silly. I have a real test that could be done. We get everybody to work together, however the hell you do that, and go to the North Pole, and everybody faces away from each other in 3 or 4 directions and goes straight. This person's going south, that person's going south, that person's going south, and they're going south, and then we meet south. We wave at each other, pass by, keep going, and meet at north again and compare notes. That's the only final test anybody could do, not some pictures of light in the sky. That would be bullshit. We need real world data points, measurements, all that shit. That's the only way.
So, well, I mean, that makes sense. You would have to have at least teams of 2 in each direction, though, because you wouldn't be able to actually believe.
Listen, hear me out. Because of the way people are very cynical and skeptical, you would need way more people than that. You would need way more people. It has to be.
Yeah, no, that's only why I mentioned at least 2, because you couldn't trust just the one person on each team.
Yeah, it would need a lot of cooperation and a lot of people. And this little charade that they're trying to pull, it's a publicity stunt for crap. That's all it is. That's what I mean. I can't see it as anything else but that, because I know that it won't prove anything, and it's not going to end the discussion either.
Wait. Sorry, maybe I wasn't following. What charade is?
There's a lot of talk going on lately of people going down to Antarctica and going looking at the 24-hour sun and stuff, and it's going to create a bunch of attention. People will be debating and discussing what they saw. Great, cool. Advertising's awesome.
Well, I haven't heard of that, so I can't really speak to that.
It's building up.
I don't think people can really just like visit Antarctica.
Well, and that's another thing, dude. They're going to go to the freaking Lighthouse Peninsula. They're not going anywhere else except for the tourist trap that everybody else goes to. So again,
what about people in like the northern Finland area?
But that's kind of my point before, right?
Or the northern Russia area.
But the point I was making before, right?
We understand that for ever since humanity has existed there, the sunlight does change the amount per day in those areas, as it does on pretty much everywhere else but the equator.
Well, it's kind of the optical phenomenon thing is everything when it comes to this discussion, though. It's kind of like we know that with the Black Swan, those cranes, they ain't bendy.
Okay, but I mean, but you would agree that even in where the fuck America you are at, for example, there are changes in the amount of light per day as we progress through the year, right?
Yeah, there's variations. And there's explanations for a ton of different worldviews. That's why I was saying that the optical phenomenon stuff's not going to stop the discussion. It's just going to carry on. There has to be something way more.
So, is your argument against the 24-hour sun just because of the 24-hour part?
I'm taking a completely different position than anybody else. I'm taking a position of argument from neutralization of two other arguments that have been presented. I'm here just to neutralize arguments.
No, but I'm just curious. In regards to the 24-hour sun, like what specifically are you arguing against? That
here, I'll show you.
24 hours is not something that happens, or
oh no, I have no problem with there being a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic. I have no issues at all with that.
Okay. So I guess I'm still not following.
I got you. I actually had to reverse this video because when they originally recorded it, they made it go backwards. So I flipped the GIF so that it would go the proper path. And this is just a cartoon stuck to a freaking magnifying lens with a flashlight. So it doesn't mean anything at all except for this optical phenomenon exists. That's my only argument is, hey, this optical thing exists. Therefore, one cannot say it's impossible and can never happen. Because clearly it exists within our world.
Wait. So I'm watching the GIF. Can you?
Well, the argument has been made that you cannot have a ring of light like a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and have half of the map illuminated while the other half is not. Yet clearly we see that happening here. So I'm like, well, it's possible. Now that it's within the realm of possibility, I can't look at the sky and say, nope, impossible, because I've already seen light do that. So I'm not going to try and imagine why it's impossible.
The thing that you have here, it looks like a thing made out of glass, right?
Yeah, it's just a demonstration for
right. But it looks like it's made out of glass, right?
Yeah, in order to create the lensing effect.
Right. So, can we agree that glass and air and water have different refraction properties?
I would say that that's non sequitur to my point, because my only point is the optical phenomenon exists, and that any argument that it does not exist has been nullified. And now the
Well,
reasons wherefore, like somebody else can try and make claims because I don't really give a shit about the shape of the Earth
well,
discussion.
I mean, this hardly qualifies as an experiment, dude.
No, it's more like a demonstration of an optical phenomenon that exists.
Right,
It's just a demonstration of.
that doesn't have
Say it's not
much
proof. It's,
actual application to a globus Earth, except for
It's-
the fact that it's a ball.
the point is it's not proof. It's evidence of optical phenomenon that neutralizes one's claim that says that this
What do you mean?
optical phenomenon.
What do you mean by
The claim
neutral?
is this because it was somebody made a claim that this optical phenomenon can never happen ever for any reason ever, and I'm like, yeah, but. And then they wanted to try and double down on why it's just absolutely impossible ever. And I'm just saying, like, I'm just pointing out that, hey, look, light can do that, though. Just saying, light can do that. I'm not trying to make a claim or anything outside of light can make that shape.
What shape?
A shape that would basically cause a 24-hour sun while illuminating half of the map.
What? Well, now I'm confused more. A shape that causes a 24-hour sun?
No, do you see the shape of light, the form of light? Actually, I guess I'll screenshot it so you can see exactly what I mean. Like the person's argument was that is impossible. For light to do that is absolutely impossible. Was their argument. I'm like, yeah, but you can actually create that optical phenomenon, dude. And they just doubled down on it. All I'm saying is that it's not proof of Earth, and we can do better. We can do way better than just looking at light.
Yeah. Let me just try to clarify. So what you're saying about the impossibility, is that there is light appearing on the right side. Is that it?
No, he was saying that it's impossible for that whole left side to have that circle of light to illuminate around while simultaneously having half of the map illuminated as seen on the left side. Like that both of those are mutually exclusive and cannot occur at the same time, is what his claim was. And I'm like, that's not true. That shit can occur at the same, and there's a lot of reasons why it could. But here's one example.
Wait.
Yeah, he was making a dumb claim, dude. Don't take on his claim because it's not yours.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, I'm still not following. You said the left side twice. I'm not sure what you
No,
mean.
on the right side, you see how it's going around. You have a little thin sliver of light where it's illuminated.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask.
And then on the left, you got the half of the map is illuminated there. He was claiming that this right here, what you see there, is absolutely impossible and wouldn't concede the realm with it's within the realm of possibility. And then when I showed him that, he doubled down. I'm like, bro, why can't you just admit that an optical phenomenon can occur? Because nobody's making a claim. Like, what the fuck? But it was just something weird, dude. It had nothing to do with the Earth anyway.
Well, so and yeah, I do get what you're trying to say here. And 1 second, I have to yell at my cat. Sorry, cats like to get
and
angry between 3 and 5.
Oh, dude, I know how cats are. They are very independent and can be annoying on purpose if they feel like they want your attention.
Yeah, I mean,
they know what buttons to push to cause and effect things.
It just,
dude, I'm not here to debate shit. I don't like the debate bros bullshit, but I do try and facilitate an environment where proper debate can occur. Like where folks don't yell over each other and shit.
But there's a couple things that I wanted to say about this little thing that you have here. It is interesting, and actually I respect the fuck out of you for trying to do trying to do some sort of demonstration type of thing.
I want to explain to you what I'm trying to say here, though.
Well,
I'm trying to point out why the going and doing it won't stop people from discussing it or doing whatever they're going to do online. This is exactly why it's not going to work. Is because this exists. People aren't going to just look at some video from Antarctica and say, "Oh, Earth globe." It just won't work. It's not. It's a useless thing. It's a useless gesture to me because it doesn't really do anything except for draw more attention to flat Earth.
Well,
so if one's agenda is to stop attention to flat Earth, then it would be a really bad idea to go and do something like this. It's just going to add gas to the debate.
Okay, so I mean, well, if you don't want to hear my thoughts, it's fine.
No, I just wanted to clarify so you know where I'm coming from. Like, speak your mind, dude. I was just kind of finishing up. I'm letting you know this is the reason why I'm sharing this. I'm not making claims or proving anything aside from, hey, it's not going to end the discussion. It's not a final test because people are going to still talk about things.
Yeah. Well. Fair point. I see several problems with this demonstration, but to your point, it doesn't matter because it's not evidence.
Yeah.
Right.
In fact, the fact that you want to talk about this and make your points about it further proves my point that it's just going to cause people to talk about it more, dude. And I don't think that it's actually proper.
And so that's why it took me a second to try and consider the point that you were making and agree that even though I have issues with this thing, it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter, right?
Either way, somebody's going to have a counterpoint, and then there'll be a counterpoint, and it'll be like, touche, on guard.
Yeah, right, yeah. So that's why I didn't go down the fucking whole rabbit hole of this is why this is, like, I understood what you were saying eventually.
Yeah, and I get that
it is cool. It's also useless, and it's useless to talk about it, right?
Hey, and to be clear, dude, I think this is just as useless because that little flashlight is not the sun. And it doesn't produce the amount of heat that I feel on my skin when I walk out into it. It's not nearly big enough, and it's not nearly far enough from the demonstration. And there's a lot of things.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, but then why bring it up in the first place? Just for the fact that the thing can be.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. And the map's all wrong. Everything's wrong. And the only thing that's right is, hey, this optical phenomenon can occur, which is the only point that I ever tried to make. And I know that everybody will jump on each little other detail except for, yeah, but light.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying, though. And that's why it's going to just more gas on the fire. That's all that this thing's going to do. Holy shit, what if this is just a giant publicity stunt from Globe Earth Grifters and Flat Earth Grifters working together in order to... Man, that grifter word has been demonized so much, but it's pretty much just somebody making money off of some shit that they like doing. But they're working together to make some advertising.
We should change that word to something like, I don't know, gypsies or...
Entrepreneurs. The Flat Earth and Globe Earth entrepreneurs who are out there, like, there is a valid reason for advertising to occur. And that's a less negative way of putting it.
Why would people advertise anything?
More attention to a subject, which gets more ad revenue, amongst other things, donations for projects so that experiments can take place. I mean, I'm just saying.
You mean people want money?
Yeah, I know. Go figure. We live in this weird world where people want that. I actually hate
I
the fucking
think that's
system.
the main problem is that people want money.
Yep, exactly. That's the biggest thing. If people can get past that need or love of money type shit and just focus strictly on data points, but how do you get people to do that?
Probably by funding things like rockets and spaceships and science experiments and maybe even Discord VCs.
That's what I'm saying. And it can't be like begged for or like manipulated, like a lot of these commercials type thing where people have something happen to them. They'll try and manipulate people's emotions and play some kind of weird, stupid music so somebody's more inclined to pull money out of their pocket. Can't be any shit like that. It just, it needs to be like, hey, we're doing this. If you want to help, here we go. And if you don't,
Here's the problem I have with the money argument. How are you going to how are you going to study anything without some source of financial backing? How are you going to study anything without money?
Well, it's really more about the resources, but at the same time, a lot of resources are not readily available without the financial backing. But if you can kind of cut out the middleman and just get the components you need, like the goods and services you need, then you can still do everything you need to do.
So, I assume you disagree with the ancient attempts to measure curvature of the Earth.
I would take that as proof that this discussion of the form of the Earth is very ancient. Not that it's proof that the Earth is round or flat or otherwise, just that people have always debated and discussed this and tried to prove one way or another.
Well, but you agree those experiments took place, right?
Well, let me show you something real quick.
Well, no, but before you do that, you agree those experiments took place, right? I mean, you weren't there.
I
so
agree
so
that
you might
stories,
disagree.
I agree that stories about things exist, but it may as well be lore to me because I wasn't there. And most of it ends up being an account written by another.
I figured that's where you were gonna
Well,
go.
like the Pythagoras thing.
Those experiments were done
Check
back in
this
that
out.
time. Couldn't they be repeated in our current day with very little money?
Yeah, we were actually talking about something like this earlier with a proposed experiment by Professor Abizaid from like 100 years ago, and that would be so easy to do now.
Well, why not repeat the same experiments first? Why do we need to do a new experiment?
No, this is an old experiment. This is like from 100 years ago. That's what I was saying. I'm agreeing with you.
I'm talking about fucking ancient, not 100 years ago. I'm talking about ancient.
Well, check this out in the side chat real quick. About Pythagoras. It's just an interesting fact that I found to be kind of funny and cool. Also really weird.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that. That was back in way the fuck olden days when people thought that all sorts of shit happened. I don't know, but those experiments when we first attempted to measure the curvature of the Earth, can we not just repeat those first before doing like some sort of new experiment?
For me, it's mostly about propaganda, not so much.
No. But it's not propaganda.
I'll show you why. Hold on.
An experiment that has already happened, right?
Basically, any. Go ahead, Bloodsticker.
I'm just asking, like, what experiment do you believe happened? No experiment? Can you name experiment do you believe happened years ago? No?
I'm going to say no, just so you can use it in the way that you want.
What are you on about?
I'm going to say
You're
no
talking about
because
experiments. thousands
you
of
are
years
going
ago,
to
I'm
use
wondering
that response in the way that you want. So go ahead.
Which?
I don't know. So use that against me, please.
Okay, sorry. No worries.
Yes, please
Sorry
use
to
that
interject.
against
I
me.
thought you actually knew what you were
Yes,
talking about.
please,
Sorry.
please keep using it against me. I admit that I don't know. Please use it against me.
So, I posted a video in the side chat that accurately demonstrates my perspective of the situation.
Yeah, but I have a simple question for you, and I've said it a couple times.
I might be able to
Can
save
we
you some
not-
trouble. I openly
can we
identify as
not
being a
repeat
non-believer in the
same
words of
experiment?
mankind.
Can we
I
not?
am-
He's talking about
Okay,
doing an
so,
experiment. He doesn't know
if you
what
guys
one.
aren't willing to
Really
actually
strange.
have a discussion,
I'm trying to
Really
answer
then I
you.
don't understand like what the point is here.
I'm trying to answer your question real quick.
No, you aren't. I'm trying.
Okay, so here's the answer to your question because I already know. I heard you the first time. I openly identify as being a non-believer in the words of mankind. Take that however you want it. He's got the whole world in his hands. 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 I'm gonna go get another glass of coffee, even though I'm sure I'm hyper enough. I'll be right back.
Make sure to check whether or not the water comes to a flat surface or if it has a meniscus.
I don't want to talk about your meniscus, man. I'll be right back.
Oh, I don't want to talk to you, faggot.
Wow, bless him. Poor guy.
Alright, I'm back. Oh, you left that quick?
Yeah, straight away. He was gone.
Ah, he's about to engage in the chat skanking mode. I'll give him some of that summer camp energy with Star Trek and with NASA.
AI is in the chat now. Hey, just insulted you and ran off.
I think that he might have, I don't think he's gonna know how to respond to that very well, but I basically just told him, dude, I don't give a fuck, no worries.
Yeah.
When the fuck, you really think that water is going to bother a duck when it lands on its back? I swim in this bullshit. Oh, I think I'm gonna go work on a video real quick. I'll still be around, so if anything gets weird or loud in here, I'll hear it. I won't deafen myself.
Okay, Doug.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, yeah, mate.
How's it going? You good?
Yeah, mate.
Excellent.
Just got muted in Panhandler.
In where, sorry?
Panhandler,
Panhandler. Okay.
channel above.
Cool.
Yeah.
Said something they didn't agree with.
I
And
just
they
spoke.
muted you. Oh,
I
really?
literally spoke, and that was enough to get muted.
Fair enough.
I just said, "Are you alpha?" And he got upset
Oh,
because he's like, dude, he's like just portraying his view on everyone else and not letting anyone else have a say.
you get that a lot in places, unfortunately.
It's all good, but it's just like, dude, to mute me after just like you want an open discussion? I don't think so.
Yeah. Get what you mean. Well, we've walked into this one. So, do you have a view on the overall shape of the world?
Yeah.
What's your view on it?
The view is the world is in peril and we need to regroup.
I'm with you on that. But what about the overall shape of the world? Do you believe it has ever been proven to be a certain shape?
Oh shit, I'm in flat Earth.
You are indeed. I'm not flat earther myself. How about you?
I've never really thought about it.
You never looked into it. Okay,
Uh,
fair enough.
So I'm an
See-
open book.
So you've learnt the heliocentric globe Earth theory, and you're happy with that, or do you think you'd look into it if you found out a bunch of people were looking into it?
I've saw a few things here and there, but I've never really taken much thought to it.
No. And obviously, for me, I don't see many flat places of the Earth, so I wouldn't say it's flat overall. My opinion. I've
don't
also
know,
been out there and done. Sorry.
You see images that agree with it being round, and you see images agreeing with it being flat. So
I know concave and all sorts. There's all sorts. So for me, images and videos can be manipulated and things like that. So I wouldn't really call that in for anything. You
the
know.
world is round.
You believe it's round,
I think so.
like spherically round?
Oh, some sort.
You believe it's a sphere?
I believe it's just a sphere
Just a sphere.
in some sort. With
Sphere of some sort. Covered in water.
yeah, in parts.
Part. That's what I'm saying. I don't see like the Earth being flat. I don't see many flat parts. But for me, if you go to like large bodies of water at rest, they obviously form a horizontal plane of reference. We've understood what this substance can and cannot do from a very, very young age.
It's a side of your eyes that deceive you.
Oh, okay. Can't trust your eyes.
Nope.
Okay. Any other senses you can trust? They tell us the Earth is moving. We can't sense any of it. So we shouldn't trust that either.
Could you imagine it was all bullshit?
What was all bullshit?
What they taught you at school?
Well, see, they're just teaching you a model. For my opinion, they're just teaching you about this heliocentric type thing, about the globe and all this stuff. But it's not reality, is it? They're just teaching you a model.
I guess you gotta delve into the science of where they've found it from.
What science? Which science? All of them? Certain sciences? Natural sciences? What would you do? What science would you use
The
to try and
dogma they
figure out
teach
the
at
nature of the
school.
Earth? Sorry?
The dogma they teach at school.
So you agree? Right, that's my opinion as well. You're kind of born into like your culture, and then you're fed a narrative through schooling. and then you get your way of thinking through that. So, like, where is original thought? Where's that gone? Is there such thing as original thought?
There is, but it's not. It's not trumped up in society.
Okay. So, would you ever? Sorry.
I said no pun intended.
Yeah, gotcha, mate. Sure. Would you ever look to maybe do tests for yourself, or just not bothered, or would it ever interest you?
How would I do a test?
Sorry,
How would I do a test?
I don't know. What tests could we do? So, flat Earth comes here, it's flat. You measure elevation changes, so there you go. Not flat. Now, someone else telling you it's a ball. What are you going to tell them? Has curvature ever been measured?
Has it?
Don't believe it has, no. I think there is zero verifiable measured curvature to anywhere on Earth. Curvature is not measured.
So in this
Curvature of
day and
what?
age, could you
Where
not
would
prove
you? Well, yeah, I would say are there proofs in reality? Can you prove things in
Could you not prove
reality?
that in this day and age?
I would say so. If you do tests with water, couldn't you?
No, with like the instrumental shit we have. So for
Yeah, go on. What are you thinking? What kind of test would you do?
we could fly something that measures
Fly.
and just go across the length as far as we can travel in a plane, as low as we can, and
That'd be nice.
test
That
if
would be
there's
nice.
curvature.
But is it? Yeah. What do you mean? You want to fly? You're in an aeroplane flying over the land,
Mhm.
right? Well, planes don't account for curvature, do they? There's no attitude data to tell you that planes are accounting for any kind of curvature.
Low level.
Sorry?
So you can see your altitude, right?
Yeah. And planes fly level.
So
That's
if
not
a
really doing
plane
anything. I'm
sets a
looking for actual
course,
measurements myself.
if a plane sets a course and tests for aperture and flies straight for a
Aperture?
length
What?
of time,
Right, start again, sorry. Go on. Have you ever seen a parabolic flight? Ever seen that? Parabolic? Plane goes up and down. Once it starts flying downward, passengers going to free fall. We don't get any of that. We don't go past the equator and all of a sudden the passengers are in free fall because they're flying around the ball.
isn't
It's
aperture
ridiculous.
like how high you are from the ground?
Aperture? No. You've got aptitude, altitude.
Okay. What's aptitude?
What?
What's aptitude?
Altitude or aptitude? Anyway, getting all thingied up now anyway.
Altitude. Is that what I meant to say?
I don't know. You tell me, buddy.
I don't know. I'm just talking about like
You're
the
talking about flying over the earth in a plane, and I'm talking about trying to measure curvature.
and I'm trying to exactly. So the
You're not going to measure curvature in a plane, are you?
yes, you are, because if the height you are from the ground, right, and you set it, and if you fly in a straight line, and if that changes, if there is a curvature of the Earth, that number should get greater than the median that was set.
So what happens if you fly over the Alps? You're at 40,000 feet,
You
and then all of a
can't.
sudden you can't fly over them, or over any mountains, or any topography that's going to change. I don't know if you're trying to see what I'm trying to say. You're not going to measure anything from a plane.
I think it
Physical
can still be
curvature.
equated into the equation.
Phil, Anyway, I'm talking about actually measuring curvature.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Where would and you go to an aeroplane to measure it?
So if
I've
you
asked
flew
different
up,
people where they would go to measure curvature. A couple of them said, "But just do it on the land, wouldn't you?" I'm like, go on then, run us through how you'd measure curvature on the land, and then they go
okay, so
quiet.
you're worried about mountains,
You're
right?
going to an aeroplane. So how
You're
would you measure
worried about
curvature?
mountains,
I'm going to
right?
go on an aeroplane and measure curvature. That's ridiculous, mate. Come on.
You're worried about mountains, right?
Start
Fly up
again.
to a height that is higher than the mountains.
I'll
Boom,
take a tape
straight up,
measure.
straight up, bang.
What's,
Flatten out,
what am I measuring? What's my
flatten
measuring
out,
tool? Any idea?
flatten out,
Measuring tool? What am I using for a measuring tool?
altitude.
Oh.
And then
How's
you
that
go
going to give me
straight,
curvature rate?
keep going straight, and your
Yeah, it's not.
altitude.
Let's get off of this, mate. Let's get off.
Why are you so upset?
Get up in the sky. Let's get back on the ground. We want to measure curvature. Where would you go to measure curvature?
How is that not a test?
This is not actually measuring the curve. Please think about it. Have a little think, and then we'll talk again. We want to measure curvature.
Yes, but if you were flying straight, the altitude would get higher as you go further. Does that not make sense?
Right, cool.
In a
So you're
straight
flying
line.
over a level. What?
In a straight line.
Straight line. Awesome.
You don't understand.
Understand your test?
Yep.
It's an amazing test, mate. Good luck to you, mate. Hope you can do it one day.
So if you go straight up at point A, then level at point B, stick to point B, go straight on point B,
Right.
like a chart, you know, a chart, and just keep going straight and measure the altitude. You should get higher if the Earth is curved.
That's amazing. And therefore, the Earth isn't curved. Nice one. Cheers for that.
What do you mean?
Sorry.
How do you mean?
You just said, you just explained it. The plane just flies level, which they do.
Yep.
There you go. No curvature. Thank you very much. Done.
I think that's not the case.
Why? You literally just said it. If the plane just flies straight, flies level.
I think they fly with the curvature of Earth.
Sorry?
I think they adjust.
There's no aptitude data to say that they do that.
I believe they adjust.
Oh, yeah, listen, people have all sorts of beliefs these days. It's fair enough, you know.
So if
That's what I was saying.
plane
Getting down
instruments,
to work and stuff.
if
is
the
real
plane,
quick.
if the plane instruments wanted to keep a level of distance from the ground, they would fly at that distance from the ground, regardless if it is flat or curved. Do you not agree?
Planes just fly level, bruv. They get up to desired altitude and then they level off.
You're wrong.
In the olden days, you used to fire up a gyroscope. They all
Do
had.
you understand what I'm saying?
No,
So
not since you come in, mate. I'm trying to get an actual test out of you for measuring curvature, and you're still
okay.
going on about planes. You've not
So-
given me any measurements of curvature. Give me some measurements. All right, go on. Give me a thing with your plane test that's going to give me physical measurements, actual measurements of
I'm
curvature.
just giving you
Go on.
real life scenario.
Yeah, go on. When you're ready.
So a plane, it flies, it adjusts altitude.
Who's adjusting altitude?
Depending on how far it is from the ground. So therefore, if it was on a curve, it would adjust and keep adjusting.
Who does the adjusting?
The instruments.
Which one?
Well, the instruments that are in the plan.
Yeah, which one? Name it. Which instrument accounts for curvature? Go.
Why does that
This is
matter?
for £20,000. Go.
Why does it matter?
Because you're talking utter crap.
Okay,
You're up
so
for a decent conversation. Give me a shout. If not, crack
you
on the
tell
way
me
you
what
are.
you believe in, mate.
I stay away from beliefs myself when it comes to the natural world. It cares not what I believe about it. What are you willing to demonstrate
What do you
about it?
think?
Absolutely nothing. Get on the plane.
I've been on many planes, sir.
Same here, and I record them. Time lapses and everything. I've been on many, many planes. I know what they do and what they don't do.
The world is round.
Yep, I bet you do believe that too. Fair enough.
Oh.
I don't know what it is myself.
Oh.
How would you prove to someone the world is round? I've just met up with you out in the natural world. You're telling me it's round. What are you going to show me to prove your case? I've got a flat earther next to me, the other side, okay? I'm in the middle. I've got a globe earther, which is you. And on the other side of me, I've got a flat earther who's trying to tell me the earth's flat.
Mate, I'm neither nor.
You're fighting for a
Don't
round
put me
earth.
in a category and
You're
don't put me in a
literally
box.
saying it's round earth.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought you were here for
You
civil
believe the
discourse.
Earth is
that's all.
round, okay?
I stay away from beliefs. I do not know the overall shape of the world. I do not believe
world
the
is
overall
round,
shape of the world has ever been proven. The natural physics and properties of a fluid will show you that the Earth cannot be a sphere in any shape or form. Couldn't even be a bigger ball because of the
bollocks,
natural
mate.
physics and properties of a fluid.
Bollocks, mate.
Formless, cannot support itself.
It's called gravity.
Show me a picture of a hill of water, please.
You're actually serious.
Yeah, it sounded silly, didn't it? Yes. So you can't have hills of water because the substance itself cannot support itself. Formless, remember? The surface of large bodies of water at rest form a horizontal plane of reference, parallel to the horizon. All horizontals are parallel to that horizon. All horizontals parallel to one another.
Over a
Could
length
you
of
show
gratitude.
two
Over a length
horizontal
of
lines
gratitude.
not being parallel?
You're talking about over extreme lengths of gratitude.
Sorry?
You're talking about extreme lengths.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about horizontal.
You are, because it's the world.
I'm talking about horizontals.
So a slight curvature in something doesn't mean that it's gonna have the fucking water fall out of the sky.
Light curvature in something means it is not horizontal.
Okay, so there's a light curvature of Earth. Because if you go the diameter of Earth, it is light by the round. It's not like we're not talking about it just like drops off a fucking cliff.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Earth is round, but like it's a slight increment over time.
What is the increment? Do you know what it is? What's the curvature
have
rate?
no
What's the size of your
idea.
ball?
I would
You don't know
have
the
no
size of
idea.
your ball? Oh.
I'm just
Would you ever look in?
Mate, I've never studied this. I've never thought about it. I'm only talking from what I know right now.
What you've been taught? Absolutely.
Not what I've been taught, but what I've seen.
What have you seen?
Mate, when I see it, like, I see what I see.
It's amazing. He sees what he sees.
Everybody.
That is awesome. Well done, buddy.
It's getting a bit vague now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty brilliant, isn't it? I see what I see. I do what I do, and I does what I does.
Hey, Paddy Pimblett was pretty good, right?
Do you have anything
did a
to
fucking
back up
good
your
job, didn't he?
beliefs in a spherical Earth at
How good
all?
was that first round finish? Oh my god, he's a fucking G.
Anything at all to back up your beliefs of living on a spherical object?
I don't really
Flying around the sun.
Wait, I don't care if I'm on a circle or a flat plane. I do not care.
Brilliant.
That's good though. If you don't care, then you should be able to accept what Blood's saying, because
Yeah, you
this
wouldn't-
is literally demonstratable to yourself.
And you wouldn't have a bias.
No,
There would
listen
be
to me.
no bias
Okay,
from you,
stop,
just like
stop.
there's no bias from me.
Hey guys, can you listen? You haven't explained anything. You've just asked me. Okay, and I've
I've
told you what I
explained
thought.
loads. I've told
but
you
you
all
can
about the actual
explain to
physics
me.
and properties of a fluid. I told you what it can, what it cannot do. You understand what the substance can and cannot do from a very, very
don't,
early
though.
age.
I don't.
So
So
you were probably playing in kindergarten with your little water thing, playing with your little water
Excuse
toys
me,
and that. You understand what water can and cannot do.
dude, you have listened to me, which I respect, but you've rebutted everything I've said, and I respect in
Brilliant.
whatever. But you have
So
to
do you have
explain
anything
to me
in
what
way
you
of
think.
backing your spherical Earth?
Dude,
Anything at all?
I haven't come in here to say I'm right.
Okay. But
All
you're
right,
definitely
Bolts,
saying that the Earth is a sphere.
Can I just show him Black Swan quickly, and then we pick up from this point again?
Oh, go on then. I don't like
Do you not
the
like Black Swan?
I don't myself. That's just me.
Okay. We've never had this
But
discussion.
yeah, I
actually.
get it.
didn't
I
know
get
you
it.
had an opinion on it. Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have to do the Black Swan, but I just wanted to
No,
show.
you crack on, mate. You
a
do you like,
picture.
honestly.
Okay, well, I'll do the Black Swan, and it shouldn't take away from your point, really. But if you look in the side chat, Bolts, I've posted a picture of 2 oil rigs. I actually can't remember where they are, but they're very easy. One's called Platform Habitat, one's called Hill House, and they're both findable on Google. These two.
Where do I find the search app?
Type the little speech bubble at the top right corner, I think. No, bottom taskbar.
Okay.
Hit the speech bubble, scroll to the bottom. You should see 2 platforms on the left and then a trigonometry table on the right. You see it? You're probably on there muted, aren't you, at the minute?
Excuse me?
Can you see the images?
Yep.
Okay. So that image on the left is 2 platforms. One of them's 9.4 miles away, the other one's 6.4 miles away. And behind that second platform, we can see in the distance a horizontal horizon behind that platform. Now, the Earth is supposed to have a circumference of 25,000 miles. So if you read the Malthus Tollens, which is just a logical framework, we have in Malthus Tollens, you have the premise: if P, then Q. If not Q, therefore not P. So in layman's terms, that's just if the Earth was a sphere and had a radius like it's being claimed, then that means we should experience the horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. Now that trig table on the other side of the picture will tell you that at 10 miles we should experience 66 feet of curvature. Now, you can see behind that second oil rig, which is almost 10 miles, which should be covered by 66 feet of physical blockage, is completely visible. Not only that, we can see the horizon potentially miles behind that second oil rig. So this is just an example that we don't have that expected curvature, even at short distances, long distances from aeroplanes. We're seeing the horizon reach the limitations of our view, and we're always seeing a flat horizon.
Oh, is that so?
Well, can you see the picture?
Huh?
Can you see the picture? The horizon is behind.
I'm kind of looking at it.
The horizon is behind the second oil rig, possibly 5 to 8, maybe 10, maybe more, 20 miles behind that oil
How
rig.
many
Who knows?
miles?
Regardless, it's further than, let's say, 12, 15 miles, right? That's
12,
one thing
15
we can be
miles.
sure of. Yeah. Maximum, I
So,
reckon, you could be
how-
seeing 20, 30 miles there. We don't know. There's no way to verify, but we know it's further than 10 miles because that second oil rig is 9.41 miles away. So it
Yeah,
should be
I can see
66,
that.
66 feet of curvature is what should be experienced at this distance. So this is just one example, and the only reason why I use this one is because these oil rigs are you can locate them on Google Earth to confirm, you know, where they are and their distances. This is accompanied by a video as well, where you zoom in. You know, when you zoom fully out, you don't see these oil rigs. These oil rigs are not visible with the naked eye. It's only when you zoom in with your, you know, high-powered camera that you open up the angular size and you're able to see this far into the distance. But obviously that debunks the curvature calculation of the Earth, which is 8 inch per mile squared. So we're not seeing curvature in reality.
Ah, okay.
So I hopefully Blood's still there. I wanted to bat it back to Blood because you asked for an example. You did say that you wasn't making a claim, but we, you know, have provided a little bit of evidence here, you know, that we don't find the curve in nature.
That's pretty good, mate.
Is level horizontal or curved?
Wow.
Is plumb vertical or curved?
Well, he's asking you. He's asking you because everywhere water is level. But if we live on a ball and water is curving, then why is water always level? And level has a flat horizontal surface. So he's asking you is water always level in your opinion?
Yeah, listen, we've used water for many, many years in construction, all sorts, to find a horizontal plane of reference, buddy. Yeah. Seriously look into the subject yourself.
I told you I came in here with no conclusion.
Yeah, but you kept going on about Earth is sphere, Earth is sphere. So if you had no conclusion, you wouldn't keep repeating that. Sorry?
Earth is sphere.
There you go, see?
No, I'm just jiving you, Turkey.
No worries, dude.
I got to perform. We're on live stream, right?
Certainly are.
Yeah, so there's got to be some performance.
Yeah. You could click the YouTube bot and see if anyone's actually listening.
They may do.
There's always people
One day.
listening.
One day, maybe like in 1,000 years.
What's that for?
At least it's better than religion and science. I mean, science has something to do with it. If you're a scientist, you would think that the world was round.
Why? Because all the other scientists say that. Consensus, you mean? Or they've done tests to say something? Because I would just say it would just be accepted, like it is in all the science books, that this is our current model and it is widely accepted.
I don't know, mate.
Yeah. The overall shape of the Earth's never been proven, in my opinion. And everything they're teaching you about that is just a model. They're just teaching you about a model. And that's it.
I mean, you could be wrong. You could be right.
Definitely
Zero.
wrong when it comes to the horizon. When it comes to understanding what the horizon is and how it's always level, this is something that is kind of irrefutable. If you want to go down the globe path, then you'd need to sort of change the definition of level. But
Yeah.
level is universally understood.
Changes.
That's curve that shit.
Say that again?
Yeah, the minuscule changes.
Right, yeah, but at the end of the day,
Not obvious
we
to the
have
eye.
right, yeah. I understand that thinking, that relativistic idea. The problem is we've been given the dimensions of the Earth. We know there should be
And
8
maybe the
inch
dimensions
per
are
mile squared. Oh, well, if the dimensions are wrong, that means the heliocentric model's wrong, because every distance to the heavenly bodies was calculated based on the circumference and radius of the Earth. So if you're going to say that the calculations of the Earth is wrong, well, then all of the distances to the sun, moon, and planets are wrong as well.
Oh.
Possibly.
So we can't possibly be living in a heliocentric universe as described.
No.
And that's the bit that isn't
Throw
like,
out
you know.
all the data. Throw it all out. Let's start again.
What data
No, we use the data. We use the data properly, my friend. We are using the Earth's measurements. In fact, few birds who don't use the data.
What's wrong? They get the data, they get the data, and then they can put that data onto models. So all the data from the real world, yeah, can then be put onto different models. Do you get that?
Did you get that, my G?
Do you get that, my G, bro?
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it, mate.
He's just
Your
wasting a bit of
globe.
time. That's all. Just
Yeah,
wasting
he
a
is.
bit
I
of
know.
time.
But your globe comes from flat Earth measurements, Bolt. You're going to realise this if you follow this line of questioning.
I'm just
Earth's always measured as flat.
Your decision.
No, it's not a decision you make. Earth is fundamentally measured with a tangent plane using the horizontal and the vertical that Blood's talking about. There is no measured curvature.
It's your decision to believe the knowledge that you've spouted.
Knowledge is not a decision. Knowledge is a basis of understanding through experimentation.
But you decide to believe what you believe.
Again, it's not a belief that the Earth is measured as horizontal and level.
You decide
Just
as
a
a
fact.
human being to believe what you believe. Is that not wrong?
Once again, it's not a belief, my friend.
No, but you as a human being, you believe what you believe and you decide to believe what you believe.
Yeah, but flat Earth is not a belief, my friend. I've told you this already. Knowledge and belief are two separate things. Knowledge is what you gain through direct.
It doesn't matter. Everything is a belief at the end of the day.
No. Okay.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask you a question now. You tell me whether this is knowledge or belief. Does water, when heated to a certain temperature, boil? Yes or no?
If you believe that so, yes.
No, there's no belief involved, my friend. It's knowledge. Heat with a certain temperature will
You
cause
believe to
heat.
believe what you want to believe.
Dude, you are very lost, my friend. This is not a belief
No, what I'm saying is it doesn't
discussion.
matter. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
To you, maybe, but to the logical-minded human being, it does matter. And we know the difference between belief and knowledge.
So
Maybe
I
to,
can
maybe
also
to someone
say,
like
I
you,
believe
maybe
a
to someone like
tree
you,
is
brother, maybe to someone like you who isn't taking this subject seriously, I would agree. But for someone who is taking this subject
but at
seriously,
the fundamental level.
being able to differentiate the difference
If you
between
can
knowledge
agree
and
with me at the
belief
fundamental
is
level,
fundamental.
level of someone's brain, if they believe what they believe, they believe it to be true.
Doesn't make them right though, does it? Doesn't mean they have any knowledge about
I didn't
anything.
talk about being right or wrong.
No,
talked
I'm
about-
talking about being right and wrong.
It doesn't
Just because you
matter.
believe something doesn't mean you have any
Thank you.
knowledge on anything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Flat Earth is not a belief. It's a knowledge
Thank
that
you.
you can develop
Everything is a
yourself.
belief.
No, it's not. And if you keep
Everything
repeating
is.
yourself, I'll just mute you, my friend, because you just clearly don't understand the difference between belief and knowledge. And it's getting boring.
No, but I'm trying
Everything
to.
is not a belief. Everything, some things are known and can be known to be true as knowledge, not belief. And I'm not going to keep. I'm not going to keep going back and forward with you. I'm not going to go back and forward with you. If you don't understand the difference between knowledge and belief, that's a you problem. That's nothing to do with me. A logical person understands there's a difference. If you don't, that's not my problem, and I'm not going to argue with you. Like you said, you can believe what you
I'm not
want.
here to argue, mate. That's what I'm
You
trying
are.
to tell you.
You're arguing. You're arguing that there isn't a difference between belief and knowledge.
To
And
the
I'm telling you,
person
there is a
themselves.
fundamental difference between knowledge and belief.
All I'm saying is to the person themselves, it isn't a difference. To the individual, it's not a difference.
It doesn't matter about an individual. There are universal laws that we
So
all
we're
have.
trying to do is cohort a group of people into the same belief.
No, we're trying to establish what is natural law and what is demonstratable through scientific experimentation. That's not a belief, my friend.
I
That's
believe you're
verifying
to
through
cohort-
experimentation. Verifying through experimentation is not a belief. I'm not going to keep going back and forwards with you. If you don't understand it, I really suggest you go and just look into logical fallacies, because you're under a logical fallacy framework of thinking, my friend.
Okay.
It's fallacious. Your ideas are fallacious. You don't have any basis of knowledge to back what you're saying here. There is a scientific, rigorous method in order to prove causation, not requiring beliefs.
Maybe I should substitute the word belief with thought.
Well, that's up to you, but what I said is still true. We have experimentation to validate things.
And that's great.
Once-
I think we should still experiment. I think we
Yep.
should still keep trying.
And once we've validated that heat boils water, it is no longer a belief that heat boils water. It's knowledge. We know that a certain heat will boil water.
Scientific fact.
Or you could call it, we have many laws of nature, like with entropy. We know that hot will always go to cold, and we know
What do you call
high
that?
pressure will always go to low
What do you call
pressure.
that?
Entropy.
Yeah, okay. So
It's one of the
there's a word-
fundamental laws of thermodynamics.
So, okay, what do you call all those dynamics as a whole? If you were going to congregate all those facts as one thing, you would call them
Laws of
laws.
the universe, laws of nature.
Okay, now that's where you lead. That's where you lose people.
People don't like to follow the law.
Because we were somewhere, and now you lost us.
Pretty sure you're the only one who's lost on that point.
Not at all, but like I'm trying to explain to you like the difference.
So the fact that hot in this world, hot will always go to cold and high pressure will always go to low pressure, according to you, that's a belief, yeah?
But you call it a law.
The law of entropy.
Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I don't think he understands that there are scientific laws.
I'm in a good mood today, so I'm not even going to try and bust on you or anything, dude. Just look up the laws of thermodynamics and the stuff you mentioned about fallacious reasoning before you try and get in a debate with some of these dudes, bro. I promise
So
you,
we're
you need
talking about
to...
language now, and language is different from.
Dude, I'm just giving you a fair warning that... Both. I'm giving you a fair warning that some of these people in this debate platform, in this arena, they are not going to try and give you advice and tell you how to better your arguments. They're just going to go straight for the throat and try and eviscerate them.
Yeah, but I don't have a scientific background. I'm sorry. So,
dude,
I'm just here as a.
According to the
human
National
being
Science
and
Foundation, bro, according to the National Science Foundation, babies are born scientists. So I would then ask the question, when did you stop doing science, dude?
So you don't science, you don't trust your fucking...
Hey.
Well, how's it going, bro? Still there?
Yeah, bruh.
Where you at?
I don't know, mate. Came into a channel I had no idea about and just got schooled about a bunch and just tried to talk, and here I am.
And that's why I'm not trying to start a debate or anything. Hold on, my dogs are acting weird.
But have you had fun? That's the main thing.
Like, I'm just trying to understand where you guys come from. Flat
Me, I live in reality. I'm not flat Earth. Round Earth. I don't know what the overall shape of the world is. I make no claims to the overall shape of the world. I have no bias from reality, so I just stick with reality. Yeah, you can demonstrate in reality, can't you?
Everyone's still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm working on a couple things, but yeah, we're still rapping.
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah, Bolts, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance with this subject, and we do get a lot of people who come in here a bit like Dunning-Kruger and argue from ignorance. But not all of them are as humble as you are, you know, in the fact that you've admitted that, you know, you haven't done the research on these subjects, and I appreciate that. So, like, we are sometimes a little bit like ether grasses, you know. We sometimes we just go for the kill because we get such ignorance and such confidence that we feel like, you know, Why should we help people who don't have that sort of, you know, genuine inquiry into the truth? They just want to come here and argue from ignorance. So we can be a little bit sharp, but like, you know, not making this about individual people. Like, this is a subject that there's a lot of cognitive dissonance, and it will take you a long time to accept that some of the things we're saying are fundamentally true, because they go against everything you've been taught. From a baby, you were just like us. You were brainwashed into looking at globes on every TV program in the school. You know, probably babies' mobiles have planets and stars. You know what I mean? First pair of pajamas was probably planets and stuff like that. So it's not like, you know, one conversation you're going to be able to accept what we're saying. But if you do the fundamental research, you're going to learn what we learned the hard way, which is that all of the claims of the globe is a sort of an assumption based on silly things like sticks and shadows, or just assuming that things disappearing from bottom up because they're going behind a curve. But if you try and validate these things, you'll realize that actually there is no evidence of a bull. These are correlatory ideas that are fully explained on a flat earth. So it's not easy to get your head around, my friend, but it, you know, the more time you put in, the clearer you will become on this. It's, you know, this is not a trick we're trying to catch you with in one conversation. The more time you spend here, or the more time research you do, the more of a flat earther you'll become, whether you like it or not, because it is just a fundamental reality. The globe is a paradox, and when it comes to evidence, there is none.
Part of that too is this: if you question certain things, other people are going to say things like, "What are you, a flat earther? You sound like a flat earther." "Oh, I bet you're a flat earther because you think this, this, and this," and they'll start calling you that whether you like it or not.
Yeah, it's not a popular position.
That's how I became a flat earther. People started calling me it, and then I'm like, okay, I'm flat earther now. I am whatever you say I am. So I'm done trying to be... I think the thing, trying to defend against somebody else's insult when they're insulting based off of a straw man is silly to begin with. But if you question the government, or you question the little pharmakia experiments from a while back, or any other thing that's going on with the war narrative or certain specific groups, then they'll call you an FE. They'll say you're a flat earther just because you questioned A, B, C, or D.
It's a good point. Flat Earth has become that buzzword for anyone who questions the official narrative nowadays.
Yeah, flat earther has effectively become the N-word for anybody who thinks critically.
Right. Good point.
So what do you?
And you know what's interesting as well? Very quickly, you know what's interesting as well? A bit like with the N-word, how black people sort of took that back. That's what flat earthers are doing with this derogatory term, flat earther. Kind of taking
just
it
own
back
it.
and owning it. Yeah, I kind of like that. Sorry, Balls.
But,
go ahead.
Bolts
You got
was
a question.
yeah, he was gonna...
You said, what do we call globers?
I think you answered it.
I have no issue with globe earthers or globers. It's the auto globers that are annoying, and even ordinary globers will tell you that the auto globers are annoying as shit because they don't know how anything works. They just kind of parrot some crap. They don't know their own model. A lot of them
they'll
just
be
want to
like...
fight. Sorry.
No, finish your point, bro.
But that's all I was saying, is a lot of them just want to fight. They see it as a meme and a joke, and they don't care to have a discussion at all.
Yeah, bang on. We get a lot of people come in here and they go, you lot think the Earth's flat. You guys are retarded. And we go, okay, well, why do you believe the Earth's a ball? And they'll say, because of all the evidence, dummy. And we'll go, okay, what evidence do you have of a curving, spinning ball? Haven't you seen the pictures from NASA? And we say, okay, those pictures from NASA could easily be doctored. NASA have been caught lying before. NASA have a monopoly over space. So do you have any actual direct evidence in the world that we can say, right, that's evidence of a spinning, curving ball? That isn't just an assumption or something that would also work the same on flat Earth. There's nothing. There's nothing. So they'll be taking the piss out of us, saying, well, all the evidence. But apart from pictures from NASA, that's it. They don't have any evidence. So they get very frustrated very quickly and they become very abusive.
And I have done none the latter.
No, I'm praising you, brother. I think you're open-minded. And I think even though you did have sort of like a cognitive bias coming into this, I think you've held your emotions down and you've actually allowed yourself to listen to what we're saying and consider it. So I appreciate that. Not many can do it. Everyone's so politicized. People want to die on the hill for stuff they don't know about, like politics or Trump or Bush or whatever it is. And people think, oh, I'm going to fight for this, but they don't know this to be true. So I think this is a bit like a mind virus, a bit like with the pandemic as well. People are willing to fight each other over ideas they don't know because they've identified that their identity is linked with it. That's a cult. So from our perspective, the Globers are cultists.
The funniest part to me is you said that, and I already had that kind of ready to copy and paste this link for other reasons unrelated, and then you said that's a cult right about the time that I was ready to hit enter. So it was perfect timing.
Alley-oop.
I got another one that I'm ready to upload too.
And what's ironic is they call Flat Earth a cult. But the thing is, Flat Earth doesn't have like a cosmology. We're not claiming we know what the overall shape of the Earth is. Flat's not a shape. All we're doing is acknowledging that this ball is not in nature. It's not observable in nature. It's not. You can't experience anything to do with the ball. So that makes us anti-cultists, not cultists. And we don't have a leader either. There is no flat Earth belief. Everybody has a different view. Bloodsticker isn't even a flat earther.
So there's no how?
What did you say?
There's no how.
There's no hell.
Like how?
Try and reformat your question.
Anyway,
there's no
so
hull. There's no hull.
like you praise to someone.
You mean God? There's no God.
No, like a being. You remember when they said like how someone?
How? H-O-W. Well, dude, spit it out. You don't need to be so careful. We're all friends here. We're not trying to go for you.
To be clear, the stuff I'm sharing in the side, it's really more about the fact that I'm against idols and against cults and against people worshipping dead men's bones, because I think that there are far more important things that can be done.
Do you know if we stopped paying NASA the 50 billion a day or whatever, we could literally solve world hunger? The amount of money we give that corrupt company could solve the majority of problems in this world.
Welcome, Ryla.
Hold on 2 seconds.
Yo. What's good here?
Hey, what's up, Ryla?
How you guys doing, man?
All good. You're from the UK, from South, right?
Yeah. I was in here a few weeks ago, I think. and I found out I'm probably the only UK guy that's been in this school for a while. So yeah, that's interesting. You know what I'm saying?
We got a few UK guys. Bloodstick and myself are both from the UK.
Hey.
Oh yeah, that's true. I ain't gonna lie. And I heard that there was like an Irish or Scottish person.
Yeah, there's loads of UK people in and out of this room. Just not when you're here.
Yeah, that's tough.
I think I remember you. I spoke to you before, didn't I? I believe.
Yeah. I remember, bro. We were
Yeah.
talking about so much stuff, bro. Like, level and stuff that was kind of interesting when I first heard about it. I went and actually did some research on some of the stuff because I was actually genuinely interested. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, that was good.
But did you look into the flat Earth a bit more?
Definitely, 100%. I kind of got into a bad rabbit hole because some of the stuff wasn't really about proving scientific stuff. It was just about conspiracy stuff to do with like controlling people's minds. So that's not really provable, right? But the other stuff that's actually scientific, I looked at that too, and that was kind of more what do you call it, like evidence based. For example, like looking at the horizon, the cutoff point where most scientists say that at a certain distance you're not supposed to be able to see past that distance, or it should start to curve. Yeah, I found out that that's actually not the case, which was interesting. You know what I mean?
Very interesting, isn't it? Because I don't know about you, but I was taught in school that was our best evidence that we lived on a globe.
Yeah, same here, bro. I was taught, about like the solar system and all of that stuff.
Yeah, it's scary, bro. It's scary that every single claim that they've made, the consequences of a spinning ball in space, every claim that they make can be debunked. Whether it's bottom-up disappearance, whether it's angles from shadows that the sun casts on the ground being only possible on a ball, like every claim they make can't be validated. And I think that's a very scary place to be. If you know what I mean, if you've believed this all your life and you build, your foundations of knowledge off that, there's a time where I think it's very scary to recognize that, oh my God, everything I believe is just that, a belief. Where do we draw the line and say, do you know what, I need some actual knowledge to be able to move forward, not just believe in fairy tales?
Yeah, that's the angle that I was approaching it from. And then I kind of got to the point where it was like, okay, now I know a bit more than I did before, which is good, right? But I still don't have because, okay, for example, there's some people that they have their set in stone opinion, or their set in stone, perspective about what they think is true. On the other hand, me, I'm kind of like I know a bit more than I did before, but I still don't have enough that would make me what's the word? Like have beyond reasonable doubt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the kind of clarity you can get by going down by understanding logical fallacies. You can really break down whether what you believe is due to your own emotional biases, rather than whether you actually have any tangible evidence for it. And what Flat Earth will teach you, you'll be able to take this approach into other subjects. So, I mean, we've got the YouTube bots in here, so I have to be careful what I talk about. But there's other subjects as well where we've been told to assume XYZ, but when it comes down to it, there's no actual experiment, or there's no citation that you can provide that says, yes, we have verified this. So it's like opening another can of worms, really. But flat Earth is more of a foundation of, well, we can go and prove this ourselves. So it doesn't matter how many degrees you've got. It doesn't matter how, whether you work for NASA. It doesn't matter how confident you are. Once you understand these principles, like, there is nobody that can win an argument against a flat earther. And I find that a very powerful but also paradoxical thing.
Yeah,
I might
man.
have gone off into the weeds a bit there, bro, but yeah, I just think you can apply this
It's good,
logical framework elsewhere in your life.
definitely. And you know what else? Yeah, doing experiments. So like, I actually went out and recorded. Like, I had someone record me walking away, right? Because you know how I think earlier we were discussing, like not today, but like I don't know, a few weeks ago when I was in here, we were discussing how things have a vanishing point. Like for example, if you see a long road, a straight road, two lines on the parallel lines on the side, the further down they go in distance, the closer they appear, right, to the human eye. So I was trying to test that, and then also test like if the object that goes down the distance, if it appears, if it disappears from the top down or from the bottom up. Because someone told me that it disappears from the bottom. Like for example, if you roll a basketball away from you, they said that it would get to a point where the basketball disappears, which everyone knows that. But then they said that it disappears from the bottom up, and I was like, what? That don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So I tested it. I was walking down, and then I recorded it, and then like I was walking away on a flat surface in a park or something. It was from the bottom up. That kind of blew my mind. That was kind of weird because I always had a concept that it would vanish from like the top. You feel me? And then
There
when
you
I
go,
saw
brother.
that, I was like,
Yep.
yeah. I was like, what the
You're going to
hell?
get
Okay, so then,
Globers telling
and
you
then I started
opposite.
looking at,
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't
yeah,
mean to interrupt.
just real quick, yeah. No, you're good, bro. And then I started looking at what was it? Optical illusions, right? Optical illusions. Like the eyes that we use are kind of fallible because it doesn't really account for depth apparently. Like we see in 2D apparently. This might not be flat earth stuff, but this is just stuff that I researched.
This is
It's
flat
kind
earth stuff,
of,
bro. Yeah. This is bang
oh,
on.
okay.
They don't teach you this in school. Yeah. Depth perception, the lack of, like, literally the only depth perception we get taught is in art class. So if you want to draw a picture, they have to include it because otherwise it doesn't look realistic. But when it comes to science, physics, they never taught you about. It's basically all this can be summed up, I think, in the Rayleigh criterion. So they actually have the math for how far you can see, and if you understand how the horizon works with the vanishing point, then you know that everything merges and converges into the horizon. So an object that rolls away from you will merge into the horizon, so it will disappear from bottom up because that's where the vanishing point is. And it's the same, it's the exact same phenomena of train tracks in the distance that converge into that central point, but they'll curve up because they're on the ground below your horizon. So yeah, this is just depth perception. This is what you expect to see on a flat Earth. Everything has a limitation before the angular size, the angle at which you're viewing it, becomes too small to see the whole object. And it happens to be your eye level is where you'll be able to see the furthest. Everything below and above that will merge slowly into that horizon line. And it's just a shame that they never taught us this, because with this knowledge, you can understand so much more about optics and what we're seeing. But instead, they didn't teach it us, and they taught us that ships disappearing over the horizon is proof of a physical curve of the Earth. But we can get a camera out once the ship's gone beyond the horizon, zoom that ship back into full view.
Yeah, exactly.
So reality doesn't match what they say. And it's scary, really, because you'll get really educated globers, you know, still believing that today. And they know nothing about Rayleigh criterion. You know what I mean? They know nothing about
Yeah,
depth
what is
perception.
that? What is Rayleigh criteria? What is it?
So it's basically the math behind the limitations of how far we can see. So the interesting thing, I mean, I don't know the math, but I do know the guys who do the math and are very good with math. They say that the Rayleigh criteria has the same math as the radius. You can find the radius of the Earth in the Rayleigh criteria. So the Rayleigh criteria is just the math of how far you can see before you should expect to see things disappear out of your view due to angular size. But in that math, you'll find that 3959 radius. Now, I can't do the math. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I understand the math. But the people who have done the math have got presentations just basically about how they backwards engineered the globe. And the reason why the globe was picked to have this radius is because it matches the limitation of how far we can see. So in essence,
It
their
matches
claim is
the
that,
limitation of how far we can see. Okay, so it's basically like a human perception viewpoint.
so about 3 to 3.5 miles, things will start with the naked eye. Things will start to disappear bottom up due to angular size. So as long as you don't have topography, 3 to 3.5 miles, I think, is the average where things will start to disappear due to perspective and depth perception. But that's also 3.5 miles is also the claim of the geometric, where the beginning of the geometric horizon begins. So at 8 inch per mile squared, that means now 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height is the math that you would do to figure out that the Earth curves and you should start to experience it at about 3.5 miles. Well, that's backwards engineered math from the perception that we see in the Rayleigh criterion. Now, I can't demonstrate it, and I understand I'm making a claim that I can't physically show you the math. But look into it. There's plenty of smart people who will tell you plainly and do the math for you on screen and show you that this ball was backwards engineered by what we see in reality.
Right.
It's very clever what they've done. So when people see ships disappear on the horizon, they're like, well, obviously that's proof of the globe, because that's what they told us. The globe's this big, and this is where we should expect to see it, and we see it. But no one's been taught about that happens on a flat Earth as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about, in particular, those examples with ships in the sea. Like they talk about, different factors, not just about eyesight and distance, but also about something called like refractory. What was it called again? It was like something to do with light being refracted because of, I don't know, like it was just a lot of stuff that they were like talking about. I basically watched a documentary. It was like an hour long, and it goes in depth. I don't know how to explain it fully, but it was just talking about a lot of that type of stuff. You might know what I mean, though.
Yeah, so the globers all claim that the reason why we can see too far is due to refraction. But what they don't tell you is, so do you know much about refraction? Just basic refraction.
Basic refraction, yeah. Like if you have a glass of water and you like put your finger in it, it's gonna look different because of the refraction of light is different underwater particles.
Yeah, so I think the formula is 7/6R, but basically there's a standard rate in which light refracts when it goes through another medium. So what they're actually claiming, they're not. I mean, this is only demonstratable with a light ray. So if you get a light ray and then you send it through two mediums, you'll see that inconsistency with that individual light ray. But what they're claiming, check this. If you've not heard this, you might chuckle. Or you might go, oh, interesting, but let's see what you think. So what they claim is not standard refraction. They claim something called terrestrial refraction. So they're claiming that all the light is coming in parallel, which is debunkable, because light can't be coming in parallel to the Earth, because if it was, we wouldn't see corpuscular rays coming from behind the clouds. But we can talk about that after. They claim that all the light is coming in parallel and hitting the Earth evenly, and that all of the light is being
Oh, what just happened? Am I back? Yo, am I back? I don't know. My connection just bugged out.
I can hear you.
Oh, all right, but yeah, my bad, Roots. I didn't hear what you said after that. After you said if you never heard this before, you just cut out.
He may have stepped away a second.
Oh,
Give him a
okay,
minute.
okay. All right. This is a series of presentations showing how globe was reverse engineered from vision.
And I'm back.
Yo, what's good?
Hey, Bolts. Welcome back. You there, Roots?
Where he gone, bro? Hey, that's kind of weird, bro. That's kind of weird that just happened.
Hey, man.
We both in at the same time, but he's not back
Yeah,
yet.
you know what I mean?
He might still be talking.
Maybe, bro.
Chill, man.
You all right there, Bolts?
Yeah, man.
Cool.
It's all good. So, how is the Earth round?
Sorry?
I just said, how's the Earth round?
Oh, you're asking. Are you asking Rilo that?
Are you asking me? Are you asking me? Because I don't think anyone else like here would even say that or have that. You.
Do you have the answers?
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna be as honest as possible. I don't think I have the answers, bro. But I'm asking the questions. You feel me? So eventually, I might have the answers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How about you, bro?
Bro, I got no answers.
For sure. What do you think, though? What's your viewpoint? What's your stance?
I think the Earth is round.
Okay. Hey, I used to like have a confident viewpoint just like that. You, bro. You know what I'm saying? What makes you think that the Earth is round, though?
Do you realize you're toting online?
You said what? What was that, bro? I didn't get that.
Also, I don't know if you realise it, but you keep going quiet when people ask you questions. I don't know if there's a problem with your mic or if you just don't know how to respond.
Oh, Roots, you're back. Yo, Roots, my bad. My
Yeah,
connection
sorry,
bugged
I had
out
a
when
phone
you were
call.
speaking. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, sorry, I had a phone call mid saying something.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's back.
Yeah, what was you explaining about? Like, you was about to say something about, like, if you never heard this before, and then that's the last thing that I heard, and then my connection just cut off. But what was you explaining?
Sorry, dude. I don't remember. My wife called me and asked me for things and made me use my brain. I've forgotten. Apologies.
Oh, are you saying you don't use your brain when you're in here?
No, he's saying, dude, I can help. Yes, and what he was saying. He's saying that in order to devote 100% of his attention to his best friend, yo, hear me out. In order to devote 100%, Bolts, you are uncontrollable.
Well, stop being ridiculous.
In order to devote 100% of his attention to his best friend, he cleared the RAM from this conversation, which compared to that was meaningless.
Man, that was fucking undeniable bullshit right there.
Well, I do it all the time. Like, this is just a meaningless conversation to me of one of my family
This
members.
means that this is a separate conversation to his life, and his life should be devoted to this conversation.
Oh, that sounds like cult behavior.
Bro, what?
Is that what the Globe does?
Also, I'm really struggling to understand your communication style, brother. Like, you're all good in that, but I don't know what you're saying half the time. Honestly, you're very random, bro. You're very random.
Call me the random blue.
Random blue, yeah.
Dude,
Random blue is
it's a bit
crazy.
of it's a bit of like, how do I say?
Off we go into the wild blue yonder.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, this flat earth shit's not for everyone, you know. Like, honestly, I didn't want to be a flat earther. I'm pretty sure John didn't, Ethergrass didn't want to be a flat earther either. And Blood's not even a flat earther. So, you know, this isn't a cool thing, you know what I mean? I mean, some people might think it's cool and get benefit, but I think the average normal person will see that this doesn't make you more popular. And even though you do become more intelligent because you learn more about, you know, geometry and science and stuff like that, you are not seen as more intelligent by the average person if you mention flat earth. There's no benefits here apart from just being on the side of truth. So I think if you're a truth seeker at heart and you need to know, you know, for sure, then you will come to the same conclusion. Go ahead. What was you going to say? Like, none of us are invested in this flat earth movement any more than we just know it to be true. If there was some, I don't know, evidence or something that changed everything and destroyed the flat earth position, I'm pretty sure the majority of us would let it go.
Okay. Can you explain the flat earth position right now?
Yeah. So the globe is not observable, or there's no experiments that can produce any evidence of curvature or motion. And actually, the idea of a vacuum in the sky next to an open system goes against everything we know about gas pressure, entropy, and thermodynamics. So basically, all the claims of a ball are not observable in reality. That's the flat earth position.
Damn, you silenced him, bro. That's crazy. Hey, that makes sense though. What you just said about how the vacuum in the sky, you're next to an open system, like AKA space, doesn't really make sense when we look at the stuff that we are taught in science. So I might actually write that down because that's interesting, bro.
Oh yeah, that's massive. Like, the idea of a vacuum next to an open container just defies all of the laws. They're not even like theories. Thermodynamics are law of science, are laws of nature. you will always expect hot to go to cold, high pressure to go to low pressure. And if you know anything about gas pressure, like you can't have pressure without containment. And if you try to do the math, you'll see that I think the ideal gas law equations PV equals nRT. Well, V stands for volume.
Yo, sorry, it didn't silence me. I was just taking a piss.
Yeah, don't matter.
Yeah, no worries.
V stands for volume. So if we have a volume, which we know we do because we have a PSI on the Earth, that means you can only achieve, if you want to do any experiments and understand
XYZ,
pressure and PSI, you can only achieve that with containment. So containment, or a physical container, is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Can't have gas pressure without a container for the gas to press on and contain it to create that volume. So just the basic laws of science debunk the globe.
Yeah. And you know what else I wanted to ask you? Because before I came in here, I was going to ask something. And then we started talking, I forgot. But I remember now. It was about the model for the flat Earth, as in like a drawing or a video or a picture, something that could be put into an actual, like a model. Because we have the globe model, right, which is what we're taught in school and stuff like that. They have like sophisticated ways of looking at the solar systems, planets, and all of that stuff. But if we were to try to make a flat Earth model, you think that it would be something that has basically a lot of depth, like a lot of depth. It's not really flat. It would be like something that has, like how the seas, they're very deep. They go all the way down, and then they have a bed at the bottom, which is obviously made out of, like, what I'm saying, like rock and stuff like that. And then we're told that in the core of the Earth, there's like or maybe not in the core, but like around the core, there's lava, magma, all of that type of stuff, and different layers and stuff. With the flat Earth models, still adopt those type of things, like how there's layers in the Earth, like down underneath the ground and stuff like that. Or is flat Earth literally just a model that's trying to say that the Earth is in some type of plane that is flat, like a plane, like a dimension that's, I'm saying, that's like, I'm saying, that's horizontal. Do you get my question?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a great question. What's interesting is there's lots of theories about a molten magnetic core. Once again, science doesn't allow molten magnets. As soon as you heat up a magnet, it loses its magnetism. So that's a claim that doesn't naturally sit with the laws of science. They also claim there's tectonic plates moving continents around, and that's how we got mountains. Although we've never seen these plates, actually create new mountain ranges or move or clash with each other. We're just told they're the cause of the tremors and earthquakes we have. But they only tend to happen in one area. We get like what's known as a ring of fire, where all of the earthquakes happen. And then you'll get a few tremors here and there outside of that. But in general, it's all concentrated into, I think it's the Pacific. Anyway, all of these claims are backed by nothing, because the deepest hole that we've ever dug is 9 miles. 9 miles is literally the furthest we've gone underground. And they have surveyors that basically, I've forgotten the name of the equipment, but they can penetrate the ground with radars and estimate what's underneath the ground. Now, I used to work in this field, and I used to speak to quantity surveyors and technical directors every day. I used to speak to them all the time, and they used to tell me about how it's a lot of guesswork, how they're wrong a lot, and actually they have to sort of use their experience of looking at the sort of rock and the makeup and then they can kind of make more educated guesses based on experience rather than what the software is telling them, because the software is wrong a lot. So when they were digging this 9 mile, it's called, I can't remember, something borehole in Russia. When they were digging this borehole, they had their surveyors out there.
Super deep borehole. Yeah, he's in the
Brilliant.
chat.
Yeah, brilliant. They were basically told, you know, oh, there's going to be 3 miles of this rock, there's going to be 2 miles of water, then we're going to get a mile of this. They were wrong every single time. They thought there was going to be no more basalt, and then there'd be more basalt. Right, there's going to be no more granite now, there'd be more granite. All right, we've finished the water part, and there'd be more water. So they were just wrong every time. But when they got to 9 miles, they hit this, apparently this is how the story goes as to why they stopped digging. They hit this substance which was like honey. It was like a bit like ember or something, like a thick syrup.
Wait, where? Underground?
About 9 miles underground, yeah. They said they hit this liquid that they just couldn't penetrate, and it was stopping the drill bits from being able to go any further. So they had to call it off, and they basically said this is how far we can go because of this substance that they hit. So that's the truth. That is in reality all the evidence we have of
you heard
underground.
about the Andes Mountains?
Hey, say that again.
Have you heard about Andes Mountain?
The Andes Mountains.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Wait, what?
Go ahead, share them.
Andes Mountains.
What about them?
Oh, me. Sorry.
Dude,
Oh, you're
your
just so
like I said
confused, man.
earlier, your communication is fruity, bro. I'm starting to worry about you. I do not know where you're going with your comments, bro.
I'm a bit all over the place, sorry, bro.
But why did you bring
Bro's
up the
talking
Andes
about
Mountains?
I was talking about Mount Andy. Like, what are you on about, bro? Hey, but look, anyway, so
Look into it.
what you just said, right? I got a few questions based on what you said, right? You know how you said 9 miles or like around that distance is the deepest we've dug in like that in recorded history, right? What about the stuff that says, you know, fossils and stuff like, you know how they have to dig into the ground to get fossils, right? Or do you even believe in fossils?
Oh, you're asking some good questions, bro. So fossils, if you look into paleontology, you can go on YouTube, type in something like paleontologist exposes real dinosaur bones. I don't know, something along them lines. You'll find numerous paleontologists who tell you they've never seen a real dinosaur bone in their life. Every dinosaur bone in the museums are replicas. And there's so many paleontologists who tell you that they're taught all this theory, but they don't actually get to experiment on these bones. Now, I believe there are giant bones, and I believe that, you know, giants walk the earth one day. Whether there was giant animals, I think that's a given as well. I think, yeah, there probably was giant animals. But I think what they're telling you, the idea that we evolved from these giant animals, and they're like the precursors to our humanoid ancestors and stuff. This is all just a fantasy, because dinosaurs, like if you just look at the makeup of some of these dinosaurs, they're like how did they mate? Some of these, you know what I mean? And all we're finding is bones, and we don't have a clue. We've got this idea of dinosaurs looking this way, sounding this way, being this way, but it is literally just guesswork. We've found giant bones.
Do you not?
Go ahead.
Do you deny the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, this guy's fucking bricked. The guy's bricked. Why do you keep interrupting me?
Sorry, man.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah, man. Come on, man. Let's have some basic, you know, etiquette. Like, you feel me? Like, come on, bro. That's not even relevant to what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, he's trolling, but he thinks he's clever that we don't notice. But we've seen this behavior a million times, brother. You're in cognitive dissonance right now. You're trying to discredit, deface, and move the goalposts.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
like it's
just
okay
to sum it up,
disagree, but at
dinosaurs.
least be respectful.
Continue
You know?
on. Continue
Just
on.
to
But
sum
you,
it up, yeah, because I am monologuing. I agree. I'm monologuing. So just to sum it up,
No, it's
dinosaurs
cool. It's cool.
are giant bones. There have been giant bones, but not a paleontologist will tell you that they don't have that experience with these giant bones. The idea that dinosaurs were wiped out by a big comet. There's no evidence for this. There's no proof for this. There's no proof that dinosaurs, the way that they build them up, even looked like that. So I think they're trying to throw us off.
she say.
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
I just think they're trying to throw us off with this dinosaur shit. They're trying to back up an evolutionary idea as well. And they want you to believe that the
Archaeologists will
Earth's millions of years old. Yeah, that's what they want you to believe, really, that everything's millions of years old and evolution
when
took
you can
its
find it.
course.
Right. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I might mute this guy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, what you're saying, okay, so if I could summarize it, right, and let me know if I'm wrong also, let me know.
Relax, G.
But the whole thing about the layers of the earth might not be observable to you. And the tectonic plates specifically, you said that there's no, there's no visible
Direct
observation
evidence.
of that.
Yeah.
Right. And there might be like a specific area in the Pacific where it has like maybe there's something there, but for where we see earthquakes around the world, there's no direct evidence for that. And then I asked you about fossils. So basically, you don't think that, you don't, so you do think that there's fossils, but you just don't think that what they find are dinosaur bones. They could be like giants' bones, right?
I genuinely think there were giant animals and even giant humans back in the day, but that's obviously speculation based on my belief system. I don't have any evidence for that apart from the fact that we have definitely found giant bones, but we've also found giant books, giant samurai swords, giant castles, giant doorways, giant armor. So there's lots of giant things found in the ancient past, but I just think dinosaurs is a narrative that fits this heliocentric Big Bang theory, and they only because we found giant bones. So it's their way of sort of erasing the past and creating a fictional story. But if you look at these dinosaurs, bro, like how the hell did
they
mate with another T-Rex? Do you know what I mean?
I kind of get everything else about them is large apart from like their hands and their head. But like everything else is, and their dick, like they ain't got no dick. They got like a micro penis or something. They never put none of that anatomy in the images. You feel me? Like I don't even know if reptiles have, you feel me, genitalia, or they just lay eggs. I don't know, bro. But they might be like laying eggs though, because they say that dinosaurs evolved into chickens. So I don't really know, but
Yeah, but we
I'm gonna
don't
look
have
that
that
up.
evidence of speciation. Like, have you heard of the missing link argument in natural selection?
Yeah, I think so. It's like how there's a missing link between different species going to a whole different species. Is that it, or is it something else?
Yeah. So for one species to evolve into another, the claim of natural selection is that there's like transitional phases. Because remember, this is not you can't demonstrate evolution, bro. It's not like you can speed up the process and prove it exists. You just have to believe that this is only demonstratable over millions and millions of years. So by default, it's a belief. But they claim that, yeah. But they'll claim that one species can turn into another species. So their claim is that one day a cat can become, I don't know, a different animal. A monkey one day can become a hominid or a human eventually. But there's no evidence of interspecies evolution. The only evolution that I see from my research is spiritual, and that changes societies and behaviors. And also there's epigenetics. So you can pass trauma on, you can pass disease on to your offspring and things like that. So there is like this gene expression that happens, and it's very provable. And you can even like, I mean, if we really understood it, I know people who I don't know them personally, but I know there's groups of, for example, the Moors. There's a couple of them that I know that are into this, and they've set up programs to design your own baby using epigenetics. So they manage your diet, they manage, you know, yourself, and tell you if you do this, do that, you're going to get more chance of a boy, but also he's going to be strong. You know what I mean? So there is epigenetic effects, but there is no evidence of cross species. A cat will always be a cat, a dog will always be a dog, and there is no evidence to prove otherwise. So if you believe in evolution, it is a belief, and that's fair enough, but there isn't any interspecies. The missing link, like the transitional animals, don't exist. They don't
Okay,
exist.
now bro. I got so many questions, so much stuff that I'm gonna go research yet again this time. Probably come back next time with even more crazy questions. But this time, okay, so now it's like, I mean, I don't mind that we don't have full evidence. Like, that's not something that I don't need 100% evidence. It just needs to be something that is logical and somewhat provable beyond reasonable doubt. You know what I'm saying? So so for example, let's take the view that God created the world, right? The heavens and the earth, right? Would it make more sense for God to create humans using evolution, or for God to create humans just the way that we are now, but like, you know, thousands of years ago? But if he would have just created humans just like from dust, like how it says it in the biblical text, which one do you think kind of makes more sense to you? This is just personal.
You're talking about the Bible and
Yes,
the
it
fact
could
that
contrast, though.
two-
There's no clear contrast.
No, I think I know where he's going. In the Bible, there's two creation stories. Is this what you mean? There's the Elohim, who created man from the dirt, and then there was the original creation. Is this what you're referring to? Am I just throwing bombs in here?
Nah, kinda. So basically, what I'm referring to is the two. So you're right, it is the two creation stories, but I was going with Adam and Eve is one, and then the second one is how Noah had his 3 sons, and then from that family made the rest of the world to be populated. Like, that's the story of Noah's Ark. Every single human was killed apart from Noah's family. And then because they were like a pure bloodline or something like that, Noah's 3 sons, you know, basically proliferated the human race.
Yeah.
Exactly. So which one do you think okay, basically my question is, do you think that evolution negates the existence of God? Is that like a subtle mind control thing that if you believe in evolution, it's kind of like sticking your middle finger up at God, basically? Do you think that, or?
Yeah. That's
Okay,
exactly how I see it. Yeah, I think evolution has been created to separate us from the Creator, and and I think the way they did it was through the Catholic Church. They released I can't remember his name, but there was one of the he's famous, and then I can't remember off the top of my head now, but he wrote a paper on the heavenly bodies and their movements, and it was a Jesuit priest, and basically concluded that, you know, the Big Bang theory can work with religion.
Everyone believes what they believe, and
Bolts, I'm just gonna mute you, bro. You're just not helpful.
Yeah, I muted him a long time, like privately.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I get what you're saying.
But I do want to say before I might finish my point. The story of the flood is the most told story in history. Whether it was Noah, Gilgamesh, and then I think the Egyptians have a flood story myth. The Chinese have a flood story myth, and there's all different names. So whether you agree his name was Noah, I think it's clear to say that this sort of story is a famous like story and is in every corner of the earth. So I'm likely, when I see that kind of mythology retold Because in mythology, there's always different names, and that's the problem with history. Names get changed. But if you see the same story in every single culture, I think that's, reasonable ground to say, well, there probably was a flood. We're seeing the flood evidence on the Sphinx. We're seeing it in some of the rock. I mean, there was even a claim that, that the makeup of the atmosphere was different at one point, but I don't want to go into that. The point is, there's plenty of evidence that there was a flood, and there's plenty of myth stories of someone had a giant ark or some sort of boat to survive it. Whether it's true, I don't know, but it's in every culture.
Yeah, I've seen that too. It's not just in cultures that are locally or like that have a similar location. It's like in different areas of the globe, in different areas of the world. You feel me? So yeah, that's kind of universal, or I guess you could say international.
I think the whole purpose of the globe is one, to hide the creator, but also two, to put us in a place where we have no foundational knowledge. So everything can just be crafted out of fairy tales. Obviously, it's not made from scratch. They've spun the narrative that we've got, i.e., we see how far we see, well, that comports with how big they say the globe is. And you'll find that's across, all of the claims of the globe. There's a reason for why they've picked it, and it works very well as a backwards engineered thing. But I think the purpose is to hide the creator, put you in a place where you don't know up from down. People literally think up is down and down is up. It depends on what angle on the globe you're standing. That is a definition for people don't know which way is up. And someone who believes this shit to their core will tell you up is relative.
Wait, what? Wait, for
Well,
real?
think about
Like
it.
scientists.
Think about it. They say that in Australia, people are upside down right now. So up is down
Oh
to
yeah,
them.
yeah.
They've literally changed up. and if you can do that, you can do anything, brother. With the cosmology belief system, you can get us to believe anything. If we don't even believe our fundamental, physics of the world, we can kind of fall for anything, right?
Yo, I never thought about it. Wait, hold on. That's actually mad, bro. So wait, you're saying people who believe in the globe actually think that at the North Pole and at the South Pole, you can have two people standing there, and then like the person who's at the South Pole would think that South is up when it's actually down, you know what I'm saying? Like from the conventional viewpoint, South is always down, right? So it's like backwards. Yo, I never thought about that. That's kind of wild. And
Yeah, the
then,
globe
and
is
then the whole
basically a tool for
oh,
weaponizing cognitive dissonance. If you know about cognitive dissonance, you know how it totally, thoroughly wrecks your mind and its ability to think critically on multitude of subjects in your life.
Yeah. And that's how they talk about gravity and all of that stuff. That's how like it starts basically. That's like the starting point. Yo, that's wild. Okay, but look, I want to quickly get back to how the globe theory, whatever you call it, globe Earth, how that model kind of discredits the existence of God, right? I want to go ask a different question from a different angle, which is basically, so I used to think strongly that we are in a part of a solar system, right? And we are like on a planet that's in space, right? And I used to think that this was pointing towards God because it was so fine tuned and stuff like that. Like I used to think that, God's creation of the universe and all the different planets and like the distance between Earth and the moon is so calculated and all of that. Like I used to think that was an argument in favor of God, right? And I used to also say to people that like evolution is kind of the same concept, right? So why would that be wrong if I was trying to explain how God has created DNA which can, mutate and stuff and made it in a way that allowed humans to come this far from a different, a different state of organism to what we are now through evolution? Why would that be wrong? Like, how you said earlier, there's not been a observable evolution from a species to a different species. I think I saw something about bacteria are able to like have a very, very, very short lifespan. So they go through generation, like hundreds of generations in about a few days or something like that. And apparently they did tests on that and they saw a difference in, I think it was difference in gene expression, phenotype or something like that. And
Yeah,
so
but that's epigenetics, though. That's not natural selection. That's proven.
Oh, have you seen that though? Have you seen that?
Yeah, this is there's lots of variation when it comes in species within a species, but there's no examples of cross species development or gene expression. So there isn't enough gene expression to turn a cat into anything more than a cat. I mean, you can turn a cat into a fierce lion level cat, right? With hybridization, blah blah blah. I argue that's how we got the domestic cats that we got today. But they're still cats. You'll never
So
be
to
able
answer your
to.
question, right, you're wondering how it is that evolution diminishes the notion of a creator, right?
Yes, and just to quickly
Yeah.
add to the
Okay.
two-part
Okay.
question,
Well,
'cause I want to hear
all right.
your
Go
response.
ahead. I've got a good
I
answer
wanna
for you.
give Yeah, I want to make sure like I give you space to answer the full question. So that's the first part, right? And then the second part is about the actual science of evolution. Because, okay, let me just briefly explain and then I'll ask the question. So, if we were to say that the technical scientific term for a species has nothing to do with, it's not really to do with like, it's not really to do with like the genes, it's just a category. You know what I'm saying? It's like we have a way to categorize different organisms based on like phenotypes and genotypes. It's not just about genotypes. So, for example, there's like a hierarchy. It starts off with, I think, families, and then it breaks down into genuses, which is a smaller group. And then after the genus, it goes to like a species. So most people know about that. And so my question is, what is scientifically wrong about saying we can evolve, have different genotype and phenotype, rather than saying we can evolve from one species to another? I'm not trying to claim that we can do that. I'm just trying to claim that we can we've observed evolution in bacteria that change their actual genotype and phenotype. Like I've seen this in studies and research. So yeah, that's the question basically. Is the science of evolution wrong in your eyes because of the terminology of species, or is it just wrong because you don't see the evidence in the research?
Well, what is science, right? So there are two parts to answer this. First is we can define what science is and what it means to have a testable hypothesis of an observable phenomenon. That's natural science. Secondly, your first question pertained to diminishing the notion of a creator. To answer that real quick, you've seen the movie Prometheus?
No, I haven't, bro. What's it about?
Okay, the basic premise is it's from the Alien series. And the idea is that human beings were created by a higher intelligent being from another planet. Perhaps to be basically slaves or to be like food for alien, Pokemon battles.
Oh, like Anunnaki.
Yeah, kind of like that. So if you know who you are, then you know that that's bollocks. You know that's a ridiculous idea. And if you are a believer, if you believe that you are divinely created with a purpose and that you're special in the sight of God's eye, then the idea that we just evolved from a primordial soup of proteins that was struck by lightning and turned into suddenly sentient, conscious beings with agency, then you're allowing also for people like Sir Francis Crick to say, well, maybe the universe was seeded with life from a higher level being, and that we're all basically just giant petri dish experiments for something else. And that idea diminishes who we are in the eyes of our creator. So secondly, to touch upon like your mention of like what's wrong with the so-called science, when we can observe different, phenotypal expressions happening in DNA as a consequence of environmental changes, right? We observe variations of species everywhere. That is without a doubt. But what is never observed and what is unscientifically testable is the idea that you have, and Roots brought this up before, transition species, or a massive gradation of change of species from one to another of incremental changes, which is never apparent in any fossil records. So we don't have an observation in the first instance from which to form a scientifically testable hypothesis. That's the problem. Evolution is pseudoscience.
Okay, I get where. Okay, not gonna lie, that makes sense. Because what you
Okay,
said
good. I'll leave that there. I gotta go. I'll be listening. Go ahead, Root.
Yeah, bro. Take care, bro. So, yeah, that's actually true. We haven't actually observed a species, like for example, two species which are in existence, and then you get one of those species evolving into the second species. That's never been observed. I can agree with that. That's actually true. But that's not what I mean by evolution. I just mean like a common ancestor. And then from
All right, well, it's not observed in any records, is it, my friend? It's missing. All that supposed data is never observed anyway.
It's kind of like this.
Like, show me the gradation of species that created a duckbill platypus.
Earlier, you guys were talking about microevolution, like bacteria and stuff like that. And what Ego Slave is saying is there has never been an example of the micro to the macro.
Oh, okay, that's different. Okay, that's actually interesting. I don't know about that either. I'm gonna research that as well. Okay.
Because you guys mentioned
hey, brother. Before I forget, there's a great. Sorry, Ether, please go after me. But there's a great book, the best book I've ever come across on this subject. It's called The Evolution Cruncher. It's a really big book, but it's considered a masterclass. It's an absolute slapdown of natural selection and how it just can't. There is absolutely no evidence for it, but it doesn't even make logical sense. But I'll see if I can find a link and I'll send it to you on your DM.
Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, fair enough.
And you guys also meant, like he mentioned, there's never been an example of the cross species. It's the entire thing. It's not just one missing link. It's many. There's infinite missing links to the entire timeline.
Good point.
Yeah,
they will
we could
never
go
be
into.
able to produce enough information to support their claim.
What was that?
Oh yeah, Ethercrest is basically pointing out the fallacy that they created for themselves, because now they're in a position where they can never produce the amount of information, the resolution of information that's required to support their changes that species transform from one to another over time.
Yeah, that kind of, Darwinistic type of evolution. That's kind of, almost beyond being proved. But that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, for example, having a common ancestor, which then evolves into different species. I'm not talking about the two different species being able to evolve into one of the other ones. I'm talking about, like, for example, we had like Arctic wolves in ancient times, and today we have, you know, domesticated dogs. And the terminology species would mean that those are two different species technically. But I don't really care about that term. I'm more so looking at the genotype and phenotype. Now we know that they have a common what do you call it? A common genotype, and they have a common phenotype. However, there's a lot of differences, but there's more similarities than differences. So that points towards there being a common ancestor, which we kind of have scientific evidence of dogs being from the common ancestor of what we call wolves. The actual term, the actual scientific name isn't wolf, it's like some weird science name. But you get what I'm trying to say, right? The common ancestor made that domesticated dog that we have today. That's the type of evolution that I'm referring to, which has evidence. So how does that undermine
So-
God's creation?
So you're talking
You know
about
what I'm saying?
within kinds, and you're talking about adaptation over a period of time.
Yeah, exactly.
That
yeah,
and
exactly.
well, that mixed with genetic bottlenecking, which also occurs, and there's a couple other things.
Yes. I was waiting for a space to say that. That's it. Bang on. Sorry, I didn't need to outburst there. Go ahead, Ether.
Hey, no, you're good. I was done. If you want to say anything, have at it, man.
Yeah, genetic bottlenecking affects phenotypes, and we've seen this with humans when people are isolated, and animals when they're isolated. The genetic like it changes the genetic makeup. They have more limitations, and it can change that whole group of people or that whole animal. And then when you get hybridization going on as well, especially conscious hybridization, you can literally create, for example, let me show you examples. So in epigenetics, there's a experiment with rats where they have completely changed a small white rat into a big fat yellow rat. They do not look related. They do not look like they're the same family, but they're the exact same genetic code. So all of this bottlenecking and hybridization doesn't necessarily change the genetic code. It's all gene expression, and that can change color, that can change phenotype, that can change size, behavior, aggression. It can change everything. So the argument here is, I think ultimately what I believe and what I'm trying to make is the terrain and terrain theory is the king. It's not about necessarily genes passing information on, because that can be lost through gene expression. What, you know, whether you pass on certain traits, that can be undone. For example, you know, they say that you can pass trauma onto your child. Well, you can also break generational curses as well. So what I'm saying is these are more temporary things based on terrain, environment, and bottlenecking and hybridization. Can basically explain everything you've described, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, not everything, because gene expression is a expression of the genetic code. The genetic code is like the main author. So it doesn't really matter what. So basically, when we see different quote unquote species, that doesn't fully explain their gene expression, but it does explain their genome. Their genomes are different. And we know this because, for example, I'll use the dog example again, yeah. Even in today where we have so many different types of dogs, right? And I think Aethergress said he called it kinds, like kinds of animals. I would say you could say it's kinds, that's fine also, but you still don't have like interbreeding between two different kinds. Like we have certain dog species, that certain breeds of dogs that can't have babies together. If you put two different breeds together,
They're all
the
genetically
baby,
compatible. But they might
What
have
was that?
deformities, but they're all genetically compatible, and the deformities would be more as a result of the perpetual inbreeding that the breeders put them through in order to make those purebred breeds.
I think it's to do with the actual sex chromosomes, which points back to the genome. You feel me? I mean, I don't know the full
I'm just
extent
saying
of
mutts
science.
exist, man. I've seen a lot of like half-breed, like it'll be both of the mother and the father will be purebred, and then you have a half-breed dog that's a little bit of both.
Yeah, that's fine. In humans, we have that too, and we are
Yeah,
able to
so
proliferate.
well, rather in your example, you only specified like the Canis line of life form, and they all can interbreed with each other. Like a wild wolf can interbreed with a domesticated dog and create half wolf pups.
Right, but then
That's
the,
what
the
we.
offspring can't breed ever again. They can't have babies. They
No,
just
you're.
will never be.
Yeah, they can. They can. You're thinking of something more like a mule.
Bottlenecking.
No,
You're thinking of
there's hybrids
Oh, no.
that are that's something different. Like if you take a jackass and a horse and you breed them together, the offspring of that will not be able to reproduce. And that's when it gets a little
Yeah,
weird.
yeah. Okay, so I used a bad example. My bad. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about. Like that example.
but yeah, like, and I think the liger is also a hybrid that cannot reproduce, but I'm uncertain. I know that the mule can't.
But that's just like you said. That's just the bottlenecking, and we've seen there are examples of that in humans, in tribes, certain tribes that got isolated. So this is something we're aware of, and it can have a detrimental effect. But it's not that their gene has changed. That there is no evidence of being able to sort of breed an animal out of its species. It's just this speciation example is a myth. Like, I know they like to throw a salamander out there, but lizards and some of these single-celled organisms and stuff, they're very unique creatures. They can regrow limbs and things like that. I'm not really convinced by the salamander argument, but when it comes to mammals especially, bro, you'll never ever see any examples of speciation.
There we go. Bloodsticker pointed out what actually happens there. So it's just the males that have issues, so that makes sense.
Right.
The seed has been corrupted and no longer shall be passed down. Or whatever.
Corrupted seed.
It's mixed seed. You can't pass down mixed seed, it just doesn't work. I didn't make the rules. It should be that way. Dude, I don't know. That is a weird phenomenon to occur in nature, though, to observe that, hey, this can't happen. Wait, what? Why not?
Hey, just you know what I'm saying? That's how God made it.
I think this is all the reasoning behind this lie is they want you to believe we're animals. They want you to believe human beings are no different from the NPC animals we see living their little routine life every day. And when we're very different, we have something called spiritual evolution. And I think that's where they're moving the goalpost. Evolution is real. There is development, but it's not from animals to humans. That's the bit where they want you to believe, because they want you to think you're an animal as well.
That's deep, bro. That's tough.
If you see yourself as an animal,
there's a lot of stuff around this topic, man. I don't know how we got here. We jumped around from tectonic plates and, you know what I'm saying, horizons and stuff like that. But yeah.
you ask good questions. You've been asking really good questions, though, bro. I've really enjoyed this chat.
Hey, facts. Me too, bro.
And it's not just the questions, it's the way you've asked them, too. Like, you're really chill about it, and that's awesome.
Wait, hold on. I recognize this dude. Rilla. What's up, brother? I remember you, man.
Yo, what's good, bro? I remember you
Dude, I
too,
remember
bro. We
having
had a crazy
yeah,
convo
you-
last time.
I remember having a whole conversation with you about Attack the Block, right? Was that you?
Yeah. Bro,
What's up,
that's a
man?
legendary movie.
Hey, Josh, good to see you.
Hey, what's up, Tony? How's it going, Roots? What's up, everybody? What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, Uber, Big Pond, Legends? We got Morvis in the house as well. Awesome.
Yo, what up, Flat?
Wait, that also sounds familiar. I know that. Yes. What's up, Piggy?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm good, bro.
Nice to hear that, man. I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that for you. I just got off of work. I'm going to my brother's now.
Wait. Okay, so depending on what part of the world you're in, do you work graveyard?
Me?
Yeah, because like for me, it's 8:30 in the morning right now. So when someone tells me they get off work, they just got off work, that means they were working all night.
Well, technically, I kind of was. I start working from like 4 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon.
Gotcha. Dude, what shift is that then? Because like graveyard's overnight. What is that?
It's a weird shift because I work for UPS now at the moment, and I don't have a C category to drive the cars that are above 3.5 tons. So I'm a helper from 8 o'clock in the morning until 2 p.m. So 2 in the afternoon. And before that, I load up the vans for the drivers.
Gotcha. Yo,
Plus, I get some more money. Germany has this cool thing where I think most countries do. I'm not sure though. Where basically like working in the night or early mornings, you get almost like double the amount of hourly pay. So
I don't think they have it everywhere here. But yo, so gentlemen, being as this is a flat earth, sorry, I coming in talking about just random stuff, but hey, you guys remember the old like Van Allen belt, right? You guys remember those being talked
I don't
about?
know what that is.
you talking about the Van Allen belt, or?
Yeah, the Van Allen belt. Yeah, you guys remember that, right? You guys remember learning about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody have an idea of how hot, like the temperature of the Van Allen belts? Like not the radiation, because like that they supposedly have an answer for. Not the radiation. I'm talking about the actual fucking Fahrenheit, Kelvin, degree temperature of the Van Allen belts. Anybody want to take a guess?
Well, firstly, I barely hear anything right now because I'm in a bus. But in my understanding, when it comes to the Van Allen belt, it's well, I'm gonna put it like this, man. It's absurdity in general, right? So anything that's outside of
To us,
anything,
it is. I'm trying to
anything
help
that is
build
outside of, let's say, lower atmosphere, right? Because me and you don't have an actual number for how far up things go, right? But as soon as you hit whatever you want to call it, the firmament or whatever, right? There is no.
So here, boss, real quick. So I'm just asking for the information that they're giving us. You know what I mean? Like they tell us it's this temperature. Do you guys remember what temperature they tell us?
I have no idea, man. I can't. I honestly don't know.
It's anywhere from 3,000 degrees Kelvin to 30,000 degrees.
How is that even possible, man?
Okay, that's the fucking point, man. Like, so look up what that shit was made out of. Like, so the rocket's made out of what, aluminum alloy or something like that?
Look up the temp that aluminum alloy melts at. All right, it's below 3,000 degrees.
Yep, and definitely below 32,000 degrees. Definitely.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dude. Or here's another one that I remember digging into years ago that I totally forgot, and nobody brings it up ever. You remember the cameras that they used, right? Like,
Which exactly do you mean during the missions?
During the 69 moon landing.
So yeah, that entire thing. Are you talking about how the shadows don't align with everything, or something else?
No, I'm talking about the mechanics of the camera, dude. If you use a camera in temperatures that are too cold, it won't work because the mechanisms inside the camera won't work. The film will be too brittle. That film is really thin, and it's okay. So like to us, it looks like a solid, right? But it's actually there's many things that we use as solids that are technically slow-moving liquids. All right, like a window, right? Like a glass window. Did you know that glass technically isn't a solid? It's a slow-moving liquid. It's a very, 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 very slow-moving liquid, but it is.
Yeah,
and you can see.
I didn't know that actually.
If you look in like old houses and look out the windows will look like funhouse mirrors when you look outside. And it's because the glass is actually like stretching down. And if you do a cross section of the window, the bottom part of it is actually thicker than the top over time. Like a long time, but over time.
That's a great bit of knowledge. And if you certain cars with older windows, if you get a subwoofer in that's really powerful, and you open your car door and you record your car, your window will be waving like a wave in the ocean. And it literally deforms, and then as soon as you stop the